Chapter 1. Suli groggily opened his eyes, feeling a dizzying sensation coursing through his mind as the world around him spun incessantly. Am I hungover? Ugh, my head aches. He steadied himself against the wall and vigorously shook his head, gradually shaking off the disorienting discomfort. Wait a minute. Wasn't I playing a game yesterday? As reality dawned upon him, he recalled that he hadn't consumed any alcohol the previous night. Thus a hangover was out of the question. Hold on, this isn't important. Where am I? Suli snapped back to his senses, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with bewilderment. He found himself in a space of approximately 10 square meters. Directly in front of him stood an object that resembled a boiler. On either side of the room were windows, through which bright sunlight streamed in, illuminating the dust in the air and creating ethereal beams of light that evoked a dreamlike quality reminiscent of an animated film. In the center of the room lay a cardboard box, atop which rested a small booklet. Turning to look behind him, he noticed a gray metallic wall with a door on his left that appeared to be operable. Why does this look like the interior of a train engine? Suli was left utterly perplexed. In his memory, he had been engrossed in a game of League of Legends and had simply collapsed onto his bed from exhaustion. How had he awakened in this strange place? Whatever, I might as well make the best of it. Suli sighed, realizing that this situation exceeded his imagination, and he had no choice but to accept it. After all, he had experienced a transmigration before. He turned his attention to the cardboard box and the booklet resting atop it. In this confined space, there was little else to inspect. Those two items beckoned to him as if adorned with vibrant, artistic lettering proclaiming, "Come, explore us." Suli approached the box and reached for the little booklet, and in an instant, it transformed into a stream of light that entered his mind. Immediately, his spirit was invigorated as a grand voice, neither masculine nor feminine, seemingly ageless and echoing with multiple harmonies, resounded within his consciousness. Welcome to the eternal train survival game, survivors. Your universe has been obliterated by intergalactic warfare. However, fortune smiles upon you, granting you a chance at resurrection. Strive with your courage, wisdom, and luck to survive in this world. Game rules. 1. The train will forcibly enter a fragment of a world every week. After a set period, the fragment will shatter. Those who fail to board in time will vanish along with the fragment. 2. During the train's journey, there will be opportunities to change tracks. Please plan your route with caution. 3. You have 3 days of safety. Wilderness creatures will not attack you. 4. The initial strength of the train's compartments is exceedingly low. Remember to fortify the train. If the train is destroyed, players will lose their qualification for the game. Please safeguard the train. 5. Upon your demise, depending on your performance, there may be a chance for redemption. 6. Various treasure chests will randomly appear in the wild. Search diligently. 7. Individuals aged between 7 and 12 years, as well as those over 65, will appear beside their relatives or guardians at their discretion. Those under 7 will be raised in a system orphanage for further arrangements. Please consult the manual. Wishing you a delightful gaming experience. After absorbing this information, Suli clicked his tongue. Isn't this just the survival game I read about in my past life? Indeed, Suli was not a native of Blue Star. He was originally an 18-year-old orphan from Mercury. His obsession with novels and games led him to neglect his studies, transforming him from exemplary student into a failure, culminating in his disastrous university entrance examination. After receiving his grades, filled with regret, he made a wish upon a shooting star for a second chance at life. He had meant to express a desire for the financial means to repeat his studies, but unexpectedly, he transmigrated to Blue Star, becoming a high school orphan. After 3 years of arduous study post-transmigration, he finally gained admission to his dream university, only to find himself thrust into this game the very next day. A sense of weariness beyond his years washed over Suli's youthful face. Is the universe playing tricks on me? After a long moment, Suli finally accepted this reality. Given the circumstances, I might as well open the box. He promptly unsealed the cardboard container. Instantly, a series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Acquired single-serving rations, 1 mandatory. Acquired 500 milliliters drinking water, 2 mandatory. Acquired 10 matches mandatory. Acquired beginner train, fuel 1 mandatory. Unlocked 5 slots in space backpack mandatory. Acquired beginner monster compendium 1. A beginner monster compendium? What is that? Suli pondered as he inspected the items before him. With the space backpack now unlocked, a virtual panel manifested before him, revealing 5 slots that had been activated. Upon opening the backpack, he received additional information. Each slot could accommodate 10 identical items. Compared to those bags and novels, this one seems a bit underwhelming, but it's better than nothing, Suli sighed. He then picked up the packaged single-serving rations, inspecting the unfamiliar packaging. The label indicated it could supply an ordinary adult on Blue Star with a day's worth of energy and boasted an indefinite shelf life. Similar to combat rations, I suppose, Sully mused, recalling the method imparted to him, and with a thought, he stored the rations in his space backpack. Next came the drinking water, contained in a plastic bottle resembling a square shape, devoid of any packaging. Feeling no thirst at the moment, Sully refrained from opening it and likewise placed it into his backpack. The next item was the train fuel. Sully picked up the square, brick-like object and examined its attributes. Beginner train fuel. When placed in the boiler, it provides enough heat for the train to travel 100 kilometers, highly flammable. This served as the initial energy source for all players to start the train. Sully set it aside. Finally, he picked up the compendium. The cover bore strange lettering that read, Beginner Monster Compendium. The tome was thicker than a dictionary and exuded a remarkable quality, so much so that it felt suitable for use as a weapon. Imagining himself wielding the book and shouting knowledge is power. While striking an opponent, Sully couldn't help but chuckle. This script is unfamiliar to me, yet I can comprehend it. Must be the system at work, he concluded, accepting this premise as a well-read individual from his previous life, and began flipping through the compendium. The compendium contained fundamental knowledge about various monsters, including images, usable parts, behaviors, abilities, and countermeasures. It was quite the informative read. It appears rather useful, but wait, something seems off. Sully keenly noticed discrepancies within the compendium. The weakest monster listed, a slime, was classified as black iron level. What does black iron level signify? According to the knowledge he received, the lowest tier of black iron level was comparable to that of a seasoned warrior. Not to mention, they could wield magic. All survivors, on the other hand, began at a null tier. Sully realized that confronting such creatures would be no less challenging than slaying a chicken. He scratched his head. I don't think he'll need this right away. Such survival games surely wouldn't thrust them into an unwinnable scenario from the outset, would they? Recalling the survival novels he had read in his previous life, even protagonists with extraordinary advantages faced significant hardships. Surely, that kind of situation wouldn't occur here, right? Sully suddenly felt a wave of self-doubt. Author's note: the water within the train's engine is replenished by the system and cannot be utilized. This clarification addresses a common question among readers, which I have included here to avoid misalignment in comments. Having reviewed the supplies, Sully turned his attention to the train manual's functions. With a thought, a small black booklet materialized in his hand, its cover emblazoned with the words Train Manual. This booklet was typically stored within his consciousness and could be summoned when needed. Upon opening the manual, the first page contained the rules, echoing the 7 regulations previously articulated by the enigmatic voice. Sully then scrutinized the 5th rule. 5. Upon your demise, depending on your performance, there may be a chance for redemption. Furrowing his brow, Sully understood the other rules, but this last one puzzled him. Could there be a resurrection mechanism? Not wanting to delve too deeply into this conundrum, Sully decided against testing what that redemption might entail. Such a notion could only serve as a glimmer of hope in dire circumstances. Turning to the 2nd page, he found the train members section. This page was rather straightforward, displaying only Sully's information for the time being. Name: Sully. Race: human from Blue Star. Age: 18. Gender: male. Role: train conductor. Level: LV10100. Occupation: none. Status: slightly unwell. Skills: basic appraisal, beginner decomposition. Power rating: null. No rating, not yet extraordinary. Basic appraisal technique: utilize the system's power to obtain some appraisal information, cannot be upgraded. Elementary decomposition technique: capable of decomposing some simple items to acquire system-specified raw materials. Am I still not in the mainstream? Sully glanced at himself. At their school, they engaged in physical exercises twice a day and performed calisthenics once, so his physical fitness was relatively good. Standing at 180 centimeters and weighing 150 pounds, his physique was well-proportioned, and being in the prime of youth, he should have formidable combat capabilities. How could he still remain outside the mainstream? Suddenly, Sully felt a flicker of curiosity about the weakest magical creature, the slime, and how strong it truly was. As he opened his status, he found the categorization quite detailed, resembling a health check report. His condition was very healthy, with only minor issues of sleep deprivation and overheating. This was understandable, given that he had indulged in barbecues and stayed up late over the past few days. It would be odd if he weren't feeling the heat. The 3rd page was the construction page, where one could utilize materials to create items according to blueprints. Sully noticed that the construction page specified that team members could share blueprints with one another. The initial construction page came with some basic blueprints, such as a train maintenance module, a stone axe, a stone shovel, and rope. Most of these could be crafted by hand, while a few, like the maintenance module, required a workbench for creation. The fourth page was the trading interface, allowing transactions with others in the same channel. Sully nodded, recognizing this as a classic element of novels. The fifth page was the chat interface. Sully quickly opened the chat page, which was divided into World Channel, Blue Star Channel, and Regional Channel. He could not access the World and Blue Star Channel for now and could only enter the Regional Channel. Current channel 999-9910. What the hell is this real? Have we crossed over? Where is this place? Why am I here? This dream is quite novel and not in a hurry to wake up. Is what that voice said true? Do we need to survive in this world? I can't hold it. Someone just died right at the start. How did they die? Is there a gentleman who can lend a hand? I just turned 18, but I know so much. Sully nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's the spirit. The memories of my past lives novels are returning. Sully was captivated. This world lacked survival novels. Yet in his previous life, he had adored such tales. After reading for a while, Sully felt something was amiss. After some reflection, he suddenly realized and typed a phrase into the manual. Sully, I'm the richest man in Shihong City. Does anyone know how to return? They'll offer 1 billion. Goodness, has Chen Tang's film crew come here? I knew it. This is a movie shoot. Upon sending this message, Sully wore a satisfied smile. The survival novel chat room made its debut, lacking the cute girls seeking sponsorships and the wealthy offering hefty rewards. Akin to fries without ketchup, it was incomplete. Having finished his antics, and feeling that the chat room was refreshing too rapidly to glean any useful information, Sully closed the manual and approached the boiler. The boiler's function was straightforward. In the center was a feed port for adding fuel. To the left was a smart control panel displaying the train's status, which was also a touchscreen. Sully glanced through the train's condition. This locomotive measured 10 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, with a movable area of 10 square meters. Once operational, it averaged a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, consuming double the fuel, and could reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers under optimal durability conditions. The train could also reverse, albeit at half its original speed. Next was the train's level. Steam locomotive LV0. Please use LV1 initial train enhancement plugin. Sully flipped through the manual and located this enhancement plugin. Using the LV1 train enhancement plugin would upgrade the train to LV1, requiring wood 100, stone 50, iron ingots 10, and rope 20. In addition to the train status, Sully could also see the current world and station. Current world, 49527 area temporary maintenance zone. Current station, departure station. Sully looked outside. It was a blank expanse, devoid of anything. He disembarked and circled the train, hoping to discover any special Easter eggs or rewards. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. There was nothing. Only a massive black vortex loomed not far ahead of the train. Nothing here. It seems I can only drive away. Returning to the interior of the train, Sully retrieved the fuel and placed it into the boiler. Finally, he struck a match and ignited the fuel. The train began its preheating process, with a progress bar appearing atop the boiler. After approximately 5 minutes, the pressure gauge turned green. Sully pushed down the switch. Toot! The whistle sounded as the train slowly started, plunging into the black vortex. Sully stood nervously within the carriage, waiting for about 2 minutes before the scene before him suddenly cleared. You have entered a new world. Scorching saline alkaline land. Current world energy level, 0. Challenge level, 0. Sully quickly glanced outside, his expression turning grim at the sight. The sky above was a brilliant blue, so vivid it almost seemed artificial. In stark contrast, the ground below was far less appealing. The terrain was littered with exposed gravel and hardened earth, with only sporadic trees and weeds. The overall impression was one of desolation. Oh no, it feels like the start isn't very promising. Sully's mood soured. The obvious barrenness of this place was a significant disadvantage for a survival game's beginning. Having watched several wilderness survival shows, he was acutely aware that survival hinges on food, water, and shelter. The train served as the best shelter, so Sully only needed to focus on procuring food and water. However, in such a desolate locale, it was easy to deduce that both water and food would be scarce. And what's the name of this world? Scorching saline alkaline land. Goodness, saline alkaline land? Does that mean the water here is saline alkaline? I recall that saline alkaline water is undrinkable, right? At this juncture, Sully felt quite distressed. This Gobi-like terrain was already dire, and the precious water resources might be undrinkable. Saline alkaline water, how is one to survive? And scorching, does that mean an enormous water consumption? Is this difficulty level normal? System? Where's my golden finger system? Regrettably, no reassuring ding resonated in response. Other lesser sects must wait until the Floating Heaven Immortal sect has completed its recruitment before they can come here to select disciples. The girl with gold, Earth, and with 3 spirit roots, classified as upper middle grade, has passed. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd as she, with a hand covering her mouth in delight, gazed at the tricolored pillars on the Spirit Inquiry Monument. Each hue was akin to the thickness of a finger, and when combined, the 3 attributes appeared quite robust. Save for the gold spirit root, which was slightly finer. It seemed as though fortune was beginning to shift soon after. A few mediocre candidates and a couple more upper-middle grade individuals emerged, yet no upper or top-tier candidates had yet appeared. The 9 Spirit Inquiry monuments commenced their testing simultaneously. Their pace brisk, and with the crowd being relatively sparse, each monument had just over 1,000 participants. Before long, more than half of the testing was completed, and the majority of the teams had dwindled to half their original numbers. Previously, other teams had been producing qualified candidates, while Shuchanga's team had remained silent, causing several noble scions to turn pale. Perhaps their inherent pride made them feel ashamed, which was understandable, as the number of noble youths could never rival that of the common folk. However, a turning point soon materialized. With water and with dual spirit roots, classified as upper middle grade, she was qualified. The dimensions of the dual-colored pillars were comparable to the previous 3 spirit roots. Shuchanga looked over and recognized a familiar girl. Adorned in luxurious attire, deep in thought, she seemed to be the second princess. Thus, it followed that the second prince would be next. Indeed, the next to step forward was a young man bearing a striking resemblance to the girl. The Spirit Inquiry Monument responded swiftly, producing results almost instantaneously. With wood and earth dual spirit roots, classified as upper middle grade, he too was qualified. Yin-Su felt somewhat dissatisfied with his own innate gifts, but as they were bestowed at birth, he had no means to alter them. Indeed, they were twins, and their spirit root talents bore similarities. Observing the two standing nearby, the disciples of the immortal sect silently mused, before regaining their focus to continue assessing the candidates. Qualified individuals were regrettably scarce compared to the unqualified, at times. Dozens of unqualified candidates were interspersed with a single qualified one, while other instances showcased consecutive qualified candidates. Regardless, the overall number of qualified individuals remained disappointingly low, and Shuchanga found the process increasingly tedious. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed since entering the square, and many were on the verge of exhaustion, shifting their weight from foot to foot in an attempt to alleviate their discomfort. Some even resorted to sitting on the ground, only occasionally moving. In contrast, the immortal sect disciples, seemingly untouched by fatigue, stood out, inciting admiration and longing in the onlookers. The line gradually shortened, and those waiting outside the square grew increasingly anxious. With gold, wood, water, fire, and earth 5 spirit roots, classified as upper middle grade, he was qualified. The 5-colored spirit root pillars shone brilliantly, their hues vivid. Yet collectively they measured no more than 4 fingers in thickness, likely the reason for their upper middle grade classification. Had they been palm-sized, they would have been deemed upper grade. With an anomalous wind spirit root, classified as upper grade, he was qualified. The resplendent azure shifted like mist, yet largely maintained its pillar form, measuring the size of an adult's palm. The wind spirit root, belonging to the wood element, exhibited colors reminiscent of the wood spirit root, yet distinctly different. The fluidity of the anomalous wind spirit root, was it a characteristic of the variant spirit root or something else entirely? Shuchanga, in deep contemplation, gazed upon the spirit root displayed on the questioning spirit monument. It possessed a vibrancy slightly more pronounced than that of others, manifesting as a wind spirit root. The assessment of whether it was classified as superior or a variant was attributed to a modestly dressed youth, though his attire was brand new. His gaunt figure and withered yellow hair betrayed a background of poverty. Only upon receiving the designation of a superior spirit root did a spark of youthful exuberance break through his otherwise placid demeanor. The earth element single spirit root was deemed superior and satisfactory. This was a member of Shuchanga's team, and notably, a familiar face, rumored to be the boy he had once bested in a confrontation, leaving him bedridden for a week, even if one does not possess sufficient stature. Could the vibrancy of the spirit root not serve to elevate the assessment criteria? In the depths of his heart, Shuchanga contemplated that this soil spirit root was merely the size of 4 fingers. Its brightness comparable to that of the moderately rated 5 spirit roots he had encountered before. Yet, it had been classified as superior. Was this distinction due to the quantity of spirit roots or their vivacity? Unable to unravel these questions, Shuchanga resolved to suppress them for the time being. hoping to seek answers in the future. As another half-hour elapsed, the number of remaining individuals dwindled significantly, and it seemed that the conclusion was imminent with just a few more moments of waiting. The boy ahead of Shu Chang'e, disheartened, left with his head bowed. Having been deemed unqualified, Shu Chang'e was next in line. The two disciples of the immortal sect, having declared numerous failures, exhibited little change in their expressions, resembling dutiful puppets fulfilling their roles. Only upon encountering those who would soon become their fellow disciples did their demeanor soften. Even though those who had seen Shu Chang'e believed him to resemble a reincarnated celestial being, in the eyes of true cultivators, his appearance could hardly be deemed significant. Practitioners of the Tao refine their bodies and cultivate their forms, continuously purging impurities while nourishing themselves with spiritual energy. They were of a realm far beyond that of mere mortals who consume grains and traverse the cycle of reincarnation. Shu Chang'e's lips were pressed together too tightly, rendering them somewhat pale, and he felt a flutter of nervousness. After a moment's hesitation, he chose a secluded corner of the Spirit Inquiry Monument, a place least likely to be disturbed, before extending the hand concealed within his sleeve to touch the monument. If given the choice, he would have preferred to cleanse the monument before making contact. The sensation was cool to the touch, and as he drew near, warmth surged through him, enveloping him in a gentle embrace that danced around his spine before retreating. The two disciples furrowed their brows, casting him a puzzled glance, unsure of the peculiar act he had just performed. Just as one of them was about to speak, an odd sound emanated from the monument. Crack, crack. The noise was vaguely familiar, and while Shu Chang'e pondered its origin, he watched in astonishment as brilliant, pulsating purple arcs of electricity erupted from the spot where his hand met the monument, racing across its surface in the blink of an eye. The 3-meter-tall monument became adorned with purple lightning, the arcs incessantly flickering as if shattering the internal space of the monument. The strange sound resonated from within, akin to the thunder of a storm. Tiny bolts of lightning twisted and swirled at the point where his palm rested, before joyfully converging towards the center of the monument. Remarkably, Shu Chang'e could sense the emotions of the lightning as it gathered in the center, building up in number and size, transforming into a creature imbued with a sense of life. As the lightning coalesced, many spectators anticipated the formation of a pillar as had occurred previously, but instead, it grew more abundant and substantial, coiling and dancing with vitality. With a resounding, crystalline peal that resonated through the air, a majestic purple phoenix, adorned with a long crest and tail feathers, materialized at the center of the monument. This enigmatic phoenix was surrounded by flickering lightning that morphed into various animal forms as it spread its wings, in response to the celestial sound emanating from the monument. A massive purple beam of light surged through it, while the phoenix gracefully circled around this electric column. Then, silence fell, leaving only the flickering arcs of electricity, reminiscent of the phoenix's breath. In the tranquil square, the Spirit Inquiry Monument stood in stark prominence. Not only had mere mortals never witnessed such a spectacle, but even the disciples of the immortal sect paused in their activities to observe the monument. With the transformation of spiritual roots, it was astonishing to discover such exceptional talent within the realm of mortals. This young man, if he continued to perform well, would surely secure a place as a direct disciple. He was a true prodigy. Senior Brother Lin sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of envy for those whose innate qualities surpassed his own. With his mutated spiritual root, thunder root, and the transformation of spiritual bones, he was indeed of the highest caliber. Senior Brother Lin personally announced the results, which included the perplexing transformation of spiritual bones that many could barely comprehend. Some observant individuals noted the peculiarities but could not draw any conclusions, only watching enviously as Shu Chang'e was invited by the disciples to stand aside, a privilege that had eluded even those with superior spiritual roots. Releasing his hand, Shu Chang'e retrieved a clean silk handkerchief and meticulously wiped his hands, pausing only after 2 handkerchiefs, yet he still felt an unsettling discomfort. His actions no longer drew frowns from the 2 disciples, who were now smiling as they positioned him a short distance behind them, even guiding him to a less crowded area. As cultivators, they understood the connection between actions, recognizing Shu Chang'e's preferences. For someone of such extraordinary talent, it was only natural to extend care and cultivate a favorable bond. Shu Chang'e and the other youths who passed the test stood united behind the disciples of the Immortal Gate. Observing the expressions of the remaining candidates as they approached one by one, their faces shifting in response to the outcomes. This was indeed a novel experience. As Chapter 3 concluded, the 9 teams had dwindled to merely a few hundred individuals, and soon all the tests were completed. A considerable number possessed spiritual roots, yet the majority fell short of the criteria, with only 4 or 5 among the remaining candidates deemed qualified, all of which were of upper-middle quality. After nearly a morning spent on the assessments, the qualified candidates stood behind the disciples of the Immortal Gate, while the unqualified lingered at the periphery, gazing longingly at those destined to become elite disciples. The Spirit Inquiry Tablet was once again stowed away within the sleeves of the disciples, its internal capacity a mystery. Brother Lin, the roster, and the Spirit Inquiry Tablet are here, announced a disciple from Shu Chang's team, handing a green jade slip to Brother Lin, who received it using a dark storage ring. The other disciples from various teams followed suit, as these items belonged to the sect and were safer in the hands of the most proficient Brother Lin than in the care of others on the journey back. Well done, everyone. We will return to the sect in 2 days, and your contribution points will surely be considerable, Brother Lin said, his demeanor gentle when not imposing. He treated the outer disciples without condescension, exhibiting humility instead. Dear friends, the recruitment examination of the Floating Sky Immortal Gate has concluded. Those who did not pass may return. Other sects will come to recruit disciples, and you may choose freely. Brother Lin's voice resonated throughout the square. The hopeful youths, reluctant to part, stood despondently. Yet the disciples of the Immortal Gate spared them not a glance. Soon, the royal guards swiftly arrived to escort them away, leaving those who passed standing awkwardly as they watched the group of Immortal Gate disciples encircle Brother Lin. Brother Lin looked upon them with a warm smile, reassuring. There is no need for anxiety, my junior brothers. We are all disciples of the Floating Sky Immortal Gate now, and you may call us brothers. As the expressions of the other disciples softened and smiles adorned their faces, the newly qualified mortals felt a swell of pride. Becoming a disciple of an elite sect was a source of immense honor, as such esteemed institutions were beyond the reach of other sections. Brother Lin surveyed the promising new recruits before him, pleased with the recruitment results, which surpassed those of the previous occasion, with a total of 17 individuals. The numbers from other locations would likely be fewer, but from this mortal realm alone, there could be over 20. And combined with the 8 other mortal realms under the sect's jurisdiction, the total might approach 200. All right, my junior brothers, you will soon be assigned to residences nearby. Your families may visit, but remember, do not leave the city to avoid any accidents, Brother Lin cautioned, his gaze focusing on Shu Chang'e and the 2 other promising candidates of upper quality. The sect had dispatched these disciples at the sea-breaking stage to safeguard the new recruits from potential threats along the way. Although the Holy Zhao Kingdom was under the auspices of the Floating Sky Immortal Gate, measures were in place at the entrances to the realms of mortals and cultivators. While it was unlikely that cultivators would attempt to cross over to assassinate the budding disciples, caution was prudent, as the situation at both entrances remained unclear. Losing this batch of disciples, though not catastrophic, would still be a source of lament, for exceptional disciples are not easily found. Your proximity is for better protection. We will depart for the sect early the day after tomorrow, so you must swiftly settle your affairs in the mortal realm. Once we arrive at the sect, you will not be permitted to leave without attaining a certain level of cultivation, so prepare yourselves, Brother Lin advised. Forming hand seals as a golden light enveloped Shu Chang'e and his companions. Flecks of golden radiance sank into their bodies, revealing a golden mark on their hands, a depiction of 3 distinct longswords standing upon a floating isle, flanked by 2 similar black blades, crisscrossing to guard a larger, rune-encircled silver-black sword. Surrounding the isle were intricate runes that appeared and vanished in a rhythmic pattern. At last, Shu Chang'e comprehended the significance of the insignia adorning the garments of the Immortal Gate disciples. This emblem represented the Floating Sky Immortal Gate, primarily serving to authenticate the identity of these individuals and prevent impersonation. It also ensured that the disciples would be recognized by the sect's protective array, without which they might not even gain entry to the mountain gate. The insignia holds unique importance for each sect, symbolizing their most renowned attributes. Typically, the sect's insignia is present on disciple attire, weapons, and sect structures or related artifacts. The insignia of an elite sect allows those in the cultivation world to immediately recognize its disciples, providing both protection through the sect's authority and constraints against reckless behavior. However, it may also attract the enmity of rival sects, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. After brief instructions to several disciples, Brother Lin and his companions vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers momentarily blinded by their sudden absence. Greetings, my junior brothers. I am Su. You may call me Brother Su. Please follow us, said the disciple who had held the jade slip, now guiding them away. The other disciples stood silently, forming a protective circle around the mortals. Brother Su led them to the building cluster at the edge of the square, constructed specifically by the national sovereign to receive disciples from the immortal gate. This was also where the fortunate youths stayed after successfully encountering the celestial chants. The expansive courtyard was minimally adorned, primarily featuring flowers and trees, devoid of lavish decorations. A specially excavated protective river surrounded the courtyard, effectively isolating its inhabitants from the outside world. This arrangement not only deterred those with ill intentions from infiltrating, but also prevented resentful individuals from stealthily harming the fortunate disciples. Naturally, beneath the vigilant gaze of the Immortal Gate disciples, a mortal would find it nearly impossible to execute such treachery. After crossing the heavily guarded stone bridge spanning the river, Brother Su gestured towards the courtyard. The innermost room will serve as your residence. Each of you may choose one. My colleagues and I will remain outside to protect you. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek us out. Your personal information was recorded during registration. Your sovereign will arrange for someone to inform your families. Specific instructions will be provided by your sovereign, so rest assured and await their arrival, he continued, then reiterated sternly. Do not stray from our sight or meet with anyone alone, and do not wander aimlessly. Those who disregard this advice may not return alive, understand? Seeing them obediently comply. Brother Su nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for them to find their own rooms. He then returned to his quarters to meditate and cultivate, while remaining vigilant to the slightest sound in the courtyard. Shu Chang'e, the sole individual of supreme caliber, renowned for his exceptional spiritual roots, found himself the object of many people's desire to approach him. However, under the cold scrutiny of his gaze and the thunderous rumors surrounding him, they ultimately relinquished this notion. Naturally, most of those present were strangers to one another, lacking any sense of camaraderie. They instinctively divided into two factions, the noble scions of prominent families and the common folk, along with two particularly unique individuals who chose to remain solitary. One of them was Shu Chang'e, while the other, predictably, was the boy with the mutated wind's spiritual root, reportedly a beggar. It was due to the discipleship recruitment by the immortal sect that he was afforded the opportunity to cleanse himself and don appropriate attire for registration, resulting in an astonishing rise to fame and the accolade of possessing a superior spiritual root. It is anticipated that the sovereign will soon express his regard and take action. This individual seemed equally disinclined to engage with others. Whenever someone attempted to ingratiate themselves, he would respond with silence. Some, driven to desperation, audaciously accused him of ingratitude and being unappreciative of kindness, only to receive a swift rebuttal in the form of a punch. I am merely a beggar. There is no need to curry favor with me. I no longer require your benevolence or goodwill. I do not comprehend such matters, so do not bother me. Should you persist, do not blame me for my rudeness. The beggar boy's lifeless gaze fell upon the individual he had just knocked to the ground. After uttering this remark, he departed with such haste that it left others bewildered as to his destination. Ah, how some fail to recognize their own standing. I too possess a superior spiritual root. Yet where is your gratitude towards me? The boy, adorned in gold and silver, radiating opulence, was indeed the unfortunate soul rumored to have been incapacitated by Shu Chang'e for an entire week. He stood there, disdain etched upon his face, hurling barbs at the man on the ground. The latter had soared to great heights, possessing a talent far superior, while the former, an ordinary individual with merely above-average spiritual roots, dared to boast solely on account of his age. The unfortunate soul, stroking his chin, felt his insults lacked sufficient punch. And in a moment of impulsivity, he exclaimed, "Look at the second princess and the second prince. Though they possess above-average spiritual roots, they have the decency not to associate with that beggar. Yet here you are, daring to do so?" Only after uttering these words did he realize the folly of his statement. With a forced laugh, he turned around, inadvertently meeting the fist of the second princess, Yan Lian. "If you do not wish to have your mouth sewn shut, I can find someone to do it for you." Her anger was palpable. The disparity in talent compared to those of superior roots was already disheartening, and to be verbally assaulted by a rogue was simply intolerable. Bai Yang, in a state of disarray, dodged and repeatedly apologized. Upon turning, he noticed Shu Chang'e observing the scene with an air of amusement. Alas, it seemed fate had conspired against him. Bai Yang vividly recalled the pain inflicted upon him during their encounter. Who would have imagined that such a diminutive figure could wield such force? He had targeted all his most sensitive spots, and upon returning home, he had faced his father's wrath. Now, with Shu Chang'e overhearing his disparaging remarks, he feared the worst. Would he seek retribution? Shu Chang'e possessed neither the leisure nor grace to indulge in the spectacle before him. He withdrew his gaze from the performance, preferring instead to seek solace in a tranquil courtyard. Chapter 4. The Cheesy Courtyard, the sanctuary prepared by the Shangzhou Kingdom, was named the Cheesy Courtyard. Constructed with the collective efforts of the nation's artisans, embodying an exquisite simplicity and natural beauty. This expansive courtyard housed only the disciples of the celestial sect and those few who had passed the preliminary tests, fewer than 50 souls in total. Furthermore, the courtyard was only accessible for cleaning at designated times, leaving behind a handful of mortals who stood in silence, exchanging glances across the vast emptiness of the courtyard. Before long, individuals began to disperse, most comfortably navigating towards their designated quarters, particularly those scions of noble families who had received meticulous guidance from their elders, confidently seeking the most favored lodgings as advised by their kin. Each courtyard bore a similar arrangement, with the finest likely being the one closest to the celestial disciples. Offering ample sunlight, Shuchanga lingered at the rear of the gathering, moving quietly along a serene path he had previously observed. To him, the specific location held little significance. Tranquility and the absence of disturbance were his primary concerns, though he acknowledged that this choice might complicate his family's search for him. Considering this, he ultimately decided against retreating to the innermost courtyard, opting instead for one that was more readily identifiable. Each courtyard was largely indistinguishable, with reasonably pleasing arrangements. Though they could not rival the grandeur of the national residence, they were, however, on par with accommodations befitting a fifth-rank official. Outside the courtyard hung a wooden sign, inscribed on both sides with the words occupied and vacant. Turning it to occupied indicated the presence of inhabitants. In this place, the principle of first come, first served prevailed, preventing any disputes among later arrivals. Having committed the layout of the room to memory, Shuchanga abstained from the steaming tea and pastries provided. Quenching his thirst with water he had brought from home, he casually selected a book from the meager offerings on the shelf. Settling onto a long couch he had meticulously cleaned. Upon opening it, he discovered a basic introduction to the realm of cultivation. Though the content was elementary, it proved far more credible than the distorted legends circulating among mortals. His finger lightly traced the words on the title page, Cultivation Chronicles, published by the major sects for the benefit of mortals. The Cultivation Chronicles appeared to represent a faction, likely one that did not engage in violence or territorial conquest. The book primarily contained descriptions of this world, the various sects, particularly the prominent celestial gates, as well as renowned scenic locations within the realm of cultivation, topics that piqued Shuchanga's interest, leading him to immerse himself in the material. A gentle knock at the door roused him from his reverie. He glanced outside to behold the sun at its zenith, casting intense rays. It was already midday. Realizing his fatigue, he reflected on the morning spent standing in the square, followed by his engrossment in reading without respite. Such exertion was bound to induce weariness. "Master Shu, may I inquire if you require luncheon?" called a youthful servant from outside, the voice echoing in the air. These servants were appointed by the sovereign every decade to attend to the cheesy courtyard, each assigned to a specific individual. Yet, their role was not one of constant companionship. They primarily assisted in preparing meals and toiletries, with most tasks requiring self-sufficiency and expectations set forth by the Floating Heavens sect. The sect eschewed dependency among its disciples, preferring to cultivate self-reliance, except for those of considerable cultivation, who were free to conduct their affairs as they pleased. "Enter," Shuchanga beckoned, as the servant, a young lad with an amiable demeanor and an even countenance, stepped inside. Shuchanga cast a glance, nodding in acknowledgement, and requested the preparation of lunch, followed by hot water for bathing after the meal. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow and inquired about the change of clothes. The young servant, responding dutifully, assured him, "Young Master Shu need not worry. The household has already arranged for your garments and other necessities to be delivered. I shall bring them to you shortly." He continued, "However, the Lord and his party will not arrive at the cheesy courtyard until tomorrow. You may write down any items you require, and I will ensure they are conveyed." Familiar with the visiting protocol of his family, Shuchanga nodded without surprise and said, "Very well, you may go." The servant bowed and withdrew, while Shuchanga rose, setting aside the book he had been reading. He stepped outside, gazing at the sky, feeling somewhat fatigued from prolonged reading. White clouds drifted across the azure expanse, adding a touch of vibrancy to the otherwise monotonous sky. Turning his gaze to the left, he observed the jagged contours of artificial mountains and flowing waters, along with the flourishing flora that concealed adjacent courtyards, revealing only a corner of a roof and the faint sound of a dispute drifting through the air. Shuchanga, with a detached demeanor, withdrew his gaze and returned to his room, standing before the writing desk. He took a fresh handkerchief and meticulously polished the 4 essential writing implements several times before commencing the ink grinding, preparing to inscribe the necessary documents to be delivered to the Duke's residence. The young servants moved swiftly, accompanied by 2 others of the same age, adept and nimble, as they arranged the covered lunch delicacies on the dining table. Considering Xuchang's preferences, the young attendants astutely utilized wooden clips to position the dishes without ever touching the containers holding the food. This level of care was barely acceptable to Xuchang, who pursed his lips and placed 2 silver coins on the table, signaling them to take them and depart. The 2 delighted youths swiftly collected the silver coins and left, marveling at the gleaming silver in their hands, acknowledging the extraordinary fastidiousness of the second young master Shu regarding cleanliness, even to the extent that his coins gleamed. The dishes presented a feast for the senses, each plate abundant enough to satiate hunger. Xuchang furrowed his brow, forcing himself to consume a few bites. Once he felt a semblance of fullness, he laid down his chopsticks and handed the written letter to a servant who had come to tidy up. After resting his eyes for a moment, Xuchang unfolded the bundle sent from home, revealing neatly arranged clean white garments and a stack of pristine handkerchiefs. The servant had already prepared hot water, and Xuchang sought a discreet corner within the small courtyard to practice martial arts. This was not a formidable or powerful technique, merely a regimen intended for physical conditioning and health maintenance. Xuchang, from a young age, took the initiative to pursue his own path, urging his family to engage him in daily practice without fail. Though his physique appeared somewhat slender and fragile, he possessed a remarkably robust constitution. Years of diligent training had not resulted in bulging muscles, but had instead bestowed upon him an elegant stature and refined demeanor. After completing his martial exercises, drenched in a layer of perspiration, he indulged in a refreshing bath before settling down with a new book, quietly resuming his reading by the window. He had previously noted that the room was stocked with volumes offering a broad overview of the world of cultivation, encompassing aspects from culture to geography and detailing the loves, hates, and scandals of prominent figures. While these sensational tales often strayed far from the truth, they nonetheless provided valuable insights into another realm, prompting Xuchang to peruse them with utmost seriousness. In the outer courtyard, senior brother Lin and 2 others sat poised, their gaze fixed upon a tall water mirror divided into numerous small screens, each depicting the performances of the tested disciples, including Xuchang. Senior brother Lin smiled as he regarded his companions, inquiring about their thoughts on these juniors. To his left, the serious-faced senior brother Zhang scrutinized the uneven array of images, furrowing his brow. To his right, the amiable senior brother Lu nodded in agreement, commenting on the behavior of certain disciples, some of whom were overly indulgent and presumptuous, while others were captivated by the allure of their peers. Lin's gaze drifted over the less admirable disciples before focusing on those he esteemed. Such individuals, naturally aware of the best course of action within the sect, warranted little concern from his fellow seniors. In fact, those quietly engaged in their pursuits, like Xuchang, were indeed promising, possessing the potential for future greatness. They had previously performed admirably under his pressure, showcasing diligence, equanimity, and patience, qualities that would serve them well on their path to achieving golden core and nascent soul stages. Senior brother Lu concurred, recognizing the merit of those who display dedication and hard work, as opposed to mere talent. He expressed optimism about the promising prospects of the sect's new disciples, noting that there were similarly gifted individuals from other realms, hinting at an impending era of upheaval. Senior brother Zhang, however, maintained a stern demeanor, emphasizing that the future was beyond their control. It was not the responsibility of mere sea-opening disciples to worry about broader matters. Their duty was to accurately record the behaviors of these new disciples for the sect's review. Indeed, chimed in junior brother Zhang, we must focus on documenting their conduct. For those lacking virtue will require proper guidance from the sect. With that, the 2 others fell silent, retrieving their jade slips to meticulously record the selected observations. The rigorous assessments of the sect extended beyond mere aptitude tests. The character of the disciples was equally crucial. A gifted disciple who succumbed to temptation and betrayed the sect would find no acceptance at the Floating Sky sect. Like attracts like, disciples of good character foster a more positive environment for the sect's growth. While competition among disciples is encouraged, oppression of fellow juniors is strictly forbidden. Those who disregard the sect's rules and exhibit poor character will find themselves relegated to the outer ranks, mingling with others of similar disposition. The assessments and observations began long before the spiritual root evaluations, continuing through the disciples' first year within the sect. This extended period served as a thorough examination of the newcomers, with any poor performance potentially resulting in a lifetime devoid of the sect's finest resources and teachings. Not all sects, however, prioritize character as the Floating Sky sect does. Some are more focused on talent, often overlooking the behaviors of their disciples. The practices of the Floating Sky sect, rooted in the teachings of its founding master, aim to uphold these standards and correct any deviations in a timely manner, ensuring the sect's enduring prosperity. Chapter 5. The lesson of this, Shu Chang'e remained largely unaware. Though he harbored some suspicions, the simplicity of the talent assessments did not align with the standards one would expect from a sect of such stature. During the plaza gathering, he had noticed senior brother Lin and his companions observing them with keen interest. Now, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, he found the book's content enthralling. Yet his physical discomfort took precedence. As he prepared to lean back in his chair for a brief nap, he was interrupted by the distant sounds of a dispute, an unwelcome disturbance intruding upon his dreams. Furrowing his brow in annoyance, he initially attempted to endure the clamor. But as it persisted without abatement, and with no servant present to alleviate the situation, he reluctantly rose. Grabbing an oil paper umbrella resting against the door, he ventured outside. The source of the commotion was the same courtyard he had glimpsed earlier, with its roof corner barely visible. As he approached, Shu Chang'e quickly spotted a group of youths engaged in a heated argument. Beneath the blazing sun, coupled with his fatigue, Shu Chang'e's mood soured further as he struggled to comprehend the audacity of these individuals to create such a ruckus under the watchful gaze of sect disciples. Had it not been for his suspicion that the sect might be monitoring their conduct, he would have preferred to ignore the affair altogether. 3 young men surrounded 2 almost identical young women at the courtyard's entrance. The girls, delicate and charming, were currently expressing their ire, pointing accusatorily at the trio, who remained unfazed and formed a triangular blockade. Young Masterly, I've made myself abundantly clear. We have no interest in joining you for drinks, one of the girls exclaimed. The rotund young Masterly, blocking their path, loomed large, imposing an undeniable pressure on the young ladies. Miss Xiaoming, I merely extended a formal invitation for a meal. How could you misconstrue it as aggression against a fellow disciple? He replied with a chuckle. Indeed. Young Masterly merely seeks to foster camaraderie among disciples. It is you who are being overly sensitive, echoed one of his companions. After all, young Masterly is the esteemed son of the Grand Minister. Had you not passed the test, you would never have had the chance to receive such an invitation. Xiaoming felt her blood boil at their audacious twisting of the truth, her fair face flushing with indignation, rendering her even more enchanting in her fury, much to young Masterly's evident delight. Seeing the glances exchanged between young Masterly and her sister, Zhao Qinghe felt a pang of alarm. Clenching her fists, she pulled her sister closer, forcing a smile. Young Masterly, we appreciate your invitation, but as humble daughters of commoners, we lack the refinement to partake in such an honor. We wouldn't wish to offend your sensibilities. Young Masterly waved his hand cheerfully, his gaze fixated on the pair of enchanting twin sisters. Ah, Miss Qinghe, do not say such things. You two are undeniably charming. I have yet to encounter. Oh no, I have never seen such equally beautiful maidens before. Which is why I could not resist inviting you both to the feast. He had initially noticed them at the square, but refrained from acting hastily due to the presence of the celestial sect members. Upon arriving at this expansive courtyard and failing to find the captivating sisters, he contemplated giving up. Adhering to his father's advice to remain prudent, he was unexpectedly nudged by his 2 attendants, which ignited his yearning, leading him to this place. As for his father's admonitions to avoid trouble, they had long since been cast aside. The Zhao sisters exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their unease. They were mere commoners, having previously sensed the lascivious gaze of this man. Thus, they had sought refuge in a secluded courtyard, hoping to evade him, only to find themselves ensnared once more. Just moments ago, they had exhausted every polite expression, even invoking the presence of celestial sect members to drive him away. They had believed he would not dare return. Yet here he was, audaciously blocking their path. Young Masterly, the infamous Li Changming, whose reputation for lechery was well known. Though he typically did not dare to act against respectable women under his father's watchful eye, he merely delighted in teasing them. However, in this secluded courtyard, surrounded by his encouraging attendants, who could foresee what transgressions he might commit, regret coursed through Zhao Qinghe's heart. She lamented not choosing a more populated area where he would be less likely to resort to coercion. She was uncertain whether those celestial sect members would keep watch over this place, as their talents barely met the minimum admission standards of the Floating Sky Immortal sect, hardly qualifying them as prodigies. Li Changming, gazing at the sisters with fervent desire, dismissed his father's warnings from his mind. Do not be shy, my dear ladies. I take great pleasure in caring for beautiful women. With our comparable spiritual roots, we shall study and cultivate together in the sect. And fostering our relationship now will surely provide assistance later on, will it not? He reached out to pull them closer. The Zhao sisters turned pale with fear, frantically slapping away his pudgy hands. The two attendants rushed forward, forcefully dragging them into the courtyard. Once the door closed behind them, no one could discern what transpired within. The isolation of this place ensured that should the sisters fall victim to his advances, they would be even less inclined to speak out. Li Changming's intentions were clear, and as he neared success, his breath grew more fervent, excitement coursing through him. Not far off, Shu Chang'e, who had intended to ascertain the situation before intervening, was taken aback by Li Changming's audacity in making a move here. He had heard rumors of the young man's exploits, but he had not anticipated such recklessness. Likely emboldened by the absence of oversight now that he believed himself destined to become an immortal. Hastening forward, Shu Chang'e plucked a slender green bamboo branch from the nearby grove, a hint of disdain in his grip. He remained silent, his mastery of martial arts, along with other defensive techniques, rendering him more than capable of handling this situation. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as the bamboo struck, causing pain to shoot through the wrists of Li Changming and his companions, startling them into retreat. Who? The young master grimaced, his injured wrist throbbing. You dare lay hands on me? He seethed, glaring at his attendants to encircle this seemingly frail adversary. The two attendants, being mere scions of low-ranking officials, had never received much respect in Tiandu City. They had thought themselves fortunate to align with the son of a fourth-rank official, believing this would elevate their status. They had assumed that capturing the interest of the sisters would be a trivial matter, but the women had shown no inclination to comply, and they had failed to notice the presence of another individual in this secluded area. You think you can play the hero and rescue the damsel? You ought to weigh your own abilities. Who gave you the audacity to strike me? Kneel before me and witness my wrath. Li Changming hissed, his teeth clenched. Yet he dared not approach this unexpected newcomer too closely. Damn it, this bastard has a formidable grip. It hurts. Wincing, Li Changming anxiously considered the possibility of permanent injury to his wrist, impatiently signaling his attendants to encircle the intruder. With a shared glance, the two attendants finally recognized the identity of their opponent. Li Gu, this is Shu Chang'e, the second son of the Shu family. We should retreat at once. One of them tugged at Li Changming's sleeve, urging him softly, aware of the gravity of offending someone of such standing. As lesser gentry, their greatest skill lay in reading the room and recognizing those they could not afford to antagonize. Shu Chang'e, Shu Ergongzi, the second son of the Duke of Dinghua. With a sudden jolt, Li Changming, whose mind had been clouded by fury, regained his composure and inhaled sharply. He cautiously glanced at Shu Chang'e, who stood not far away, indifferently observing them beneath an umbrella, a slender bamboo shoot gripped in his hand, and shivered involuntarily. This was it. The son of the Duke of Dinghua. His father could not possibly shield him from the consequences of his actions. What madness possessed a young noble of such high standing to seek solace in such a remote locale? Shouldn't he be mingling with the likes of the second princess and the second prince? Regret washed over Li Changming, who had failed to notice Shu Chang'e step away from the crowd to seek solitude. His wrist throbbed with pain. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But it seemed that the gaze directed at him when he had spoken disparagingly of the other party bore an even more unsettling intensity. Thinking quickly, Li Changming mustered a radiant, sycophantic smile. Ah, Shu Ergongzi, it is indeed you. I beg your magnanimity to forgive my earlier transgressions. It appears I had been blind to your presence. I truly deserve a reprimand. As he spoke, he slapped his own face several times, applying enough force that it reddened and swelled. Look at my foolishness. How dare I speak so recklessly before you? I sincerely apologize. If you deem it necessary to punish me, I shall not retaliate. He stepped forward a few paces to demonstrate his sincerity, casting a fierce glare at his two sycophantic companions. You too. Come forth and apologize to Shu Ergongzi. He is gracious enough not to hold our misdeeds against us, yet we cannot be so shameless. We must express our contrition. Hurry up. The two lackeys, taken aback by Li Changming's remarkable ability to bend yet remain resolute, silently scoffed at his audacity. Nevertheless, their bodies complied, as they quickly knelt and performed a deep bow. We humbly apologize, Shu Ergongzi. It is our fault for not recognizing you. We should not have disturbed these young ladies. Please, have mercy upon us. The Zhao sisters, pale and with reddened eyes, embraced one another, finally emerging from their despair. Truly, the heavens had not forsaken them. They had been rescued. Upon seeing Shu Chang'e, they immediately recognized him. His strikingly handsome visage was enough to captivate anyone, enhanced by his noble lineage, which was widely spoken of among the daughters of Tiandu. How many young hearts harbored secret affections for the rumored Shu Ergongzi, even if he was their junior? As they listened to Li Changming trivialize the matter and beg for mercy with such shamelessness, the sisters seethed with indignation, longing to confront him. However, recalling their own status, they restrained themselves, standing at the door with clenched hands, casting desperate glances towards the young man in white. Shu Ergongzi, these three are clearly distorting the truth and speaking brazenly against you, showing utter disrespect. Zhao Qinghe grasped her sister's hand tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her expression a portrait of vulnerability that evoked sympathy. Holding the umbrella, Shu Chang'e quietly observed the 5 individuals before him, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Qinghe's distress. Methodically, he struck the ground with the bamboo shoot in his hand, sending the leaves scattering like the disarray of Li Changming and his cohort's thoughts. The earth bore the marks of a long, deep indentation from his strikes. Had it struck a person, the pain would be unimaginable. This scene was somewhat comical, with the 10-year-old Shu Chang'e appearing quite juvenile, his height matching that of the Zhao sisters, while Li Changming and his companions towered over him. Yet, this diminutive boy commanded an authority that stilled the movements of the 3 older men, not merely due to his lineage but also owing to his prowess. As Li Changming's gaze fell upon the deep grooves carved into the ground, his smile grew increasingly rigid. Especially unsettling was Shu Chang'e's impassive expression. Even the sight of a weeping beauty did not elicit a hint of compassion from him. Embarrassed by her own actions, Zhao Qinghe's face flushed, her tears of shame transforming into genuine sorrow, pushing her to the brink of weeping. Not wishing to prolong the encounter, Shu Chang'e suddenly struck the ground forcefully with the bamboo shoot in front of Li Changming, causing him to tumble backward onto the ground in fright. The fierce gust of wind that accompanied the strike brushed against his toes, making him believe he might lose his foot. Gazing at the deep mark barely an inch from his toes, Li Changming's smile became a mask of tension. Ah, Shu Ergongzi, what formidable strength you possess. That was quite the striking display. Shu Chang'e gazed down at him from a lofty height, and in the coolness of the other's eyes, Li Changming felt like nothing more than a mere jester, an inconsequential shadow lost in the crowd. You guarantee not to retaliate? The latter's voice was flat, echoing as though it were a statement of fact rather than a question, echoing Li Changming's own words from moments before when he had begged for mercy. A forced smile flitted across Li Changming's face as he struggled to find a way to remedy the situation, but suddenly, Shu Chang'e spoke again. An opportunity, strike them. Zhao Qinghe could distinctly hear him say, they dare not retaliate. How about taking revenge personally? His melodious yet tranquil voice, despite its seemingly indifferent tone, stirred within Zhao Qinghe an irresistible urge to act upon his suggestion. A shiver coursed through her delicate frame as her gaze filled with hatred, fixated on the 3 utterly disgraceful ruffians. Li Changming and his companions trembled under her prolonged scrutiny, their hearts heavy with trepidation and regret. Had they known better, they would have heeded their father's advice to avoid trouble. Now, in this forsaken place, they were at the mercy of those 2 haughty girls, and it infuriated them. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Zhao Qinghe dared not fully offend Li Changming. With a fragile smile, she expressed, thank you, young Master Shu, for your life-saving grace. But as we sisters are without support, we fear we cannot accept your proposal. Her face bore a bitter expression, her words trailing off, as deep down she yearned for him to act out of rage for the sake of a fair maiden, to directly thrash the 3 before her. Should that transpire, the Li family would likely not pursue them, sparing her family from entanglement. Sister, Zhao Xiaoming, who had been silently held back, stamped her foot in frustration, astonished that her sister would let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Yet, ever obedient to her sister, she ultimately bit her lip and refrained from voicing her objections. A great weight lifted from Li Changming and his companions, and they gazed at Shu Chang'e with renewed obsequiousness, hoping he might show them mercy. In response, Shu Chang'e remained non-committal, twirling the bamboo stick on his wrist with a flourish, and before anyone could react, he swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Li Changming's face. Oh, how it hurts. The searing pain mingled with the swelling agony as he cried out, his visage contorted grotesquely, half of his face inflating like a pig's head. He writhed in pain, his companions standing helplessly by, unsure of how to respond. terrified that Shu Chang'e might turn his wrath upon them as well. Shu Chang'e spoke coldly, urging not to disturb her any further. After saying this, she turned and left. Li Changming, listening to her, felt an even sharper pain in his face. He could easily imagine its wretched state without needing to look. Daring not to utter another word, he covered his agonizing face, tears streaming down as he retreated. Having long abandoned any thoughts of the sisters, initially he had sought merely a fleeting thrill. In an instant, only the Zhao sisters remained behind. Zhao Qinghe had not anticipated such an outcome. Though Shu Chang'e's slap had been fierce, she found it exhilarating, thinking that a few more blows would have been even better. Had it not been for the timely intervention, they might have lost their honor long ago. The sisters supported each other as they entered the courtyard, promptly locking the door, planning to summon a maid to lead them to another residence. "Sister, why didn't we take that golden opportunity to teach them a lesson ourselves? I have long yearned to give those scoundrels a good thrashing," Zhao Xiaoming exclaimed, recalling the harrowing moment when they were surrounded by 3 men, her desire to retaliate intensifying. She could hardly comprehend her sister's nonchalant decision to let the matter slide. Zhao Qinghe wore a bitter expression. "I too wish we could have acted thus, but as women, we are inherently weaker. Striking them would hardly cause them pain. Besides, we are merely commoners. How could our family withstand the might of court officials?" Zhao Xiaoming pouted, indignant. "But if we struck them, we could report them. We should take the initiative and inform the guards outside. Surely, the Lord of the Realm would stand by us. Furthermore, we could expose Li Changming's vile words, and the Duke of the State would not spare his family." Hearing her childish reasoning, Zhao Qinghe could not help but ruffle her sister's hair. "That may be true. But how can we be certain that the Lord of the Realm would concern himself with such trifles? We are but ordinary citizens. What would it matter if they treated us leniently later on?" Zhao Xiaoming looked at her sister, puzzled. "But now, we are unexpected disciples of the immortal sect. Our talents are on par with Li Changming's. Why would he, the Lord of the Realm, advocate for us? There are 2 of us. And once we enter the immortal sect, our influence will surely surpass that of a single Li Changming." As she busied herself packing, her thoughts flowed freely. When young Master Shu was standing nearby, it was his suggestion that we strike them. He witnessed us in action. If anyone comes looking for trouble, he cannot escape blame. With him standing in front, what is there to fear? We should have taught them a lesson. Who are they to consider themselves superior? Once we enter the immortal sect, what do the powers of mere mortals matter? Truthfully, sister, our spiritual roots may even be thicker than Li Changming's. If we dedicate ourselves to cultivation, who knows? We might one day overpower him. At this thought, Zhao Xiaoming's spirits soared, her fists pumping in triumph. Indeed, once we join the sect, we must strive diligently in our cultivation, and then we shall trample that scoundrel Li Changming underfoot. While Zhao Xiaoming continued her enthusiastic tirade, her visions of a future where they relentlessly bested Li Changming danced in her mind. However, Zhao Qinghe's movement slowed as she absorbed her sister's words. Upon hearing that the powers of mortals would matter little in the immortal sect, enlightenment struck her. Indeed, within the sect, their starting point would be akin to Li Changming's. What significance did it hold that he was the son of a 4th-grade official? In the realm of the immortal sect, strength would prevail. If they devoted themselves to their training, how could they not handle a single Li Changming? With a little more effort, perhaps they could seek mentorship from an elder or enter the inner sect. What was Li Changming to them then? This simple truth, her sister grasped. Yet the irony lay in Zhao Qinghe, who fancied herself wise and prudent, failing to adjust to her new identity. It was no wonder Li Changming's gaze had turned even more indifferent, as if he were merely observing the flowers and stones by the roadside. Shu Ergongzi must surely feel like he is a piece of mud that cannot be molded. Zhao Qinghe, having finally sorted out his thoughts, tasted bitterness in his mouth, regretting so deeply that he wished he could return to that moment, give himself a good beating, and then teach a lesson to Li Changming and his companions, ultimately expressing heartfelt gratitude to Shu Ergongzi. Alas, in this world, there exists no medicine for regret. Chapter 6 Nightfall. While Zhao Qinghe's thoughts were in disarray, they bore no relation to Shu Chang'e, whose intentions were irrelevant to him. The recent events, aside from Li Changming's foul mouth and offensive words that tempted him to retaliate, did not weigh heavily on his mind. Were it not for the disturbance interrupting his rest, he would have cared little for such trifles. Despite possessing numerous means to safeguard himself, he did nothing and instead placed his hopes on the mercy of others, which led him to the direst of circumstances. As he strolled leisurely, his courtyard came into view. Shu Chang'e casually inserted the now bare bamboo branch beside a tree. With the quarreling voices of the earlier group having subsided, the courtyard once again enveloped in the tranquility that Shu Chang'e cherished. In another courtyard, senior brother Lin and his companions continued to observe the mirror screen with their jade slips in hand, missing none of the unfolding drama. Brother Zhang noted Shu Chang's actions with a serious expression that softened slightly, though his dissatisfaction lingered. This disciple was indeed commendable. Yet he displayed a lack of camaraderie towards his peers. Brother Lu shot him a disapproving glance, remarking that his judgment was unwarranted. They shared no bonds of brotherhood at present, and thus, Shu Chang's detached demeanor was justified. A lone wolf, must all geniuses conform to a single character archetype? Brother Zhang pondered, recalling other prodigies within the sect, which prompted a flicker of self-doubt. Brother Lu, resonating with Zhang's thoughts, reflected on the notion that perhaps all geniuses shared a common temperament, as many of their sect's talents favored solitary pursuits. As for Li Changming, if not for his lecherous tendencies and bullying nature, his adaptability might have earned him greater respect, Brother Lu opined. Brother Zhang, typically disdainful of such behavior, found himself increasingly irked by Li Changming. This young man, upon entering the sect Shu Chang's body, was tense. He could only reluctantly accept the touch of those he considered close, even through clothing. The wife of the Duke of Dinghua had already sensed his tension and restraint. Once she quickly completed her examination, she felt at ease to sit down. The thought that her child disliked being touched saddened her. And it had been 7 or 8 years since she, as a mother, had truly been close to her youngest son. Keenly aware of the subtle discomfort hidden within the Duchess, Shu Chang'e lowered his gaze, sitting quietly upon the stone chair that had been wiped several times by the servants. In his childhood, he had not been so averse to the touch of others, but inexplicably, as he grew older, his dislike for proximity intensified. This aversion not only made him instinctively guarded, but also induced a visceral sense of repulsion and nausea. Contact with unclean objects would cause his fair skin to redden and itch, and gradually, his afflictions multiplied, until now he barely maintained a semblance of balance. At his worst, he could scarcely eat, instinctively rejecting food. During that time, he could only manage to drink plain water. Until Shu Changsong procured rare and precious medicinal herbs to brew restorative soups, which he could reluctantly consume. However, due to the rarity of these ingredients, he could only find 1 or 2 types sporadically, barely preventing Shu Chang'e from starving. Now, Shu Chang'e's selectivity regarding food had improved considerably. He was no longer unable to eat ordinary fare. Yet, this apparent progress, perceived as a positive change by others, left him with a sense that something within him was gradually fading. The Duke and his family were exceedingly pleased, believing that he merely had standards for cleanliness in his food. As long as the preparation did not induce discomfort, they thought, it would not provoke any physical distress. Shu Chang'e did not correct this misunderstanding. He himself was unclear about the nature of his condition, let alone articulate it to others. Such delicate individuals were often raised in affluent families. And while there were drawbacks to his condition, serious ailments that mere mortals could not remedy, he had also been compensated by heaven with a unique gift. He could perceive any insincerity before him. Whether it was malicious flattery, disingenuous attempts to curry favor, poisoned concoctions, or narcotics masked by floral scents. He could detect the unknown that might benefit him, and the known that could harm him, and so forth. This innate sensitivity undoubtedly aided him in ensuring his survival in any environment. In comparison, he had not truly suffered, but his family remained unaware of this gift. And Shu Chang'e seldom showcased it. Before him lay a stone table laden with breakfast. "Come, Chang'e, let us share the morning meal together," the Duchess urged, using serving chopsticks to place a piece of breakfast delicacy onto his plate. "Hurry and eat. These are prepared by your favorite chef. I've been watching over it since dawn to ensure its cleanliness. Do eat more. Your mother has been bustling about since before dawn, directing the chef to prepare this for you." The Duke of Dinghua, holding a cup of tea, gazed on with a hint of envy. Shu Chang'e chose to disregard her father's habitual frivolity. After a moment's hesitation, she began to eat slowly, though her consumption remained minimal, akin to that of a cat. The Countess of Dinghua observed this with increasing sorrow, pondering whether such a habit could be remedied in the celestial realm. Sighing softly, she felt her spirits sink further. Noticing her mother's growing despondency, Shu Chang'e managed to conjure a faint smile. "Mother, please." She placed her mother's favorite taro cake before her, carefully balancing a bowl of water beside it. Both the Count of Dinghua and Shu Changsong were also served their preferred dishes, revealing that the 3 adults who had arrived so early had yet to partake in breakfast. Gradually, the atmosphere lightened, and the meal proceeded amidst gentle exchanges. After finishing, the group chose to remain outside, engaging in conversation in the courtyard. Shu Changsong pointed to the package wrapped in long cloth, stating that everything you requested has been carefully stored inside. The celestial sect provides its own attire, hence only 2 sets of clothing have been prepared for you. Just in case. After instructing someone to take the package into the room, Shuchanga engaged in conversation, cherishing this final day with family. Tomorrow, he would depart from the heavenly capital, a place he had called home for the past decade, and when he would return depended on his progress in the celestial sect. During the previous assessment, it was evident to us all that Changa possessed remarkable talent. Thus, we need not worry excessively about your journey to the celestial sect. Shuchang remarked gently. However, our lineage has always dwelled in the mortal realm, and none among our ancestors have ever succeeded in forging a connection with the celestial realm. Our knowledge of the floating sky celestial sect is limited, but I have gathered some information from various sources. Peruse it this evening. It may provide you with some insights. As he spoke, he placed a rough-bound notebook before him, the pages fluttering in the breeze, each adorned with the elegant and graceful script of his elder brother. Yet, the hurried nature of the writer had rendered the handwriting somewhat chaotic. Thank you, brother. Shuchanga carefully wrapped the heartfelt notebook in a silk handkerchief and tucked it into his bosom, a gesture that filled Shuchang with satisfaction, as it signified the importance his brother placed upon it. Indeed, there is no need for excessive concern. I possess several books detailing the events of the celestial sect, and the floating sky celestial sect, to which I have been admitted, is among the most prestigious, already placing me a significant step ahead of others. After contemplating for a moment, Shuchanga succinctly introduced the knowledge he had gleaned from the texts. It is the unknown that breeds fear and confusion, with a fundamental understanding. Not only will Shuchanga adapt more readily to this unfamiliar world, but his family will also find solace. The 4 of them conversed warmly in the courtyard until the Marquis and Marchioness grew weary and decided to pause. Shuchanga had his bed prepared anew to ensure his parents could rest comfortably. As for them returning home, that seemed unlikely. A mother's worry for her son on a long journey is profound, and during these final moments together, the parents wished to savor every second. The 2 brothers, Shuchanga and Shuchang, maintained a sense of composure, their feelings of parting less intense than that of their parents. Yet, they could not escape the influence of Shuchang, who engaged them in discussions of human affairs and the necessary caution one must adopt in the world. The Duke of Dingwa lingered with Shuchanga until the late hours of the night, departing only after being gently urged by others. As the crowd dispersed, the tranquility that enveloped not only the small courtyard but the entire cheesy courtyard resonated with the silence of farewell. Flipping through the booklet left for him by Shuchanga read intently. Although the contents were familiar to him, he found no hindrance in reviewing them thoroughly once more. His remarkable memory allowed him to absorb the information with ease. On this final night in the realm of mortals, some were restless with anxiety, others indifferent, while some remained as calm as still water, each person grappling with their own unique worries. As the moon reached its zenith, these tangled thoughts lay dormant within Cheesy Courtyard, reminiscent of the conflicting emotions experienced by those who had departed a decade prior, both nostalgic and yearning. Chapter 7. The journey begins before the dawn had fully brightened. Cheesy Courtyard was already abuzz with the fervor of anticipation. Shuchanga, who had not slept soundly, awoke at the slightest commotion. His eyes fluttering open to gaze at the bed curtains. "Young Master Shu, are you awake?" came the distant voice of a servant. "The Immortal has sent word. We depart at the hour of Chin, and you should arrive early at the entrance of Cheesy Courtyard." The servant's words drifted from afar, their clarity somewhat diminished. Shuchanga acknowledged with a brief response, taking a moment before swiftly rising to dress. At the entrance of Cheesy Courtyard, the open space, the very spot where they had first arrived, was now guarded by a formidable presence of Imperial guards. Opposite the guards stood an encircling throng of onlookers, all gathered to bid farewell, with those of higher status positioned nearer to the front. Shuchanga greeted the people from the Dingwa Marquis' residence from a distance, and soon thereafter, he was concealed by the crowd. The majority present were older than him and of greater stature. Shuchanga had long grown accustomed to this situation. With a frosty demeanor, he repelled those who persistently sought to forge connections, taking refuge in a secluded corner to observe. Coincidentally, the beggar boy with the wind spirit root was also concealed in this very nook. After 2 days apart, Shu noted that the boy's complexion had improved significantly. His hair, although still a dull, unkempt yellow, was now smooth and well-groomed, presenting a stark contrast to his previous appearance, save for his perpetually silent, deep-set eyes. Neither of them initiated a greeting, instead remaining in silence as they watched the nearby crowd engage in carefree revelry, creating a world of their own. Those who might have approached to share sentiments were deterred by the palpable atmosphere between them, which suited Shu Chang'e perfectly. As dawn broke, the hour of Chen arrived. Heralded by the clamor of the crowd, the disciples from the celestial sect, who had been absent since their arrival, now made their appearance. Clad in flowing white robes and wielding long swords, they approached with an air of solemnity and grace, inspiring envy among many who yearned to be in their place. 3 disciples, led by senior brother Lin, descended through the air on the backs of their swords, which appeared as mere phantoms beneath them. The true blades rested securely at their sides. Ignoring the disciples below, senior brother Lin produced a cerulean longboat. Casting it into the air where it rapidly expanded into a magnificent flying vessel, hovering elegantly above. The onlookers marveled at this celestial artifact, their whispers mingling with awe. Some elder observers had seen the boat before, yet each sighting still elicited admiration. "Dear friends, the light vessel is ready. Please form a line to board." Senior brother Lin's voice resonated from above. Under the guidance of other disciples, the crowd arranged themselves into an orderly queue, pondering the ascent. When a long ladder extended from the vessel's side, lacking handrails, those who dared ascend felt trepidation, particularly those with a fear of heights, their legs trembling and paralyzed. Many were reluctantly assisted by senior brother Lin himself. In the realm of cultivation, fears of heights were often surmounted. Those who failed to conquer such phobias likely met with dire fates, for in the world of cultivation, where was there truly a place that did not soar high? Devoid of the need for flight? Once the final passenger boarded, the surrounding disciples leaped gracefully onto the vessel, a spectacle far more aesthetically pleasing than the slow, cautious climb of the others. "Fear not. Once you reach the celestial sect, you will soon be able to soar like us," replied senior brother Su cheerfully. Witnessing the envious gazes directed their way. Though the light vessel was not vast, it comfortably accommodated 4 to 5 dozen individuals, leaving ample space even after the group boarded. Shu estimated its capacity to be around 100. Every inch of the exquisite light vessel bore the emblem of the floating heaven sect, with intricately carved pavilions and halls gracing its center. However, the interior was devoid of tables and chairs for rest, furnished instead with numerous blue mats. Rest upon the mats if you're weary. Cultivators typically meditate upon them. In the future, when you possess storage tools, you may bring your own personal belongings. Senior brother Su warmly encouraged. Several disciples had already situated themselves at the edges, quietly closing their eyes to meditate. As the vessel's spiritual energy surpassed that of the mortal realm, albeit only slightly, providing a modest benefit, Shu Chang'e leisurely circled around outside. Noting that there were quite a number of people on the decks fore and aft. To soar through the skies is an experience that most have never encountered. Thus, failing to appreciate the external scenery would indeed be a lamentable oversight. As she extended her hand to reach outside, Shu Chang'e sensed an obstruction. Situated merely a palm's breadth from the vessel, resembling a transparent membrane that enveloped the entire craft, it appeared to serve the purpose of preventing individuals aboard the vessel from inadvertently plummeting, though it remained uncertain whether this barrier would offer any protection against external assaults. She pondered. This must be the designated location we had previously agreed upon. The consciousness of Lin and his companions expanded, perceiving a disturbance beneath the vessel. Gradually, the craft came to a halt in midair, awaiting the arrival of others. Esteemed guests, we must now exercise a moment of patience as we await the arrival of other teams coming to this realm, Su explained, calming the previously restless crowd. Shu Chang'e attentively observed the terrain below as the flying vessel soared above. However, to avoid alarming the mortals, it ascended to such heights that the details remained rather indistinct. Nevertheless, she discerned that they were now above the towering mountains marking the western boundary of the Shengzhou kingdom, beyond which lay other realms, presumably the Shengyue kingdom. According to her knowledge, the rugged peaks below were teeming with man-eating beasts and countless venomous insects and plants, compounded by the inescapable miasma that could strike at any moment, forming a most formidable barrier. This line of defense relegated the mortals in this area into countless isolated nations, separated from one another yet still connected by whispers. Shu Chang'e harbored some confusion regarding the intentions of the Immortal Gate. Yet, as a mere mortal, he had yet to comprehend the essence of the Immortal Gate, making it all the more elusive to decipher its motives. According to the text, the floating sky Immortal Gate governs countless mortals, with 9 great nations named after saints under its jurisdiction. Every decade, it replenishes its ranks with fresh talent from the mortal realm. Compared to the mortals living within the realm of cultivation, the number of promising candidates arising from the mortal realm is significantly fewer. However, the potential for extraordinary prodigies and those with greater developmental prospects seems to flourish here. It is perplexing. For although the density of spiritual energy in the realm of cultivation is more abundant, those born in such an environment possess richer spiritual roots and talents, leading to a myriad of geniuses. Yet, the most exceptional of these geniuses pale in comparison to the likelihood of finding prodigies in the mortal realm. A conundrum that remains difficult to fathom. Nonetheless, this does not deter several immortal sects from gathering mortals from the realm, covertly aiding them in establishing their own nations to act as proxies for the immortal gate. Indeed, the western half of the mortal realm is predominantly governed by the floating sky immortal gate, allowing the sect to assign 3 disciples in the sea-breaking stage and over 20 in the foundation building stage to each nation for recruitment purposes. Ultimately, the teams dispatched to the 9 nations of the mortal realm are led by 2 golden core stage cultivators and 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, ensuring a secure escort for the new disciples. Each team's departure time and route have been meticulously optimized over centuries, and the ethereal vessel awaited merely a brief moment. From afar, 7 or 8 smaller ethereal vessels emerged from various directions, appearing to accommodate only 5 or 6 individuals, all led by disciples in the foundation building stage. The ethereal vessel released its restrictions to allow the disciples to board. Shuchanga reached out, noting that while a thin membrane still existed, the entrance had vanished, forming a portal for entry. As the many ethereal vessels made contact with Shuchanga's, they disintegrated into azure specks, and the passengers descended, some timidly, others curiously observing them. Brother Lin, Brother Zhang, Brother Lu, these are the individuals we located, one disciple reported, stepping forward. They had brought far fewer mortals than those aboard the ethereal vessel, only 7 individuals, scattered about. These individuals hailed from remote villages and towns of Shizhao Kingdom, and sending them to Tiandu City was quite a challenge. The Immortal Gate had thus directly dispatched disciples to recruit individuals, knowing that foundation building stage cultivators were generally dominant in the mortal realm. Very well, go rest. We shall hasten to rendezvous with the others, Brother Lin said, patting the disciple's shoulder, signaling for him to withdraw. No need to be anxious. The others are from your nation, so feel free to converse with one another. After reassuring the newly arrived mortals, the trio of brothers activated the ethereal vessel. Its speed surged several-fold, and those aboard felt only a gentle tremor as the scenery whirled past in a blur of colors. At such velocity, the surrounding sights were indistinguishable to mortal eyes, prompting many to leave and inquire about news from the 7 newcomers. Hey, brothers, where are you from? Shenzhou Kingdom is so vast. There are many places I've never heard of, one inquired. I come from Li Family Village. The village chief sent us to the county town. And after meeting the immortal elder, I was informed I am a disciple of the Immortal Gate, a simple-minded youth exclaimed, his words pouring forth as if he had been holding them in for ages. I had no idea the vessel could fly so fast. One moment I was here, and the next I was lost. You all look like city folk. It's wonderful. Casting a glance at the elegant Shu Chang'e nearby, the boy murmured enviously, who is that celestial-looking gentleman? Is he also an immortal? I've never seen anyone so handsome. The plump youth beside him followed suit, glancing over and whispering, that is the second son of the Marquis of Tiandu City, the most gifted among us, possessing top-tier spiritual roots. Recalling Shu Chang'e's peculiarities, the Li Family Village youth warned, but be cautious not to disturb him. It is well known that young Master Shu despises proximity and is exceedingly fastidious, intolerant of noise or disruption. Best to admire him from afar. Having never encountered such an exquisitely fastidious individual, the youth listened in rapture and, upon conclusion, sighed, so he is of the highest caliber. How remarkable. It seems that excellent spiritual roots are not as common as I thought. Perhaps the village chief misled me. Meanwhile, back in the distant Li Family Village, the village chief, invigorated after sending off waves of villagers seeking news, suddenly sneezed, frowning in irritation. Which rascal is speaking ill of me? The plump youth's expression twisted as he cautiously asked, you possess top-tier spiritual roots? Is it possible that an ordinary lad like you is truly a genius? His brow furrowed in disbelief. Indeed, I heard the immortal elders say so. Fire attribute, single spiritual root, top tier. Hee, that large stone was quite magical when I touched it. It ignited like fire, and strange things seemed to be moving upon it, though I couldn't see clearly what they were, the youth explained, swallowing hard as hope flickered in his eyes. Did any of the other 6 besides you possess top-tier spiritual roots? Regretting the question as soon as it left his lips, he anticipated a negative response, knowing well that these individuals were not from the same place. As expected, the boy shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I'm the only one in my county town. Young brother, what is your name? The plump youth eagerly inquired, keen to make a connection. I am Li Changle. He replied bashfully, "The village elder named me. I didn't even have a name before, just whatever everyone called me." "And what about you, brother? You haven't told me your name yet." "Oh, I am Pan Rue, though everyone prefers to call me Pan the Plump. Feel free to call me whatever you wish." "Pan the Plump? Hee, that sounds rather nice." Two individuals, one with a heart full of intent and the other devoid of it, found an unexpected harmony in their conversation, which quickly became a lively exchange. Observing their evident joy, more people gravitated towards them. Li Chang'e, possessing a superior spiritual root, was undoubtedly the most affable among them, while the resourceful Pan was adept at charming the crowd, allowing a multitude to express themselves freely. Not far from them, Xuchanga endured the incessant buzz of chatter, and after a prolonged observation, confirmed the absence of any new information before swiftly departing to seek solace in a quieter locale. Meanwhile, the 7 individuals, under the silent scrutiny and attentive listening of Xuchanga, gleaned a considerable amount of information. They hailed from humble mountain villages, their faces betraying a palpable sense of awkwardness. Only Li Chang'e boasted a superior spiritual root. The others were of medium to upper-tier quality. Considering the vast population of over 1 billion in Shengzhou country, it was surprising that only 25 met the stringent criteria of the Floating Heaven sect. The number from the other 8 nations affiliated with the sect remained uncertain, but one could surmise that the figures were not vastly different. As he calculated the final tally, even Xuchanga's usually tranquil heart rippled with unease. Such intense competition and high standards suggested that he was unlikely to be the sole possessor of a superior spiritual root. After all, the disciples of the sect had only expressed initial astonishment before retreating into their own worlds, leaving Xuchanga without any privileges typically afforded to prodigies. He remained neither arrogant nor disheartened, maintaining a steady and composed demeanor. Xuchanga lowered her gaze and silently recited these words in her heart several times. Only after achieving a true sense of calm did she exhale deeply. She noticed, not far away, the young man with the wind spirit root, seemingly named Sun Ruo, a name imbued with elegance, far removed from that of a beggar. The two had encountered each other countless times in secluded corners, each rendezvous a means of evading the clamor of the crowd. Yet, their repeated meetings also hinted at a certain fate. They remained enveloped in silence, each lost in their own contemplations. The swift, ethereal vessel glided beneath them, traversing one mortal realm after another, soaring high and cloaking itself with a concealed enchantment that rendered it invisible to the bustling mortals below. Soon, they reached the edge of the mortal realm, the final rendezvous point for the disciples of the Floating Heaven sect, who had come to recruit from the world of mortals. Abruptly, the vessel came to a halt, causing a noticeable tremor that garnered the attention of all aboard, far surpassing the previous rush of acceleration. Xuchanga has already noticed that the light spirit skiff is currently floating atop an immense vessel, one so colossal that it obscures the sun. Upon closer inspection, he can discern that the structure and patterns of this grand ship bear a striking resemblance to those of the light spirit skiff. Junior disciples, stand firm and be mindful of your footing. We are about to transfer to the light spirit flying boat. Lin Shixiang's voice echoed from the bow of the ship. The individuals aboard the skiff, caught off guard, suddenly found the solid wooden planks beneath their feet vanish, leaving them suspended in midair, with the new flying boat's deck still half a meter above them. With a splash akin to diving, many who were unprepared tumbled down awkwardly. However, some seasoned individuals, as well as those quick on their feet, landed steadily on the deck. Shang San, leading Lin Wuyo, introduced 25 newly recruited disciples for inspection to the 2 elder brothers, both of whom were Golden Core stage cultivators and peers of Lin Wuyo, having entered the Immortal sect at the same time. Once Lin Wuyo reaches the Golden Core stage, he too will earn the title of Real Person. There is also a Yuan Ingzhenjuan, who has yet to make an appearance, serving as one of the sect's inner disciples. However, he is solely responsible for their escort and does not engage in such trivial matters, thus should not be disturbed. Lin Shixiang, or rather Lin Wuyo, performed a simple sword salute, producing a storage ring that shimmered with white light before vanishing. A voice laced with amusement emerged from the grand pavilion atop the light spirit flying boat. Lin Shidi, you have worked hard. Once you have arranged everything, feel free to focus on your cultivation. Lin Shixiang, along with the other disciples, directed them to an open area and cautioned, rest here, junior brothers and sisters. The light spirit flying boat is vast. You may explore the lower levels freely. The disciples from Xinghai Kingdom are also here, and as new entrants, you may interact with one another, but do not cause any trouble. The upper deck houses Golden Core Real Persons and a Yuan Ingzhenjuan. Your every action is under their watchful eyes. Understood? The attentive listeners nodded in agreement, Even the disciples from Shanghai Kingdom, who had been aboard for some time, followed suit. Who could have imagined that as mere mortals, they would encounter a Yuan Ingzhenjuan, a sight rarely seen by many cultivators? Indeed, this is the floating sky immortal sect. Observing Lin Wuyo ascend to the second floor accompanied by the sect's disciples, those left behind felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Though the Yuan Ingzhenjuan remained unseen, it did not diminish their sense of accomplishment. The Light Spirit flying boat is several times larger than the Light Spirit skiff. Xu Chang'e estimated it to be even larger than the Marquis's residence, comparable to a small town. This must be the mother vessel of the Light Spirit flying boat, he pondered. Reflecting on the mini Light Spirit leaf boat and the skiff that had ferried them, he found himself uncertain about the existence of other variations of Light Spirit vessels. The Light Spirit flying boat is sufficiently expansive that Xu Chang'e could easily find a secluded corner without being noticed, even as several more Light Spirit skiffs arrived. All were newly recruited disciples from various mortal kingdoms. Although Shengzhou Kingdom did not arrive first, they were certainly not late. Acutely aware of the strength of their future sect, some had heard that, aside from their batch, another group of disciples had originally lived in the realm of cultivation, possessing even greater talents. The number of newcomers in the subsequent group was comparable to that of Shengzhou Kingdom, with the smallest contingent being from Shengyu Kingdom, comprising only 19 individuals, yet they boasted 2 superior spiritual roots. Other countries had totals of around 23 or 24. But the number of superior spiritual roots was limited to just a few, with the exceptional spiritual root being represented solely by Xu Chang'e. Such a rare talent undoubtedly elevated Xu Chang'e's reputation. Even though he seldom made appearances, tales of his prowess had spread among most disciples. Particularly noted was his fondness for tranquility and cleanliness, coupled with a dislike for being touched by others, which many interpreted as a hallmark of genius. The fervent gossip had even reached the ears of some sect disciples. Given that the expedition from Shengzhou Kingdom had mentioned the discovery of a prodigious disciple with a root bone capable of transformation, eliciting varied reactions, some scoffed while others were intrigued. Chapter 8. Reflections of Illusions. The Light Spirit flying boat set sail after the arrival of 9 groups, reaching the very edge of the mortal realm. It is said that the boundaries of the mortal realm are encircled by an endless sea, a realm no one has ever fully explored. The further one ventures from the mortal realm, the more tumultuous and fierce the waves become, teeming with colossal fish and treacherous reefs, alongside perpetual storms and hurricanes. Countless mortals seeking to explore these waters have met their doom, leading to this vast and boundless ocean being forgotten over time, with only coastal fishermen daring to fish near shore, wary of straying too far. There are whispers that the end of the sea leads to the legendary realm of cultivation, a dwelling place of immortals. Yet no cultivator has ever emerged to confirm or explain this. Those privy to the truth maintain their silence. As the Light Spirit flying boat soared through the lofty clouds, the mortals fishing below remained oblivious that above them lay the very immortals of whom they had heard tales. The azure sea glimmered under the afternoon sun, and in less than half a day, Xu Chang'e had traversed from the heart of the mortal realm to the western continent, with a clear inclination to continue westward. The pace of the flying boat was not slow, yet it retained some leeway for the future disciples to marvel at the breathtaking scenery. The tranquil sea was alive with leaping fish, droplets of water sparkling in the sunlight like rainbows. Seabirds hovered at low altitudes, diving down to snatch fish, only to be overshadowed by a massive silhouette. A larger fish broke the surface, its gaping maw swallowing the unfortunate seabird whole. The roles of predator and prey constantly shifted, eliciting gasps of awe and shivers of fear. The sea is both the gentlest expanse and the most capricious and ruthless, where calmness and tempestuous storms coexist without discernible pattern, and chaos reigns supreme. Isolated by barriers, the people aboard the flying boat were untroubled by the storm, able to observe the relentless cycle of nature's grandeur and ferocity. This nameless sea is known to all in the mortal realm, steeped in myth and legend, and as the flying boat advances, the secrets of the unknown that their ancestors could not fathom are poised to unveil themselves. The color of the sea deepened, transforming from a clear blue to a foreboding black, evoking a sense of dread. Wow, how frightening. We won't be swallowed up, will we? This flying boat looks rather flimsy. A pure white mist emerged at the edge of the sea, enveloping even the ethereal vessel soaring high above. This mist, a celestial barrier, cleaved the world in two, rendering the graceful craft and its occupants blind to anything but a vast expanse of white. Yet, the veil of mist did not last long. Within mere breaths, the vessel traversed through it, revealing a breathtaking spectacle that elicited gasps of awe from all aboard. Black whirlpools dotted the deep, dark sea, while countless waterspouts rose ominously, wreaking havoc in this space. Despite the protective enchantments, those aboard could feel the formidable power of the tempest. Even the vessel swayed slightly as it passed by the colossal waterspouts. Thick, swirling columns of water were scattered everywhere, with purple-black bolts of lightning descending from above, filling the air with a deafening roar. The vessel was not spared, being struck by sporadic sparks of electricity, causing a translucent membrane to shimmer and ripple, instilling a sense of trepidation among the passengers. Silence. What manner of disciples of the celestial realm are you, acting so flustered? A commanding voice rang from the upper deck of the ethereal vessel, belonging to a golden core cultivator who had previously conversed with Lin Wuyo. The reprimanded crowd fell silent instantly, their whispers stifled as they exchanged bewildered glances. Before long, the disciples who had been meditating on the second floor descended, commanding the uninitiated to stand orderly, arranging them properly while the rest of the celestial disciples dispersed, steadying themselves for what lay ahead. As the vessel descended slowly, controlled by unseen hands, it drew nearer to the tumultuous surface of the sea. With the diminishing altitude, many aboard could clearly observe the swirling currents and vacuums in the water, produced by the immense suction of the waterspouts, powerful enough to shred any powerless object daring to enter this domain. The vessel's membrane was now covered in ripples, appearing on the verge of collapse. Yet it steadfastly protected the craft even as it submerged into the depths below. As the vessel sank beneath the waves, there was a fleeting moment when the occupants felt the pressure of the water, but it was swiftly dissipated by the formation, leaving the prepared group unperturbed by the minor incident. Brother Su approached the ship's railing, gesturing towards the underwater world beneath. We now call this sea the Mirror Flower. Is it not beautiful? A throng of disciples crowded around him, chattering inquisitively about the name and the potential dangers of this passage, whether it was a necessary route for mortals to reach the celestial realm. Brother Su, with a remarkably amiable demeanor, patiently answered their questions alongside his fellow disciples. What you see now is an illusion, a reality we cannot touch, visible yet non-existent. Hence the name Mirror Flower. There exists a corresponding sea in the realm of cultivation, which we refer to as the moon and water, and you shall soon witness it. Is it dangerous? They asked, to which he replied, certainly, there are dangers. Those who linger here too long may become just as ephemeral as the depths below. It is said that the mortal realm is enveloped by the Mirror Flower, with passageways traversing through here. The celestial realm lies not beneath the sea but above the mortal plane, yet one must traverse the depths of the Mirror Flower to glimpse the moon and water. Every 30 years, there is an event known as Fishing for the Moon and Water, during which you may have the opportunity to participate. The Mirror Flower and Moon and Water, both ethereal and non-existent, resonate perfectly with the nature of this ocean. Unlike the tempestuous storms and cataclysmic scenes above, the Mirror Flower enveloped a serene atmosphere, illuminated by ethereal blue and white light shimmering through the translucent waves. Marine creatures and various terrestrial beings, both living and inanimate, presented themselves in this sea, each indistinguishable from reality. Yet, just as one began to question the veracity of their observations, these seemingly tangible entities would shatter into scattered points of light, only to transform into new forms of existence. In this realm, the extraordinary and the surreal intertwined, with phenomena such as the red skull, the ebb and flow of time, and the inversion of sun and moon being commonplace sights, leaving spectators in a daze. Brother Su, are there truly living beings within the Mirror Flower? Asked Chuchanga, who had unconsciously moved closer, observing the dancing lights within the crystalline waters. Brother Su, taken aback by the inquiry, regarded him with curiosity, as if he found the question peculiar, assuming this gifted young lad would be indifferent to such matters. Glancing at the luminous points, he mused. Are you referring to those lights? I cannot say for certain. Thus far, no one has deciphered their nature. All we know is that the Mirror Flower is their domain, and they appear quite agile. Some believe their liveliness is a reflection of other beings and entities. Do they possess names? Chuchanga inquired further. Indeed. We refer to them as Su, while similar entities in the moon and water are called Long. Su signifies non-existence. Long implies a dim, elusive moonlight. These names are indeed apt, thought Chuchanga. The Mirror Flower, transparent yet undeniably a reality in its essence, diverged from the conventional understanding of the sea, embodying all its properties but life itself. The Su have existed in the Mirror Flower for an unknown duration, untouched by mortals, remaining unaffected by the ebb and flow of passing entities, drifting day after day with the clear waves. The Mirror Flower is vast, its boundaries still unknown to this day, even to the most powerful formations and the most adept cultivators, who dare not linger to explore, whatever it may be. Prolonged sojourn here leads one to gradually become an illusion. Few seek this place without reason, and most merely traverse this wondrous sea swiftly while journeying between realms. To navigate this expanse, one need only descend continuously. After sinking to a certain depth, one finds oneself emerging into another sea. Behold, we have now arrived at the moon in water. We are now within the realm of cultivation. A senior brother suddenly spoke, awakening a group of individuals who had been entranced by the myriad of enchanting visions within the mirror flower. How beautiful! Some young maidens, regaining their senses, found their attention once again captivated by the breathtaking scenery before them. Unbeknownst to them, the ethereal vessel had descended to the depths of the mirror flower and, in a whisper of silence, traversed the boundaries of dimensions, bringing them to a new realm. What had once been the illusory sea of the mirror flower above their heads transformed into a dark, celestial night sky. A colossal moon, several times larger than that of the mortal realm, hung in the firmament, while the vast expanse was adorned with twinkling stars, some bright, others dim. The overwhelming presence of the moon seemed to evoke a sense of distortion, as prolonged gazes could induce an inexplicable discomfort. The moonlight flowed like rippling waves across the domain of water and moon, rendering the surroundings luminous and devoid of shadows. In stark contrast to the silence of the mirror flower, the realm of the water moon appeared to be teeming with life. Fish, shrimp, shells, and marine creatures thrived in this vibrant sea, infusing the magical waters with vivacity. If the mirror flower was akin to a transparent sea, the water moon resembled a dimly lit ocean bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight, reminiscent of a night in the mortal realm cloaked in bright lunar radiance. At times, it even felt as though this was not an ocean at all, but rather another land. The moon's luminescence enveloped the space, with colorful bubbles drifting in the lunar currents, and golden and silvery specks of light scattered throughout, adorning the waters with a dreamlike quality. How wondrous! Is it the same below as well? Which way truly is the sky? Someone exclaimed, peering over the ship's railing. Below, what should have been the ocean floor reflected the moon and stars above, creating an extraordinary phenomenon where both the upper and lower realms mirrored each other, akin to symmetrical designs. In the realm of the mirror flower, the ocean's depths remained elusive. But here in the water moon, the sea floor and sky appeared identical. Without the marine life as indicators, one might struggle to discern the difference. Ah, you see, a senior brother teased, elongating his tone, the mirror flower and the water moon are both mere illusions, devoid of true depth or sky. What you perceive is but a fade. These moons are not those of our cultivation realm. Although they possess the essence of lunar power, they are merely projections of some force. No matter where you gaze, the same moon remains, eternally distant and unattainable. Another senior brother added, from the cultivation realm's skies, the view here is unchanged, still the same enigmatic moon and stars. Such marvels exist within the cultivation realm? A youthful voice chimed in, their curiosity piqued. A group of teenagers, having embarked on this journey together, quickly grew familiar with one another. In just a day, they had witnessed sights that mortals could scarcely imagine. And soon they were abuzz with animated discussions. Topics ranged from the suitability of the mirror flower and water moon for romantic declarations, to musings on whether the water moon might be a grand illusion populated by phantoms of legend, and the possibility of encountering the mythical merfolk. The conversation drew to a close when a boy, with a pained expression, patted his stomach. Senior brother, is there any food? I feel rather hungry. At his words, the chatter ceased as everyone instinctively checked their own bellies. Indeed, they had been traveling for the better part of the day since boarding the vessel. And though time was obscured, it seemed they had reached the afternoon. Senior brother Sue, sensing their plight, gently patted the nearest boy. Ah, dear junior brothers and sisters, please bear with me a little longer. We shall soon arrive at the immortal gate, where food and accommodations will be arranged for you all. If anyone has brought provisions, perhaps we can share. Many had anticipated unforeseen circumstances and had packed ample rations, and upon hearing Sue's words, they generously shared with those lacking sustenance. Unlike the noble scions who often carried only treasures and jewels, the humble youths, having been raised in modest circumstances, were more accustomed to providing for themselves. The pangs of hunger were unpleasant, and with so many watching, none dared to seize food by force, opting instead to negotiate amicably with those who had provisions. This exchange fostered a sense of camaraderie between the two classes, diminishing the initial barriers that had existed. Was this not the purpose of the sect? Observing the once divided group of new disciples gradually forging connections through the sharing of food, Su pondered thoughtfully. Although Shuchanga stood motionless in the corner, many, noticing his youth and remarkable talent, coupled with his striking appearance, took the initiative to offer him several pieces of cake. Shuchanga lowered her gaze upon the coarse grain cake, neatly wrapped in cloth, that was extended towards her. She gently shook her head, expressing her gratitude. "No, thank you. I am not hungry. Please share it with others." The person offering the cake did not press further, simply stating, "If you feel hungry later, come find me, and I shall reserve a small piece for you." Before Shuchanga could decline, the individual had already rejoined the crowd, engaging in animated discussions over the cakes, leaving her with only a fleeting impression of their sun-kissed visage. Chapter 9. Arrival. Su Shixiang's notion of quick was quite literal. They had scarcely finished dividing their food when the surroundings suddenly became remarkably vibrant. In the blink of an eye, the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds appeared before them. Many, taken aback, blinked in discomfort. The dim reflections upon the water were now overwhelmed by the brilliance of light, leaving them somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden radiance. Shuchanga surveyed the surroundings. The once distant full moon now appeared directly beneath the flying vessel, casting its reflection upon the deep blue-black sea. At this moment, the vessel floated serenely on the water, which mirrored not only the craft itself, but also the peculiar orb of the moon and the myriad twinkling stars scattered across the sky. Although it was still daytime, the sea's reflection bore the semblance of night, rendering it a true visage of the so-called moon upon the water. The sky above was a boundless expanse, devoid of clouds, save for the occasional streaks of colorful light that traversed it. Flanking the sky were two radiant suns, golden and exuding warmth. They resembled the sun of the mortal realm, albeit larger and accompanied by two luminous halos. Despite the presence of two suns, the temperature here seemed comparable to that of the mortal realm, perhaps due to the shelter of the vessel, which obscured the true warmth. The ethereal flying vessel gradually ascended, and only upon reaching a higher altitude did they realize that the fleeting lights they had observed earlier were, in fact, cultivators. Peering over the railing in astonishment, they beheld the figures darting past, some soared on swords, others perched upon a variety of magical artifacts, while a few, like Shuchanga and his companions, relied on their own flying treasures. The myriad postures of these practitioners left the group of mortals, who had never witnessed such extraordinary abilities, utterly enchanted. Upon noticing the emblem on the ethereal vessel, some of the flying figures gracefully veered away, while others offered friendly smiles to the group of simple mortals. "Ah, we finally arrived. The realm of cultivation is indeed more comfortable," one senior brother sighed in relief, redirecting their attention to provide a careful introduction. "This is the floating heaven domain of the Sinluo continent, a vast territory governed by our sect. The beings residing here hold the floating heaven immortal gate in high esteem, and at times, the sect issues tasks for us to assist in resolving their grievances." He continued. The floating heaven domain boasts 4 principal cities, each directly managed by the sect. Each city possesses its own unique characteristics and serves as a significant source of income for the sect. Therefore, regulations are stringent. Flying, as we just witnessed, is prohibited within the 4 main cities. One must disembark and enter the city on foot. Even disciples of the sect must adhere to this rule. Remember this well. The senior brother, who had been speaking incessantly, cautioned. Noticing that the ethereal vessel was currently soaring above a regular city, pointing out the towns below. These smaller cities are also under the protection of the Immortal Gate, with their lords being affiliated powers of our sect. As disciples of the Immortal Gate, we must not abuse our status, yet neither should we grovel excessively. You must always be mindful to uphold the image and dignity of the Immortal Gate. The group nodded in agreement, their admiration for the formidable floating heaven Immortal Gate intensifying. Another senior brother clapped his hands, casting a sideways glance at the previous disciple. "Enough of your incessant prattle like an old woman. These matters will be taught to them by the sect in due time. Let us see if our senior sisters have returned from their missions." Upon hearing this, many disciples of the Immortal Gate brightened. They wondered how their senior sisters had fared in their tasks. We, who ventured into the mortal realm, are all male, and several new disciples have been questioning whether our sect is comprised solely of males. What a jest! The floating heaven Immortal Gate boasts many celestial beings. Numerous senior sisters are renowned across several continents. We are not like the Luo Tian sword sect, which has only solitary monks. They laughed heartily. When this topic arises, even the disciples of the immortal sect cannot help but chime in, as the most discussed subject among peers of the same gender is undoubtedly the beauty of female cultivators. The mention of the Luo Tian sword sect evokes laughter, as it is widely known that this sect is a pure sword cultivation school, predominantly composed of male disciples, with the number of female disciples scarcely exceeding 20. How pitiful it is that among thousands of elite disciples, there are merely over 20 females. This time, the arrangements for the recruitment of new disciples have been overseen by the esteemed Master Finua, renowned for her favoritism towards female cultivators. while displaying a distinct disdain for male cultivators. Consequently, she has dispatched a multitude of male disciples to the mortal realm for missions, reserving the nearby mortal towns for the female disciples of the sect. This has led to a rather amusing scenario where the group of immortal disciples heading to the mortal realm consists solely of men, mistakenly perceived as a monastery of solitary monks. Perhaps due to their proximity to the sect, the usually reticent disciples have opened up and engaged in lively conversation. Their discussions are of a nature that the mortals cannot penetrate, leaving them to sit aside and listen attentively. Comprehending the nuances of their gossip is another matter entirely. But through their chatter, one can glean much information, such as the fact that the sword cultivation sect is rife with unattached and impoverished males. With the jovial banter of the group, they soon arrived at the floating sky immortal sect, where the traces of human presence beneath the flying vessel had vanished entirely. Below, lush mountains undulated, shrouded in mist, and the resonant roars of beasts echoed from the depths of the mountains, even at such heights. Before the vessel lay an enormous golden formation, slowly rotating counterclockwise, its intricate patterns revealing a dangerous aura. At the center, two golden characters flickered. And although they were not recognized, the sight conjured the name Floating Sky in the minds of all present. This marks the entrance to the Floating Sky Immortal sect. Without the identity token and the corresponding spiritual energy to activate the entrance, any entity that comes into contact with the formation would be annihilated. After a period of absence, Lin Wuyo gracefully descended from the light spirit vessel, a token appearing in tandem with his movement before the glowing characters. He infused a strand of his spiritual energy into the token, causing the silver surface to radiate with brilliance, under which the characters vanished, revealing a swirling vortex of potent spiritual energy. The light spirit vessel plunged into the vortex, and in a blink, they truly arrived at the Floating Sky Immortal sect. The vortex dissipated, and the characters reappeared, continuing their slow rotation. Floating sky never falls, the immortal sect is eternal. This is a saying well known and celebrated throughout the realm of cultivation. As one of the oldest sects, the Floating Sky Immortal sect remains immensely powerful, with a lineage of prodigies among its disciples, making it a sanctum long sought after by countless cultivators. Not only does it boast a vast inheritance of magical arts, but it is also one of the few sects harboring secret realms, a paradise chosen by its founding patriarch and refined by successive masters. The sect exists in a realm of its own, with a concentration of spiritual energy and safety far surpassing that of other sections. Upon entering from the gateway, the vessel came to rest upon an expansive azure stone platform, where a golden core master stowed away the light spirit vessel, allowing the group to alight onto the ground. Behind them swirled the golden formation, while ahead loomed the grand mountain gate above the sea of clouds. Connecting both sides were circular white jade platforms, each 2 meters wide, enabling individuals to traverse easily towards the mountain gate. After entrusting the group to Lin Wuyo, the two golden core masters soared into the mountain gate. Their mission concluded once they escorted the new disciples to the sect, leaving the following matters to others. As for the nascent soul master, he had departed upon reaching the Floating Sky domain to assist other teams recruiting disciples within the realm. Compared to the mortal journey, the innate talents of the local realm are more vulnerable to enemy eradication, even within the Floating Sky domain, which is under the sect's control. Small schemes are often difficult to guard against. Lin Wuyo led the throng across the white jade platform, despite some timid individuals hesitating to step upon it. However, upon his assertion that the sect would not accept disciples who could not even cross the mountain gate, they gritted their teeth and chose to follow the group. Shuchanga walked at the end of the line, gazing at the towering mountain gate that grew increasingly magnificent as he approached, gasping in astonishment. Too colossal. Jet black swords crossed each other and were embedded in the bluestone slab. One, a heavy sword, emanated a chilling aura of slaughter, while the other, a slender blade, radiated a sense of compassion. The intersection of the swords formed a portal beneath them. The sharp blades were devoid of luster, and apart from their impressive size, they seemed to possess no other remarkable qualities. Yet, the fact that the bluestone slab, as soft as tofu, bore no cracks despite the imposing swords was a testament to their lethal edge. Time had etched ancient marks upon the blades and near the hilts. Inscriptions in seal script revealed their names, distinct for each sword. These were the weapons of the second-generation predecessors of our sect, the martial general and the cultured scholar. Lin Wuyo explained, the martial general wielded the sword of slaughter, while the scholar bore the sword of moral judgment. The two predecessors were indeed a remarkable pair of friends. The martial general favored ending wars through force, striving for peace through might, whereas the scholar preferred to quell violence through laws, restraining humanity's baser instincts. As Lin Wuyo recounted the principles guiding these predecessors, he chuckled, "Isn't it fascinating? The beliefs of these elders stand in stark contrast to the names of their swords. One, the formless sword of slaughter; the other, the moral sword of judgment." A group of new disciples listening attentively nodded in agreement, finding the names rather ironic, as they seemed to contradict the very essence of the blades. Lin Wuyo, with a smile, observed their reactions before continuing. "In truth, the swords are quite aptly named. 4. Compared to the martial general, the scholar has actually claimed more lives. Although the sword of moral judgment is said to be virtuous, many disdain it, leading to a significant number of souls perishing beneath its edge. Even the seemingly compassionate intent of the sword of judgment is forged from the blood and flesh of countless individuals." Before the bluestone tiles, where the formless and judgment swords were embedded, lay an enormous piece of black basalt, upon which were inscribed 4 brilliant golden characters, "Floating Heaven Immortal Gate." After nearly a day's journey, the group finally arrived from the distant mortal realm to their future sect, the Floating Heaven Immortal Gate. The youths were filled with exhilaration, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at 2 venerable figures seated on the azure lotus platform, both with white hair, yet youthful bodies. Their imposing presence clearly indicated they were not ordinary disciples. They could very well be unassuming yet formidable monks, or perhaps elders of the sect. The group was secretly thrilled, unaware that, to those with profound cultivation, their fervent thoughts could be sensed directly. Lin Wuyo paid no heed to the chaotic imaginations of the new disciples, bowing respectfully in a sword salute. As an inner disciple, he had met the 2 esteemed elders before. The elders, seemingly oblivious to his presence, remained motionless. After 3 seconds of silence, Lin Wuyo straightened up, addressing his fellow disciples, "Come forth to greet the esteemed elders." Following his lead, the group bowed to the seemingly unaware elders. After another 3 seconds, Lin Wuyo beckoned them to rise and guided them forward into the sect. The expansive bluestone slab beneath their feet resembled a slanted sword. The hilt was the recently encountered round white jade platform. The guard represented the wide, elongated mountain gate, while the blade was the lengthy bluestone path upon which Shuchanga walked, ascending in tiered steps. Flanking the long bluestone staircase were ethereal clouds, and various statues floated on either side, each lifelike and vibrant, as if they might spring to life at any moment. After observing for a while, Shuchanga realized that these were merely statues of fantastical beasts, devoid of any human figures. The stone steps seemed to extend infinitely, and a group of individuals, their stomachs growling with hunger, pressed on. Initially, they possessed the vigor and enthusiasm to share their thoughts, but it wasn't long before silence enveloped them, each one panting as they ascended step by step. Their legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering them almost incapable of sensing their own existence. Some wished to pause for a moment or to stop altogether. Yet upon noticing that Lin Wuyo and the other disciples of the immortal sect showed no intention of halting to allow them respite, nor did they pay any heed to those slumped on the ground, the remaining individuals silently gritted their teeth and continued onward. Only those still sprawled on the ground remained, staring vacantly as the others moved further away. Shuchanga pressed his lips together, his face pale as he clenched his palms, trailing behind the figures ahead who bore swords. His keen powers of observation allowed him to divert part of his attention, noticing that those who had fallen behind were gradually catching up, including Li Changming, whom Shuchanga had previously reprimanded. It was indeed surprising that someone lacking resilience and endurance could manage to keep pace. Shuchanga found himself somewhat perplexed. Li Changming was certainly not one to endure hardship. He had initially intended to rest a while longer before continuing, thinking that if necessary, he could simply walk by himself. As there was only one path, why compel himself? Just as he entertained these thoughts, he noticed that the bluestone steps behind him were being engulfed by a layer of white mist, which wafted upwards in delicate wisps, creeping up the stairs. Realizing that it was about to envelop his face, he shuddered, scrambling to his feet and racing forward with all his might. It was no joke. If he didn't flee, he might lose his life. The immortal sect had clearly stated that once taken away, one was responsible for their own life and death. This implied that the sect could easily eliminate disciples who failed to comply with its demands. A throng of people pressed on, each staggered in their steps, as if on the verge of collapse. They were oblivious to how long they had been walking or how much further they had to go. Just as Shuchanga felt he could no longer hold on, darkness clouded his vision, and his legs buckled. A rush of icy energy surged from beneath his feet, flowing through his meridians. In an instant, his weary body felt invigorated and light, as if the fatigue had been but an illusion. Opening his eyes in astonishment, he discovered that he had already reached the final tier of the staircase. With a single step, he effortlessly arrived at his destination, having unknowingly traversed the long ascent. Chapter 10. Floating Heaven Immortal Gate. Looking back, he realized that the bluestone staircase was not particularly long. One could easily see its end, yet for those on the steps, it seemed as though they would never reach the summit. Many others had also completed the staircase, and it appeared that previous disciples of the sect had long been standing atop, observing those below struggling to ascend. The Qiangyun stairway had been personally established by the founding ancestor, originally intended to serve no particular purpose, yet inexplicably, it developed an innate ability. After investigation, the elders of the sect discovered that the Qiangyun stairway possessed the effect of tempering one's will, regardless of their cultivation level. Those who tread upon it must persist to their limits to be brought up. Thus the sect later mandated that all new disciples must traverse this path. Upon seeing the last few individuals on the Qiangyun stairway reach their limits and be brought up, Lin Wuyo finally spoke. After you enter the sect and receive your identification token, the Qiangyun stairway will no longer affect you, so it is essential to undergo this trial early on. Once everyone had regained their composure, Lin Wuyo continued to lead the group forward. The Floating Heaven Immortal Gate spanned a vast area, and traversing the mountain gate was a trivial matter for those with cultivation, yet it was a strenuous ordeal for the mortal disciples. Above the Qiangyun stairway lay a vast lake resembling blue crystal, so immense that it seemed to connect with the horizon. The water was clear, but its depths were unseen. Ethereal mist swirled above the light blue waters, obscuring the view. Several ancient and natural structures were built upon the water's surface. The grandeur of the ageless, immortal architecture emanating an otherworldly aura, surrounded by numerous towering peaks, encircling a vast plaza. From Shuchang's vantage point, only a glimpse of the icy mountain was visible, revealing the plaza's true magnitude. This was the Kongming Lake, a resting place for the ancestor's steed, the Kongming beast. Within its waters resided many of its descendants. When traversing between the main peaks, if one could not fly, they could seek the assistance of the Kongming beasts, merely needing to feed them their spiritual energy, as they were easy to sustain. The Floating Heaven Immortal Gate occupied an entire secret realm. Akin to living in a small world, every sect building was distanced from one another. For disciples with lower cultivation, relying on their spiritual energy to fly was rather taxing. Hence most preferred to find a Kongming beast for a lift, as they were quite agreeable. As Lin Wuyo spoke, he tossed a sizable orb of spiritual energy into the lake. The green luminescence sank, casting a faint light that allowed those above to see the blue Kongming beasts lounging on the crystalline bed below. The Kongming beasts were round-headed and round-bodied, with large, soft fins on either side. Their entire forms of pale blue, nearly merging with the lake's waters, appearing semi-transparent, revealing larger Kongming beasts beneath them. Lin Wuyo's orb of spiritual energy attracted several Kongming beasts. One of them swatted away another with its tail, fanned off a third with its fins, and, after successfully swallowing the orb, floated up contentedly to appear before Lin Wuyo, emitting a soft, childlike chirp. "Come aboard," Lin Wuyo beckoned, leading a portion of the group to step onto the broad back of the Kongming beast. Other disciples of the sect also summoned numerous Kongming beasts. Yet Lin Wuyo's was the largest. The Kongming beast's back felt surprisingly firm underfoot, as though one were walking on solid ground, alleviating any concerns of instability. Moreover, as the Kongming beast glided through the mist, the newcomers quickly acclimated, navigating through the delicate fog. Beneath them were the marvelous Kongming beasts and the stunning lake waters, while beside them were the crystalline blue stones formed from condensed mist and spiritual energy. Upon contact, these stones would shatter into sparkling droplets, cascading into the lake, only to reconsolidate after a while. Gazing into the distance, towering peaks rose dramatically, each exuding a distinct aura, while exquisite structures hidden within the clouds and mist were discernible. Looking upwards, one could see an enormous golden formation overhead, its subtle golden patterns not overly conspicuous yet still allowing a clear view of the sky beyond. Above, the sun and moon shone side by side, each adorned with 7-colored halos, stars twinkling in a hazy twilight. The black and white Tai Chi cranes soared high, forming various formations and emitting crisp calls. Additionally, peculiar birds resembling the Kongming beasts glided through the mist, fanning their light blue wings and trailing similarly colored long tails, their calls echoing the same as that of the Kongming beasts. The entire Floating Heaven Immortal Gate was shrouded in misty azure, bathed in radiant hues. with the grand hall and the overhead formation radiating golden light, a spectacle of auspicious energy. Within the sect, the flora and fauna thrived in harmony. A veritable paradise of life amidst the swirling clouds and mist. "The sect is truly beautiful," remarked one disciple, gazing admiringly at the soaring birds. Lin Wuyo smiled warmly, his expression gentle. "The enduring prosperity of the sect depended on the diligent efforts of us successors. You all must cultivate earnestly, repay the sect, and safeguard it." "Indeed, Senior Brother Lin, for such a magnificent sect, we shall certainly contribute our share to its preservation," a disciple vowed earnestly, to which Lin Wuyo nodded slightly, still smiling. "Do you not think those birds bear a striking resemblance to the Kongming beasts?" Another senior brother, noticing someone's rapt attention on the dancing birds, chimed in enthusiastically. "Those are the Kongming beasts." Seeing the group's wide-eyed astonishment, the senior brother's satisfaction grew, and he promptly elucidated. "The Kongming beasts are spiritual creatures embodying both sea and sky. The term Kongming beast refers to their species, but they actually have two names corresponding to their forms. The Kong beast is the avian form, soaring through the skies, while the Ming beast resembles a fish, like those beneath our feet. Thus, when we wish to visit the main peaks, we typically seek the Kong beasts. Only when going to structures built upon the lake do we request the Ming beasts. For instance, this Ming beast beneath us can communicate and transform into a Kong beast to fly us over. The creature beneath my feet continues to swim leisurely, swaying its head and tail as it moves forward. The waters of the lake seem to embody their very strength." Shuchanga did not perceive the efforts of the Ming beast. Rather, it was propelled solely by the lake's currents, appearing entirely guided by an ethereal force. The Ming beast navigated through the vast expanse of the misty lake, accompanied by a throng of over 200 individuals. Occasionally, curious disciples flew overhead, pausing to observe them with intrigue. Some less adept in sword control plummeted from the skies, emitting cries of terror as they fell, ultimately splashing into the misty waters below. Those capable of wielding sword techniques were typically at the foundational cultivation level, thus a fall from such a height was not a grave concern for them. However, should one recklessly ascend too high without mastery of their craft, resulting in a debilitating fall, there would be little recourse. The sect does not endorse such folly, and engaging in such reckless behavior could lead to a deduction of merit points. The Ming beast guided them toward the first peak on the right side of the plaza, its speed progressively increasing as the newcomers became more accustomed to the journey. Shuchanga and the others could only behold the immense plaza's center, where a colossal sword, shrouded in shadow and ensnared by 4 massive chains, stood. The 2 unyielding swords of punishment from the mountain gate appeared as mere toys in the presence of this giant blade, and humanity seemed no larger than slightly oversized insects in comparison. "We have arrived. Descend now." Shuchanga was still reminiscing about the fleeting glimpse moments ago, oblivious to the fact that the Ming beast had already come to a halt. Only after a moment did she realize and follow it down. The creature flicked its tail, sending water splashing as it sank into the ethereal lake, vanishing from sight. This was an island, and from its shores, one could gaze out towards the distant railings of the square, with mountains looming far beyond, separated by the vast lake. Faint sounds of lively chatter drifted from the base of those distant peaks. Nearby stood an unremarkable stone, etched with the words "Unseen Mountain," the name of this isle. The island was vibrant with life, imbued with the abundant spiritual energy that had been palpable since their arrival at the floating heaven immortal gate. Flora flourished abundantly here, and towering trees obscured the various structures scattered throughout the island. Only the winding stone paths, disappearing into the greenery, hinted at the hidden wonders within. Every blade of grass and every tree seemed to breathe, and upon drawing near, one could sense a gentle, refreshing aura. In this place, the flora and fauna were unfamiliar, likely unique to the realm of cultivation or the floating heaven immortal gate itself. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, welcome to Unseen Mountain, a sanctuary established for newly inducted disciples to cultivate," Lin Wuyo announced, standing at the forefront, his usual smile replaced by a solemn expression. The other senior brothers and sisters stood quietly beside him, their arms crossed, observing. "This island is managed by dedicated attendants and instructors who will oversee your daily lives and learning. There are also wooden puppets to provide assistance. You will spend a year here mastering the foundational techniques of our floating heaven immortal gate, as well as acquiring essential knowledge. This year's focus is not on spiritual power, but on your fundamental understanding. I hope you will demonstrate diligence, as your conduct and performance will determine your future status and resources within a year. I urge you to reflect upon yourselves daily." Upon concluding his speech, the attendant responsible for their arrival, along with several puppets, emerged from a stone path, bowing to Lin Wuyo and the group of disciples. Lin Wuyo nodded. I leave them in your capable hands, Attendant Zhao. He then departed with the others, stepping onto the shimmering light of their swords, marking the official conclusion of their responsibilities. From this point forward, the fate of the new disciples was no longer their concern. They could proceed to the merit hall to finalize their tasks and return to their own cultivation. Attendant Zhao, a robust middle-aged man with a small tuft of beard on his chin, surveyed the group with an unblinking gaze, remaining silent. The new disciples, having just parted from the somewhat familiar Lin Wuyo and others, felt a wave of apprehension, unsure of what was expected of them and reluctant to speak, creating a palpable tension in the air. After a long pause, Zhao withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and broke into a warm smile. Please follow me. I will first show you to your bamboo accommodations, and then we shall proceed to the dining hall. A new batch of disciples will arrive shortly. So today is your opportunity to acclimate to your surroundings. Tomorrow, the first bell will signal breakfast, the second will announce the beginning of classes, and the third will mark the start of formal lessons. I hope you will not be late. Manage your time wisely. He cast a meaningful glance at the murmuring crowd. Time waits for no one. Zhao was indifferent to the reactions of the new disciples. He had been responsible for such matters for centuries, having encountered many prodigies as well as ordinary individuals. Regardless of the nature of the disciples or their eventual achievements, it was of no concern to him. His duty was merely to ensure the proper protocols were followed. Should anyone wish to treat him as a servant, the Immortal Gate would handle that as it saw fit. If one aspired to be a young master or lady, they would need to find their own servants within the Immortal Gate. If no servants could be found, they would have to fend for themselves, unless the Immortal Gate itself recruited menial disciples. Otherwise, any external introductions would require formal approval from the sect. Unseen Mountain was a modest island, predominantly adorned with various calming flora, aiding disciples in perceiving spiritual energy and allowing them to focus on their teachings. The island was embellished with diverse buildings and a sword training ground, the latter occupying the easternmost part of the isle. Other structures were substantial as well. To the north were 3 bamboo cottages enclosed by a fence, forming a cohesive group, with a dozen such groups arranged in a row. Each cluster was separated by lush stands of slender bamboo, and from above, the sight was quite magnificent. To the west lay various buildings that served as classrooms, each distinguished by unique emblematic objects at their entrances, such as large alchemical furnaces or peculiar designs, and even a black hammer. The central area of the island was dedicated to their primary learning activities and housed a sizable dining hall. Upon realizing how closely the dining hall was situated to the classrooms, the group internally grumbled, suspecting that a mischievous senior had orchestrated this arrangement, forcing them to study diligently amidst the tantalizing aroma of food. It was truly excessive. Unlike the scholarly sign adorning the classrooms, which proudly proclaimed teaching without discrimination, the dining hall sign depicted a steaming bowl of rice, glistening and vibrant, evoking a mouth-watering allure that made the hungry newcomers salivate. Zhao led them into the bright dining hall, where they were greeted by neatly arranged wooden tables and chairs for groups of 4. At the front, an array of food on wooden trays exuded warmth and steam, yet no one else was in sight except for Shu Chang'e and her companions. Go on, 1 portion each. Afterward, remember to return your trays, Zhao instructed, gesturing toward the long table laden with food. If you're still hungry, you may return to the window for more. Remember, you must eat 3 meals a day. The spiritual essence in the food will help purge impurities from your bodies, laying a solid foundation for your cultivation. This privilege is exclusive to new disciples. Thereafter, you will need to spend a considerable amount of spirit stones to have the kitchen master prepare meals for you. With that, Zhao waved his hand, leaving behind a few obedient puppets before swiftly departing. Once Zhao was gone, the group relaxed, forming small clusters to queue for their meals. At the outset, Shu Chang'e deliberately positioned himself close to the long table, finding himself in proximity to it. With a casual glance, he selected a tray that was somewhat tucked away, logically ensuring it would be less accessible to others. He then sought a seat by the window and settled down. Before him lay an array of appetizing dishes, prompting a contemplative expression on his face. The tray held but a modest selection, a silvery flying fish he had never seen before, a dish of remarkably vibrant green leafy vegetables, a bowl of pristine white soup containing unknown tubers, and a generous serving of rice. The rice bore an uncanny resemblance to that served in a cafeteria, while the simplicity of the other dishes was overshadowed by their enticing aromas, stirring a deep hunger within him. Having never truly savored a fulfilling meal in his 10 years of life, Shu Chang'e felt his body clamoring for sustenance, experiencing hunger in a way he had never known before. Ironically, these were the very foods he might have questioned regarding the cleanliness of their preparation. Yet the overwhelming desire emanating from his body seemed to dissolve his fastidiousness. Could it be that his previous aversions were merely due to the lack of spiritual essence in the food? Lacking sufficient theoretical grounding, he momentarily suppressed his curiosity, recognizing that overcoming his picky eating habits would greatly assist him. The challenges that lay ahead in his studies would undoubtedly be arduous, without ample physical strength. Even the most gifted talents would amount to naught. A genius is not a threat. Rather, it is the diligent genius that poses the greatest peril. Chapter 11. Wei Shang as Shu Chang'e began to eat. Relishing the exquisite sensations brought forth by the food, sensations he had never before experienced, most others were also receiving their long-awaited meals. Individuals from far and wide gathered together, and the cafeteria gradually filled with a lively cacophony. Perhaps it was the fatigue from a day of travel that weighed heavily on their minds, but now, settled and partaking in the delectable dishes they had never tasted, each person ate at a leisurely pace. So much so that the commotion outside only roused them as it approached the cafeteria. "Cough, cough, what is happening?" someone exclaimed, nearly choking on their food. A few individuals, seated near the entrance, craned their necks, squinting to see, and then suddenly realized that it was another group, presumably the locals from the Floating Sky region. A flurry of movement ensued, as most hurriedly carried their trays to a spot by the window. The remaining few, remaining motionless, were those with superior spiritual roots, who suddenly found themselves surrounded by a throng of admirers. Shu Chang'e, chewing slowly, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the crowd that had quickly gathered around him. The others with superior spiritual roots wore expressions of bewilderment. "What are you all doing?" The crowd, unsure of how they instinctively gravitated towards this young boy whom they had yet to confront directly, awkwardly settled down, their faces adorned with apologies. "Ah, my apologies. Young Master Shu, please, just pretend you don't see us. We won't disturb you, rest assured." The appellation of Young Master Shu Air remains a mystery regarding its origins. Initially, it was solely the people of the Holy Zhao Kingdom who referred to him in this manner. Shu Chang'e, indifferent to such trivialities, allowed this nomenclature to spread until individuals from other nations adopted it, even though they might not recognize him at all. The new disciples, possessing similar spiritual roots, found little distinction between mortals from the mundane realm and those from the Floating Sky domain. Upon reflection, the crowd began to introspect their inexplicable behavior. What was there to fear? It is said that our mortal realm is more likely to produce prodigious talents and formidable figures. Such fuss over nothing. This self-reassuring group gradually regained their composure, ardently continuing to savor the delectable food before them. The joy of indulging in such exquisite fare daily was truly delightful. As the new disciples from the Floating Sky domain entered, trailing behind Elder Zhao, they beheld a peculiar scene in the dining hall, where clusters of individuals were gathered. The diners appeared largely indifferent to their presence, engrossed in their meals, with only a few casting casual glances in their direction. The Floating Sky disciples, puzzled, glanced towards Shu Chang'e, who stood out strikingly, resembling a scion of a prominent cultivation family, exuding a distinctly refined aura. The group led by him was the most conspicuous. They had anticipated the mortals to be rustic bumpkins, yet the impression conveyed was anything but. Rather, it was the newcomers who seemed somewhat out of place. Elder Zhao grinned, observing the transformed atmosphere among the disciples from the mortal realm. Unperturbed by their actions, he reiterated his previous instructions before departing, leaving both groups to navigate their own interactions. A clear divide separated the two factions, each whispering among themselves, meticulously avoiding engagement. Nevertheless, distinctions among individuals remained. Some, despite the initial reticence, found themselves conversing mid-meal. Shu Chang'e paid no heed to those individuals. After finishing her meal, she exited the dining hall. The hour was still early, and having previously deposited her belongings in the dormitory, she felt content after dining and decided to stroll about, ostensibly to aid digestion while gaining further acquaintance with her surroundings. The Unseen Mountain was specifically established for new disciples, designed to shield them from being overwhelmed by the myriad of esoteric techniques at the outset. This island was devoid of any inhabitants except for essential personnel. Other disciples or elders of the sect were prohibited from approaching unless assigned specific duties, ensuring that these fledgling practitioners could devote an entire year to cultivating their mindset and solidifying their foundations. While this streamlining of personnel allowed the disciples to focus their attention more intently on their studies, it also rendered the island exceptionally tranquil. There was neither a trace of Steward Zhao nor the presence of any creatures. After all, this island was conjured by magical means, devoid of any living beings roaming its expanse. Shuchanga meandered along the island's edge, encountering countless mist beasts peeking out to observe him. Unfortunately, he remained an ordinary mortal, devoid of spiritual power to offer them. The mist beasts, realizing this human had no sustenance to provide, briefly revealed themselves before disappearing once more into the depths. They seemed to harbor a grudge. Standing relaxed upon a large rock, gently embraced by the ethereal waters of the lake, Shuchanga exhaled a sigh of relief. The Floating Sky Immortal sect. He found himself increasingly fond of this sect, noted for its formidable strength and abundant resources. More importantly, the spiritual energy here enveloped him in a languorous embrace, making every fiber of his being feel as though it was inhaling deeply. With each breath, his body gradually became lighter, as if all impurities and filth had been expelled, albeit the sensation was subtle. Shuchanga was unaware that the ethereal power of the Floating Heavens sect, far more abundant and omnipresent than that found in the realm of cultivation, exchanged within his body with each breath, though the effects without the guidance of a cultivation method were minimal. Even this slight influence was astonishing enough to induce a transformation of the marrow, thus highlighting the richness of the spiritual energy in the Floating Heavens sect. This abundance is precisely why the sect arranges for its disciples to reside in such places, allowing them to bathe in spiritual energy far removed from chaotic environments, and mandates the consumption of food replete with this energy. Unconsciously, Shuchanga closed his eyes, listening to the gentle rustle of the flora and fauna on the island swayed by the wind, gradually becoming immersed in the experience. His breathing synchronized with the rhythm of the plants. Enveloped by the abundant spiritual energy, he felt a sense of tranquility and clarity, a sensation utterly exquisite. As if he were one with nature, akin to wandering in warm spring waters, resonating harmoniously with the natural world. Shuchanga's latent perception of all things was suddenly heightened, allowing him to sense the emotions of the plants surrounding him. Initially, he assumed it was merely an illusion, yet as his understanding deepened, this ability to communicate became increasingly evident, surprising him with the realization that plants, too, possess emotions and thoughts, albeit in a rudimentary form. As twilight descended and the warm, inviting spiritual energy of the day turned slightly cool, Shuchanga was momentarily startled, blinking in confusion as he opened his eyes. What was this? A meditative state? Perhaps? Having just emerged from that extraordinary experience, he stamped his feet to alleviate the numbness from standing too long, and, brushing his hand against the large leaves of an unknown spiritual tree beside him, he pondered the insights he had just acquired. A technique? Let us call it the breathing method. Arbitrarily naming it, Shuchanga gracefully leaped down from the stone, his movements effortless, as if he had exerted no effort at all. Having comprehended the breathing method and experienced its effects, Shuchanga felt invigorated, radiating vitality, and it seemed his physical condition had slightly improved. However, he found himself inexplicably sticky, which left him feeling somewhat displeased with himself. The night deepened, and despite the celestial realm of the Floating Heavens sect being suspended in ethereal light, a distinction between day and night remained. The day was illuminated by the sun, while the night was graced by the luminous moon, both observing the rise and fall of life in this secret domain, eternally unchanged. As he approached the cheesy courtyard, yes, the disciples' dormitory was indeed known as the cheesy courtyard. Shuchanga later learned that all resting places provided to the disciples by the Floating Heavens sect were named thus. The bamboo houses glowed with bright lights, shadows flitting in and out. With 3 students sharing each residence, they were currently gathered in the courtyard, animatedly chatting, their voices bubbling with energy, which Shuchanga could hear from a distance. Fortunately, his dormitory was situated at the northernmost end, and behind his dwelling lay the tranquil, misty lake, offering a much more serene environment than those sandwiched between others. By the time Shuchanga returned to his dormitory under the cloak of night, 2 bamboo houses had already lit up, likely indicating the presence of his roommates. When Overseer Zhao had originally assigned them to their quarters, Shuchanga hadn't noticed the individuals he would be sharing with. Upon reflection, he surmised that these 2 were probably from the Floating Heaven domain. Quietly pushing open the door to his bamboo house, the luminescent stones within sensed his presence and gradually brightened, illuminating the room's furnishings. It contained a modest bamboo bed, a bamboo rack for toiletries, 2 small bamboo cabinets for clothes or miscellaneous items, and a square bamboo table and chair. The entire structure was crafted from green bamboo, and within, one could occasionally catch a whiff of the fresh bamboo scent. The bedding, pillows, and the black garments required for classes were all neatly prepared, a true testament to the saying that even the smallest of sparrows possesses all vital organs. After organizing his clothes, he stepped outside toward the back of the house, where a simple shelter had been constructed, forming a bathing area enclosed on 3 sides. The ground was damp, likely from one of his roommates having bathed earlier. Swiftly shedding his clothes, Shuchanga gently tapped on the lotus pod liquid before him. It emitted a soft white glow, and then warm water gushed forth, automatically adjusting to his height. When Shuchanga returned to his bamboo house, still damp from the bath, a gentle knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a voice that was neither clearly human nor ghostly, calling out, "Which fellow Taoist is inside? I've been waiting and waiting, but I have yet to see you." The individual, with a surprisingly melodious tone despite its harshness, sang out with a pitch that had a certain charm, albeit the overall sound was rather unpleasant. Setting down the white cloth used to dry his hair, Shuchanga quickly opened the door, causing the person leaning against it to stumble forward, nearly falling inside. Shuchanga instinctively stepped back to avoid the intrusion. Cough, cough. A little warning when opening the door would be nice. You nearly scared me to death. The person grumbled, brushing off the dust and rising to reveal a face beaming with laughter and bright, sparkling eyes. Shuchanga fixed his gaze upon the faint dimple adorning the cheek of the individual before him, discreetly stealing several glances. "Ah, my young friend, you possess an exquisite appearance. It is evident that you shall become a companion of mine in the future." The other person's already sparkling eyes gleamed even brighter upon encountering Shuchanga, their gaze burning with intensity. "Might we be introduced? I am Wei Shang, with Wei as in greatness, and Shan as in superior. I am a second-generation cultivator who has rather audaciously cut in line. In this day and age, is there truly someone so unabashedly proud of their Q-jumping? Would a second-generation cultivator openly identify as such?" Stepping aside to allow the other to enter the dwelling, Shuchanga found it somewhat impolite to converse while standing outside, despite his inner reluctance to host a visitor. Shuchanga, with the grace of clouds and the elegance of flowing melodies, is indeed a harmonious name. Wei Shang had already donned his own nightwear, adorned with resplendent golden threads. A mere glance was enough for Shuchanga to discern the extraordinary fabric, fitting for one of his status. Wei Shang, unreserved, seated himself in a chair, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling once more upon Shuchanga's visage. "I did not anticipate this bamboo cottage to be so humble. Initially, I worried about my ability to sleep here, but I soon discovered that it is, quite unexpectedly, rather comfortable." Shuchanga absent-mindedly brushed her hair, listening expressionlessly to the incessant chatter of this overly familiar individual. "I cannot ascertain whether it is a stroke of fortune or misfortune for me, Wei Shang, to be surrounded by such exceptionally talented roommates, as it leaves me in a state of emotional turmoil." Wei Shang's youthful visage was brimming with unshed tears, and in a melodramatic display, he pretended to weep, only to realize after a lengthy performance that he was utterly ignored, prompting him to reluctantly retract his exaggerated theatrics. Each of them exuded an air of indifference. "Even I find it exceedingly difficult to forge a friendship with you." After expressing his thoughts, he seemed to recall something infuriating, his indignation palpable. The individual next door was even more outrageous. I had spoken at length without receiving a single acknowledgement, not even a mention of his name. His demeanor was perpetually grim, and were it not for his striking features, I would not deign to acknowledge him at all. "Have you encountered him?" Upon noticing that Shuchanga finally deigned to engage with him, Wei Shang's expression brightened, and he straightened in anticipation of delivering a lengthy discourse. Shuchanga frowned, urging him to be succinct or risk being dismissed. The latter's countenance visibly drooped at her words, his spirits dampened. "Very well, you all are truly devoid of interest. You two must certainly possess ample topics for conversation. How absurd. It would inevitably devolve into an awkward silence where neither of us would utter a word. In such instances, a person of eloquence and charm is essential to bridge the gap, much like him, Wei Shang." Shuchanga gazed silently at the other, whose expressions were rich and varied. As he spoke, he gradually became lost in his own world, prompting a necessary reminder. Otherwise, he feared the entire evening would slip away. "Oh, no rush, no rush. I'm merely organizing my thoughts," Wei Shang said, scratching his cheek upon regaining his composure. Indeed, he had seen the individual before, yet they had exchanged no words. The person appeared sullen, as if the world owed him something. However, he had heard that this individual was the sole one of superior rank from the floating sky domain, possessing a unique variant of the infernal fire's spiritual root. It was no wonder he exuded such an ominous aura. Chapter 12. Lan Yin Infernal Fire Spiritual Root. Shu Chang'e, lacking any understanding of this, remained unresponsive, while Wei Shang was surprised by his lack of reaction. I nearly forgot to ask, Chang'e, are you from the mortal realm or the floating sky domain? Can you share your spiritual root rank? Mortal realm, thunder spiritual root, superior rank. Ah, you too possess a variant spiritual root, and of superior rank no less. Wei Shang exclaimed, widening his eyes and clicking his tongue. Well then, here I am. The only one of superior rank placed between you two of the highest caliber. It must be my grandfather's doing. No wonder he mentioned using a bit of influence to get me ahead in line. The last part he whispered, so softly that Shu Chang'e almost missed it. Yet he discreetly made a mental note of it. So, the infernal fire spiritual root? Oh, the infernal fire spiritual root. This is indeed a manifestation of a variant fire. However, it differs from other types of variant fire that can be discovered and subdued externally. The infernal fire exists solely within the human body. Most bearers of the infernal fire possess talents of superior rank or higher, and their spiritual root must be the infernal fire spiritual root. Thus, some believe that the infernal fire spiritual root is essentially the infernal fire itself transformed, since other variant fires can be captured and even stolen. It is also thought that although the infernal fire spiritual root is a fundamental root bone, it can be extracted through various means for alternative uses. Consequently, such spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. If one does not promptly join a powerful sect, there is a significant risk of being discovered and secretly imprisoned. The infernal fire is a formidable fire type, imbued with death energy that can easily taint spiritual power. It is said that with profound cultivation, one can refine their entire being through the abundant power of the infernal fire, allowing for a rebirth in moments of peril, akin to a method of reincarnation without any side effects, making it quite enviable. It sounds remarkably powerful, Shu Chang'e remarked. Upon hearing this, Wei Shang waved his hands dismissively. Most of that is mere legend. No one knows the truth of rebirth. However, many petty individuals employ underhanded tactics, which is truly distasteful. His eyes twinkled as he leaned in with curiosity. The variant thunder spiritual root is impressive as well. Chang'e, you will undoubtedly be the foremost force of our generation. The thunder element is universally acknowledged for its strength, but what is your root transformation like? My transformation is just one step away. How unfortunate. Shu Chang'e did not respond, merely casting a glance out at the dense night sky. The roommate next door, imbued with the essence of the underworld fire, remained utterly still, as if both of them were mere phantoms in this space. It was time for him to return. Tomorrow heralded the commencement of classes, yet Shu Chang'e remained oblivious to what they would learn and who would impart this knowledge. In light of such uncertainty, the most prudent approach was to remain steadfast amidst the tempest of change, if he could align his own state of mind. He would not fear whatever challenges awaited him on the morrow. Wei Shang, unceremoniously dismissed, wore a look of dismay as he shuffled away slowly. How cruelly you dismantle the bridge after crossing it. Am I merely a walking repository of information in your eyes? He muttered, being expelled without so much as a glance from the one who ushered him out, who promptly closed the door with a sense of unforgiving finality. Alas, Wei Shang, you truly are a pitiable soul. Clutching his heart, Wei Shang sighed deeply outside the door, feeling a sense of desolation as he gazed up at the brilliant moon above, contemplating whether the path of cultivation was indeed worth it. Hearing the stirrings of a performance about to commence outside, Shu Chang'e turned back to open the door. Frowning as he observed Wei Shang, you plan to rise early tomorrow, yet you have no intention of sleeping? The silhouette under the moonlight straightened as Wei Shang rubbed his hands together, attempting to pat Shu Chang'e, who nimbly evaded him, leaving him to clap his empty hands against the doorframe instead. Hee, I knew you weren't that heartless, all right? I'll take my leave now. Sleep well. And I shall seek you out for breakfast tomorrow. Before Shu Chang'e could decline, Wei Shang darted away with the agility of a monkey, bounding towards his bamboo abode. He stumbled over the threshold and was met with a collision from the door itself, clumsily navigating his way as he finally managed to close the bamboo door behind him. What a peculiar fellow. Unable to comprehend Wei Shang's every action, Shu Chang'e shook his head, turning to gaze at the still silent bamboo house, which appeared to be devoid of life. Boom, boom. The resounding toll of a bell echoed from the heavens, rousing the new disciples still ensnared in slumber. Upon opening his eyes, Shu Chang'e initially found himself disoriented by the unfamiliar environment. Taking a moment to gather his senses before rising, the sounds of disgruntled voices, awakened by the clamorous bell, reached his ears. Looking through the window, he noted the faint light of dawn, Rising at the hour of the rabbit was considerably earlier than his usual routine, thus it took him longer to regain his composure. After completing his morning rituals and stepping outside, Shuchanga observed the bamboo houses on either side still shrouded in silence. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed it prudent to extend a reminder, perhaps demonstrating camaraderie among peers could also serve as a form of assessment. Wei Shan. He knocked on the door, gradually increasing the force of his raps, hearing the soft sounds of snoring from within, suggesting that his companion was still in a deep slumber. Oblivious to the bell's toll. After several attempts with no response, the sound of a door creaking open came from behind him. Turning to face the source of the sound, Shuchanga locked eyes with Wei Shang, who quickly averted his gaze, standing there with a solemn expression and remaining silent. Shuchanga pondered for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement to the other party. I am Shuchanga, and within is Wei Shang. The other person remained silent, standing upright without departing or returning indoors, tilting their head to gaze at the bamboo wall beside them, seemingly captivated by some enigmatic detail worthy of such scrutiny. Contemplating this, Shuchanga instinctively glanced at the wall to his side, yet discerned no peculiarities. Wei Shang was late. Shuchanga called out to him, and the snoring within ceased, replaced by a few murmurs. He thought the other party had finally risen, but soon enough, silence enveloped the space once more. Should he ignore it, or kick the door and shout? Contemplating which approach was more suitable, Shuchanga crossed his arms, his expression remaining impassive. Ultimately deciding to force his way in, he prepared to step back and gather his strength when a shadow darted past him, stirring a gust of wind. How swift! Shuchanga was somewhat astonished, for the figure that had just passed by was none other than the individual who had previously stood at the entrance of her bamboo hut. The person appeared tense, coiled with energy, and with a clenched fist, struck forcefully at the bamboo door. The door swung open, revealing Wei Shang's drowsy visage. His tousled hair swept back by the gust of the punch, exposing his smooth forehead. Wei Shang stared in terror at the enormous fist before him, his heart racing with a belated awareness. Help, help me, he stammered, the remnants of sleep evaporating as his mind became acutely alert. He retreated repeatedly, bewildered as to why, after merely a brief slumber, his two roommates had blocked his door, one seemingly intent on taking his life. Hurry up and wash up, or we'll be late. Shuchanga peered out, her expression serene, grateful that someone had called her to rise. Is there really someone who calls out like that? She mused. Startled awake in the early hours, Wei Shang pouted and frowned as he retreated to his room, hastily preparing himself under Shuchanga's scrutinizing gaze. I'm ready. Let us hurry. We shall be late, he exclaimed, glancing at the sun above, completely oblivious to the fact that it was his own delay that had caused their late departure. Shuchanga gathered his sleeves, paying no heed to the restless Wei Shang who was hopping about beside him in agitation. Instead, his gaze settled upon another youth who had remained silent thus far. The boy walked alongside them, neither too fast nor too slow, yet maintained a deliberate distance, as though he were a stranger to their company. Noticing Shuchanga's lingering attention upon the somber-faced figure, Wei Shang also cast a curious glance his way. That morning, it had been unexpected for this brooding youth to rouse them from slumber, his methods peculiar, yet his actions even more intriguing. Thank you for this morning. Without you, I might have overslept, Wei Shang offered politely. Just being courteous. Even without you, Changa would have woken me. Oversleeping was never an option, Wei Shang mused inwardly. Yet, to his astonishment, the other boy actually nodded solemnly in response. He nodded. Couldn't he tell it was mere courtesy? What kind of reaction is that? This gloomy-faced fool, Wei Shang screamed internally, his expression contorting in silent outrage. Shuchanga cast a fleeting glance at him, and then, seemingly lost in thought, continued to observe the young man intently. It was only as they were about to step into the cafeteria that she suddenly broke the silence, asking, Would you mind sharing your name? The voice of Shuchanga seemed almost to meld into the cacophony of the cafeteria. Wei Shang observed with curiosity, noting the other person's persistently sullen expression, which grew increasingly menacing. Terrified, Wei Shang feared that he had unknowingly trespassed upon a taboo, and that the individual was about to unleash their wrath. After a considerable pause, he finally discerned the slight movement of the other's lips, as if two words were uttered, yet the sound was lost amidst the clamor surrounding them. Shuchanga was somewhat closer to Wei Shang, and having been attentive to the other, he distinctly heard a somewhat hoarse voice hurriedly utter two words, as if forced out. What did he say his name was? How didn't he catch that? Wei Shang continually glanced around, attempting to peer past Shuchanga to inquire further. At this moment, the three of them walked in parallel, each holding a tray. As usual, they found a quiet corner, and just as Shuchanga settled down Two companions with large tails took their seats on either side of him. These two roommates assigned to him by the celestial gate were each half a head taller than he. Shu Chang'e remained speechless. His name was Lan Yan. He closed his eyes and exhaled, feeling a strong aversion to the proximity of others, wishing they would sit farther away. Surely, he could not possess such overwhelming charm that would evoke immediate familiarity. What was the meaning of these two choosing to follow him? "Oh, your name is so delightful, Lan Yan," Wei Shang remarked, shifting his chair in a feigned attempt to distance himself, then cheerfully turned to observe Lan Yan while munching on his food. Hee. Lan Yan should be paired with Hong Yan. If you ever find a female cultivator named Hong Yan, you would make a perfect match. Lan Yan swiftly consumed his meal, ignoring Wei Shang, only glancing at him when he mentioned Hong Yan. Wei Shang, infuriated, poked at his food, thinking, was that disdain? It must have been disdain. This gloomy face had the audacity to look down on him. Yesterday, while trying to communicate, he had been ignored, yet now he seemed to hold contempt. Wei Shang felt a surge of indignation. A wave of suffocation overcame him, and ultimately, he retreated in defeat. During Wei Shang's antics, Shu Chang'e discreetly pushed the chairs of the two companions further away with his feet, finally feeling a sense of relief. This distance was the most comfortable for him. No matter who it was, he preferred they did not encroach upon his space. Wei Shang remained oblivious to his maneuver, while Lan Yan noticed but chose to remain silent, even subtly adjusting his own position to accommodate. This gave Shu Chang'e a deeper sense of assurance regarding his assumptions. To stem the tide and secure peace, the name Lan Yan held a profound significance. Shu Chang'e offered an explanation and chose to disregard the two individuals. Were those the two characters? Lan Yan? Wei Shang held the bowl and gazed at him, noticing the lack of response yet remaining undeterred, fixating his stare on him. When he had previously inquired about his name, he believed that persistent questioning would eventually yield a concession from the other party. Indeed, after Wei Shang maintained his unwavering gaze until the end of breakfast, he finally observed a slight nod from the other. It truly was those two characters, a rare find. Chang'e, you are quite remarkable to have deduced this. Feeling somewhat fatigued from the relentless staring, Wei Shang softened and reached to rub his eyes, discomfort settling in after such prolonged focus. Huh? As he looked at the white handkerchief being offered, Wei Shang was bewildered, rubbing his eyes. Is this for wiping my mouth? Thank you. But wouldn't it be a bit wasteful? Perhaps hurry up. Oh, all right then, I'll clean it and return it to you later. But will you still want it then? Wei Shang cherished the white handkerchief, perceiving it as a heartfelt gesture from his seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted roommate. As he contemplated expressing his gratitude, he noticed Shu Chang'e producing another handkerchief for Lan Yan. Well, you certainly have an abundance of handkerchiefs. I had thought only girls would carry these. After neatly folding the white handkerchief and placing it close to his heart, Wei Shang continued to ramble. But Shu Chang'e chose to ignore his chattering, indicating it was time for class. Although the morning had been unexpectedly eventful, the three of them acted swiftly. And despite departing later than intended, they ultimately arrived at the classroom with only slightly delayed timing, left with seats toward the front. The Universal Teaching Building, aside from the sword practice area, was the largest edifice at Weijianshan. Its grandeur and simplicity were striking, devoid of any elaborate adornments, revealing a vast internal space, ample enough to accommodate hundreds of individuals. As Shu Chang'e entered, he was greeted by a multitude of neatly arranged cushions, which served as their seats. Though not particularly early, over 100 individuals had already gathered within, scattered about the space. While Shu Chang'e pondered which spot would be most convenient for attending class, Wei Shang had already located a place and was beaming, beckoning him and the still silent Lan Yan. Here. Unable to contain his excitement, Wei Shang reached out to grasp Shu Chang'e's arm, initially intending to tug at his sleeve. However, the robes provided by the sect were pitch black and tailored short, with the cuffs fitting snugly. Shu Chang'e deftly evaded his movement, accommodating his wishes by placing a cloth upon one of the cushions before taking a seat. Oh dear, Chang'e. You are rather particular, aren't you? Wei Shang remarked, observing the cloth with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such an eccentric individual, yet now this peculiar person had become his roommate. There was no recourse but to acquiesce to the situation. Lan Yan and Wei Shang, one silent and the other chattering animatedly, settled down on either side of him. Shu Chang'e furrowed his brow slightly, grateful that the distance was not overwhelmingly discomforting. Rest assured, regardless of where we sit in class, we will see clearly and hear distinctly. We merely need to choose a spot that pleases us. Shu Chang'e turned her head to observe him, remarking that he seemed quite knowledgeable about these matters. This open space was furnished only with cushions, devoid of the instructor's seat, leading newcomers to be utterly oblivious as to which direction was the front and which was the back. Presently, those seated here represented both sides. In Chapter 13, titled Cultivation Realm, Wei Shang sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand, languidly bothering Lan Yan. Upon hearing her words, he perked up, stating, "My family hails from a lineage of cultivators in the floating sky domain and is also an affiliated force of the floating sky immortal sect. The children in our household who meet the recruitment criteria of the sect have all come here. Thus we possess a modicum of experience regarding these matters." He then leaned toward the other two individuals, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "During our year at the Unseen Mountain, the first month was dedicated to familiarizing ourselves with the cultivation realm in the mornings, while afternoons were reserved for practice at the sword training grounds. It was not until the second month that we were permitted to begin our actual cultivation, and by the 6th month, we would be taken to the Western Academy to learn about alchemy, formations, and talismans. Have you commenced your cultivation yet, Wei Shang?" Wei Shang replied with a grimace. "Not yet. The Floating Sky Immortal Sect has a peculiar stipulation. It only accepts disciples who have not yet begun to draw qi into their bodies. Those who have already initiated this process must completely abandon their cultivation to gain entry. Therefore, our family assesses the aptitude of our children at birth. Those deemed qualified are raised as mortals, while those lacking in aptitude can begin their cultivation alongside the family. Other families in the Floating Sky domain adopt similar practices, much like those few over there." Following Wei Shang's gaze, one could see 4 or 5 composed youths, exuding confidence. They were surrounded by numerous admirers. And according to Wei Shang, these individuals were from lesser families. Such clans typically banded together. "Why do you not join them?" "Huffed, those families. I have no desire to be that foolish. The Floating Sky Immortal Sect despises these sorts of interest groups. Mark my words, they will surely be disrupted later on." Wei Shang scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain. Shu Chang'e cast a glance at him, remarking, "You do not sound like a scion of a noble family." Wei Shang's eye-rolling gesture froze momentarily, and he replied with a dry smile, "Not at all. My family is merely a modest clan, though we are somewhat well-informed." Feeling that his explanation was rather insipid, Wei Shang straightened his posture, adopting an air of nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. He breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that Shu Chang'e showed no intent to press further. However, the corner of his eye caught sight of the other's pensive demeanor, causing him to stifle another breath. This roommate, evidently hailing from the realm of mortals, nevertheless conducted himself as though he were a descendant of some prominent figure. Yet, his apparent ignorance aligned perfectly with his humble origins. After much contemplation, Wei Shang could only conclude that the other was remarkably perceptive and possessed a keen intellect, capable of drawing connections from even the slightest morsels of information. Could this be the hallmark of genius? Wei Shang pondered, perplexed yet profoundly impressed, feeling as though he appeared to others as nothing more than a glaringly flawed charlatan. Gradually, more individuals arrived at the venue, prepared for their first day of classes at the Floating Heaven Immortal Sect. None were foolish enough to attempt the folly of arriving late and challenging the instructor's patience. The Floating Heaven Immortal Sect had afforded them ample time, and although many were initially disoriented by the new schedule, most had gathered in good time. As for the few who were unable to arrive, Shu Chang'e did not notice them. The main entrance had mysteriously vanished when the second bell tolled, leaving others unable to enter. A low hum resonated in the air as a figure materialized before Shu Chang'e, and he noticed similar appearances of others on either side and in front of him. Wei Shang, rarely maintaining a serious demeanor, spoke softly, "It has begun." Shu Chang'e drew her thoughts back to the man, a presence akin to a projection. Reaching out would result in her hand passing directly through his ethereal form. She had just witnessed some individuals curiously attempting to touch him, only to encounter a void. "Dear disciples," he said with a gentle laugh, "there is no need for curiosity. I am merely a distant projection, residing on Burning Moon Peak at this moment." He continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lan Li, the eldest senior brother of the inner sect and your instructor. In the Wujin Mountain, you may refer to me as Instructor Lan, and in the sect, simply as Senior Brother." The young man, who identified himself as Lan Li, possessed a handsome visage and an upright posture, a warm smile perpetually gracing his face. The presence of this kind and affable senior brother as their guide undoubtedly enhanced the sense of belonging among the new disciples. I initially presumed that the inner sect had selected a disciple to serve as an instructor, But to my surprise, it is indeed the senior brother who has taken on this role, Wei Shang remarked, relaxing his posture and stroking his chin thoughtfully. Lan Li seemed to catch their murmurs, chuckling softly in response. I shall only be your instructor for the first 6 months. Thereafter, other fellow disciples will guide you. He paused, a mischievous glint in his eye. By the way, your swordsmanship instructor will accompany you for an entire year, and his identity is considerably formidable. Wei Shang was taken aback to discover that this projection was indeed bidirectional. His musings had been heard by the inner sect's senior brother, who earnestly clarified the situation, leaving him momentarily stunned. The others, however, remained oblivious to the fact that Lan Li was responding to one of their own. They assumed he was merely outlining the teaching arrangements, attentively listening. Clearing his throat, Lan Li's voice rang out clearly, esteemed disciples. The plan arranged by the immortal sect for you is as follows. Please pay careful attention. As Wei Shang had indicated, the first month would involve mornings dedicated to familiarizing them with the realm of cultivation and the affairs of the sect, which was far clearer than the descriptions found in the books of the Mortal Realms Cheesy Academy that Shu Chang'e had previously read. For those new disciples who were illiterate, arrangements would be made for them to acquire a recognition stone from Elder Zhao to expedite their learning of reading and writing. Otherwise, they would struggle to comprehend the techniques and principles of cultivation. The mornings of the second month would officially commence their understanding of the sect's foundational principles of cultivation, learning to guide qi into their bodies. The subsequent 4 months of morning classes would see them gradually enhance their cultivation under Lan Li's guidance. Should they have any inquiries, they were encouraged to seek Lan Li's counsel during class. From the 6th month onward, organized training would cease, and they would begin courses on alchemy, formations, tools, and talismans, rotating through the 4 subjects daily. Following 3 months of study, assessments would be conducted to better understand their own paths for further cultivation, while the remaining 3 months would be entirely at their discretion for self-arranged training. The final month would culminate in a 7-day academic evaluation to determine the disciples' future paths for cultivation throughout the year. Except for the last 3 months when they would independently manage their schedules, every afternoon would be dedicated to sword practice under the guidance of an instructor. They would practice the renowned sword formation of the Floating Sky Immortal Sect, the Floating Sky Sword Formation, which comprised 9 levels, each with 9 swords, totaling 81 swords. These training details would be elaborated upon later. For now, their first lesson would involve understanding some fundamental knowledge of the cultivation realm. Disciples hailing from the Floating Sky domain might be well acquainted with it, but Lan Li urged them to remain composed, revisiting old knowledge to discover new insights. For what they knew did not necessarily reflect the truth. From this moment forth, he implored them to immerse themselves wholly and to remember the content presented on the projection as thoroughly as possible. The final words he spoke were emphasized with a slight weight, suggesting that those who were inattentive might miss the significance. As Lan Li's figure faded from the projection, it was replaced by an image, accompanied by an aged voice explaining the visuals. This was likely the effect produced by the soundstone in conjunction with the projection. Chang'e, coming from the mortal realm, you should glean much from this, Wei Shang advised, to which Shu Chang'e nodded slightly, whispering, you should pay attention as well. I suspect there may be an assessment later. Indeed, considering the Floating Sky Immortal Sect style, that is quite plausible. Rest assured, I will certainly watch attentively. In the reassuring voice of Wei Shang, Shu Chang'e conveyed his words once more to the other side, where Lan Yin silently nodded in response, refraining from speech. With his attention divided, yet vigilant towards the shadowy screen, Shu Chang'e straightened his posture and focused intently on the display. The realm of cultivation is divided into 4 vast continents, arranged in the cardinal directions of east, west, south, and north. Each continent is separated by perilous yet opportunity-laden regions, with these 4 treacherous zones located in the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. At the center, encircled by these 4 continents and their corresponding dangers, lies the ancient secret realm of Baiyu Jing, a remnant of celestial beings, accessible only through the power of moonlight. Currently, Shu Chang'e finds himself on the eastern continent of Simluo, where the premier factions are the Floating Sky Sect and the Luo Tian Sword Sect. To the south, across the abyss of exotic flames, is the Yinhua continent, governed by the Yinhua Dao Sect and the Nanli Medicine Sect. To the west of Yinhua continent, separated by an endless sea, lies the Tianshui continent, represented by the Tianshui Chang Palace and the Yuming twin sects. The northern region is occupied by the Lindong continent. Adjacent to the ice prison, home to the Frostleaf Celestial Palace and the Lindong sect. On the opposite side of Lindong continent, merely separated by the Wood Spirit Sea, is the Sunluo continent. Each of the four continents possesses distinct characteristics and is dominated by its respective powerful factions. Long ago, before the perilous regions had been opened for passage, there was virtually no interaction among ordinary cultivators across the four continents, as these treacherous zones could only be traversed safely by those of profound cultivation. It was only when it became apparent that certain unique products from other continents were scarce on their own that major sects proposed the establishment of pathways and teleportation arrays. This proposal was swiftly approved, resulting in the creation of extensive trade routes in the outermost layers of the four perilous regions, along with the construction of individual teleportation arrays on each continent to facilitate travel among them. Thus, the exchanges among the four continents began to flourish, with each continent's unique spiritual plants and materials garnering widespread admiration and demand among cultivators. The merchant caravans under various sects reaped considerable profits for their respective factions, not to mention the fierce competitions among the elite disciples of each sect. In summary, although conflicts persisted following the establishment of intercontinental exchanges, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, fostering the emergence of new forces, one of which is the cultivation realm's discussions. The 8 dominant sects of the cultivation realm are well known to all: 2 sects, 2 palaces, and 4 major sects, each governing one of the 4 continents. Most of the smaller sects and factions across the continents are affiliated with these 8 dominant sections. Only a few secondary sects with considerable strength and scale maintain their independence while preserving their traditions under the shadow of the major sections. However, the most gifted cultivators are snatched up by the 8 dominant sects, forcing the others to seek talent from lower ranks. This situation has perpetuated the dominance of the 8 sects, rendering it nearly impossible for others to surpass their status. Nevertheless, this stalemate has begun to shift with the opening of the 4 continents. While the overarching power dynamics remain unchanged, there are always areas that the 8 sects cannot oversee. Under the tacit approval of these major sects, this void has not only allowed secondary sects to expand their developmental space, but has also given rise to new emerging forces, including the aforementioned discussions in the cultivation realm. The 4 continents are vast, and the 8 dominant sects that occupy them boast a rich heritage. Each sect possesses a legacy from the celestial realm and wields sect-specific celestial artifacts, fortified and maintained at great expense by generations of array masters. The 8 dominant sects thus occupy an invulnerable position. To breach any of these sects, one must unite at least 2 sects of equal standing to have a chance of success. In other words, the only entities capable of bringing down the 8 dominant sects are the sects themselves or any 2 of them joining forces. However, the remaining sects are unlikely to remain passive observers, leading to the conclusion that the decline of any of the 8 dominant sects can only occur if their disciples falter and tarnish their legacy. At least, for the time being, no other force appears capable of achieving this. Among the 8 dominant sects, although they are of equal rank, there exists a hierarchy. Celestial gates and sects carry entirely different implications. Only those sects that can produce at least one ascendant every 1,000 years may rightfully be termed celestial gates, such as the Floating Sky sect and the Lindong sect, with the former being a paragon among them. The Floating Sky sect, which has witnessed several ascensions within a millennium, has flourished to a point that incites envy. Currently, both the elder generation of the Floating Sky sect and the present sect leader have seen ascendance among their ranks, while the next generation of disciples, brimming with exceptional talent, firmly secures the title of Celestial Gate for their sect. According to existing records in the realm of cultivation, the Floating Sky sect seems to have never relinquished this esteemed title. As the Floating Sky remains unyielding, the Celestial Gate endures eternally. Is this what it truly means? As Shu Chang'e listened to the aged voice filled with poignant commentary, he finally comprehended how these 8 words gloriously extolled the Floating Heaven Immortal Gate. To be accepted into the Floating Heaven Immortal Gate represented an exceptionally lofty starting point for individuals like them. It meant they had already outpaced countless other sects from the very outset, under the auspices of such an esteemed sect. Failing to emerge as a paragon among peers would be a profound betrayal of the sect's nurturing. The ripples of emotion stirred the hearts of many, as Shu Chang'e could faintly sense the fervor within himself and perceive the emotional fluctuations of those around him in this shared space. Exhaling slowly, Shuchanga silently observed the flush on many faces, alongside the resolute expressions of some who clenched their fists to bolster their own spirits, casting his gaze downward. Truly, the floating heaven immortal gate lives up to its reputation. The methods of instruction are indeed formidable, showcasing the might of the sect to disciples yet to solidify their identities, thereby augmenting the sect's aura of intimidation. The arrangement of disordered dormitories subtly dissolves barriers among disciples, while dispersing the cliques of noble families to prevent the formation of rival power factions within the sect. The appointed instructor is the sect's inner gate senior disciple, and only those with sufficient loyalty can ascend to the inner circle. This senior disciple is not only the most accomplished among the inner disciples, but is also destined to be a supporter of the sect leader's lineage. Among his responsibilities is the observation of which disciples may one day assist the sect leader. Following this line of thought, Shuchanga has formed a tentative opinion regarding the selection of the instructor for the subsequent guidance in the sword formation, yet he hesitates. After all, dedicating a year every decade to instructing new disciples might seem a squandering of time meant for cultivation. Chapter 14. The Celestial Sect as the narrative shifts. It elaborates on the 4 continents and 4 perilous domains of the cultivation realm, then transitions to an account of the floating sky celestial sect, with far greater precision than what one might glean from miscellaneous texts of the cultivation world. The floating sky celestial sect boasts a lineage spanning nearly 50,000 years, with Shuchanga being part of a lineage that has seen hundreds of generations. In the cultivation realm, a century constitutes 1 generation, meaning that even if one joins in the 99th year, they are considered contemporaries with those who entered in the first year. The unbroken transmission of the sect's teachings has preserved its doctrines and practices intact, significantly enriching its heritage. The floating sky celestial sect comprises 7 principal peaks: the Tao Transmission Peak, which houses the scripture repository; the 2 Instruments Peak, a sanctuary for the esteemed elders; the Starry Peak, designated for outer disciples; and the Burning Moon Peak, reserved for inner disciples. The Starry and Burning Moon Peaks host the largest number of disciples, with the outer disciples forming the foundational strength of the sect, while the inner disciples represent its core. Outstanding performers among the inner disciples may ascend to become direct disciples, taking the peak masters or elders as mentors. In essence, the Starry and Burning Moon Peaks are the primary abodes for the majority of the sect's disciples. The remaining 3 peaks serve as the residences for the elite disciples of the sect, representing the true essence of the sect. The Tao Inquiry Peak is dedicated to those who specialize in the Tao, with disciples focusing exclusively on its practices, familiar only with the floating sky sword formation. The Grievance Peak is the stronghold of sword cultivators, whose disciples are robust practitioners, each striving to become invincible within their ranks. Only those who excel in the sect's assessments and possess exceptional talents may be admitted to these 2 peaks. Moreover, they may directly become disciples of the peak masters and elders, known as direct disciples, a coveted aspiration among inner disciples. The final peak, the Celestial Transformation Peak, is the main bastion for those who cultivate both swordsmanship and the Tao, and it is also the lineage of the sect leader. Though the Celestial Transformation Peak accommodates the fewest disciples, they often surpass all others in cultivation and combat prowess. It is the only peak that accepts disciples with extraordinary gifts in both swordsmanship and the Tao. Disciples of the Celestial Transformation Peak study under the sect leader. With a limit on numbers, the leader may only take 3 disciples, known as true disciples. The status of true disciples is elevated above that of other disciples, as the next sect leader is traditionally chosen from among them, creating a prestigious position and an advantageous allocation of resources, evoking envy from countless other disciples who lament their lack of talent. Beyond these 7 principal peaks, the sword testing plaza occupies the largest expanse. Outer disciples below the foundational stage must attend early classes there every 3 days, unless they are in seclusion for breakthroughs. The curriculum consists of practicing the floating sky sword formation, with inner disciples below the sea opening stage attending every 7 days. To avoid the scrutiny of peers during these early classes, one must diligently cultivate and attain advancements in their realms, striving to become among those observed rather than the observers. In pursuit of liberation from this predicament, countless disciples immerse themselves in rigorous training, aspiring to be the ones admired. This scenario aligns perfectly with the sect's intentions. The initial stages of cultivation are not overly challenging for disciples of the floating sky celestial sect. As long as one is earnest and dedicates time, they can swiftly reach the foundational stage or even the sea opening stage, particularly those with mid-tier spiritual roots, who are regarded as prodigies even among lesser sections. Apart from the sword testing plaza, the most frequented sect structures by disciples are the Sun Luo Institute and the Wanxiang Institute. The name Sun Luo Wanxiang aptly reflects the nature of these two places. Within the Sun Luo Institute, there are three main halls: the Merit Hall, which issues sect tasks; the Law Enforcement Hall, responsible for upholding discipline, overseen by law enforcement elders; and the Qingyan Hall, which manages the daily logistics and affairs of the sect, including the allocation of duties for various attendants and instructors. Given the integral role of the Sun Luo Institute in the sect's operations, the Wanxiang Institute holds equal importance. It serves as the venue for disciples to learn various skills, housing the alchemy and array halls among others. Every disciple can visit to acquire knowledge or occasionally attend lectures by the sect's masters, which also serve as the primary production site for most spiritual treasures and elixirs within the sect. Since the Floating Sky Celestial Sect is willing to invest significant effort to introduce newly initiated disciples to alchemy, formations, tools, and symbols, it is only natural that expectations are set high. In fact, the sect mandates that, in addition to personal cultivation, every disciple must master at least one survival skill. They must learn to handle at least one type of the major categories of alchemy, formations, tools, or symbols without requiring exceptional mastery. Merely the ability to grasp the basics suffices. Thus, most disciples of the Floating Sky Celestial Sect possess a modicum of skills in alchemy or tool crafting, earning them a commendable reputation among female cultivators in the realm. Beyond these imposing edifices, the sect is also home to various spiritual cultivation sites in secret realms. For instance, the Mirror Platform, where a fleeting glimpse of ethereal energy is captured by towering trees; the Spirit Hunting Grounds, shrouded in mist and teeming with dense undergrowth; and the vast ocean secret realm, characterized by a colossal blue whirlpool. It is these cultivation sites, reminiscent of otherworldly paradises, combined with formidable strength and an exalted status, that inspire every generation of disciples at the Floating Sky Celestial Sect to strive and toil for this honor. By artificially delineating hierarchies, disciples are made acutely aware of their sect's superiority. The expectation that disciples of the Floating Sky Celestial Sect must surpass those of other sects embeds a subconscious drive to excel. Thus, the sect's pedagogical approach is undeniably successful. Some disciples may feel daunted by this pressure, yet even those with a lesser sense of belonging do not significantly disrupt the atmosphere cultivated by the sect. As the morning passes imperceptibly, the bell signaling the end of class tolls, and the imagery fades from view, the entrance doors reappear, restoring the sect to its previous state of inclusivity. One might feel a touch fatigued, for the Floating Sky Celestial Sect exhibits remarkable patience in its instruction of new disciples. Yet the volume of knowledge to be acquired is indeed substantial. As soon as he stepped outside, Wei Shang stretched languidly, not anticipating that the entire morning would be consumed by learning the sect's rules, the significance of various patterns on their attire, and general information about the peak master and the sect leader. Given the structure of this educational plan, he could surmise the content for the upcoming month would likely consist of information that other sects publicly share. The demeanor of the disciples from the Immortal Sect was indeed impressive. As Wei Shang muttered to himself, Shu Chang'e walked towards the dining hall with a steady gaze, her expression unchanged. It was essential for the disciples to be well-rounded. They could not all be mere brutes or warriors. While it was not necessary for every disciple to be well-versed in astronomy and geography, a broad understanding was still desirable. This was evident from the requirement at the Floating Sky Immortal Sect for disciples to study alchemy, formations, and talismans, reflecting the sect's intention to cultivate a rich foundation in its members, thereby showcasing its distinguished character. With the afternoon classes in mind, the three did not linger long in the dining hall. The buildings of the unseen mountain were quite distanced from one another, necessitating considerable time for transit. It was wise to return early to rest and rejuvenate. The midday break was brief, but thanks to Shu Chang'e and her companion's swift actions, they managed to rest for a while in their dormitory. Some students were still engaged in discussions about the morning's lessons, leisurely debating in the dining hall or along the way, when suddenly the bell tolled softly, signaling the start of the afternoon class. What on earth? So soon? Oh, wait. I haven't finished eating yet. Amidst the clamor, everyone scrambled about, and Shu Chang'e felt as if she had barely closed her eyes for a moment, not yet asleep when the bell roused her. She quickly opened her eyes, changed her clothes, and stepped outside. Fortunately, the brief duration meant that Wei Shang, who could sleep deeply, had not yet succumbed to slumber, Otherwise, waking him would have taken considerable time. Let us go. After exchanging greetings with Wei Shang and Lan Yin, the three hurried toward the sword practice ground, joined by many others in a similar rush, with whispers of complaints echoing along the way. Chapter 15. Sect Chief. The sword practice ground was constructed from expansive slabs of bluestone, resembling the trial square yet on a much smaller scale. There was no massive sword at the center. Instead, a half-human-high bluestone platform stood empty, while the racks below were filled with wooden swords. The wooden swords, crudely made and devoid of any intricate designs, would hardly attract attention even in the mortal realm. However, the meticulous arrangement of these swords reflected a hidden reverence for the weapon itself. The practice ground was spacious enough that even hundreds of individuals would not feel cramped. Given that this area was designated specifically for sword practice, it was vital to ensure each disciple had ample space to wield their swords, which explained the impressive scale of the new disciples' practice ground. We should start learning sword techniques with these swords soon, Wei Shang said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Every time I saw others practicing at home, I felt an itch to join in. He grinned at the other two, who returned his gaze. It was said that the floating sky sword array was extraordinarily renowned, capable of defeating foes even at higher levels, with greater numbers enhancing its potency. The fame of the floating sky sword array stemmed from its completeness. Comprising 81 sword techniques, while complex for individual use, when combined as a group technique, it became manageable. The variety of sword moves could leave enemies ensnared by the sword array in a state of disarray, and a moment's carelessness might cost them their lives. The practice ground buzzed with noise. Few were still en route, as most had already gathered for practice. After the lesson learned that morning, those who had previously underestimated the time had swiftly adjusted their pace. The second bell did not keep them waiting long. Shuchanga, after assessing the duration between the two bell tolls, noted it was identical to the morning's. With quick actions, they could still avoid tardiness. As the bell tolled softly, the din of voices gradually faded, an inexplicable tension enveloping the entire square. A sudden sense of pressure silenced the crowd, causing many to widen their eyes and glance around. With a divine intuition, Shuchanga raised her gaze towards the bluestone platform, slightly taken aback. There stood a young man, hands behind his back, gazing down at the practitioners with a calm, yet inscrutable expression. The young man, strikingly handsome, donned a white robe adorned with intricate silver embroidery more elaborate than that of Lin Wuyo and Lan Li. His garments bore mystical insignias, and at his waist hung a red jade identity token, its crimson hue as vivid as blood. Most striking was the sect emblem engraved on the token, accompanied by the characters Tian Yen. This emblem was a familiar sight to many, as it represented the floating sky immortal sect. Coupled with the red jade token, the young man's identity was unmistakable. Is that a true disciple of the sect? Wei Shang, feeling the same inexplicable pressure, noticed Shuchanga's gaze and followed it, audibly inhaling in surprise. What an impressive presence. The sect has sent out its chief disciple. Biting his tongue, Wei Shang grimaced in pain, astonished by the peculiarity of the situation. The chief disciple, by definition, was the representative of the new generation within the sect. Typically referred to as the future inheritor of the sect leader's position, the highest ranking among the disciples. Such a figure would not ordinarily be present to instruct new disciples. It would be a mere waste of their time for such trivial matters. In disbelief, Wei Shang pinched himself, grimacing at the pain while whispering in hushed tones. Previously, the highest-ranking instructors were merely inner disciples. He never expected such a prominent figure to be present this time. What was the floating sky immortal sect attempting to convey? This was the sect leader's disciple, a renowned genius across the 4 continents. Their cultivation was at least at the nascent soul stage. A series of exclamations could scarcely encapsulate Wei Shang's inner turmoil. How could a distinguished disciple of the sect personally instruct a batch of new disciples who emerged only once every decade? It was a clear misallocation of talent. No rational person would conduct affairs this way. Wei Shang covered his face, anxious that his distorted expression might attract attention. Was it possible that the qualifications of their cohort were too exceptional? Listening to Wei Shang's murmurs, Shuchanga silently scrutinized the proud chief disciple. It was not only Shuchanga who took note of the young man's presence. Whispers of astonishment from those around began to draw more attention. Now, everyone had their eyes fixed on the stern figure atop the bluestone platform, who regarded them with an unperturbed gaze. The red jade token at his waist, along with his distinctive attire, swiftly reminded everyone of the identity of a true disciple. The sword practice ground now lay in utter silence. A throng of individuals gazing up in awe at the figure on the platform, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. As Shuchanga felt a chill run through his body, he became acutely aware of a piercing gaze sweeping over him, akin to a blade's edge. How could such a stare be so sharp? The young man closed his eyes briefly, and upon reopening them, the sensation akin to a knife's caress dissipated. A group of disciples, noticing the shift, fixated their attention upon him. Yin Ziyu, simply address me as Yin Jijiao, he proclaimed. With this utterance, a beam of sword light sliced through the air, revealing the three characters of his name, Yin Ziyu, floating before him. With a flick of his hand, a series of sword shadows materialized in the training ground, each spaced apart substantially. One person per shadow, step onto the sword shadows, he instructed. Under the scrutiny of his gaze, the disciples hastily arranged themselves, some colliding as they vied for the same position, yet none dared to argue, quickly turning to seek another shadow. Throughout this, Yin Ziyu spoke little, maintaining an air of indifference. However, the disciples had already been subjected to his piercing gaze, and they now behaved like mice in the presence of a cat. Observing the once chaotic assembly finally aligned, Yin Ziyu's expression remained unchanged. He lightly tapped the wooden swords displayed on the rack, which then soared into the air, one after another, landing before the eager disciples. Receive them, he commanded. As the spiritual energy was withdrawn, the wooden swords fell like dumplings, with the frantic disciples scrambling to catch them. Those who were too slow to grasp their swords found themselves under Yin Ziyu's intense scrutiny, their presence palpably heightened, rendering them utterly motionless in fear. Practice with the sword. It must become an integral part of your being, an indispensable companion. Our floating heaven immortal sect venerates the sword above all. Every disciple must practice swordsmanship. Even those who are not adept must at least wield a sword. Should any regard their weapon with disdain, they would do well to seek another sect, Yin Ziyu stated, his gaze sweeping the room before returning to its indifferent state as he conveyed the sect's regulations regarding sword practice. The sword you will learn is the floating heaven sword formation, consisting of 9 layers. You need only master the first 4 layers, totaling 36 swords, he continued. Holding a wooden sword and starting from the proper grip, his demeanor unwavering. In his hands, the wooden sword appeared as if it were custom-made for him. The atmosphere shifted, transforming him into a hunter poised to strike with deadly precision. Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, he exhibited remarkable attentiveness and patience in his teaching. Under the watchful eyes of those struggling to learn, Yin Ziyu utilized his spiritual energy to assist them in mastering the correct sword techniques, exemplifying his dedication to their instruction. As Shuchanga practiced diligently, balancing his focus between wielding the sword and observing his surroundings, he contemplated the weight of the wooden sword, lost in thought. Chapter 16. Untitled. Suddenly, a voice broke through his concentration, startling him back to reality, only to meet the all-seeing gaze of another. Shuchanga surveyed her surroundings, seemingly the sole recipient of Yin Ziyu's voice, perhaps due to some form of transmission technique. She reined in her ever-wandering thoughts and began to diligently replicate the sword techniques demonstrated by Yin Ziyu. After instructing them on the proper grip of the sword, Yin Ziyu imparted another sword technique, urging them to practice it repeatedly, imitating his movements. Only those who mastered the sword stance were deemed worthy of practicing swordplay. Those lacking precision in their swordsmanship could hardly speak of technique. Under Yin Ziyu's watchful eye, each disciple mechanically wielded their wooden swords with expressionless faces. The swords were deliberately crafted to possess a weight that would strain the hands. The training grounds were populated by mere mortals, inherently lacking in strength. And it wasn't long before many faltered, their hands and legs growing weak, their stances severely misaligned. While speed was permissible, correctness and form was imperative. Those unable to achieve this were required to practice further. I shall allow you to rest once you reach your limits, Yin Ziyu declared, correcting several disciples whose stances had faltered. With his hands clasped behind him on the bluestone platform, his demeanor remained tranquil, yet his words conveyed a subtle softness. Among the hundreds of disciples present, nearly each one had been corrected by him, with even the least receiving at least 2 adjustments, often guiding them with spiritual energy. And none displayed any sign of impatience. At this moment, Shuchanga felt a profound fatigue in his arms, his grip on the wooden sword nearly faltering. And in a moment of distraction, his sword technique went awry. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of golden spiritual energy correcting his sword posture. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and maintained the proper stance. He practiced the motions of unsheathing and sheathing the sword, knowing that once his body formed a memory of these movements, he would no longer need to fear mistakes. One by one, others were called to halt. Those who stopped appeared pale, their steps unsteady, their arms weak. Upon hearing the command to cease, they collapsed onto the ground, the wooden swords clattering against the bluestone tiles. "Sheathe your swords." The piercing gaze of the instructor fell once more upon the disciples, causing them to tremble as they clutched their wooden swords tightly to their chests. "I cannot endure any longer." Wei Shang, his eyes devoid of light, rolled them dramatically, muttering incessantly. Shuchanga, however, let his words drift in one ear and out the other, paying no heed to this still rosy-lipped fellow. On the other side, Lanyan struggled to maintain his balance, forcing himself to continue, pushing to what he deemed his limits. Surprisingly, among the trio, Wei Shang appeared to be faring the best, seemingly capable of enduring the longest. Lost in thought once more, Shuchanga suddenly heard the word concentration, blinking as he quickly refocused. Perhaps it was his innate sensitivity that compelled him to remain vigilant of his surroundings, while simultaneously allowing his thoughts to wander. While this duality offered significant advantages, it became challenging to manage in moments that required unwavering focus. Contemplating his current state, Shuchanga found his mind drifting again, prompting him to rein in his thoughts. To avert further errors, he decided to concentrate solely on the sensations of unsheathing and sheathing his sword, attempting to imprint the fluctuations of the technique in his memory. The wooden sword seemed to magnify in his vision. He could almost discern the wood's grain upon the blade, though it might have been an illusion of his own making. Each time he unsheathed the sword, it stirred the surrounding spiritual energy, creating ripples that varied in intensity. The more precise and focused his technique, the less pronounced these disturbances became. His keen perception perfectly aided him in observing this remarkable phenomenon. Shuchanga felt a stirring within. Utilizing the breathing technique he had previously comprehended, synchronizing his breath with the rhythm of drawing and sheathing his sword, the tempo of his swordplay began to decelerate. Markedly slower than before, as if it took 2 strikes from another for him to retract his first sword. Gradually, the cadence became increasingly harmonious, and he faintly grasped the essence of Yin Ziyu's words, that the sword is an extension of the body. The wooden sword gripped in his hand rendered each movement more effortless than the last. Though fatigue still lingered, the sword felt almost ethereal, akin to a mere extension of his limbs. The sword forms gradually became more fluid, with fewer distorted techniques emerging, yet Shuchanga maintained a deliberate slowness in his strikes, having no intention to hasten. Indeed, aligning with the pace of the breathing technique felt profoundly correct at this moment. In a moment of inexplicable inspiration, Shuchanga found himself wholly absorbed in his own world, oblivious to the distractions of the outside realm. This intense focus allowed him to delve deeper into the seemingly mundane swordplay, although he could not articulate the essence of his insights. On the Azure Stone platform, Yin Ziyu dedicated his attention to Shuchanga, effortlessly guiding several disciples through their sword forms while managing 2 tasks with remarkable ease. Observing the fluidity and inherent rhythm that gradually developed in Shuchanga's movements, he noted the disappearance of previous distractions. Each strike was executed silently, producing almost negligible ripples of spiritual energy. In Yin Ziyu's eyes, Shuchanga's progress had already surpassed that of all his peers, his comprehension of the sword far surpassing that of those aristocratic offspring who had honed their bodies with rare treasures since childhood. "Well done, you are performing admirably," echoed that familiar voice in Shuchanga's ears, breaking his immersive state. The first sensation to wash over him was the aching numbness in his limbs, making even the slightest movement a torment. The chief, in turn, it seemed, was indeed a person of earnest responsibility. Amidst the discomfort he felt coursing through his body, Shuchanga found a flicker of amusement. The expression on the face before him remained unchanged, cold and meticulous, the beauty of the female disciple failing to stir any warmth in him at this moment. Standing still, Shuchanga stamped his foot, feeling a slight accumulation of strength, and began to move gently in place. It was merely a simple act of easing his muscle soreness. Lanyan had stopped a moment earlier, similarly engaged in the relaxation of his body, while only Wei Shang continued to persevere. Given Lanyan's superior skills and physical condition, his endurance was well within expectation. Shuchanga believed that had he not fortuitously combined breathing techniques with swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly have been the first among the trio to reach his limit. Observing those who still persevered, he noted that, including Wei Shang, they were all scions of noble families. It seemed evident that the elders of these illustrious families had laid a solid foundation for their descendants in advance. Shuchanga harbored no grievances. Such occurrences were commonplace, devoid of any discourse on fairness. Were he in a similar position, possessing the capability, he would not hesitate to employ every means to ensure his advantage over others from the very outset. To speak of inequities, the innate endowments of spiritual roots already constituted the most profound form of inherent unfairness. He rose, observing Wei Shang sprawled on the ground in a letter shape, and furrowed his brow, prodding him with the wooden sword in hand. Wei Shang, tongue lolling and eyes rolling, begrudgingly climbed to his feet, lamenting the exhausting ordeal, far more daunting than at his own home. He did not dare relinquish the wooden sword, instead holding it firmly while stretching his limbs in place. Failing to secure the sword properly could lead to a reprimand. A tiresome cycle that rendered the onlookers exceedingly cautious with their seemingly innocuous wooden swords, not daring to relax their vigilance. As the sword practice concluded, they were reminded to keep their swords close. Yin Ziyu, having withdrawn his spiritual energy, maintained a cold demeanor, offering a curt admonition before departing, vanishing without a trace. The new disciples at the training ground appeared haggard, grimacing in exhaustion, resembling souls barely clinging to life after an afternoon of relentless drills, the air rife with complaints. Let us head to the dining hall for a meal, and after that, we must return to the cheesy courtyard. I feel as though I'm nearing my limit, Wei Shang urged, mustering his spirits as he beckoned his companions to hasten their departure. And remember, we must keep our wooden swords with us at all times. We cannot afford to forget them. He turned back slowly, emphasizing the importance of the swords. I have heard that the Floating Heaven sect holds the same reverence for swords as the Sword sect. Any disciple who dares to show disrespect towards any sword-like instrument will face severe consequences. Shuchanga nodded, indicating her understanding, while Lan Yin remained silent. Wei Shang paid no heed, as long as the other party was listening. There are many astute individuals, having absorbed Yin Ziyu's words, and after a whole afternoon of repetitions, they already knew how to treat the sword in their possession, even if one was not a swordsman at that moment. And even if the sword in hand was not of exceptional quality, many still regarded it as a treasured possession, motivated by the consideration of personal gain, to avoid making errors. As for those who could not grasp the deeper significance and carelessly handled the wooden swords, they would offer a few words of advice upon witnessing such behavior, but thereafter, how the others acted was of no concern to them. After satisfying their hunger, the three returned to their dormitory, queuing to wash up, before one by one collapsing onto their beds, falling into a deep slumber. Even Lan Yin, who usually wore a gloomy expression, could not conceal his fatigue. The next day, those who arose appeared as if they were walking corpses, stumbling and swaying as they clutched their wooden swords, wandering about the island of Wei Jin Mountain. Shuchanga and his companions exhibited a marked disinterest in such a peculiar spectacle, for they were, after all, participants in it. Notably, the breathing technique that Shuchanga had mastered provided considerable relief from his muscular soreness after a night of practice. He appeared far more agile than Wei Shang and Lan Yin at this moment. The new day's lessons encompassed a wealth of knowledge, and those with poor memories could only return to review the teachings after the afternoon sword practice concluded. The primary focus of today's discourse was the elucidation of the sect's regulations. The aged narrator recited the rules one by one, causing the disciples to grow drowsy, each nodding like chicks pecking at grains. At this juncture, Wei Shang also struggled to keep his head upright, his eyes fluttering between half-closed and barely open. Shuchanga occasionally prodded him with a wooden sword to prevent him from succumbing to slumber, while Lan Yin fared considerably better, being capable of rousing himself. With his attention divided, Shuchanga deliberately practiced his breathing techniques while observing the sect rules projected on the shadow screen. After several unsuccessful attempts, he ultimately resigned himself to simply focusing intently on the shadow screen. The regulations of the Floating Sky Immortal sect were few in number, yet replete with intricate details. Accompanied by explanations, it became a cacophony of tedious admonitions about being expelled from the sect for wasteful cultivation. As he listened, it seemed that committing even the slightest infraction within the sect constituted a grave sin punishable by the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Shuchanga observed the rules within that spoke of the consequences for those who abandon their swords, including the penalties of reduced monthly allowances, demotion, or expulsion from the sect. Such regulations serve as a testament to the profound reverence that the Floating Sky Immortal sect holds for the art of the sword. It is hardly surprising, given that the Mountain Gate boasts 2 swords, the square features yet another, and even the sect's emblem consists of 3 swords. If one fails to discern the sect's stance from this, then perhaps such a dim-witted disciple is better off not being part of it. Alas, my torment has begun anew. With a heavy heart, Wei Shang trailed behind Shuchanga as the 3 commenced their afternoon lessons, once again subjected to the monotonous and numbing training from the previous day. The expressions of those around them mirrored their own, all bearing frowns that clearly conveyed their reluctance to practice the sword. Mastery of the sword requires diligent study and practice. Alas, I shall certainly not pursue the path of the sword cultivator. It is too grim. Frowning, Wei Shang listened to Xu Chang's counter-encouragement and vowed bitterly to himself. Sword cultivation is exhausting and impoverishing. Wei Shang felt justified in his reasoning. Noticing his spirited demeanor as he retorted, Xu Chang'e chose to ignore him, allowing him to mutter to himself until he eventually quieted down. The afternoon lessons consisted once more of the mechanical and intricate sword training. As a group of mortals lacking in cultivation, their memory was limited to the capacity of ordinary individuals. Although there were merely 36 movements, without repeated practice, many would likely forget the old as they learned the new. Hence the necessity of dedicating a year to ensure disciples hone their sword skills. By the next day, most disciples had begun to find their rhythm with the sword techniques introduced yesterday, while a few, under Yin Ziyu's guidance, gradually mastered them, allowing for the introduction of new sword techniques. With a well-structured learning regimen, the day swiftly passed. Xu Chang'e found the breathing method he had inadvertently comprehended to be exceptionally beneficial. Not only did it alleviate physical fatigue, but it also significantly enhanced his understanding of the sword techniques. After daily practice, Xu Chang'e could feel the breathing method's invigorating effects intensifying, much to his astonishment. Incredible, Chang'e. You are now the most accomplished among us. Wei Shang, weary and slumped over a table, lamented after yet another exhausting day of lessons. Unlike Xu Chang'e, who radiated vitality and grace, Wei Shang sensed that perhaps it was not merely his imagination. Chang'e seemed to possess an even more striking appearance, glowing with an inner brilliance. Xu Chang'e pondered in silence, having stumbled upon the breathing technique by chance. Submitting it to the sect bore little impact on him. Rather, it garnered the favor of the floating heaven immortal gate and earned him merit points. The merit points for techniques not yet catalogued by the sect were no trivial matter, with the minimum being 50 points, while the routine sect tasks typically yielded only 5 to 10 points. Yet, as his understanding was a serendipitous discovery, he found himself at a loss as to how to convey this knowledge to others, perhaps needing the assistance of someone with the requisite capability. As night enveloped the world, stars twinkled brightly in the sky, and the sleeping Ziyuan courtyard was filled with tranquility. The entire Weijin mountain resonated only with the gentle sound of flowing water and the soft breaths of the island's spiritual flora. Xu Chang'e stepped out with a lightness and a stride, heading directly towards the sword training ground. The wooden puppets he passed observed his silhouette as he departed, neither voicing their thoughts nor hindering his journey, merely presenting an honest reflection to others. The bluestone slabs of the training ground were bathed in the luminous glow of the bright moon, resembling tiles of white jade. The floating heaven sect experienced the passage of the 4 seasons, yet regardless of the time of year, the celestial bodies above, the sun and the moon, remained unchanged, following one another day after day like shadows. In the tranquil sword training ground, even the faintest glimmer stood out conspicuously. A soft white radiance emanated from a humble, if not rudimentary, thatched hut. This was the dwelling of Yin Ziyu, who had suddenly appeared at the training ground one day. I reside here day and night. Feel free to seek me for any inquiries regarding swordsmanship. These were the words spoken by Yin Ziyu. Yet it remained uncertain whether it was due to his chilling aura or the simplicity of his current sword techniques that no one had approached him for guidance until now. Xu Chang'e was likely the first. Disciple Xu Chang'e pays respects to Master Yin. Stopping before the thatched hut, Xu Chang'e performed the ceremonial greeting taught in the general studies course arranged by the sect. With a solid foundation, his execution was flawless, each gesture precise. There was no response, but the wooden door of the hut opened silently. Xu Chang'e brushed his arm, feeling a chill in this atmosphere. Treading lightly, he entered to find an unremarkable interior, aside from a simple bed. There were only the night-luminescent stones adorning the walls and several cushions nestled in the corner. Yin Ziyu was practicing on the bed, his appearance little different from that in daylight, and at this moment, he fixed his gaze upon Xu Chang'e. Although his expression remained neutral, it conveyed a sense of warmth. What brings you here? Disciple has inadvertently comprehended a technique that may aid my daily studies and wishes to submit it for the benefit of others in the sect. Yet I am uncertain how to articulate this. The true intention was far from a genuine desire to share, but framing it this way fostered a sense of camaraderie among peers and loyalty to the sect, beneficial with no drawbacks. A touch of pretense was of little consequence. Yin Ziyu's expression remained unchanged as he beckoned Xu Chang'e to step closer, casually placing his hand upon the latter's wrist. A slight sting emanated from their point of contact, penetrating deep into his bones. Do not resist. Channel the technique. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Yin Ziyu's eyes, fleeting as a wisp, almost leading one to believe it was an illusion. Xu Chang'e gathered his focus, mastering the art of breath control. Each inhalation and exhalation unfolded with precision, expelling subtle impurities in the process. Yin Ziyu silently documented the intricate pathways of this technique, his expression softening slightly. The presence of exceptionally gifted disciples within the sect undoubtedly brought a sense of reassurance. After a quarter of an hour, the semi-immersed Shuchanga finally heard a cool voice declare, "Enough." Having verified the operational route several times, Yin Ziyu inscribed the technique onto a small piece of white jade, then turned his gaze back to Shuchanga. This method indeed possessed a certain marvel. After a moment of contemplation, one would only ascertain its merits once the elders of the sect had made their decision. The other's gaze remained tranquil, showing little reaction even when a newly initiated disciple claimed to have comprehended a technique. Within the floating heaven immortal sect, one had already borne witness to countless prodigies. Disciples of Shuchanga's caliber were not unheard of. This was the very reason he felt at ease in presenting the method to the sect. Unity of mind and spirit was essential for achievement, and one must remember to approach the cultivation of techniques as diligently as one would when practicing swordsmanship. Just as Shuchanga prepared to take his leave, believing the conversation had reached its conclusion, he was unexpectedly addressed once more. Lifting his eyes, he found Yin Ziyu's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. "Your talent is remarkable. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to voice them." Shuchanga lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment. If he were to express any doubts, it would only pertain to the perplexities he has harbored since childhood. He candidly shared his fastidiousness regarding his body's sensitivity to food and other matters, though he briefly alluded to the superior perceptions his physique afforded him. Yin Ziyu closed his eyes, recalling fragments of memories concerning such a constitution, uncertain of their accuracy. "Rest assured, I shall inform you once I have confirmed my suspicions." Having resolved his thoughts, Shuchanga stood at the threshold of the quaint cottage, glancing back. The luminescence of the night stones remained as radiant as ever. This taciturn chief disciple, though appearing aloof and unapproachable, revealed a genuinely amiable nature upon closer acquaintance. Chapter 17. January. The resplendent rays of sunlight cascaded upon this realm, illuminating the eve shrouded in mist with a golden hue. On this new day, the immortal sect thrived with bustling vitality. As light danced above and creatures meandered leisurely through the forest, hidden within the mountains, yet more serene than the bustling sect. Layers of spiritual herbs and trees concealed the profound mysteries, creating a sanctuary for cultivation, free from worldly contention. As January passed, Shuchanga and his companions had fully acclimated to their life of cultivation within the sect, although they had yet to be instructed in the secrets of cultivation. The group had undergone a remarkable transformation, now exuding the essence of practitioners. This brief month had significantly deepened Shuchanga's understanding of the world of cultivation, rendering him scarcely distinguishable from the native practitioners. This evolution fostered deeper interactions between the disciples of the mortal realm and those of the cultivation realm, leading to a considerable easing of tensions. Daily, they diligently practiced swordplay, and over time, the personalities and temperaments of Yin Ziyu became well known among them. Almost every individual had experienced some change in physique, growing taller or more robust. With abundant spiritual energy nourishing their diets, none among the mortals appeared malnourished. Gazing around, one could see vibrant spirits and upright figures, regardless of gender or natural appearance, radiating vitality and youth. The warmth of the morning sun enveloped the members of Shuchanga's group, now engaged in a diverse learning environment. Unlike previous classes, this setting boasted numerous desks and chairs, adorned with writing materials. The examination bore a striking resemblance to that of mortals. 3 companions entered together. Wei Shang trotted in with a light step, casually touching the paper and pen laid upon the desk. Shuchanga, now taller and quieter, stepped in soundlessly to find his seat. Over time, each person had settled into their familiar spots, no longer switching places at whim. Lan Yin followed behind Shuchanga, having uttered a single word, "Go." Despite ignoring Wei Shan's incessant chatter, Wei Shang pouted, following Lan Yin with a heart full of silent grievances. The latter, tall and robust, exuded a strong masculine energy, attracting the secret admiration of countless young girls. Regrettably, Lan Yin, with his brooding demeanor and taciturn nature, had only engaged in conversation with Shuchanga and Wei Shang. Others had yet to hear him speak, leading many to believe he was mute. Though he appeared to possess a delicate beauty, Lan Yan's striking handsomeness was undeniable. It was perplexing how such a seemingly fragile figure could evoke such admiration. The slender and statuesque youth was Wei Shang's impression of himself. Yet he aspired to the muscular physique of Lan Yan, with his 8-pack abs. To achieve such a form, Wei Shang had persistently sought Lan Yan's guidance, much to the latter's annoyance, often resulting in Lan Yan tossing him out of the room. Nevertheless, Wei Shang remained undeterred in his pursuit. Alas, among the trio, Only Lan Yin embodied the ideal physique Wei Shang sought. As for Xu Chang'e, he dismissed the notion with a pout. The latter, with his composed and seemingly indifferent demeanor, despite possessing an exquisitely attractive face capable of captivating all, did not align with Wei Shang's aspirations. The cool and aloof beauty, now meticulously dusting the immaculate desks and chairs with a pristine handkerchief, moved with a serene grace that was particularly soothing. Although this attracted a multitude of bothersome distractions, Xu Chang'e harbored no discontent with his appearance. After all, the world adores beauty. The advantages his striking exterior afforded him outweighed the inconveniences it brought, a sentiment he was willing to embrace, at least for the moment. Ah, Chang'e, will you ever change this habit? Watching you clean. It seems like you could use your reflection as a mirror, Wei Shang quipped as he plopped down, resting his chin on his palm, observing Xu Chang'e's ritual. Day after day, he witnessed this behavior, cleaning not only the desks and chairs but also their wooden swords and the furniture in their rooms. Eventually, Wei Shang grew weary on behalf of Xu Chang'e. Particularly with the wooden sword they all carried, Xu Chang'e's appeared remarkably pristine compared to the others, showing little wear aside from some usage marks, as if it were newly acquired. Stroking his own wooden sword, Wei Shang mused. Who would have thought that my first ancestor would be an utterly ordinary, unremarkable wooden sword? If my family knew, they would surely find it amusing. While others may be oblivious, his family surely would not be. Xu Chang'e folded his handkerchief, while beside him, Wei Shang wallowed in self-pity, paying no heed to the former's words. When dealing with those who possess a cunning nature, it is best to adopt a Na'vi demeanor. Wei Shang hailed from a family, the majority of whom were members of the celestial sect or its affiliated powers, so their reverence for the sword was hardly surprising. Indeed, the celestial sect is akin to a pool of ink, transforming an otherwise untainted Chang'e into a flawed individual. In contrast to the initially taciturn Xu Chang'e, he now exuded the spirited essence of youth. Though still somewhat pretentious, he spoke more frequently and displayed a broader range of expressions, with his mischievous side becoming more pronounced. It was undoubtedly the influence of the celestial sect's overwhelming presence. Often, Wei Shang would find himself lost in thought, oblivious to his own relentless antics that harassed Lan Yin. Wei Shang spoke of the celestial sect's profound emphasis on the sword, recalling instances when a few disciples carelessly tossed wooden swords aside, only to be swiftly taken away by Steward Zhao and several wooden puppets, rumored to be punished by being sent to chop spirit wood. What spirit wood they were tasked with cutting remained unclear to Xu Chang'e. However, he noted that upon their return 7 days later, their clothing was tattered, though they bore no injuries or hunger. Yet, their expressions were weary, as if they had endured prolonged torment. When questioned about their ordeal, they remained silent, clutching their wooden swords tightly, unwilling to let go. The purpose of their punishment was unclear, but one thing was evident: they had fallen behind in their studies, missing not only the morning's general education classes but also the afternoon swordsmanship lessons. Those unable to keep pace were left to cram the remaining hours of the day, waking early and sleeping late, all voicing their grievances, determined to persevere to avoid expulsion from the sect. With the cautionary tales of these individuals in mind, the disciples began to treat their wooden swords with utmost seriousness, no longer daring to be dismissive, despite the enforced understanding of the sword's significance. Most disciples did not develop a genuine affection for it, let alone view it as a companion. Nonetheless, the sect was indifferent to this sentiment. As long as the disciples learned to show respect, those truly inclined to study the sword would cherish it without prompting. Seated at the table, Xu Chang'e silently practiced his breathing technique, inhaling and exhaling to expel the impurities from his body, cleansing his flesh and blood. After countless attempts and failures, he finally achieved the ability to multitask, no longer needing to remain still to practice his breathing technique. He could now perform it effortlessly at any moment, continuously purifying his being. Once Xu Chang'e submitted the breathing technique, it was swiftly passed to the elders of the sect by Yin Ziyu, the sect's foremost authority. The power wielded by Yin Ziyu within the sect exceeded expectations, and after careful deliberation by the elders, the most senior among them concluded that the breathing technique was highly suitable for new disciples, although its effects were minimal on those without special physiques. The cumulative results could be remarkable over time. Compared to other, more rigorous body tempering methods, the breathing technique was far more accessible for mass instruction among new disciples. It not only expelled impurities but also integrated seamlessly with other techniques, facilitating a deeper understanding of their essence, and thus was quickly refined and redistributed to new initiates. Upon meeting Yin Ziyu again, Xu Chang'e received 80 merit points, making him the wealthiest among all new disciples, while others remained at 0. Of course, These merit points had yet to reach his hands, as he still lacked an identity token, leaving them temporarily in Yin Ziyu's possession. Whether it was the sect's nature or his own, Shu Chang'e consistently felt a sense of profound inclusivity and acceptance. Recalling the day he received his merit points, Shu Chang'e's demeanor softened. The signing of techniques brings numerous advantages. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Shu Chang'e glanced up at the meticulous figure before him, who was polishing a silvery longsword. This sword, unassuming and devoid of shine, appeared merely as an exquisite ornament befitting a nobleman, lacking any distinguishing features. Yet, only through careful examination could one catch glimpses of the occasional sharp glimmer coursing along the blade, poised and ready, like a dormant volcano waiting to erupt. Even so, I hope that such matters do not require widespread announcement. Shu Chang'e did not wish to draw attention to himself here, especially since he had mastered this technique without informing Wei Shang and Lan Yin. Although he rationally understood that his actions were justifiable, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Yin Ziyu had not looked at him, so as you wish. With that, a piece of green jade slipped into view before Shu Chang'e, bearing the answer to the question he had posed previously, something he ought to remember well. Thank you for your guidance, Yin. Stowing away the jade slip, Shu Chang'e restrained the urgency within him, composed himself, and took his leave. Yin Ziyu did not retain him, silently closing his eyes to resume his cultivation, shifting his focus back to the class of universal teachings. Wei Shang and Lan Yin sat as usual on either side of him. Over the past month, the three had become quite familiar, their seats always close together. The once crowded gathering of young aristocrats had dwindled to a mere handful. The sycophants who had once surrounded them now vanished, leaving only a few remnants behind. Having discerned Wei Shang's attitude early on, Shu Chang'e was not surprised. It was only natural. Those who could enter a prestigious sect were unlikely to be lacking in merit. Although many had initially felt overshadowed by the noble families, a month of general studies had transformed everyone's spirits, and they would no longer be content to elevate others above themselves. The general studies course had concluded, and yesterday they had been informed of an impending assessment. This weighty news felt like a thunderclap, leaving those lacking confidence scrambling to make last-minute preparations. After finishing their sword practice, they hurried back to review the knowledge they had acquired. Wei Shang had gleefully mocked these individuals before Lan Yin and Shu Chang'e, exclaiming, "You didn't put in the effort before, and now you seek to salvage your fate? It's too late." He then reflected on his own diligent efforts over the past month, feeling a swell of pride. With my dedication, surely someone of great stature within the sect will recognize my talents. Wei Shang's confidence was met with a silent glance from Lan Yin. Though no words were exchanged, Wei Shang had begun to understand his thoughts well enough. It was simply a matter of Lan Yin finding such behavior rather foolish, yet he knew that Wei Shang's good-natured disposition would forgive his navet. Lost in his musings, Wei Shang reveled in his own magnanimous spirit. After all, Lan Yin was merely a reticent soul, his gloomy demeanor likely a result of his dark fire spiritual root, which rendered him somewhat unapproachable. Yet, only Wei Shang and Shu Chang'e recognized that he was merely inarticulate. Their silent exchanges had played out several times before Shu Chang'e, who remained serene as he closed his eyes to meditate. The breathing technique was constantly in motion. Since its transmission, most had grasped it, including Wei Shang and Lan Yin. This breathing method, now known as the tuning technique, had been observed by Shu Chang'e, who noticed it appeared to differ significantly from his own, yielding far less effective results. A distant chime echoed, and the familiar ritual ensued as everyone quickly returned to their seats, holding their breath in anticipation. After some time, they had begun to exhibit the demeanor of disciples of the sect. "Long time no see, fellow junior brothers and sisters," came a gentle, smiling voice from all directions as Lan Li reappeared within the shadowy screen, appearing quite pleased. "Over the past month, I trust you have all learned much. Today's assessment is designed to gauge your dedication. Please take it seriously, as it will impact your future within the sect." Lan Li paused, then performed a hand gesture, summoning barriers that rose around each individual, obscuring their sight from one another. "Without further ado, let us begin the assessment. Though I may not be beside you, do not entertain thoughts of cheating. Under the watchful eye of my consciousness, your every action will not escape notice. Should you be caught, the consequences will be dire." While Lan Li's demeanor remained characteristically gentle, everyone could sense the underlying warning. For those without ulterior motives, it was merely an unremarkable statement. "Let us begin." As the words fell, a transparent hourglass materialized on the desk before them, the fine sand trickling down, tightening their nerves. In the isolated quiet of their transparent barriers, only the sounds of Shu Chang'e flipping through papers and the scratching of his brush could be heard. The papers contained the material learned over the past month, and none of the questions exceeded basic knowledge, presenting no challenge for Shu Chang'e. Each sheet revealed a new question upon answering the previous one, with no opportunity for reconsideration. Even those with some difficulty in reading could not be at a loss, as each question would invoke an understanding in their minds as soon as they laid eyes upon it. The brush did not require ink, nor did it smudge the paper. Gliding smoothly, and observing the improvement in his own handwriting brought a slight smile to Shu Chang'e's lips, lifting his spirits. Chapter 18. The pristine celestial body. What are the four continents of the cultivation realm? Saluo, Yanhua, Tianxue, and Lindong. What is the universally acknowledged division of realms in the cultivation world? Qi refinement, foundation establishment, sea opening, golden core, nascent soul, soul separation, integration, and ascension. What is the Tao? Questions flowed one after another, seemingly endless. No one informed them of the total number of questions in the assessment, compelling them to press on despite the urgency. The topics were diverse, some familiar from the general studies, while others required individual contemplation. The hourglass continued to pour its sand unstoppably, the sound quickening the pace of their thoughts. As time passed, the specifics of the questions became a blur, and they simply wrote down their genuine thoughts upon seeing each prompt. A full hour of assessment slipped by quietly, some appearing confident while others fidgeted anxiously, until the chime echoed once more, jarring many back to reality. The assessment had concluded. Regardless of their confidence levels, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group, Shu Chang'e included. He could even sense Lan Yan's relaxed posture, and Wei Shang slumped over the table. The papers and brushes before them vanished with the chime, leaving only the solitary long desk standing in front. Unexpectedly, Shu Chang'e murmured as he rubbed his wrist, recalling the numerous probing questions that had all required one to answer authentically. Upon hearing his voice, Wei Shang straightened up, rolling his eyes dramatically. Unexpected? This was utterly unforeseen. What kind of senior devised such a torturous assessment? I nearly lost my mind trying to finish my answers before time ran out. Lan Yan, rarely expressive, nodded in agreement, and Shu Chang'e, after consideration, silently concurred. This hour-long examination had inflicted considerable strain on all. Even Shu Chang'e, who had felt prepared, found himself hesitating as time slipped away without an end to the questions in sight. Were it not for his dual focus, answering while counting his progress, he might not have realized how many questions he had actually addressed. If only they had made it clear that the assessment had no end. I thought my answering pace was too slow, and with time nearly gone, I was left in a frenzy. Wei Shang was still murmuring to himself, and it was evident that he harbored deep resentment. I counted. It was no less than 2,000. Lan Yan spoke each word deliberately, his voice hoarse yet melodious, a striking contrast to his usual reticence. It was no wonder that those female cultivators pursued him so fervently. Startled by Lan Yan's voice, which sent shivers down his spine, Wei Shang rubbed his arms, grimacing in disbelief. He could never quite acclimate to Lan Yan's speech, and he wondered how Chang'e managed to endure it. Meanwhile, Shu Chang'e, moving his hands, gazed down at his index finger, oblivious to Wei Shang's thoughts. Despite having practiced swordsmanship for so long, he realized that holding a pin bore no relation to wielding a sword. His hand remained painfully stiff. Initially, I had not kept count, but later I calculated, and the number was at least 3,005. Shu Chang'e replied nonchalantly, squinting slightly, his eyes feeling a bit weary. Yet he paid it no mind as he beckoned to the two companions. Let us be off. We have classes in the afternoon, so we should set out early. Ah, the woes of fate. Wei Shang, sluggishly rising, leaned against Lan Yan as they walked, receiving a stoic glance from the latter, who allowed him to accompany. In terms of height, it was indeed more fitting for Chang'e to lean upon, yet he was utterly denied the opportunity. As Wei Shang's mind wandered aimlessly, he clung to Lan Yan, completing the series of actions from dining to returning to the bamboo house, until they were almost at Lan Yan's dwelling, where he was unceremoniously cast aside with a resounding thud of the door shut behind him. Slightly exasperated, Wei Shang touched his nose in resignation and turned back to his own bamboo house. As for Shu Chang'e, he had also hastily abandoned him, shutting the bamboo door to prevent disturbances. Such treatment was something he had long grown accustomed to. Both of his roommates were not particularly loquacious, and it was only Wei Shang who endeavored to enliven the atmosphere. Cheerfully, Wei Shang returned to his abode, seizing the fleeting moment to rest. For the afternoon classes promised to be even more exhausting and burdensome. It was a rhythm they had only just adjusted to over the past month. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Shu Chang'e did not close his eyes to rest as was customary. Instead, he retrieved a piece of jade from beneath his pillow, his index finger absently rubbing its smooth surface, savoring the gentle warmth it emitted. This jade had been bestowed upon him by Yen Ziyu, containing insights into the constitution that had long puzzled Shu Chang'e. The term pure immortal body floated lightly in the air, dissipating swiftly in the tranquil atmosphere of the bamboo house, where only the distant sounds from neighboring dwellings could be heard. Pressing the jade against his forehead, Shu Chang'e immersed his consciousness within, and the information surged into his mind, each word vividly etched in his memory, yet he could not resist the urge to delve deeper. The pure immortal body, it was said, could only be acquired by those fortunate enough to have their essence cleansed by immortal energy during their embryonic stage, without succumbing to its overwhelming force, thus allowing them to manifest and awaken. Individuals endowed with the pure immortal body possess an innate affinity for purity, astonishing comprehension, and an inherent connection to nature, including spiritual energy. Purity, by its very definition, does not permit the existence of impurities. While ordinary individuals, during their cultivation, absorb spiritual energy for their own, they inevitably draw in impurities that are initially imperceptible. Over time, if not refined, these impurities can destabilize their foundation, leading to declines in their realms, and in severe cases, obstructing breakthroughs, rendering them forever estranged from the path of immortality. Thus, every cultivator must devote time to refining their internal spiritual energy, striving to expel impurities, which undeniably increases the time cost of their cultivation. However, the most significant aspect of the pure immortal body lies in its natural affinity for spiritual energy and aversion to impurities, freeing its bearer from concerns over the purity of their energy. When absorbing spiritual energy, the immortal body instinctively purifies it for its master, thus accelerating the cultivation process compared to others. Yet, for someone like Shu Chang'e, born in the realm of mortals, possessing a pure immortal body becomes exceedingly troublesome. The spiritual energy within the mortal realm is notably scarce, if not entirely absent, making it impossible to find food infused with such energy. As a pure immortal body, before embarking on cultivation, one is essentially still immortal. Mortals who do not consume grains will perish. However, food devoid of spiritual energy proves difficult for the pure immortal body to assimilate, leading to Shu Chang'e's long-standing struggle with various foods. Were it not for his family's decent standing, affording costly century-old herbal materials to sustain him, he would not have survived long enough to encounter his fateful opportunity. Should the pure immortal body become tainted by impurities, it would vanish. Without spiritual energy, it could unwittingly deplete the life force of its bearer to cleanse itself of impurities. Once the life force is exhausted, death ensues, rendering any thoughts of cultivation moot. Strangely, there have only been 4 instances of the pure immortal body appearing in the mortal realm, with Shu Chang'e being the 5th. Only 2 individuals have successfully embarked on their cultivation journey before their life force depleted, avoiding the repercussions of the immortal body. The pure immortal body cannot be discerned through conventional means, and each possesses unique innate abilities, making it impossible to draw comparisons. It is a divine gift, one that should not be disturbed or challenged. It is best to flow with the natural order. This principle was clearly inscribed at the end of the jade. Along with a singular piece of advice, maintain a continuous flow of spiritual energy. As long as spiritual energy is present, the pure immortal body is an entirely beneficial existence, free from concerns over impurities. One could even consume elixirs as casually as candy without worrying about residual impurities, though caution must still be exercised regarding toxic residues. Contemplating the jade's contents, Shu Chang'e set it aside and closed his eyes to ponder deeply. Immortals, a distant concept, yet one intimately close to those who practice cultivation. For the very purpose of cultivation is to ascend to immortality, to rise to another realm. Generally, immortal energy exists solely within the celestial realm. However, due to periodic ascensions from this lower world of cultivation, certain phenomena from the celestial realm occasionally manifest here, making the presence of immortal energy not surprising. Conversely, the emergence of the pure immortal body is a rare celestial opportunity, not to mention that immortal energy is beyond the capacity of mortal bodies. Even if efforts were made to harmonize it with a fragile infant, the appearance of a pure immortal body remains unlikely. Even if one were to manipulate the energy to coexist with the infant, the child would be unable to cultivate, for the inherent balance of immortal energy is precarious. Should cultivation commence, the introduction of spiritual energy would incite a conflict between the two, as spiritual energy, though inferior to immortal energy, is abundant in the realm of cultivation, capable of exhausting a mortal's life force through sheer numbers. Even attempts to control spiritual energy for absorption into immortal energy would fail. As immortal energy requires an immortal body to contain it, the mortal vessel would perish instantly. Even if the body were refined to perfection, akin to that of an immortal, it would still be unable to command such energy. Consequently, the possessor of immortal energy finds themselves unable to cultivate spiritual energy or harness immortal energy for their own use, rendering them akin to a cripple. At best, they might live slightly longer and enjoy better health under the nurturing influence of immortal energy, perhaps out of concern that those aware of the pure immortal body might make erroneous decisions. The Jade subtly included accounts of the harrowing fates of those with malicious intent who sought to cultivate the pure immortal body. It served as an unmistakable reminder to avoid a fate similar to that of the wicked cultivators mentioned within, while it remains uncertain how others perceive it. Shu Chang'e could distinctly hear the distant clamor, the sound of water from the nearby lake, and the subtle creaks of the bamboo house whenever he was within. Previously, he had been unaware of the origin of this innate sensitivity. Now, clarity dawned upon him. The pure immortal body possesses such stringent definitions of purity that it can even discern the malicious thoughts of others, a power that seems excessively formidable. Thus, he holds little fear of treachery. Reflecting upon the myriad emotions coursing through me, I find solace in the bittersweet melodies of life, a comfort that, while rendering concentration elusive, ultimately outweighs its drawbacks. It is, in essence, a blessing. Perhaps I might endeavor to exert some control over these feelings, though I remain uncertain of its feasibility. My mind, burdened with a multitude of thoughts, struggles to find tranquility, only to be jolted back to reality by the familiar chime of the clock. Realizing with surprise that the afternoon sword practice has arrived all too swiftly. With a gentle sigh, I rise and swiftly prepare myself, opening the door just in time to encounter two others, and the three of us move in silent accord as we step outside. Despite the daily sword practice, each afternoon remains a time of trepidation for many disciples, not solely due to the physical exertion but also the stern guidance from Yanziyu, which starkly contrasts with the liberating environment of unrestrained instruction. Shu Chang'e finds himself thriving in this course, aided by the breathing techniques that allow him to develop his own rhythm. Whenever he encounters confusion, a mere glance at the instructor provides him with the guidance he seeks. Indeed, he is a remarkable individual. Chapter 19. Channeling energy into the body. The morning sun blankets the earth, casting its warm glow upon the celestial realm, where the temperature remains perpetually agreeable. Having recently arrived, Shu Chang'e is yet uncertain whether the seasons truly change in this place. Today, the unseen mountain is still populated solely by this group of new disciples, yet the lively chatter envelopes him, evoking memories of his arrival, when each person harbored grand aspirations and profound admiration for the celestial sect. However, after a month of study, the group has begun to settle into a more composed demeanor. Although they are still youthful, brimming with vitality, the rigorous curriculum demands great self-discipline to manage their time effectively, leaving little room for leisure. Naturally, a few individuals remain unmotivated, content to gather in their own circles, enjoying their own merriment, but they dare not disrupt the atmosphere excessively. As usual, the trio walks side by side to class. Oh, how long it has been since such a vibrant scene has unfolded. Wei Shang, with his hands clasped behind his head, presents a carefree demeanor, trailing behind Shu Chang'e and Lan Yin while glancing around with curiosity. The surrounding pairs engage in hushed conversations, their subtle movements betraying a hidden excitement. Hey Chang'e. And you too, wooden block, Wei Shang cheerfully inquires, bouncing forward to face them. What do you think has everyone so exhilarated? Lan Yin remains silent, merely lifting his gaze to check for any approaching individuals, mindful not to collide with anyone. Who knows? Perhaps it is the anticipation surrounding today's new lessons. Shu Chang'e walked with a composed demeanor, hands clasped, no longer the impetuous youth he once was. They had matured, arriving at the classroom precisely on time. Ready for the lesson? I can only surmise. After a month of anticipation, the opportunity to commence their training had finally arrived. Who would not be elated? Wei Shang, bubbling with joy, leaped slightly, gesturing enthusiastically with his fist in the air. It was unbearable to watch others begin their training while he remained idle at home. The impatience had long since taken root in his heart. Shu Chang'e turned her head to glance at him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Your talent surpasses theirs. As long as you diligently practice every day, you will be able to showcase your skills before them when you return home. Wei Shang's eyes sparkled at her words, his spirits soaring as he turned with resolute determination towards the academy, resembling a spirited youth eager to immerse himself in the learning process. Beside them, the silent Lan Yin observed Shu Chang'e, who innocently nodded in acknowledgement and beckoned him. Come, Lan Yin, let us not keep Wei Shang waiting. The prospect of beginning his cultivation ignited excitement within Shu Chang'e, though she chose to mask it. After all, they were merely 11 or 12 years old. How could they not be thrilled? Compared to other children of 10, Shuchanga exhibited remarkable composure. Yet, Wei Shang resembled a lethargic ox, reluctant to move without a gentle nudge or a casual prompt. Through their time together, they had come to understand each other's dispositions well. Seizing the moment of Wei Shang's enthusiasm, Shuchanga decided to spur him on, giving him a motivational boost. The vast grounds of the academy remained expansive, with an orderly arrangement of cushions laid out, each student sitting up straight, awaiting the chime of the class bell. As the familiar sound echoed, accompanied by the appearance of a shadow on the screen, Lonley emerged, his demeanor warm and inviting. Once again, dear junior brothers and sisters, he greeted, scanning the room and sensing their anticipation. With a gentle chuckle, he continued, I understand your eagerness for the upcoming lessons, so please listen attentively. Cultivators primarily focus on refining their mental and martial arts. Each sect's techniques are closely guarded secrets, and the disparities among them are significant, with varying levels of complexity. The heart of mental cultivation lies in achieving tranquility, honing one's spirit, and channeling the celestial energy of the universe through one's roots, thereby enhancing one's cultivation. As a time-honored sect, the Floating Sky Immortal sect possesses a commendable technique, straightforwardly named the Floating Sky Immortal Art. This art consists of 9 tiers, each corresponding to a major realm. Disciples of different ranks encounter different levels of mental techniques. Outer disciples can only access the next tier after overcoming the previous one at the library of the transmission peak. Currently, Shuchanga and her peers, as newly initiated disciples, are limited to practicing the foundational version of the floating sky art, known simply as the floating technique, which aids disciples in their chi refinement stage. This technique is publicly available and can be purchased from any bookstore, allowing even ordinary mortals to attempt cultivation without restrictions, serving as a form of promotion for the sect. The Floating Sky Immortal art is profoundly intricate, enabling practitioners to absorb celestial energy more efficiently, while also encompassing unique techniques exclusive to the sect that possess extraordinary effects. As for martial arts, their nomenclature is not uniform. Some refer to them as techniques, while others call them spells. However, at their core, all martial arts serve the purpose of power, and they can be further divided into Taoist arts and sword techniques. Mental cultivation provides the foundation for one's power. Yet possessing power does not inherently grant one the means of protection or offense. Through martial arts, various spells can be unleashed. The techniques embedded within the Floating Sky Immortal art indeed constitute a form of martial arts, with supreme mental cultivation often merging seamlessly with martial techniques. Shuchanga and his companions are currently studying the Floating Heaven Sword Array, a technique derived from the Floating Heaven Immortal Sutra. Do you see the jade slip on the table? Now, touch it to your forehead. The mental technique resides within. Under Lonley's guidance, the isolated formation rises once more. Reminiscent of the assessment yesterday, enveloped in an extraordinary stillness, with only Lonley's gentle voice resonating nearby, offering them encouragement. Focusing their minds, they unify their spirits, reciting the contents of the immortal scripture and immersing themselves in understanding. Lonley's voice gradually leads them deeper into concentration, as the surrounding sounds fade into the distance, becoming softer until they vanish entirely, leaving only the sound of their own steady breathing. With closed eyes, Shuchanga perceives the radiant golden characters illuminating his mind. Spirit is fixed, form is clear, with thought, cease thought to seek the heart. This profound line momentarily overwhelms him, causing a dizzy spell as he withdraws from the jade slip, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Shuchanga bites his lip, regaining composure before once again touching the jade slip. After some preparation, the initial discomfort gradually diminishes, and, as instructed by Lonley, he silently recites each word in his mind. With thought, cease thought to seek the heart. In a moment of trance, the ambient sounds return, and Shuchanga realizes he is in a wondrous state. Though he remembers closing his eyes, he now perceives a hazy glow before him, a vast emptiness filled with vibrant, dancing points of light, some warm, others cool. These multicolored orbs seem intrigued by him, frequently darting through his being. The once unnoticed movements now vividly apparent under this heightened perception. Curiously glancing down at himself, he sees only a dim silhouette, a mere phantom that reveals no human form. As his heart races, Shuchanga suppresses the initial shock, striving to maintain this enigmatic state, lest his efforts be in vain, and he glean nothing. The indistinct shape reveals a singular, straight bone at the spine, overlapping yet seemingly unconnected to it. Although the form of the bone is elusive at that moment, Shuchanga comprehends that this is his spiritual root, the mutated lightning attribute. The ethereal body becomes clearer in the vicinity of the root, and he senses an affectionate energy emanating from it, vibrant and restless, contrasting starkly with the subdued violet light within. Points of light, closely resembling the hue of his spiritual root, swarm around it, and Shuchanga faintly perceives a refreshing sensation, realizing that these are spiritual energies, with the lightning spirit energy being the closest to him. Observing the kaleidoscopic lights flitting between his nebulous form, Shuchanga silently affirms his hypothesis, extending his index finger to grasp the crimson, azure, and violet spiritual energies. Truly remarkable. With a playful grin, he watches as the energies he captures attempt to escape, soon finding that only the lightning spirit energy remains, affectionately lingering close to him. Shuchanga could not see the hands that grasped them, yet with a mere thought, it was as though some unseen force replaced his physical form, an invisible hand gathering a multitude of spiritual energies. Unconsciously, he had spent a brief moment amusing himself with the crackling lightning chi before snapping back to reality, clearing his throat with mild embarrassment. Ignoring the still vibrant lightning energies, he gradually withdrew his focus, aligning body and mind as the cultivation method guided him toward his spiritual roots. An indescribable sensation radiated from his roots, suffusing his entire being. The glow of his spiritual roots intensified, casting an eerie amethyst hue across the swirling chaos. The other elemental energies scattered in alarm, fleeing from the encroaching violet light, all except the exuberant lightning chi, which surged eagerly toward his roots. Under the method's influence, his lightning affinity pulsed with life, drawing an unending stream of purified energy into his meridians. In a fleeting moment, Shuchinj felt the once dispersed lightning chi condense within him, now dense and potent. Far more brilliant than the ambient energies, the lightning chi now obeyed his will, coursing through his 12 primary meridians in a seamless cycle from within to without, from above to below. With minimal effort, he maintained this flow, allowing the energy to refine every inch of his body. His lightning roots, insatiable, continued absorbing more chi. Unlike ordinary cultivators, who had to painstakingly purify their energy, his flawless immortal physique effortlessly assimilated it, free of impurities. Time flowed like a quiet stream as Shuchinj deepened his focus, accelerating the circulation. Through persistent practice, the once thin strands of chi had thickened to the width of a finger, steadily growing denser. The energy coursing through his meridians filled him with an ethereal lightness, a euphoria surpassing even the initial revelations of breath cultivation. As the chi cycled, faint wisps of violet mist dispersed, subtly solidifying his once illusory form, but the effect was barely perceptible. Yet, Shuchinj could feel every fiber of his flesh hungrily inhaling this mist. Each breath a step toward renewal. The sensation eclipsed all worldly pleasures, intoxicating beyond measure. Shuchanga seemed to be endlessly absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy, oblivious to fatigue until a sudden wave of exhaustion hit, making him realize that he might have been overly zealous. As he relaxed his mind and withdrew from that profound sensation, he became aware of the weariness that had settled in his spirit. Although his body felt light and brimming with strength, it could not mask the throbbing headache brought on by excessive mental strain. Supporting his forehead, Shuchanga took a moment to gather himself before sitting up and surveying his surroundings. It seemed that upon his emergence from meditation, the surrounding barriers had quietly dissipated, revealing the somewhat anxious visage of Wei Shang. Noticing that the obstructive barriers had finally vanished, Wei Shang hurriedly leaped in front of him, inquiring, "How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable in any way?" The rapid-fire barrage of questions only exacerbated the already throbbing ache in Shuchanga's spirit, prompting him to halt Wei Shang's incessant chatter. Glancing around, he noticed that many others had also seen their barriers dissolve, and their auras now felt distinctly different to his perception, reminiscent of the varied attributes of spiritual energy he had encountered before. Particularly, the fiery essence emanating from Wei Shang was palpable in Shuchanga's perception. Scarcely anyone in the vicinity matched Wei Shang's intensity, suggesting that his recent meditation had yielded significant enhancement. "I'm fine. Has Lan Yin not emerged yet?" At that moment, Lan Yan's designated spot was still shrouded in a barrier. Shuchanga pondered how Lan Yin had managed to endure for such an extended period. "Not yet. I was the first to come out among the three of us," Wei Shang replied, a frown of frustration creasing his brow. "It's all my fault for forgetting to remind you all that during your first meditation, one must remember to exercise moderation. If one becomes too engrossed in cultivation and forgets, it can inflict considerable harm on the spirit." Shuchanga shook her head, indicating that it was of no concern to her. Even Lan Zhijiao had not offered us a reminder, perhaps intending for us to learn self-restraint on our own. If someone truly cannot awaken, it is likely that the instructor would not stand idly by. Wei Shang pondered this notion and, finding it agreeable, relaxed his previously furrowed brow, returning to his jovial and carefree demeanor. For a time, neither spoke further, each quietly awaiting the uncertain duration of Lan Yin. It was, perhaps, the perfect moment for a brief respite. As Shuchanga pondered deeply, his eyes gently closed, Wei Shang refrained from disturbing him and instead propped his chin up, eagerly observing the others. The duration of the initial meditation holds little significance in assessing one's talent. Some individuals, possessing resolute minds, naturally sustain their focus longer. Yet this does not imply they absorb spiritual energy at an accelerated pace during such lengthy periods. Lan Yin, having not been in meditation much longer than Shu Chang'e, soon felt the barrier dissipate. Upon opening his eyes, he met Lan Yan's dark gaze, which blinked in confusion. Gradually, the shadowy aura faded, returning him to his usual self. Exchanging a glance with Wei Shang, he overlooked Lan Yan's rigid demeanor and spoke calmly. Let us take a brief respite and review the arrangements post-instruction. Wei Shang, quick to act, clapped Lan Yan on the shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly, shaking his head in disbelief. I never expected you, of all people, could endure for so long. I apologize, Lan Yan replied. Enough of that. There is no need for apologies. Wei Shang chuckled, folding his arms. The usually taciturn Lan Yan speaks up to apologize to us. How presumptuous. In the grand scheme of things, Lan Yan's reticence was no match for Wei Shang's banter, leading Lan Yan to merely press his lips together and utter another apology, prompting further laughter from Wei Shang. It appears everyone has successfully drawn energy into their bodies. Lan Li's voice suddenly broke in, drawing the group's attention. They turned to see Lan Li's tall figure, vividly illuminated, resembling the previous specter, though this time only a single image appeared in the center. Noticing the little one's rapt attention, Lan Li nodded approvingly. Indeed, your cohort possesses significantly better aptitude. However, one must understand the importance of moderation in cultivation. Relentless practice does not guarantee swift progress, and hasty endeavors may lead to instability and obsession. As he spoke, his gaze rested pointedly on a few individuals, making them lower their heads in shame. During your first practice, it is natural to struggle with maintaining focus. But the path of cultivation is long and fraught with challenges. If you cannot learn to be steady from the outset, your prospects of achieving enlightenment may be bleak. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, Lan Li continued, Today, you have spent considerable time in practice. The hour is late. I have spoken with Yin Ji, and you are allotted half an hour to dine before class. The group, startled at how late it had grown while still needing to practice swordplay, hurriedly gathered their belongings, eager to eat lest they arrive late. We should go as well. Hurry, Wei Shang urged, pulling people toward the exit. Comforted by the fact that he had only grasped the corner of Shu Chang'e's sleeve, Shu Chang'e stifled the urge to shake him off. Forget it. Such a rare occasion. I shall let it slide. Chapter 20. The assembly hall. The moon flowed like a river, spilling light across the ground. The humble thatched cottage appeared even more dilapidated after months of exposure to the elements, yet its occupants seemed unperturbed. Within the cottage, Yin Ziyu sat upright in meditation, a half-body mirror hovering before him, reflecting several figures who were engaged in animated conversation. Amidst the fluctuating emotions of the others, Yin Ziyu remained the most composed, quietly listening to the elders' discourse. This disciple is indeed well suited for our Tao summit. Look at his comprehension. He will undoubtedly excel in cultivation. Not necessarily. High comprehension does not guarantee mastery of the Tao. Zhu Ri, at your age, do not be so naive, lest you mislead the disciples, another elder retorted. He should study the sword. I am not jesting when I say that disciples from Lihen Peak are unmatched at his level. Zhu Ri rolled his eyes, his mustache nearly curling with exasperation. Hua Qing, cease your personal vendettas. We are discussing serious matters, not airing grievances. Most of the elders present hailed from Tao Summit or Lihen Peak, and with equal numbers on both sides, the debate escalated, each side unwilling to concede. The elder presiding over the assembly, unpretentious despite his age, engaged in the lively argument like a commoner. Nearby, the master of Xing Luo Peak fanned the flames, unconcerned with the squabble since his peak primarily sought outer disciples. Unless a master or peak leader was seeking an inner disciple, the talented ones might not be inclined to join. Master-student relationships require mutual willingness, he quipped. After several rounds of verbal sparring, the elders, fatigued from the exchange, called for a ceasefire. One elder curiously glanced at Nan Shui, the representative from the Fenyu Peak. Nan Shui, does Fenyu Peak have no intentions this year? You seem to be passively observing, unlike in previous years when you would have charged in to take on 10 at once. Nan Shui, an elegant and handsome middle-aged man, stood with his hands folded, half closing his eyes as he observed the commotion. He merely raised his gaze to reply, one disciple is sufficient. More would only complicate matters. The Peak Master has no particular favorites among the disciples, so Fan Yu Peak shall not intervene this time. Renowned for his laid-back disposition, Nan Shui had previously seized a disciple amidst the fray but harbored no interest this time. Were it not for the lack of visitors to Fan Yu Peak, he would not have bothered to join the fray. The assessment is only halfway through. It is premature to make decisions. If you reconsider later, we will not acknowledge it. Zhu Ri remarked leisurely as he sipped his tea, casting a sidelong glance at Nan Shui. The latter remained unfazed, even smiling slightly. Frustrated, Zhu Ri took a sip of tea, shifting his gaze back to the central mirror. Today, there were 2 mirrors in the assembly hall. One reflected the discussion with Yan Ziyu, while the larger mirror in the center displayed the scenery of the unseen mountains and the figures above, vivid and clear. The assembly of elders, upon receiving the newly organized disciple profiles presented by the students below, would intermittently allocate time to project their thoughts to observe the potential talents of various sects, preparing for future selections. Traditionally, they would not need to exert much effort in this regard. However, this time, the emergence of 2 exceptionally promising candidates had piqued their interest, compelling them to invest more thought than usual. Is this the grandson of Wei Tian? Hua Qing remarked, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he gazed into the mirror. Zhu Ri grunted. The Wei family head has awaited this child for centuries. What do you think? He marveled at the unexpected revelation that Wen Hao had aged to the point of becoming a grandfather, a surprise indeed. He must have used his influence. Look at all those superior spiritual roots, yet his grandson was placed among the top 2. I refuse to believe there is no favoritism involved. Hua Qing gestured. Yet the others regarded it as trifling, not worth escalating into a major issue. It was merely human nature and bore no significant impact. Nan Shui, now engaged in the discussion, pointed at the mirror, causing ripples to form in several areas. These 3 little ones seemed to be getting along quite well. What he referred to was precisely the trio of Shu Chang'e, whose various behaviors during the day were now reflected in the water mirror. Compared to other disciples, the bond among the 3 was the strongest, as they rarely engaged in disputes, and their interactions were as natural as if they had grown up together. At the same time, another water mirror was rising on Yan Ziyu's side, displaying the very scene that the masters were observing, effortlessly capturing the panoramic view. The masters were exchanging remarks, one of them commenting, "I remember this lad. He is the one who comprehended a technique shortly after his arrival, wasn't he? I believe it is called the breathing technique. Quite impressive indeed." To be praised by the masters signifies the technique's extraordinary nature. However, its efficacy is rather slow for ordinary disciples. If it were a bit stronger, it would be perfect. A mere mortal achieving such a level already exhibits extraordinary talent. Yet one cannot help but feel a sense of discontent. It is not that there is a lack of satisfaction. Rather, it is human nature to be insatiably greedy. Regardless, I believe this lad is well suited for the Wenda Peak. He clearly embodies the essence of its disciples. With renewed determination, the imposing figure of Master Zhu Ri fixed his gaze intensely upon Master Hua Qing. Master Hua Qing scoffed, "You must be seeing things. Just observe how that lad performs with the sword, and you'll realize he is suitable to be a swordsman. What merits does being a swordsman hold? It is a path fraught with hardship. That lad is from a noble family in the mortal realm and might even disdain your swordsmanship. Ah, Zhu Ri, it seems you harbor some discontent towards our sect's swordsman. I shall inform the sect leader. You show disrespect towards our founding ancestor." The founder of the Floating Sky Immortal sect was indeed a remarkably gifted swordsman, and concurrently, a master of the Tao. Speaking of dual cultivation of sword and Tao, Master Nan Shui's voice floated in. Isn't it fortuitous that one possesses outstanding talent in both swordsmanship and Taoism? Wouldn't it be even better to possess both? The masters fell silent, their gazes collectively shifting to another water mirror, where Yan Ziyu was observing them with a blank expression. It dawned upon the gathered masters that their raucous discussion had been witnessed by the chief disciple. It was rather foolish of them. Coughs echoed as the masters regained their composure, adopting the demeanor typical of lofty cultivators, sitting upright, with amiable smiles gracing their faces. Master Nan Shui shook his head in exasperation. Old fellows, the older we get, the more unruly we become. As the chief disciple, Yan Ziyu, who was involved with the new disciples' teaching in the lineage of the Tianyin Peak, remained silent until he noticed the masters had composed themselves. For Tianyin Peak, it was acceptable. Their choices would serve as a measure of judgment. This sentiment garnered nods of approval from the masters. After all, their current chief disciple was indeed outstanding, worthy of the title of the sect leader's eldest disciple, as long as no mistakes were made. The successor to the sect leader would undoubtedly earn the respect of the crowd, coupled with the new disciple's apparent bright future, assuring the sect's flourishing development, which brought them peace of mind. Unbeknownst to Shu Chang'e and his companions, they were entirely ignorant of the happenings among the masters. Exhausted from a day of training, they trudged towards the cheesy courtyard, stretching their stiff and sore bodies as they walked. To their dismay, after channeling qi into their bodies, practicing swordplay became even more arduous. It was vexing. Wei Shang grimaced as he pounded his shoulder, realizing that their previous sparring was mere child's play. Now, they faced the real challenge. Lanya nodded in rare agreement, remaining silent but appearing slightly hunched rather than standing tall as usual, clearly fatigued. Since they had begun channeling qi, their daily sword practice had multiplied several times over. Whenever they grew weary, they would circulate their spiritual energy to dispel fatigue before resuming their swordplay. When their energy was depleted, they would halt to meditate and recover, should anyone attempt to slack off during this recovery period. They would be pulled out to practice in full view of others, without any leniency, to avoid embarrassment in front of their peers. Each of them exerted themselves to the utmost, diligently cycling through meditation and sword practice repeatedly. In a mere afternoon, time seemed to stretch as if several days had passed. Yet the rewards were immense. Not only did their cultivation gradually increase, but their progress in mastering the floating sky sword formation also saw significant enhancement. The price for all this was sheer exhaustion, but fortunately, once their spiritual energy circulated, they felt invigorated once more. We must train diligently. We cannot afford to fall behind others, Wei Shang declared emphatically, blocking the two at the entrance of the bamboo hut and earnestly advising them. Shu Chang'e had not anticipated such determination from him. After receiving their assurances, Wei Shang finally stepped aside, contented, and continued to urge them as he retreated to his own room. Once back, let us practice. The sooner we break through to the foundation establishment stage, the sooner we can venture out. The two individuals paid him no heed, swiftly retreating to their own quarters with an unspoken understanding, shutting the door to insulate themselves from Wei Shang's incessant chatter. If he continued, one could only surmise that he might resort to violence against his fellow disciples. Once back in his room, Shu Chang'e settled cross-legged upon a mat, focusing his mind and calming his spirit. The spiritual energy within him began to circulate rapidly under the guidance of his cultivation method, completing cycles with each passing moment. As soon as he closed his eyes, a wondrous vision unfolded before him. Various hues of spiritual energy languidly filled the entire space, saturating his surroundings. Having grown accustomed to this phenomenon, Shu Chang'e reigned in his consciousness, diverting his attention from the ethereal energies to concentrate solely on his practice. He savored the sensation of his body being purified by the spiritual essence, feeling a profound satisfaction as he grew stronger, bit by bit. Within the nebulous mist of his being, every inch of flesh and blood breathed in unison, while a continuous stream of violet mist nourished his body, gradually expelling impurities. With the reduction of these impurities, his flesh and bones radiated a soft luster. At this juncture, Shu Chang'e had only just embarked on his journey of cultivation, and his body had yet to be thoroughly tempered by the spiritual energy. However, as his cultivation progressed, the countless purifying waves of energy would ultimately refine his bones and flesh to perfection, enabling him to harbor a greater reservoir of spiritual power and significantly augmenting his physical strength. Successfully drawing energy into his body was a testament to his potential as a cultivator. Yet, during the qi refinement stage, the spiritual essence could not be projected outward. The amount of spiritual energy within him was limited, sufficient only to alleviate fatigue and enhance his physical capabilities. While he surpassed ordinary mortals, he fell short compared to seasoned martial artists in the mundane world. Disciples in the early to mid stages of qi refinement were typically kept within the sect to cultivate in peace until they reached the foundation establishment stage. Those deemed unlikely to ever achieve this stage, or who required an extended period to do so, were often assigned early to assist with the sect's operations. They might either handle matters within the sect to ensure its foundational functions or be dispatched to manage various enterprises. Cultivators devoted themselves entirely to their practice. Yet the sect itself was not idle. A robust and resource-rich sect relied heavily on the contributions of its lower-tier disciples. Each outstanding disciple was the culmination of countless aspirants who had little hope of achieving transcendence, with the efforts of millions sustaining a select few at the pinnacle. Returning to the matter at hand, Shu Chang'e's exceptional talent for cultivation ensured that his progress in the qi refinement stage would be seamless. With a superior spiritual root, Each breath of spiritual energy he absorbed equated to the hard-won achievements of others after multiple attempts. Coupled with his pristine celestial body, his cultivation speed was indeed unmatched. The Qi refinement stage was primarily an absorption process, characterized by 10 levels. However, the distinctions between the early and mid stages were not sharply defined, only broadly categorized. The early stage involved wisps of spiritual energy, the mid-stage featured streams, and the late stage resembled torrents. The 10th level of Qi refinement represented a unique phase, distinct from the conventional divisions of early, mid, and late stages. Feeling the burgeoning spiritual energy within him, now as thick as 2 fingers, Shu Chang'e experienced a deep sense of joy. The act of cultivation was truly captivating. In his perception, he had likely reached the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement. Others around him were generally at levels 3 or 4, with most possessing at least 5 levels of strength due to their superior spiritual roots. Shu Chang'e's advantage over them was slight, attributed mainly to his immaculate celestial body, being merely in the Qi refinement stage. Disciples entering the Floating Sky sect faced no significant challenges in their cultivation, even if Shu Chang'e currently outmatched his peers. The ultimate measure of success would hinge on the results of their foundation establishment. Consequently, he felt no sense of disparity. The priority remained to establish his foundation as soon as possible to earn the qualification to traverse in and out of the sect. Pondering on how his family was faring, Shu Chang'e exhaled softly, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for those he had not seen in a long while. This path was of his own choosing. Despite yearning for his family, there was no room for regret. The only course was to strive harder, thus creating opportunities to reunite with his loved ones. He resolved that within a year, he must establish his foundation and not neglect his swordsmanship. With renewed determination, Shu Chang'e pressed his lips together and refocused his mind on cultivation. Spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body, gradually augmenting his internal reservoir and steadily enhancing his cultivation level. Many like him, who toiled through the night in practice, now populated the cheesy courtyard, which had transformed from its usual lively ambience into a haven of tranquility. The clamor had long since dissipated, replaced by the sight of individuals deeply immersed in their meditative practices beneath the glow of luminous night stones. Chapter 21. The Transformation of the Root Bone into Spirit, Part 1. The Floating Sky Secret Realm, as the celestial cave that housed the Floating Sky sect, was rich in spiritual energy, further augmented by the sect's continuous infusions into the spiritual veins. Like the vast world outside, the Floating Sky Secret Realm was a mini-universe governed by established laws. The celestial bodies in the sky, though distinct from those in the outer realm, adhered to the natural cycle of day and night. As the moon rabbit faded from view, the sun's orb emerged, heralding the dawn of a new day. The dim moon hung high in the sky, while the sun's radiance intensified, gradually illuminating the Floating Sky sect as the night stones, which served as candles, extinguished one by one. Regardless of day or night, light perpetually enveloped the Floating Sky sect, in stark contrast to the bustling activity of the sect during daylight. Weijian Mountain epitomized the earthly rhythm, where the sun rose and set, distinctly marking the passage of time. New disciples, who had recently transitioned from mortals to cultivators, were still acclimating to the routine of their new lives. At the first light of dawn, the entire Weijian Mountain sprang to life, since drawing energy into their bodies. Their waking hours had begun to arrive earlier, and the all-night practices left them invigorated rather than fatigued. Now, cultivation frequently supplanted sleep, allowing them to navigate the long, solitary nights. Shu Chang'e, along with 2 companions, each grasping their wooden swords, tread lightly along the path, yet their bodies remain taut with tension. The disciples passing by exhibit a similar demeanor, merely exchanging nods with familiar faces. Shu Chang'e even catches sight of Li Chang'e aboard a nimble flying vessel, surrounded by a few companions, presumably allies. The mountain, still unseen, looms ahead, and this group of disciples comprises several hundred individuals, even among those hailing from Xingzhou Nation. Shu Chang'e is not well acquainted, having crossed paths with them only infrequently. After all, each class is a hurried affair, tightly scheduled by the sect, with barely enough time to catch one's breath before examinations and lessons ensue. The only moments of respite were thought to be the evenings. Yet since embarking on their cultivation journey, even those have evaporated. Each disciple is driven by an intense determination to hone their skills, unwilling to fall behind. Even those with a lackadaisical attitude find themselves compelled to engage in rigorous training, given the absence of leisure. Consequently, Most individuals are only familiar with those in their immediate vicinity, recognizing others merely by sight. Suddenly, a series of crisp vines burst forth from the thicket, slicing through the air and sweeping across the stone path in a fleeting moment, transforming it into a realm dominated by tendrils. Those traversing this stretch of road find themselves in peril, scrambling forward with a flurry of frantic dodges. Ouch! That hurts. How treacherous. Cries of pain resonate along the path, echoing in a cacophony. The assault is not limited to the vines. Wooden puppets, previously idle, strike unexpectedly, while fallen leaves stealthily inflict shallow cuts and small stones, seemingly appearing from nowhere, bombard from all directions. A moment's distraction while walking can lead to an unforeseen punch from a wooden puppet, a superficial gash from an unnoticed leaf, or a head full of lumps from errant pebbles. The current landscape of Weijin Mountain has transformed dramatically from the serene and tranquil environment they first encountered. In stark contrast, it now conceals myriad traps and mechanisms, where a moment of inattention not only results in tardiness to class, but also leaves one in a state of disarray. Their garments tattered and soiled throughout the day's lessons, an utterly humiliating predicament. Shu Chang'e and the two others were no exception. Having narrowly evaded the colossal fist of the wooden puppet, they had scarcely run a short distance before encountering the silently descending leaves that had sprung forth unexpectedly. Shu Chang'e adeptly evaded the withered leaves that brushed against his face, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Had he not reacted swiftly, his visage would have borne the mark of their descent today. Lan Yin also maneuvered left and right, skillfully dodging the sporadic leaf onslaught, with a modicum of alertness. It proved relatively easy to sidestep the barrage. Among the trio, Wei Shang's attempts at evasion were the most comical. He twisted his waist and thrust out his rear in a manner utterly devoid of grace. Yet, despite his unseemly postures, he successfully preserved his attire, avoiding the embarrassment of attending class in tattered rags. The situation was trivial for him, a mere trifle. As the three traversed the leaf-strewn path, Wei Shang, hands on hips, was about to boast when he suddenly heard the sound of wind rushing past. In a flurry, he ducked and covered his head as a small stone, hurled from an unknown source, narrowly missed him. Had he failed to evade it, he would have been left with a painful bump on his head. Be careful. There's more. Shu Chang'e's voice echoed from behind. With a grimace, Wei Shang sprang to his feet just in time to dodge another stone aimed at him. Leaping into the air. How is it that we barely escaped one danger only to tumble into another? This is quite ruthless. Perhaps our luck is simply lacking. The melodious voice of Shu Chang'e floated through the air as Wei Shang glanced over, just in time to see him pulling Lan Yin aside, the two deftly avoiding the creeping vines that emerged from the lofty branches of the trees. Could it be? There was more. To his dismay, Wei Shang, seemingly favored by fortune, let out cries of distress, left to fend for himself. He found himself in a precarious situation, enduring several blows, wincing in pain as he hurriedly sought refuge beside the other two. The presence of companions offered the prospect of mutual assistance, albeit there was also the chance of enduring even greater punishment together. By the time the trio arrived at the training ground, the commencement of lessons was imminent. The bell had already rung. Their disheveled hair and scattered robes painted a picture of utter disarray. Yet, no one dared mock them. For others appeared even more worse for wear. All three had endured their fair share of strikes. The impacted areas still throbbed with a dull ache. Strangely enough, these minor assaults bore no lethal consequence. At most, they would leave a small wound that bled slightly, but under the influence of spiritual energy, they healed rapidly, leaving no scars. Nonetheless, few were willing to endure such punishment, as it was excruciatingly painful, particularly so. A single blow could resonate with pain for 2 days. In Wei Shang's words, it was akin to the agony of salt on a wound. The mechanics of the floating heaven immortal sect remained a mystery. Yet the sensation of pain was unmistakably acute and enduring. With sword practice on the horizon, this discomfort would undoubtedly hinder their progress, leading to significant deviations in their sword forms. For several days, they had faced the frosty demeanor of Yan Ziyu, all while striving to practice their swordsmanship within the newly activated formation. Indeed, unbeknownst to them, their modest training square had, at some point, been imbued with a formation that served no other purpose than to render the ambient spiritual energy exceedingly sharp and agitated. Practicing swordsmanship within this environment felt akin to being pricked by countless needles, even without the communication of spiritual energy. Yet, the energy would eventually be depleted, compelling them to pause for meditation, struggling to absorb the prickly spiritual essence. It was peculiar. Although the energy felt tumultuous to the senses, during cultivation. It seemed not so difficult to tame, requiring merely the dismissal of the incessant prickling discomfort from the outside world. Reflecting on the tribulations of recent days, Wei Shang sighed repeatedly, the three of them at their designated spots, tidying their appearances while exchanging idle chatter. I wonder why my grandfather was so cryptic. It seems he was well aware of this all along. Ugh. Wei Shang, filled with indignation, slapped his thigh, inadvertently striking a tender spot, causing a sharp pain that drained the color from his face. Lan Yin, positioned beside him, offered silent comfort by gently patting his shoulder, no longer concealing his thoughts. Not pretending anymore, as I had no intention of keeping this from you. While gesturing towards Shuchanga, Wei Shang inhaled deeply to compose himself, adding, after all, with your cunning nature, akin to a honeycomb, it is likely you had your suspicions long ago. Well, it matters not if you say nothing. Did you not claim to be a second-generation cultivator? Shuchanga observed him with an air of leisure, a few strands of his high ponytail cascading down his shoulder, slipping away with his movements. Ah, we Wei family are indeed a lineage of cultivators, loyal to the Floating Heaven sect. My father is the clan leader, and my grandfather is the master of When to Peak. After speaking, he pouted, glancing at the other two, feeling that his words were somewhat mundane. Well, you see, initially, he hesitated to speak of it, fearing it might come across as boasting, and was too indifferent to listen to others' idle chatter, so he refrained from sharing. But now that the three of them had become so familiar, it felt acceptable to mention it. Although he was aware that his two companions were not the type to judge based on stereotypes, he still harbored a slight concern. Indeed, just a smidge of worry. Noticing Wei Shang subtly observing their reactions, Shuchanga couldn't help but chuckle. Truly a second-generation cultivator, it seems you will be taking care of young Master Wei. Lan Yin nodded silently in agreement. It's on you. His voice, as always hoarse, sounded like celestial music to Wei Shang, affirming that the friend he had chosen was certainly not superficial. As Wei Shang appeared on the verge of tears, moved by the sentiment, Shuchanga exchanged a glance with Lan Yin, then cleared his throat, subtly shifting the topic. To his surprise, the small test that Lan Ji had previously mentioned turned out to be this. Upon hearing this, Wei Shang became animated, forgetting what he had been about to do. Shaking his fist in indignation, a small test, you say? Look at our disheveled state. This is hardly a small test. I seriously suspect many senior brothers and sisters are laughing at us. It was evident that someone was observing them. However, whether they were laughing remained uncertain. And Shuchanga did not concern himself with that. After a day of bewildering training, the following morning, when they set out, they discovered the true meaning of a small test. The entirety of Weijin Mountain had transformed into a trial ground, or rather, a trap zone, devoid of safe havens. At any moment, they could be subjected to surprise mechanisms, which, while causing no injury, were excruciatingly painful, akin to what they had experienced that day. Even the dining hall and bamboo cottages were not spared. While eating, they had to remain vigilant against unforeseen ambushes from all directions. Only during the nights spent cultivating in the bamboo cottage could they find some solace. At all other times, they were on edge. They had endured this for quite some time, and though they had gained a modicum of experience, it was nothing like their first day when everyone had been utterly disheveled, covered in wounds, and aching all over, many arriving late to class. Shuchanga and his companions fared little better, nearly missing their lessons. Consequently, they now left earlier than before. Fortunately, their training had replaced sleep, or else with such scant rest, they would surely doze off during class. Let them laugh. These trials will only serve to strengthen us. You certainly know how to console yourself, one retorted. Of course, if I couldn't self-soothe, I would have been driven mad by those rascals in my family during those years when I couldn't cultivate. As the son of the clan leader, is there anyone who dares bully you? Shuchanga frowned slightly, looking at him with curiosity. I'm not sure how to answer. Wei Shang feigned ignorance. Mumbling, not really bullied. Just, I think. Heh. I see. So perhaps no one bullied him. It might just be that this young master was vexing himself, came the realization. Indeed, as the son of the clan leader, possessing superior spiritual roots, who would dare to pick on him? Being cast out from the family to become a loose cultivator would be truly tragic. Speaking of which, when I learned that both Lan Yin and I were of superior quality, you said it was your grandfather's arrangement. What did you mean? I can't believe you heard my quiet words back then and still remember. Wei Shang was taken aback. What? You heard me even when I was whispering. Back when they were all mere mortals, even his soliloquy had been caught with clarity. It seemed he could no longer speak ill of Chang'e. Wei Shang mused. I have always had keen senses. You should have noticed, he replied. Indeed, Your reactions are always the swiftest. I thought it was due to your martial training. Shuchanga remarked. Not at all. My martial arts are merely for strengthening my body. Far from the mainstream, he shook his head. No. You are indeed impressive in martial arts. Lan Yin, who had been silently listening to their exchange, suddenly interjected, looking intently at Shuchanga. I practice martial arts as well. I can feel it. Shuchanga was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft laugh. Thank you for your compliment. It is indeed rare to hear you speak. Wei Shang nodded in agreement, patting Lan Yin on the back. You, Wood, are the quietest. Changa is not much of a talker either, so I am left to ramble on my own, which can be rather dull. Lan Yin cast a glance at him, unperturbed. I believe you do not find it boring. Huh? Are you speaking in riddles, Wood? Noticing that Lan Yin had closed his mouth and even his eyes, adopting a do-not-disturb demeanor. Wei Shang had no choice but to sit down in frustration, suddenly recalling the question posed by Shu Changa earlier. Oh, I almost forgot to answer you, Changa. My apologies. Observing Wei Shang's hands clasped in a gesture of apology, Shu Changa shook his head. There is no need for apologies. If anything, it was my impertinence. Your silence is quite all right. Oh, there is nothing that cannot be said. He waved his hand casually. It's just about my root bone transformation. As you know, I possess a fire root. During the test, it was discovered that my root bone transformation was slightly lacking. Some individuals experience changes in their root bone transformation, but how such changes occur remains a mystery. It is also said to be related to those with transformed root bones, perhaps thinking of it as a last resort. My grandfather arranged for me to be among you. Chapter 22, Root Bone Transformation, Part 2, according to Wei Shang. Root bone transformation is a manifestation of exceptionally high spiritual roots. The spiritual root serves as one of the foundational criteria for measuring an individual's potential for cultivation. And extensive research on this topic has emerged within the realm of cultivation. However, spiritual roots are ultimately a divine gift, and to date, no significant breakthroughs have been made in research, the most well-known aspect being bloodline inheritance. This has led many cultivation families to seek partners with compatible spiritual roots for matrimony. Of course, everything possesses a glimmer of hope. Even those with subpar roots or no roots at all can reshape their root bones through rare heavenly materials, cleansing their muscles and marrow. However, such rare materials are often exceedingly scarce, and without the right opportunities, one might spend a lifetime without encountering them. Spiritual roots are categorized into the 5 elements, with the 5 elemental roots being the most common, alongside rarer roots such as nether fire, thunder, wind, ice, and mist. Regardless of the attributes of the spiritual root, the methods of assessing their quality hinge upon their thickness and spiritual essence. Root bone transformation is said to occur when the spiritual root is born, occasionally feeling the dissipating spiritual souls of heaven and earth, and shaping the spiritual root with these souls. Yet, how spiritual roots perceive these souls, how many they perceive, and what types remain a profound mystery within the realm of cultivation. The intricacies of this enigmatic phenomenon have stymied any attempts at research, to say nothing of the spiritual souls themselves, as no one has ever witnessed such a thing. However, from the practitioners of root bone transformation currently emerging in the cultivation realm, it appears that the vast majority of their spiritual souls stem from the celestial beasts that existed in ancient times. Celestial beasts? Recalling the phoenix-like creature displayed during his spiritual root test, Shu Changa pondered. Could that be a type of celestial beast? Indeed, when I inquired, the spirit steel revealed a peculiar creature, likely due to my failed transformation, which rendered its form barely discernible. Wei Shang, resting his chin on his hand, spoke in a somewhat somber tone. I was so close to meeting the transformation standard, alas. What about the two of you? Although the forms displayed by the spirit steel can sometimes vary, the discrepancies are usually minimal. Pointing at the two of them with his index finger, he added, once you both reach the nascent soul stage, I shall have to take a good look at your root bones. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, the spiritual roots will be fully developed, allowing those with transformed root bones to perceive innate spells. And the talents possessed by the spiritual souls will also be somewhat comprehended by their masters. Mine is a thunderbird. A thunderbird? That is certainly impressive. The thunder attribute celestial beasts from ancient times are all incredibly powerful. The talents you perceive will undoubtedly be remarkable. After saying this, he turned to Lan Yin, who had unknowingly opened his eyes to observe them both. After a brief silence, Lan Yin stated, I possess a nether fire root, emphasizing the term nether fire. Ah, I nearly forgot. Haha, my apologies, Wood. A nether fire root naturally means it is nether fire. I had yet to process it. The nether fire root is formed from nether fire itself, and if we were to discuss what could be transformed from it, aside from nether fire, what other options could there be? However, nether fire is quite formidable. Among the myriad of extraordinary fires in heaven and earth, only a few are of common potency and can be subdued. The rest are either rebellious or perilous. Wood, you were born with extraordinary fire, quite impressive indeed. Nether fire can also be used for alchemy? Shuchanga had long been curious about alchemy. Using extraordinary fires for alchemy results in minimal toxicity in the elixirs and enhances their efficacy. Although the yield may decrease, the quality of the elixirs significantly improves. Alas, extraordinary fires are challenging to tame, and such elixirs are exceedingly rare. Weishang pondered for a moment, somewhat hesitantly. It seems that it is possible. I recall my grandfather mentioning it, but only certain elixirs can be crafted this way. Some elixirs are not suitable for nether fire. Not to worry. We can inquire with the alchemy instructor when the time comes. As for me, I am a fire root. It would be wonderful if I could also subdue an extraordinary fire in the future. Changa, your thunder attribute extraordinary fire is stronger. You should capture one as well. Then, the three of us could each possess a unique extraordinary fire. How dazzling that would be. As Wei Shang continued to daydream, Shu Changa chose to ignore him, retracting his gaze and focusing on meditation to replenish his energy. I have already clearly outlined the key points for foundational cultivation. When the time comes for you to establish your foundation, do remember to inform me. The sect will provide quiet chambers to facilitate your cultivation. Lon Li seldom engaged in lengthy lectures during class. Instead, he focused on guiding them in their cultivation, helping them avoid common pitfalls in their practice and thought processes. As the morning session concluded, due to their earlier conversation about root bone transformation, the trio departed at a slower pace than usual. This was not particularly concerning, but they had not anticipated that someone would seek them out. Long time no see, young Master Shu. We are truly grateful for your assistance in the previous matter. Yes, thank you so much, young Master Shu. My sister and I have been wanting to thank you, but we always missed you. Caught off guard by the approaching voices while listening to Wei Shang, Shu Changa hesitated before turning around, only to find several female cultivators watching them, two of whom seemed quite familiar. They appeared to be individuals he had encountered at the cheesy courtyard in the Holy Zhaogua. Just doing what I can. There is no need for formality, Shu Changa replied, not wishing to linger. He swiftly pressed down on Wei Shang, who seemed eager to greet the beautiful female cultivators with his wooden sword, casually nodding. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Farewell. The wooden sword discreetly jabbed Wei Shang in the waist, causing him to grimace in pain, but under the threat of Shu Changa, he obediently followed along. Oh, this young Master Shu is truly consistent in his demeanor. He is not easy to approach. The other female cultivators accompanying the Zhao sisters chuckled teasingly, while Zhao Qinghe smiled gently, redirecting the conversation. Let us hurry back. The journey home is not easy now. Upon contemplating those tiresome little mechanisms, a group of female cultivators found their spirits for playful banter diminished, and with a chorus of sighs, they stepped outside. These few were rather compatible, often choosing to act together, allowing for both gossip and camaraderie, which fostered a pleasant bond. Meanwhile, Wei Shang, who had been compelled to walk a considerable distance with Shu Changa's sword pressed against him, finally noticed the rigid wooden blade had left his waist. He slowed his pace, grimacing as he rubbed his side, muttering, Changa, you truly lack romantic sensibility. What a splendid opportunity, yet you fail to appreciate it. I'm not interested. Spare me the trouble. He retorted, Oh, how is this any trouble? Besides, it's not I who sought it. Your sisters are clearly interested in you. Boredom, he replied dismissively. Even Lan Yin finds you tedious, she quipped. Wei Shang rolled his eyes at this remark, responding irritably. Isn't it because you two share the same interests? Obsessed with cultivation, neglecting everything else. You are both cultivation fanatics. What is the purpose of cultivating if not for cultivation itself? He continued defiantly. After a pause, he asserted, one must also find relaxation amidst their training. This is my way of unwinding. You only seek gossip. Gossip is relaxation too. Besides, beautiful female cultivators are delightful. Solidifying our relationships now might lead to future partnerships. After a moment of self-reflection, he corrected himself. No, according to your standards. Even a block of wood would attract admirers. Irritated by the jab, Wei Shang shot a glare at Shu Changa, who, under his scrutiny, nonchalantly stowed away the wooden sword. not forgetting to wipe the spot where it had recently touched him with a handkerchief. I have no interest in this. Stop creating trouble for me. Wei Shang rolled his eyes again, nearly to the heavens, and grumbled, Understood, understood. You two may as well prepare for a life of solitude. Humph. The trio, now quiet, navigated numerous challenges and finally reached the dining hall, where they could enjoy their meal undisturbed. Shu Chang's mood lifted slightly, but soon they encountered others, not him, but acquaintances of Wei Shang. Wei Shang, it's been ages. Why haven't you greeted us? We are all from prominent families. We often meet at banquets. Shouldn't we be closer? As the three were about to exit, they paused at the voice behind them, previously eager to witness his friend's antics. Wei Shang now found himself in the spotlight. Noticing Shu Chang's puzzled expression, he silently mouthed, Annoying fellow. He turned with a forced smile to greet the speaker, though his expression was far from pleasant. Ah, who could it be? Lin Chinchio. It's been quite a while. You haven't changed a bit. Lin Chinchio was a chubby youth with bright eyes, not excessively overweight but slightly more robust than his peers. It was curious, after a period of cultivation. One would expect a leaner physique. Stop commenting on my figure, Wei Shang. We hail from the same lineage. If you don't associate with us, why mingle with the mortals? Given that Shu Chang'e was one of the few with superior spiritual roots, Lin Chinchio dared not utter anything offensive. Those with superior roots were assuredly inner disciples, while they, the offspring of noble families, occasionally found themselves relegated to the outer sect. Offending someone of such caliber could be ill-advised. Catching on to Lin Chinchio's thoughts, Wei Shang felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Did this fool believe his words would go unpunished? How naive! With a resigned sigh, Wei Shang waved his hand dismissively, curbing Lin Chinchio's further remarks. Enough, enough, Lin Chinchio. I don't know who incited you to seek trouble, but heed my advice. The Floating Heaven sect despises factionalism. Stay out of trouble. Do you know who my grandfather is? It would be wise to take my counsel and cultivate diligently. Don't end up embarrassed in the outer sect. With that, he urged the other two to leave quickly, unwilling to linger for Lin Chinchio's incessant questions. Though bothersome, Lin Chinchio meant no harm. He was simply foolishly naive, easily swayed by others. I assure you, that fellow was clearly lured here by someone with ill intentions. Many noble families are at odds with the Wei clan, and their descendants often seek to provoke me. It's utterly vexing. You were just eager to watch the show. All right. I admit my error. I won't involve you next time. Chang'e, please don't mention it again. Seeing him relent, Shu Chang'e chose to leave the matter be. The trio hurried along, evading potential confrontations while making their way back to their dormitory. Both Shu Chang'e and Wei Shang had encountered familiar faces. They fervently hoped Lan Yin would not cross their path as well. They had already experienced enough turmoil for one day. Lin Chinchio, left behind in a fit of rage, stomped his feet and muttered curses about Wei Shang. Yet, with the target absent, even the harshest words held no power. Young Master Lin, since young Master Wei has no intention of joining us, you needn't concern yourself with him. He will surely regret it later. A fellow noble, trailing behind Lin Chinchio, spoke up. Though he belonged to another esteemed family, his status was far from significant. At the thought of Wei Shang's earlier words, Lin Chinchio gritted his teeth in frustration, shooting an impatient glare at his companion. Stop your prattle. You lot should disperse quickly. Do not linger and obstruct my view. Young Master Lin. The other attempted to protest, only to find Lin Chinchio crossing his arms, looking down at him with derision. Enough. I may be naive, but I am not foolish. Do you think I would heed your schemes after what Wei Shang said? Leave before I lose my temper. Otherwise, don't plead for mercy when I retaliate. Watching his companion fall silent, Lin Chinchio scoffed derisively as he dismissed the others, finally making his leisurely exit. Although he and Wei Shang had long harbored mutual disdain, they were still familiar with each other. The relationship between their families was more amiable than that with others. And regardless of Wei Shang's demeanor, their positions remained aligned. Even as he was about to leave, his father had advised him to mirror Wei Shang's actions. Had it not been for his curiosity about the ambitions of other noble families, he would have disregarded the foolish whispers they shared. To assume he was naive was quite pitiful. Regardless of others' awareness, his father certainly understood the dynamics at play. Having informed him that the Wei clan's ancestral patriarch was the master of the Floating Heaven sect, such a standing surpassed that of any outer sect elder or inner sect instructor, and he was not foolish enough to oppose Wei Shang. These families, reliant on the protection of the Floating Heaven sect, sought to ascend and claim a share of the sect's power, unaware of their own audacity. They should reconsider once a peerless prodigy or a sect leader emerges from their ranks, lest they risk expulsion from the sect, a truly laughable fate. It is vital to recognize that while minor skirmishes among affiliated sects are permissible, significant disturbances are not, unless a particular faction is abandoned by the sect. Only then can others safely divide its resources. The second and fourth major sects loom over them like colossal mountains, casting shadows that obscure their existence. Disobedience. Failure to pay homage or lack of diligence will lead to annihilation. The law of the jungle prevails. Well, it seems I must seek companionship elsewhere. Factionalism. Oh, factionalism. Who would be foolish enough to indulge in it? TSK. Chapter 23. The Formation of Talismans and Devices Part 1. Although the floating sky secret realm is merely a mystical domain, its laws mirror those of the outside world, ensuring that the celestial bodies above do not disrupt the operations of the formidable sect. As the moon rabbit fades into obscurity and the golden crow emerges, the transition from day to night allows the floating sky immortal gate to illuminate the night with its radiant stones, eagerly awaiting the caress of sunlight. For cultivators, the cycle of day and night is seldom a matter of concern, however. For the newly initiated disciples who have recently transitioned from the mundane world to the realm of cultivation, adhering to the rhythm of sunrise and sunset remains habitual. Among the vast expanse of the floating sky immortal gate, the unseen mountain is perhaps the most imbued with the essence of the mortal realm. As the first rays of sunlight cascade down, they awaken the entirety of the unseen mountain, gradually coaxing practitioners who have begun to replace sleep with cultivation during the long, lonesome nights from their meditative states. Ethereal mists linger above the tranquil lake, while languid mist beasts drift around the unseen mountain. The bamboo groves, interspersed with rustic huts, sway gently in the morning breeze, lulling one into drowsiness. Sunlight filters through the half-open window, illuminating the humble bamboo dwelling, where the luminescent stones on the table dim their glow. The simplicity of the abode betrays no personal preferences of its occupant. At this moment, Shuchanga remains engrossed in meditation, his youthful visage serene, eyes gently closed, and while yet to fully blossom, one can already envision the exceptional beauty he will possess in the future. Exhaling a breath of impure air, Shuchanga feels his spiritual energy deepening. Yet he furrows his brow. He is merely at the 7th level of chi refinement, approaching the 8th, but still somewhat sluggish. The cultivation at this stage poses no significant challenge, as long as one adheres to the prescribed methods and channels their spiritual roots to absorb spiritual energy. Disciples fortunate enough to enter the floating sky immortal gate find this step relatively straightforward. In his estimation, he should have reached the 8th level of chi refinement by now. Yet he finds himself lacking. In his perception, Wei Shanglan and Yin, along with a few others of superior spiritual roots, are not far ahead of him. The distinction between superior and exceptional roots is not as pronounced during the chi refinement phase as it becomes in later stages. He had not anticipated the vast amount of spiritual energy required in the later stages of chi refinement. The cumulative energy needed for the first 3 levels is insufficient for even one level in the latter stages. Indeed, cultivation is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor. One cannot help but wonder how much spiritual energy will be necessary at more advanced levels of cultivation. Fortunately, he is within the floating sky immortal gate, where the abundance of spiritual veins ensures that disciples need not fret over the availability of spiritual energy. No wonder the senior brothers complained of its scarcity during their time in the mortal realm. As he feels the impurities being expelled from his body by the spiritual energy, he frowns in annoyance, gathering his belongings to prepare for a bath. Since he began his cultivation journey, bathing each morning has become a cherished routine. His companions have long grown accustomed to this habit. At this moment, they sit chatting on a bamboo chair that Wei Shang has moved to the entrance. Though labeled as conversation, it is primarily Wei Shang who rambles on, while Lan Yin silently cultivates his energy. Changa's meticulousness is truly unparalleled. Wei Shang muses, stroking his chin with a mischievous grin. I wager many female cultivators cannot compare to his level of refinement. Though no one responds, it does not hinder him from gazing longingly down the corridor, the pathway to the bathing area. After all, Changa is a peerless beauty, and such appearance warrants a certain level of delicacy. Wei Shang is aware that Shu Changa is indifferent to others' opinions regarding his looks, which emboldens him to jest freely. And for the most part, Shu Changa indulges him. Wow! Wei Shang exclaims upon noticing Changa emerging from the bathing area, and Lan Yin, having opened his eyes, is indeed greeted by the sight of Shu Changa gracefully approaching. Each time, Wei Shang never fails to comment on the enchanting scene of the beauty emerging from the bath, a sight to which Lan Yin has grown accustomed, with slightly damp hair cascading messily over his shoulders and face, accentuating his jade-like complexion. His long fingers deftly weave through his hair, carelessly arranging it. He retrieves a new white hair tie from within the hut to secure a ponytail, presenting himself with a fresh and tidy appearance. Wei Shang, you are quite tiresome. This is not mere boredom. I am appreciating the beauty of the moment. Chang'e. If others see you like this, they may be even more excessive. Chang'e gazed at him, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Casually, he tossed a white handkerchief at him, saying, wipe your drool before you speak. The latter deftly caught the handkerchief, feigning to wipe his mouth, then gleefully tucked it away. Higi, you have so many handkerchiefs, I'll keep them safe and clean. Who knows, I might sell them for spirit stones one day. Ignoring the infatuated Wei Shang, Chang'e inclined his head, prompting Lan Yin to follow suit, while Wei Shang trailed behind, chattering incessantly that merely talking about selling was fanciful, and actually doing it might earn him a beating. Each day was a flurry of activity, with their time for cultivation and sword practice fully occupied. As if only yesterday they had just arrived at this place, yet in the blink of an eye, half a year had slipped away. The first course, be it alchemy, formations, or talismans, was still uncertain. The Floating Sky sect was most renowned for its formations, particularly the Floating Sky sword formation. As Wei Shang spoke, he sidestepped a vine that suddenly sprang forth, while Chang'e gathered his ponytail. A stone flew through the air, narrowly missing him. Nonchalantly, he raised his right hand, catching the approaching dry leaf with his fingertips, then casually released it, allowing it to drop to the ground. I wish to try my hand at any of them. That works. After all, the sect requires us to study all 4 subjects for 3 months. We can choose the one we like best later. Lan Yin silently followed the two, only speaking when prompted. The trio navigated their way effortlessly, and after satisfying their hunger, they transitioned to a new classroom. Now, the open classes had no time restrictions, allowing entry for cultivation or revisiting previously learned content at any time. The little mechanisms used to test them on Mount Wujian were no longer a concern. After months of training, these assaults had become mere amusements. Let me see. Wei Shang squinted as he stood on tiptoe, trying to discern something in the distance. The tallest among them, Lan Yin, had already spotted a row of buildings to the west. Alchemy. With Lan Yin having taken the lead, Wei Shang felt no irritation. Alchemy was indeed a fine choice, as elixirs were the currency of the cultivation realm. When the three finally reached the entrance of the alchemy room, they beheld a plaque glowing with a warm, earthy hue, while the other plaques remained dim, indicating that classes had yet to commence. The building, modest from the outside, revealed an expansive interior as they entered in succession. Darkness enveloped them, and upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves alone in a small chamber. At the center stood a conspicuous small alchemy furnace on a low table, only knee-high, accompanied by a familiar mat, identical to the one in the open classes. Aside from that, there was nothing else. The room was eerily silent. After a brief exploration and confirming the absence of any other items, Chang'e leisurely took out the handkerchief to wipe the furnace, then sat cross-legged on the mat covered with it. As the bell tolled, a shadowy screen emerged on the wall before him, displaying a variety of herbs, all of which Chang'e had never encountered before. Dear students, alchemy emphasizes the balance of medicinal properties, and familiarity with the characteristics of various spirit herbs is essential knowledge for any alchemist. As you are all novices in alchemy, today I will first teach you how to use the alchemy furnace, followed by an introduction to these spirit herbs. These are the materials for crafting the Mingchun San, the simplest alchemical formula. The narration accompanying the shadow screen was clear, and Chang'e felt no difficulty in understanding. The furnaces provided to them were specially crafted by the sect for new disciples learning alchemy. The advantage of these furnaces was that as long as one was close to them and channeled their spiritual energy, flames would ignite within. The quantity of spiritual energy determined the intensity of the flames, making it remarkably convenient. Many inexperienced pharmacists preferred using these furnaces, as only those who could successfully refine elixirs without assistance from the furnace could truly be called alchemists. Of course, this pertained only to the first level of alchemy. Elixirs come in various forms, and depending on their effects, they often need to be shaped differently. For instance, healing elixirs are typically ground into powder, while those for internal consumption are mostly in pill form, and body-tempering elixirs are often in liquid form. The Mingchun San is an elixir highly effective for mortals, capable of quickly stopping bleeding and hastening wound healing. It is an excellent choice for disciples to practice with, as it can be distributed in mortal markets or given as rewards to those managing the sect's affairs. Most importantly, the spirit herbs required for this elixir can mature in just 3 days under the influence of a spirit-gathering formation, making their potential loss negligible. The herbs included Jichuan grass, guaming grass, nailing grass, and angelica. From a recently appeared pouch, he extracted each herb, meticulously distinguishing them against the shadow screens. The order of the herbs was crucial for identification. The Mingchun San was not particularly challenging. The hardest part was controlling the heat. As long as these herbs were sequentially refined into powder and then combined with nailing grass to unify their medicinal properties while removing impurities, the elixir would be complete. Following the instructions displayed on the shadow screen, Shuchanga first closed his eyes to meditate, calming his mind before taking a deep breath. He extended his hand towards the furnace, channeling his internal spiritual energy, and with a hiss, flames erupted within the furnace. The initial attempt saw him misjudge the amount of energy, resulting in flames that were a bit too fierce. Cautiously, he regulated his spiritual energy, and upon sensing the fire was at an appropriate level, he quickly tossed in Jichuan grass. Watching the vibrant green herb slowly wither in the flames, he noted the azure mist rising from it, condensing within the furnace. Thus, the first herb was successfully refined. To his surprise, the process went smoothly. Shuchanga bit his lip, carefully inputting more spiritual energy. Guaming grass required a fierce blaze to be refined. Since beginning to cultivate his spiritual energy, he had never used it so meticulously. He could already sense his limitations. The flames flickered with the fluctuations of his energy, yet fortunately, Guaming grass began to exude a yellowish liquid, and only once it had fully dried did he add angelica, which quickly transformed into powder. Only nailing grass remained. Shuchanga blinked, holding his breath as he manipulated his energy to ensure the flames were suitable for refining nailing grass. The previous 3 herbs appeared to be in their own worlds, but as nailing grass melted into a transparent liquid, the other 3 seemed to be drawn towards it, gradually merging into the nailing grass. Once fully integrated, the liquid was a light dark yellow, gradually shrinking in volume under the flames, while fine powder precipitated from it, taking on a bright yellow hue. After about 15 minutes, the liquid completely vanished, leaving only a small handful of powder. Shuchanga, somewhat unskilled, awkwardly used the Naden technique to transfer the powder from the furnace into a small porcelain vial, confirming that all the Mingchun San had been collected. He finally withdrew his spiritual energy, and the flames within the furnace extinguished accordingly. The Naden technique was a newly learned spell specifically for retrieving elixirs. It could be mastered with spiritual energy and was useful in various situations, proving to be incredibly practical. Shuchanga was not in a hurry to examine the elixir he had just concocted, sitting cross-legged in a proper manner. He focused on restoring the spiritual energy he had recently expended. As he practiced, he sensed a notable enhancement in his mastery of spiritual power, which seemed to align with one of the sect's objectives. Feeling a surge in his spiritual prowess, Shuchanga silently resolved to carve out time in the future to hone his control over spiritual energy, with the Naden technique serving as a ready-made means to that end. Once his internal spiritual energy had replenished and the fatigue from elixir refinement dissipated, he turned his attention to a small vial of Mingchun San. The vial contained only a shallow bottom of the powder, which, to be honest, was somewhat insufficient. Nevertheless, for a novice, achieving success in the first attempt was quite commendable. Though Shuchanga was unaware of this fact, recalling the sight of a full vial of Mingchun San he had seen in the shadowy screen, he furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, closed his eyes, and reflected on each step he had taken, noting the areas that needed improvement before adjusting his breath and beginning the refinement anew. Many others were undertaking similar actions after a batch of medicinal powder was consumed. A new one would appear, indicating that the sect encouraged its disciples to learn and practice extensively, as familiarity breeds skill. After a morning filled with countless attempts at elixir refinement, Shuchanga lost track of how many times he had worked. But the numerous small vials lined up beside him attested to his considerable output. The subsequent refining process was not without its challenges, encountering several failures along the way. However, the outcome was ultimately positive. He could now produce Mingchun San in just 15 minutes, yielding more than half a vial, a significant improvement. Though he yearned to continue his experimentation, time had run out, and a wooden door appeared in the corner, marking the exit. He placed the small porcelain vials into a wooden tray, and with a flash of white light, the vials vanished. Shuchanga learned from the shadowy screen that this was a small teleportation array specifically designed for transferring small items, cost-effective and convenient. When their array class commenced, they would learn to draw such small formations. The elixirs were transported to the alchemist to ensure their quality. If satisfactory, a portion would be returned to the disciples. But if there were issues, the disciple would receive nothing but guidance from a senior. After a brief wait, another flash of white light occurred, and only 10 vials remained from the previous 23. The rest had returned to the sect. This was part of the sect's initial agreement, with the output from the alchemy class being divided 60-40, with the sect claiming the larger share since they provided materials, tools, and instructional recipes. Shu Chang'e bore no resentment about this arrangement, as he had not brought any storage items and could only leave with these few vials before turning to exit. Each small alchemical chamber was fixed, and he could collect his items next time. After waiting outside briefly, he saw the other 2 individuals approaching, and the 3 of them chatted animatedly as they walked. Having experienced alchemy, Shu Chang'e began to develop considerable interest in the techniques of tool refinement and talisman crafting. The 4 courses on alchemy, array, tool, and talisman were taught in rotation, ensuring that each day introduced a new subject, with at least one of them capturing his interest. To Shu Chang'e, the array course appeared profoundly abstract. Mastering arrays required familiarity with array symbols. There were a total of 120 symbols, a manageable quantity. Yet each symbol was intricate, representing different effects, with some even possessing dual or multiple functionalities. Understanding how to enable each symbol to fulfill its intended role in an array posed a significant challenge requiring extensive research and study for every array master. The Floating Sky Immortal sect would not allow these newly initiated disciples to spend excessive time merely testing their inclination towards arrays, so in class, Shu Chang'e and his peers were only introduced to a few of the most common and singularly effective array symbols, including those necessary for the minor gathering spirit array and the minor teleportation array. Without the prefix minor, these arrays would be beyond the grasp of such novices. Arrays were categorized by rank, from heaven to earth, with a yellow tier array requiring at least 3 symbols, a black tier needing 9, an earth tier 27, and a heaven tier 81. The greater the number of symbols and the more tightly interwoven they were, the more potent the array became. Even the same array could yield different results in the hands of different masters, as each would add or substitute certain symbols, resulting in a myriad of effects. In summary, array studies were exceedingly complex, and all 4 disciplines, alchemy, array, tool, and talisman, were not easily mastered. Each could vary significantly from person to person, and adhering strictly to textbook methods in confronting others could lead to dire consequences. However, for now, these complexities were of little concern to Shu Chang'e. The few symbols he had just learned would occupy his thoughts for several days, and they could only recognize the symbols for the time being, unable to write them out yet. Conversely, tool refinement was straightforward, akin to alchemy, with established principles to follow. By adhering to the proper procedures, mistakes were unlikely, and masters in these 4 areas were highly esteemed guests among the various factions in the realm of cultivation. The instructor for the tool refinement course introduced them to commonly used materials and demonstrated the technique for crafting storage pouches. The process captivated the audience, as none of them possessed any such storage tools at that time. While those from prominent families might be accustomed to such items at home, they were prohibited from possessing them until they had completed their assessments, having to either temporarily entrust them to the sect or to their family elders, reclaiming them afterward. Tool refinement was categorized into 5 types: magical tools, precious tools, spiritual tools, fa bao, and ling bao. Magical tools were the most basic. Anyone could forge a few, though their utility varied. Precious tools required a certain level of strength, while spiritual tools could only be wielded by those at the golden core stage, and differed in that even in the hands of mortals, they could wield a fraction of their power. The identity of the languid senior brother remained unknown, his voice lazily drifting through the shadowy screen, betraying a lack of seriousness. Tool refinement was not merely a matter of materials and heat. Every finished product bore various array symbols and talismans embedded within. It was challenging for one individual to master both crafts, which led to collaborative efforts to achieve their goals. The tool refiner would first prepare the base, followed by the talisman master and array master embedding their respective symbols or inscribing them into the array, before the tool refiner completed the final touches. A notable advantage was that for tools below the spiritual level, the process was less complex. The tool refiner could simply find someone to add the array or talisman without needing to reforge the item. Indeed, adept tool refiners could manage the entire process for items below the spiritual level single-handedly. Dear junior brothers and sisters, heed your senior brother's advice and thoroughly engage with these 4 courses. If you possess talent, it will be of great benefit. The rewards are plentiful. and others will envy you beyond measure. This nameless senior brother spoke with fervor on this subject, his tone animated, completely shedding his earlier lethargy. After expressing a series of envious sentiments toward these four professions, he sighed softly. If any of you truly excel in these areas, when you become masters, do remember your fellow disciples and grant me, your temporary instructor, a modicum of favor. Ahem. A sudden cough resonated from the screen, startling the senior brother who had been secretly bribing himself. Not knowing whom he had seen, he shrank back timidly and dutifully returned to his studies. The lecture on talismans was markedly different, as it was delivered by a gentle and melodious senior sister. Although her face remained unseen, her voice stirred excitement among many male disciples. During their time at the Floating Heaven sect, this was their first encounter with a senior sister. Previously, they had only been taught by senior brothers, leading them to almost believe that the sect was predominantly composed of men. How wonderful it was the senior sister was truly enchanting. This particular instructor exhibited remarkable patience, guiding them step by step, almost as if she were inclined to feed them directly. Shu Changgu, unaccustomed to such an instructional approach, felt a hint of discomfort, not directed at the senior sister, but simply a matter of personal habit. Talismans come in various forms: defensive, offensive, and supportive, with each type serving significant purposes in diverse situations. Within the sect, some disciples are geniuses in talisman crafting, dedicating their efforts solely to this art rather than the Tao or swordsmanship. Do not underestimate them. Some talisman and formation masters are formidable figures within the sect, their formations and talismans wielding immense power. Given sufficient time, a formation master could emerge victorious even against opponents of greater rank, turning the tide of battle. Similarly, talisman crafters often create symbols, and one would be astonished to discover how many talismans a capable and powerful talisman master conceals. Merely relying on these talismans could prove lethal. This method, however, can be somewhat disheartening, as the cost of a single talisman is not insignificant. When a talisman master engages in battle, a considerable number of spirit stones may be expended rapidly. The study of talismans places great emphasis on innate talent, while alchemy can be mastered through practice, and formations become manageable once one understands the scripts, and crafting is a skill everyone can learn to some extent. Talismans are different. The senior sister's voice, gentle as flowing water, filled their ears, explaining that talismans are not only words and drawings but also profound insights into the laws of the universe. It is acceptable not to fully understand, as long as one remembers that only simple spells are easily learned. Anything more advanced requires innate talent. The materials used for drawing talismans, paper, brush, and ink, are crucial. One must concentrate entirely during the process, harmonizing heart, mind, and spirit. Any deficiency in any of these aspects could lead to failure in crafting the talisman. Often, the brush merely serves to conserve spiritual energy, while the ink enhances the talisman's potency, and the paper increases its effectiveness. This implies that talisman masters also expend considerable spirit stones. High-quality materials require substantial investment, especially for consumables like paper and ink. In conclusion, the gentle and unnamed senior sister sighed. She too was a talisman master, albeit one who only dabbled in the art, not engaging in combat like full-fledged talisman masters. The talismans she sold barely covered the cost of paper and ink, and at times she even had to incur losses while practicing new talismans. In contrast, highly gifted talisman masters could create them in one go, achieving an impressive success rate far beyond that of those like her who only partially specialized in the art. Oh, and one more thing I must inform you. Those like myself, who dabble in talismans, are not truly referred to as talisman masters. Only those who specialize in the craft earn that title. Please take note of this in the future. After imparting this knowledge, the senior sister began guiding them to slowly comprehend and replicate a talisman. A small teleportation array shimmered with white light, revealing a bright yellow talisman resting quietly on a wooden tray. Shu Changgu carefully placed this talisman before him, observing it intently. This talisman represented a simple spell, the fireball technique in talisman form, requiring only to be torn for its power to be unleashed. The sect aims to ensure the safety of its disciples while maintaining the potency of the talismans, as diminishing their power would render them less than perfect and hinder learning. Thus, instructors must remind these bold newcomers not to carelessly tear the talisman apart. While this particular talisman may not hold significant value, damaging teaching tools could lead to deductions in their merits. Currently, they possessed a clean slate. Should they incur negative points, it would be quite embarrassing. Crafting talismans requires fluidity and coherence. Every element must connect seamlessly, with the entire talisman appearing harmonious in Shu Changji's eyes, devoid of any discord or stagnation. When drawing a talisman, one must not pause or lose focus. Each unseen node within the talisman has specific spiritual energy requirements and drawing speeds. Some nodes demand rapid strokes with abundant energy, while others require minimal energy and a slower pace. Under the guidance of their instructor, everyone observed the talisman while attempting to replicate it. While the other's progress remains unknown, Shu Changge distinctly felt that this subject was significantly more challenging than the other 3 courses. Simply following the strokes appeared disjointed. He could only gradually familiarize himself and make adjustments. By the end of the class, he had barely managed to replicate 70% of the original, and that was merely mimicking the design. Could it be that my talent is lacking? Shu Changge, rarely prone to self-doubt, had never explicitly articulated such feelings. However, the seamless ease with which he navigated various aspects of life since childhood had led him to a vague belief in his own omnipotence. Convinced of his genius in all endeavors. Yet, in retrospect, he realized he was merely a frog in a well, oblivious to the vastness of the world beyond. As tumultuous thoughts surged within him, his exterior remained impassive. His countenance was cool and detached, rendering any attempts by others to befriend him fruitless. Upon returning to his bamboo cottage at the end of the day, Shu Changge eschewed his usual meditation for a more contemplative posture at the table, scrutinizing the talismans he had brought back. The sect did not prohibit such practices, provided that the artifacts remained intact. The inked lines on the talismans shimmered subtly under the glow of the night stone, and Shu Changge's delicate fingers traced these lines with meticulous care, engrossed in a repetitive act of imitation. Were the talismans not remarkable in their own right, one could surmise that the ink would have long since faded. Given the fervor and frequency of his endeavor, a nascent understanding flickered in his mind, elusive and indistinct, prompting a slight furrow of irritation in his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he closed his eyes, channeling his internal spiritual energy into his gaze, which soon felt refreshingly cool. Upon reopening his eyes, the world appeared as if cleansed of dust, vibrant and illuminated. He could even discern the intricate, flowing patterns of small formations. Each bamboo cottage harbored a barrier formation isolating it from the outside world, activated during slumber or meditation. The Floating Sky Immortal sect had invested considerable effort to ensure the safety of its disciples. Unlike more indiscriminate barriers, this formation merely prevented others from entering the bamboo cottages. With his empowered vision, he perceived much more, the talismans revealing their secrets in kind. Shu Changge could discern 5 shimmering nodes hidden beneath the intricate lines, each possessing varying degrees of strength, harmoniously presented upon this talisman. Regrettably, the clarity of the nodes did not lead to further advancements. Even though he could distinctly see that the lines of the talisman resembled a fiery form, it proved futile. As he grasped the brush to sketch upon the paper, an odd sense of awkwardness enveloped him. Despite the uniformity of the lines, the outcome remained unsatisfactory, diverging from the standard talisman's design. After spending the better part of the night, exhausting various methods without achieving even the slightest result, Shu Changge ultimately decided to temporarily set it aside for more thorough study later. A momentary setback did not signify a lack of talent in this area. Regaining his focus, he returned to his cultivation. As Shu Changge's aura grew more rhythmic and prolonged, the luminous stones gradually dimmed. Each stone was inscribed with talismans that captured the essence of breath and light, capable of illuminating when the sky darkened, and extinguishing in the presence of prolonged life forces nearby. These remarkably convenient luminous stones were the brainchild of the alchemists within the Floating Heaven sect, their secrets meticulously guarded within the sect. Once introduced, the luminous stones became immensely popular across the 4 continents of the cultivation realm, bringing in a substantial influx of spirit stones for the Floating Heaven sect. Particularly noteworthy were the subsequent iterations of the luminous stones, although their efficacy remained unchanged. Significant efforts were invested in their aesthetics. These petite stones were crafted into various shapes, tailored to resonate with different regions' cultural styles, ensuring that the luminous stones reflected the aesthetic sensibilities of each continent. Shu Changge, naturally oblivious to the profound origins of the luminous stone, had long cast aside the irritations encountered during his studies of talismans, immersing himself in the surging spiritual energy within him as he reached the 8th stage of Qi refinement. The energy at this level flowed like a gentle river, cascading and generating a violet mist that enveloped his inner being, rendering it almost indistinguishable from a mere cloud of purple vapor upon introspection. In a state of bliss, Shuchanga remained undeterred, dedicating himself to the task at hand. As his spiritual roots tirelessly absorbed the ethereal essence, gradually augmenting the flow of his spiritual river. Chapter 25, the 10th stage of Chi refinement in the discussion pavilion of the Floating Sky Immortal sect, the masters and elders of several main peaks convened once more. As the disciples of the unseen mountain had progressed to the final stage of self-cultivation, these elders, each with the intent to take on new disciples, would gather in their leisure to deliberate on which of the disciples might best suit their respective teachings, a rare occurrence in previous years, as there were only a handful of exceptional talents to consider, insufficient for distribution, leading to their withdrawal from such matters. However, this year was different. A substantial number of high-caliber disciples had emerged, including 2 of outstanding potential, all exhibiting commendable dispositions upon preliminary observation, promising bright futures worthy of their attention, a mere extension of their mental investment. The unseen mountain, as ever, brimmed with vitality and vigor. Once bustling hotspots now lay scarce of figures, as hundreds of disciples dispersed throughout the mountain, akin to fish entering the sea, without even a ripple to mark their passage. Today, the cheesy courtyard felt somewhat boisterous. The door of a bamboo dwelling was quietly nudged open, revealing a narrow gap through which a face stealthily emerged. Changa, are you once again drawing talismans inside? Shuchanga remained utterly unresponsive, allowing Wei Shang to make faces at him from behind the bamboo door. Steadfast as an old monk in meditation, he diligently completed the talisman he was inscribing. Since the commencement of the talisman course, Shuchanga had devoted considerable time to research. Though he did not neglect his cultivation and swordsmanship, however, his progress had been somewhat impeded. Among the trio, Lanyan currently possessed the highest cultivation level, having reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement, and it seemed likely that he would soon attain the pinnacle of this stage. Both Wei Shang and he were at the 9th layer, merely a step away from breaking through to the 10th. Shuchanga felt no urgency in this matter, resolutely immersing himself in the study and comprehension of talismans. By the end of the course, they had collectively mastered 5 types of talismans. Through prolonged imitation, he could now draw them flawlessly even with his eyes closed. Although the awkwardness of the imitated talismans lingered, every node and line was executed with precision, a testament to the effort he had invested over time. Outside, Wei Shang, noticing Shuchanga's lack of response, felt his enthusiasm wane. He sulkily pushed the door open and sat across from him, who still did not spare him a glance. Wei Shang, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "Changa, you are truly dull. You and Lanyan both. How unfortunate that I have come to know the 2 of you." Shuchanga remained aloof, her gaze fixed on the newly drawn talismans, treating Wei Shang as though he were merely a figment of the air. "Isn't this talisman beautifully crafted? Why the dissatisfaction?" Wei Shang, perplexed, picked up one of Shuchanga's talismans from the side, scrutinizing it from every angle, yet finding no flaw. It was evidently superior to their own work. So why the discontent? Shuchanga casually cast a glance at the talisman in his hand, which was inscribed with the incantation for the Lightfoot technique, its awkwardness glaringly evident. Yet, something was amiss. There was a problem. To the eyes of others, his talisman appeared almost identical to those used for teaching, bearing no discernible difference. However, to Shuchanga, the disparity was as stark as the moon in the sky and the mud upon the earth. They were fundamentally different. This cognitive divergence served as a driving force for Shuchanga's relentless pursuit of knowledge, as recognizing such differences suggested a unique talent that might belong solely to him, meriting further contemplation. At the conclusion of the 4 courses on Dan formations, tools, talismans, they underwent an assessment. Each course evaluated their progress. Yet the sect did not disclose the results, much like the assessments for the general studies. Although termed an evaluation, it was merely an opportunity for them to demonstrate their acquired knowledge and produce a tangible result for the sect's appraisal. As for Lanyan, he was diligently practicing in his room, striving for perfection. Wei Shang tapped the table, remarking, "Only I am willing to spend time accompanying you for sword practice." Shuchanga, expressionless as he neatly gathered the talisman papers on the table, shot him a glance and replied, "It is you who wishes to practice swordsmanship, Wei Shang." Wei Shang, caught off guard, averted his gaze with a grimace, defending himself. "I intend to pursue the Tao, surely. A basic proficiency in swordsmanship will suffice." Shuchanga, are you certain that the final assessment will proceed without issues? Wei Shang was momentarily taken aback. With the 2 of you, I am confident my assessment will be flawless. The final evaluation involves a small-scale exploration of a secret realm, allowing for teamwork. It was precisely this knowledge that emboldened Wei Shang to become somewhat complacent in his swordsmanship. Come with me to practice swordplay. Otherwise, we shall not concern ourselves with you. Ah, how ruthless. Despite his protests, the ineffectual Wei Shang ultimately followed Xu Chang'e obediently as they stepped outside. Rather than heading to the training grounds, where a considerable crowd had gathered, they meandered through a series of turns. As he trailed behind Xu Chang'e, curiosity piqued Wei Shang's interest as he surveyed the open space before him, shaded by trees, with the path they had taken obscured by layers of underbrush. This secluded glade faced the ethereal lake. This stone is quite splendid, exuding a sense of comfort, perfect for repose. As he circled around the large boulder partially submerged in the water, Wei Shang's curiosity grew. Chang'e, how did you discover this place? The scenery is delightful and tranquil. I stumbled upon it by chance. It was here that Xu Chang'e first experienced the nuances of the breathing technique during his initial wanderings. Whenever he felt the urge to rush his cultivation or found his mind unsettled, he would retreat to this serene spot for respite. Xu Chang'e stood firm, gripping the wooden sword that had accompanied them for so long, and raised his gaze. Wei Shang, come. I'm coming. I'm coming. The two stood side by side, not far apart, beginning their practice from the first layer of the floating sky sword array. Now, all 4 initial layers had been imparted to them by Yin Ziyu. And after executing the 36 techniques, neither of them showed any signs of fatigue. With their heightened cultivation, their physical endurance had significantly increased, rendering feelings of exhaustion exceedingly rare. This, undoubtedly, subjected Wei Shang to relentless training, repeatedly practicing the sword, even as their energies intertwined, allowing them to perceive each other's sword intent, did little to elate him. Ultimately, after a full day of rigorous swordplay, Wei Shang returned home utterly spent, dragging his feet toward the Qizi courtyard. Upon entering, he encountered Lan Yan but had no time to greet him, making a beeline for the bamboo couch, collapsing onto it, and remaining motionless. Meeting Lan Yan's slightly puzzled gaze, Xu Chang'e shook his head and reassured him that all was well, merely sword practice. He then apathetically knocked on the door, stating they would continue tomorrow. Disregarding Wei Shang's reaction on the couch, and nodded to Lan Yan before turning back to his room to resume cultivation. Observing the two, Lan Yan said nothing further, simply remarking that he would fetch them some food before stepping out. With his eyes closed, Wei Shang rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking, devils. These people are devils, devoid of any camaraderie. As the night deepened and the stars sparkled brilliantly, the Qizi courtyard lay enveloped in silence. Xu Chang'e was intently observing the spiritual energy within himself. After a day's practice with the sword, his gains were not solely in the refinement of his swordsmanship, but also in the cultivation and tempering of his spiritual power. Under the influence of the floating heaven immortal technique, the thunder root absorbed spiritual energy with unstoppable momentum, continuously converting it into Xu Chang'e's own spiritual power. This process required no physical effort, mere meditation with closed eyes sufficed. The surging spiritual energy within him grew increasingly robust, and with each cycle of the celestial circuits, the amount of spiritual mist he exhaled increased, this dense mist nourishing his flesh and blood, accumulating significantly in his dantian. The repeated draining and replenishing of spiritual energy undoubtedly resulted in immense progress, enabling him to successfully reach the 10th level of Qi refinement. Closely following the pace of Lan Yan, the experience of the 10th level of Qi refinement was distinctly different. While previously, spiritual energy filled his entire body, it demanded intense concentration for manipulation. Now, with just a thought, Xu Chang'e could command the spiritual energy to flow freely throughout his body. Upon opening his eyes, he found the spiritual energy circulating within him, granting him an unparalleled clarity of vision. With a graceful movement of his slender hand, he effortlessly shattered a stone wrapped in a white cloth into several small pieces, which he then discarded without hesitation. Not bad. While the spiritual energy within the Qi refinement stage could not be externally released, in the later stages, enveloping a specific area with spiritual energy could significantly enhance that region. Just as Xu Chang'e had gathered his spiritual power in his left hand to effortlessly destroy the stone, a feat challenging for an ordinary person. Though he could not release it outwardly, could it still be conducted? Rising, he grasped a wooden sword, channeling the spiritual energy from within to envelop it. The energy felt somewhat sluggish, not as fluid as it was inside his body, but the hindrance was minimal. After several attempts, the spiritual energy finally adhered smoothly and evenly to the wooden sword. Although the sword appeared unchanged, only Xu Chang'e, holding it, could sense the latent power it contained. With a gentle swing, a sound echoed as another stone quietly split in half, as if sliced by a knife through tofu. Surprised by the magnitude of his newfound strength, Shu Chang'e raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary wooden sword in his hand, and with satisfaction, he retracted his spiritual energy. Initially, he had intended to experiment with the floating heaven sword formation using the infused spiritual energy, but it seemed unwise to attempt such an endeavor within his own quarters. Tidying up his surroundings, Shu Chang'e settled his mind and immersed himself back into his cultivation. He had 3 months to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Secretly observing the endeavors of the new disciples, the elders of the sect noted Shu Chang'e's series of attempts with approving nods, their bearded faces breaking into smiles. Not bad. Not bad. This child shows promise, remarked Zuriri Jinren, his satisfaction palpable as he watched. Watching Jinren of Li Hin peek, unusually refraining from banter with Zuriri Jinren, nodded in admiration. They had intentionally instructed the disciples not to teach the application of spiritual energy, allowing these young ones to explore on their own. And it appeared to be yielding excellent results. This young man possesses a talent and understanding far beyond his peers. Quite impressive, Zuriri Jinren commented. The other disciples also exhibit commendable insight. Look at this lad, his aptitude for formations is exceptionally high, Hua Qing Jinren added, as the two began their familiar competitive exchange. The other elders and true immortals found it customary to shift their gaze, continuing to observe the various disciples reflected in the water mirror. Chapter 26, Qi Mechanism in the Pursuit of Cultivation. Time slips away unnoticed amidst the profound sense of achievement from rapid advancement. Since the cessation of unified classes, Shu Chang'e had not kept track of the progress of others, but he remained unconcerned, focusing solely on his own path. The 3 of them had now reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement, with Wei Shangli still slightly short of completion, while Lan Yin, though the fastest, was merely a step behind the others. Wei Shang showed little interest in alchemy, formations, or talismans, only begrudgingly dabbling in alchemy, while his swordsmanship was somewhat lackluster until Shu Chang'e and Lan Yin kept him on track. Most of his time was devoted to cultivation, hence his progress was steady. After all, if he did not cultivate, he would be compelled to practice swordplay, thus allocating ample time to enhance his skills. Lan Yin, like Shu Chang'e, had not neglected his swordsmanship and had also invested considerable time in studying weapon forging, a subject that intrigued him. Unfortunately, they had only learned to identify forging materials thus far, lacking the means to engage in hands-on practice. As a result, he divided his time between swordsmanship and cultivation, advancing at a faster pace than Shu Chang'e. However, the current disparity was minimal. In cultivation, progress tends to be swift in the early stages, followed by a slow grind in the later stages. Foundation establishment requires not only the pinnacle of Qi refinement, but also an understanding of the Qi mechanism to nurture the seed. And the emergence of the seed signifies that all conditions for foundation establishment have been met. What the seed is remained a mystery, and they were unaware of when the opportune moment would present itself. During their 3 months of freely arranging their time, the 3 practiced swordsmanship together daily. From dawn until dusk, returning to their quarters for cultivation thereafter, day in and day out. Initially, Wei Shang was restless, attempting to venture out and socialize, but was promptly brought back by the other 2, forcing him to obediently engage in cultivation alongside them. Despite everything, the camaraderie among the 3 significantly improved during this period. Often, a mere gesture or glance conveyed their intentions to one another. Their synergy was even more profound than that of biological siblings. After a practice session, noticing that he had only glanced away, Wei Shang excitedly clapped his hands as the water bottle was tossed to him. This is comparable to those rumored telepathic twins. Not necessarily. Sitting cross-legged on a stone by the lakeside, Shu Chang'e replied nonchalantly, the wooden sword resting across his knees. Just as he was about to move, he heard Wei Shang's triumphant voice from behind. I bet you're just itching to pull out a cloth to wipe your sword, aren't you? Shu Chang'e paused momentarily, then nonchalantly pulled out a white handkerchief to wipe his sword, replying in a tone neither warm nor cold, you merely happened to remember a habit. Such actions were commonplace for them, and after spending some time together, it was entirely normal to react accordingly. Upon hearing this, Wei Shang smirked, his enthusiasm undiminished as he cheerfully sauntered over to Lan Yin, who was manipulating the fallen leaves on the ground using the danshu. This was a small spell that Shu Chang'e had discovered after attempting it, realizing it was a rare opportunity for them to practice their spiritual control. Thus he encouraged the other 2 to join in. So far, the results had been quite satisfactory. I bet you were thinking about something. he said, intentionally pausing. And when Lan Yin looked over as he had hoped, he flashed a brilliant smile. You must be thinking about beautiful female cultivators. Wei Shang, who had received a silent protest from Lan Yin, scratched his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. All right, just a joke. You must be pondering about foundation establishment, right? Hee, that doesn't faze me. After saying this, he sat down on the ground, resting his chin on his hand while gazing at the vast, hazy lake under the fiery sunset, his voice lazy. Don't worry, foundation establishment is not difficult for us. Perhaps by the end of today, we might comprehend some of the vital energy. He shifted the topic leisurely. Wood, you and Chang'e are undoubtedly the two fastest in cultivating on the mountain. Why fret about how the others will manage? Lan Yin was arranging the fallen leaves into various shapes, his voice low and husky. How do you know all this? The three spent most of their time together, and he couldn't fathom how the other could find the time to gather information about others. Wei Shang's knack for being well-informed and Shu Chang'e's peculiarities were the two things that Lan Yin found utterly perplexing since meeting them. TSK, that's beyond your capabilities, Wood. Oh, Wood, that shape looks quite familiar. What is it? Empty beast. A marvelous creature whose blood can nullify the weight of objects. Oh, no wonder it seems so familiar. How interesting. I'll join in. Let us guess each other's. He exclaimed, beckoning for Chang'e to join. Facing Wei Shang's enthusiastic invitation, Shu Chang'e remained impassive. I don't think your whimsical designs are recognizable to the common eye. After speaking, he stored his wooden sword and walked over. Lan Yin silently shifted to make space for him, nodding in agreement, understanding the need for caution. Whenever they engaged in this guessing game, Wei Shang always liked to use Nadanshu to create bizarre patterns, whimsical and entirely unpredictable. Rest assured, this time I'm serious. Let us guess what we've learned, replied Wei Shang, deftly manipulating the leaves to dance in the air. We've been focused on cultivating for so long, it's time to unwind. With the other two consenting, the trio relaxed for an extended period, guessing and creating with Nadanshu until the night fell and visibility waned. Upon entering the bamboo house, Shu Chang'e, who habitually walked to the meditation mat to cultivate, hesitated for a moment. After assessing his condition, he exhaled deeply. With a relaxed expression, he turned to retrieve his garments and stepped outside to wash up, while the other two mirrored his actions, silently establishing a bathing order among themselves. In a moment of clarity, Shu Chang'e grasped the meaning of the tacit understanding Wei Shang had previously mentioned. After washing and feeling refreshed, it wasn't until he lay on the bamboo couch that he realized he could scarcely remember the last time he had lain down to sleep like a mortal. He had always believed he no longer required sleep, that cultivation could suffice for bodily restoration. However, as drowsiness overtook him and he fell into a hazy slumber, he recognized that he remained an ordinary person after all. While cultivation could banish physical fatigue, the weariness of the mind could not be wholly alleviated through meditation alone. Ultimately, even cultivators remained flesh and blood. Being human entailed adhering to human habits, and while cultivation strengthened the body and fortified the spirit, one's essence remained that of a human, occasionally resting like an ordinary person would, benefiting one's cultivation in the long run. As Shu Chang'e drifted into a deep slumber, his body and mind relaxed completely, his ever-active thunder spirit root persistently inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, albeit at a slightly reduced rate without any technique to spur it on. The spiritual energy within circulated tirelessly, autonomously operating since the completion of its initial cycle, albeit at a slow pace, with the amount of energy blending being just enough to match that which the spirit root absorbed. The once ethereal purple spiritual mist had lost its lightness, now heavy as if on the verge of dripping. Gradually, as Shu Chang'e succumbed to a deep sleep, the rhythm of his shallow breaths synchronized with the expansion and contraction of the mist, which began to resonate with the beat of his heart. When the three harmonized, the mist's pulsation abruptly ceased. A dim point of light emerged from the depths of the deep purple mist enveloping his dantian. This light possessed no form, appearing to exist yet remaining intangible. Since its inception, it quietly took root in the dantian, utterly still. The mist returned to its previous languid drifting state, and the rhythms of breath and heartbeat no longer overlapped. Shu Chang'e, lost in deep slumber, remained oblivious, his brow relaxing further. A night devoid of dreams stretched until dawn. When the sunlight spilled onto his face, the bright rays rousing Shu Chang'e's consciousness. Slowly, he sat up, his long hair cascading smoothly behind him. Spilling across the bamboo couch, reflecting a satin-like sheen in the morning light. Ah! After a long absence, he stretched lazily, unconcerned with his appearance. Shu Chang'e felt an unprecedented sense of well-being, a comfort from within that he had never experienced during his usual cultivation. More importantly, he keenly sensed a change in his dantian. Delving within, his body seemed no different than usual, and Shu Chang'e meticulously extended his consciousness, surveying every corner internally. Reassured by the absence of anomalies, he settled his mind. Only this place remained. Observing his dantian intently, the dense thunderous spiritual mist obscured his view completely. It took Shu Chang'e considerable time to disperse the mist to other areas, the displaced mist lingering with a sense of reluctance. Without the mist's obstruction, that dim point manifested in Shu Chang'e's consciousness, tightening his focus as he cautiously explored. This glimmer felt eerily familiar, as if it were inherently a part of his being. Despite his consciousness moving around the light, it offered no response whatsoever. After a prolonged period of exploration, Shu Chang'e found himself at an impasse. Hesitating for a moment, he decided to channel a small wisp of spiritual energy into the mysterious light. To his astonishment, the energy passed through the luminous point without so much as a ripple. This brilliant glimmer, appearing to be merely a point of light, raised the question of whether it truly existed in relation to spiritual power. His curiosity piqued. Shu Chang'e boldly divided a fragment of his consciousness and gingerly reached out to touch the ethereal radiance. The moment his consciousness made contact, the world before him plunged into darkness. Startled, he instinctively attempted to sever the connection, only to discover that he was entirely powerless to do so. Suppressing his rising panic, he lifted his gaze to survey the pitch-black, unknown expanse around him. Unable to move and with no discernible results from his probing consciousness, it felt as though he was ensnared in a void, chaotic and utterly devoid of anything but himself. He had acted impulsively. Shu Chang'e furrowed his brow in mild frustration, having not anticipated such an outcome from a mere test. Fortunately, he did not experience any adverse sensations at the moment, leading him to believe that the issue was likely not severe. With this thought, he felt a slight sense of reassurance and steadied himself. However, in the very next moment of his calm, a faint, dim light flickered in the distance, capturing his attention. This light bore an uncanny resemblance to that emanating from his dantian. The obscure glow pulsed rhythmically, and as it fluctuated, a hint of violet mist began to materialize within the space. This mist was unmistakably the thunderous spiritual fog that perpetually suffused his being. As the fog accumulated, its hue deepened until it reached a peculiar zenith, at which point it abruptly ceased to expand. Simultaneously, the luminous point began to rotate spontaneously, its velocity increasing from languid to swift, as if drawn by an unseen force. A formidable suction emanated from it, which Shu Chang'e could perceive, yet his current state appeared unaffected. The air vibrated with a resonant hum, and the spiritual fog, under some mysterious influence, gradually gravitated toward the source. As the rotation of the luminous point accelerated, a small vortex slowly formed at its center, the origin of the compelling force. The vortex spun clockwise at a leisurely pace, yet its suction multiplied exponentially. Shu Chang'e witnessed the vast spiritual fog being engulfed, akin to a whale voraciously consuming water, greedy and urgent. The once abundant fog was devoured in the blink of an eye, leaving the space once again cloaked in darkness, save for the swirling vortex radiating a ghostly purple luminescence. With a sudden crack, the dim glow at the base of the vortex shattered, and to Shu Chang'e's astonishment, it dissolved into myriad scintillating particles that merged into the vortex, vanishing without a trace. The moment these minute particles made contact with the vortex, a thunderous sound resonated within his mind, as though something had breached a threshold, causing the very fabric of this space to tremble. The vortex quivered in response, then abruptly inhaled, as a familiar surge of purple spiritual energy rushed in from an unknown source, cascading into the heart of the vortex, disappearing without a trace. Shu Chang'e's figure froze, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed upon the scene before him. After a heavy click of his tongue, his irritation was short-lived. Once the vortex had completely consumed his spiritual energy, it seemed to shudder in satisfaction, releasing a plume of spiritual mist. It trembled once more, expelling another wisp of ethereal vapor. Under Shu Chang'e's icy gaze, the diminutive vortex began to fluidly emit billows of spiritual mist, enveloping itself in a diaphanous veil of violet. Amidst this, deeper yet brighter hues shimmered like twinkling stars. The faint, deep purple orbs flickered enticingly, drawing Shu Chang'e's attention involuntarily. In a moment of distraction, darkness enveloped him once again, and when his vision returned, He found himself back in the state of introspection he had just experienced. The spiritual light at his dantian remained intact, yet the spiritual mist that had been expelled had stealthily returned, thoroughly concealing that faint glow. What had just transpired felt like a mere illusion. One not fully aware might even believe they had merely dreamt it. Shu Chang'e could hardly believe he was not merely ensnared in a dream. He had begun to suspect the source of this sudden insight. This was likely the ethereal energy that his senior brother, Lan, had vaguely alluded to during their teachings, a crucial element for establishing one's foundation. Chapter 27. The foundation begins. Establishing a foundation is the inaugural challenge faced by all cultivators. Many, lacking sufficient talent, fail to perceive that fleeting essence, resorting instead to the bitter reliance on foundation-building pills to achieve their breakthrough. Such individuals, who rely on external means, are destined for a transient path and may struggle to attain the golden core, or if they manage to forge one through arduous effort, it may very well be a false core, their power significantly inferior to that of genuine golden core cultivators. Upon awakening, unexpectedly discovering the natural emergence of this ethereal energy within his body, Shu Chang'e breathed a sigh of relief. Although the precise reason eluded him, it was undeniably a joyous occurrence. He, typically calm and composed, allowed himself a rare moment of elation as he casually tied back his hair and proceeded to wash up. Though the day was still young, the sunlight shone brilliantly, casting a glow over the dark bamboo houses outside, with only the nightstone lamp in his room illuminating in response to his movements. Perhaps disturbed by his activity, Shu Chang'e encountered Lan Yin in the corridor shortly thereafter. From their first meeting, Shu Chang'e sensed a distinct change in Lan Yin compared to previous encounters, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. Have you also perceived the ethereal energy? Lan Yin nodded silently. And you as well? Uncertain of the specifics, Shu Chang'e had discovered a glimmer of spiritual light within his dantian upon rising. He pondered. Although he had never witnessed it, his body instinctively informed him that this was indeed the essence of foundation establishment. However, Lan Yin did not respond to his observation. Instead, he frowned. Noticing this reaction, Shu Chang'e grew curious. What troubles you? Lan Yin replied. It is not spiritual light. It is a small cluster of nether fire. Perhaps it is due to the nature of your nether fire root? Shu Chang'e speculated. It could very well be. Shu Chang'e stepped aside, gently stating, there is no need for concern. I shall inquire with my senior brother shortly. After their brief exchange, they each attended to their own matters, while Wei Shang remained fast asleep in the bamboo cottage. After a moment's contemplation, Shu Chang'e, displaying a rare mischievousness, strolled to the entrance of Wei Shang's abode. He did not enter but stood outside, tapping lightly on the door in a rhythmic manner. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, yet sufficient to disturb a peaceful slumber. The incessant knocking roused Wei Shang from his dreams, prompting him to pull the covers over his head in futile resistance. In a state of groggy annoyance, he began to shout, Shu Chang'e, it must be you. Unperturbed by his outburst, Shu Chang'e continued his steady knocking, infuriating Wei Shang further, who finally leapt out of bed in exasperation. Chang'e, I warn you, this better be important. Wei Shang felt a sense of grievance, reminiscing about his former self, a time when he lacked cultivation and was blissfully unaware of such trivial disturbances. Little did he know that today he would be the target of such playful torment. Shu Chang'e swiftly retreated a few steps, distancing himself from Wei Shang, who appeared disheveled and unkempt. Witnessing the disdainful expression on Wei Shang's face filled him with a deep-seated irritation, stirring a desire to rush forward and embrace him, imparting a taste of true anguish. Observing the genuine anger radiating from him, Shu Chang'e coughed lightly, attempting to mask the situation's absurdity. Lan Yin and I are preparing to establish our foundations today. Establishing foundations is one thing, but realization dawned on Wei Shang midway through his thoughts, and he halted, his face contorted with shock. What? You can establish your foundations now? You can sense the qi? Upon seeing Shu Chang'e nod, Wei Shang's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he gazed skyward. What on earth? Did I sleep for several days? Noticing his bewildered demeanor, Shu Chang'e raised an eyebrow and reassured him. Fear not, you have merely rested for one night. Well done, you too. Just yesterday we were debating when we could establish our foundations, and to think you awakened today to find your wishes granted. As Wei Shang digested this monumental news, delight washed over his face, and he clapped his hands in excitement. Wait for me. I shall rise at once and accompany you both to seek out the instructor for arrangements. With that, he dashed back to his room. hastily rolling up the thin blanket from his bed and gathering his clothes before rushing toward the purification room, inadvertently colliding with Lan Yin at the corner. Ugh, ouch. You wouldn't block, just you wait. I'll settle the score later. In his fervor, Wei Shang disregarded the pain and stormed into the purification room, leaving behind a bewildered Lan Yin, who clutched his shoulder in confusion. Lan Yin had grown at a faster rate than the others, thus towering over them, while both Wei Shang and Shu Chang'e could only reach his shoulders. This fact remained a source of jest for Wei Shang from time to time. Lan Yin paused, glancing at Shu Chang'e, who stood at the doorway with crossed arms, the latter's lips curling into a subtle smile. As for Wei Shang's reaction, it was both unexpected yet anticipated. Shu Chang'e's earlier concerns evaporated upon witnessing Wei Shang's current demeanor. He realized that they were indeed about to establish their foundations. Oh! Unable to comprehend why Wei Shang was reacting in such a manner, Lan Yin could only respond with a dry utterance, his confusion palpable. Shu Chang'e was not at all bothered. The three had long grown accustomed to each other's temperaments. Wei Shang's movements were swift this time. In but a moment, he returned, his hair slightly damp at the sides. The sky remained dim, and the trio strolled briskly towards the area known as Wuliao. At this juncture, they were in no particular rush. Wei Shang even had the leisure to accept the white handkerchief thrown by Shu Chang'e to dry his damp hair. Strictly speaking, it was only Wei Shang who had been more anxious than the others prior to this. Wuliao was enveloped in silence. Although it was a favored spot for many disciples to cultivate, most would return to their bamboo cottages at night, leaving the place deserted. When not in session, Wuliao was rather vacant, save for a small, elevated platform in the center, adorned with 3 crystal facets arranged in an inverted conical shape, each displaying a different hue. The white facet was for consulting senior brothers, the blue recorded course content, and one could reach in to obtain jade slips containing knowledge. The green held illustrations and text for the courses on alchemy, formations, and talismans. Each of the 3 had their own jade slips from the blue and green facets, and taking them bore no consequences. The white crystal facet often had many waiting in line to consult Lan Li, yet few approached Yin Ziyu. Among them, Shu Chang'e was the most frequent visitor to this esteemed senior brother. The 3 came to a halt before the white crystal, with Wei Shang tucked behind the other 2, and Lan Yin, due to his height, naturally stood behind both Wei Shang and Shu Chang'e. Thus, Shu Chang'e found himself at the forefront. With a silent sigh in his heart, Shu Chang'e bit his lip and took out the handkerchief to wipe the crystal until he deemed it clean before placing his hand upon it. The crystal emitted a humming sound, and he felt a slight tremor beneath his palm, as if the white crystal were fracturing, spreading cracks before dissolving into starlight. The familiar visage of Lan Li appeared, smiling warmly at the 3. They could also glimpse a corner of his abode behind him. Ah, Shu Chang'e, Lan Yin, and Wei Shang, right? Lan Li remarked with a hint of surprise after taking a brief look at them. Then, as if sensing something, his smile deepened. Congratulations to the 2 junior disciples. Your vital energy has matured, and you may now establish your foundation. He did not overlook Wei Shang, casting a few glances his way and nodding. Junior disciple Wei Shang is also close. Strive to remember the essence of your cultivation, and perhaps you shall reap rewards. Thank you, Instructor Lan, for your guidance, Wei Shang replied cheerfully, appearing carefree. Observing the bond between the 3, unchanged and untroubled, Lan Li felt a surge of joy within. Please wait a moment. I shall have Steward Zhao arrange a quiet room for you. I will join you shortly. The trio was taken aback that Lan Li himself would come to safeguard them. Sensing their surprise, Lan Li waved his hand casually, smiling as he said, "Only a select few junior brothers and sisters receive such treatment. The rest are guided from afar. You 3 are among the finest of this cohort. Do make an effort." "Yes, thank you, Instructor Lan." The 3 exchanged glances, rendered speechless, then bowed in unison, their camaraderie evident. Lan Li was quite pleased with this display, offering words of encouragement before severing his spiritual connection, and the crystal reverted to its white hue. As they conversed, they made their way outside. "I didn't expect such treatment. It's a pity we couldn't challenge the foundation together," Wei Shang lamented, a hint of regret on his face. Shu Chang'e tilted his head slightly, observing him. "Regret?" Wei Shang shook his head, dismissing the notion. "I have no reason to regret my own choices. Besides, the path ahead is long and arduous. Today we lay the foundation. But that does not necessarily mean we will forge the golden core together in the future. I will be content as long as I can keep pace with you." Lan Yin cast a gloomy glance his way, urging him to strive harder. Wei Shang, accustomed to this somber demeanor, remained unfazed, his eyes sincere as he pledged, all right, I will make an effort. Once you have established your foundations, I shall strive immediately. Typically reticent, Lan Yin found himself momentarily at a loss for words, hastening his pace in silence. Shu Chang'e sighed softly and followed suit, and together they left Wei Shang behind. Abandoned, Wei Shang wore a look of exasperation. How childish. It was uncertain whether it was Zhao the steward's swift actions or Lan Li's quick relay, but as the trio stepped out of the Hall of Teachings, 2 wooden puppets awaited them outside. Following the wooden puppets, the 3 journeyed eastward, heading toward the familiar sword training grounds. They walked in silence, even the well-known training area eliciting no questions. The wooden puppets led them directly across the vast training grounds and through layers of dense foliage, until they stumbled upon a towering mountain that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. This mountain was barren, composed entirely of stone, with a winding path of small stones spiraling around its base, dotted with small caves. Despite the presence of this mountain, they had never laid eyes upon it before. Not even during their recent journey, where not a hint of the mountain had been visible. Numerous formations were set up here, including the ever-operating maize flower array. At some point, Zhao the steward had materialized at the mountain's foot, observing them from a distance as the guiding wooden puppets quietly departed, leaving just the 4 of them in this secluded place. Having met Zhao the steward before, the 3 exchanged glances and silently bowed. In the sect, regardless of whom you encountered, if unsure of the situation or what to say, a respectful bow sufficed. Zhao the steward waved his hands repeatedly, saying, No, I cannot accept your courtesy. Your future prospects will undoubtedly surpass mine as a mere steward. There is no need for such formality. Despite his words, the 3 could sense a notable warmth in Zhao the steward's demeanor, his smile appearing more genuine. It seems you have had a pleasant discussion. A gentle voice floated down from above. They looked up to see Lan Li descending gracefully from the sky, riding upon a beam of sword light. Greetings, Instructor Lan. Greetings, Senior Brother Lan. Shu Chang'e and the 2 others bowed once more, while Zhao, the manager, awkwardly returned the gesture. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Simply call me Brother Lan when we meet in the future. Even in face-to-face interaction, Lan Li presented a demeanor that was gentle and amiable, making it easier for the 3 to acclimate, their initial tension gradually dissipating. Come over here, my 2 junior brothers. As Shu Chang'e and Lan Yin exchanged a glance, they approached Lan Li, standing before him with one trailing the other. Lan Li, with one hand resting behind his back and the other extending towards them, lightly touched their foreheads with his fingertip, which glimmered with a faint golden light. They felt an overwhelming brilliance wash over them, followed by a slight sting and a sensation of swelling in their minds, as countless words surged within. Lan Li's voice echoed distantly, imparting that this was the foundational chapter of the Floating Sky Immortal Method, urging them to enter the cave and prepare for their breakthrough, while he would safeguard them. Once their minds settled, Shu Chang'e and Lan Yin nodded in acknowledgement to Wei Shang, who looked on with concern, and then each entered the cave in succession. Upon entering, a familiar golden barrier rose at the cave's entrance, isolating them from external disturbances. Shu Chang'e could feel the rapid accumulation of spiritual energy within the cave. This was indeed a tranquil chamber. After surveying the surroundings, he tidied the meditation cushion and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes with a calm demeanor. And Lan Yin mirrored his actions. Outside the cave, Wei Shang grew increasingly restless, only to be restrained by Lan Li, compelling him to sit quietly on a stone and meditate in earnest. Manager Zhao silently departed, leaving only Lan Li to vigilantly guard the mountain. Engrossed in the intricate details of the foundational techniques, Shu Chang'e remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Immersed in the method, he comprehended the principles of foundation establishment thoroughly. After patiently refining his breath for 2 or 3/4 of an hour, he finally felt his mind settle before directing his consciousness inward. As he silently recited the heart method, his awareness instinctively reached toward the glimmering spiritual light. Empowered by the heart method, this time his consciousness was not drawn into an inexplicable space. Instead, he could perceive his connection to the luminous essence. With a shift of his mind, the speck of spiritual light began to rotate abruptly, and only then did Shu Chang'e realize that it was under the control of his consciousness. Having experienced similar visions before, his process of foundation establishment unfolded smoothly. The spiritual light gradually formed a vortex, drawing in the surrounding spiritual mist, which was mercilessly devoured by the swirling force. Intriguingly, It seemed that only the spiritual energy could sense this gravitational pull, as Shu Chang'e felt no sensation within his body. A vast amount of spiritual mist was consumed, and the deep purple vortex, not content, also drew in the circulating spiritual power, swallowing it whole. The subsequent developments mirrored Shu Chang'e's memories. The fragmented spiritual light fused with the vortex, resembling a nebula in motion, radiating an exquisite beauty. The deep purple vortex quivered slightly, and with a resounding boom, a profound sensation surged from within his body, as if an extraordinary transformation was occurring throughout him. Chapter 28. Foundation established deep within the vortex, shrouded in darkness, Shu Chang'e, who maintained the operation of the heart method, felt a slight warmth at the root of his spirit. Soon, a torrent of magnificent spiritual energy surged in from the outside world, cleansing and washing over his entire being. Shu Chang'e felt as though his entire body were being pierced by countless fine needles, each inch of his skin ablaze with both pain and itchiness, without exception. As he gritted his teeth and endured this torment, he lost all sense of time, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. The only solace he found lay in the knowledge that, once washed clean, his meridians would be broader, and the internal spiritual energy would vastly exceed that of the chi refinement stage. Within the cavern, formed by the accumulation of severing spirit stones, spiritual energy flowed from the depths of the earth through a gathering formation, all of which Shu Chang'e absorbed into his body. The cave appeared shrouded in a misty white haze, a testament to the richness of the spiritual energy within. Each individual's requirements for spiritual energy during foundation establishment varied. The longer one could withstand the cleansing, the clearer the mental techniques would operate, resulting in a more effective foundation. This was one of the messages conveyed by Lonli. Thus, Shu Chang'e could only endure this indescribable torment, repeatedly circulating his mental techniques. By focusing entirely on the comprehension of his mental practices, he could divert his attention from the anguish of the cleansing. Yet, to speak candidly, this pain of washing marrow and sinew was somewhat milder than he had anticipated. At least he felt that, as long as his willpower was strong enough, persevering through this ordeal would not prove too challenging. Perhaps it was the effect of the breathing techniques? Shu Chang'e speculated, though he was not entirely certain. In his daily practice, the breathing techniques were incessant. Although the impurities refined each time appeared minimal, at this moment, they had significantly aided his foundation establishment. His flesh and blood gradually became infused with vitality under the cleansing of spiritual energy, changes visibly evident to the naked eye. As the excruciating itchiness and pain began to subside, Shu Chang'e understood that the process of foundation establishment was nearing its conclusion. The washing of marrow and sinew was a critical step in this process, enhancing both the physical strength of the cultivator and their cultivation speed. Each time spiritual energy was absorbed, some impurities inevitably lingered within the meridians. Even with great effort expended in refining, the results were never as thorough as those achieved during the foundation establishment phase. After this cleansing, the cultivation speed of the foundational cultivator would see a significant enhancement. Shu Chang'e is, by nature, an untainted celestial body, rendering any concerns regarding this matter unnecessary. For him, establishing a foundation merely signifies a more thorough tempering and a higher elevation of cultivation, while his training speed remains consistently swift. Under the guidance of Shu Chang'e's mental techniques, the tumultuous surge of spiritual energy begins to soften, forming a flawless circulatory system akin to that of the chi refinement stage. Commencing from the roots of his spirit and delving into the depths of the whirlpool in his dantian. Though this whirlpool appears diminutive, scarcely larger than a palm, it possesses the capacity to contain spiritual energy that far exceeds Shu Chang'e's imagination. The whirlpool ceaselessly rotates, drawing upon the spiritual essence from the surroundings, channeling it through his meridians effortlessly, a process that requires no exertion from Shu Chang'e. While the spiritual roots continuously furnish the whirlpool with energy, the flow of spiritual essence within his meridians remains unbroken. However, this energy is perpetually in motion, with none capable of lingering within the channels. The insatiable whirlpool devours the spiritual energy while simultaneously nurturing condensed wisps of spiritual mist, which, ethereally enchanting, once again envelop Shu Chang'e's being. This mist is far more substantial and vibrant than that which manifested during the initial emergence of his spiritual essence, forming at an even swifter pace. With the whirlpool in motion and the mist materializing, the foundation is laid. Shu Chang'e has transcended from being a mere, expendable disciple of the Qi refinement stage. The capabilities of a foundational practitioner far surpass those of the Qi refinement period. He can now embark on adventures beyond the sect, wield a sword, traverse the skies, and delve into the formal study of spells, alchemy, formations, and talismans. With his long-cherished aspirations now realized, Shu Chang'e's countenance relaxes, delighting in the sight of the spiritual mist within him. As long as this mist continues to grow and solidify, the moment the first droplet of spiritual water appears, he will successfully reach the sea-opening stage. Opening his eyes, a luminous glimmer dances within them, a testament to the abundance of spiritual energy, gradually fading as he returns to normalcy. Yet, upon redirecting his awareness outward, an unsettling stickiness envelopes him. Accompanied by an acrid odor, the most significant side effect of purging impurities from his body. Establishing a foundation is but the first step in this purification, typically endured by mortals whose bodies are rife with impurities. Thus, it is evident how profound the impact is on Shu Chang'e. Ordinary individuals find such sensations unbearable. How much more so for him, who has long harbored a penchant for cleanliness, and whose untainted celestial body vehemently rejects the existence of filth. Shu Chang'e, rigid and frowning, channels the spiritual energy within him, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. A flash of violet luminescence emanates from his hands, instantly dissipating the intolerable sensations. This minor spell, the dust purification incantation, is designed to eradicate various forms of grime and dust, a practical enchantment possessed by every cultivator. The lightness of body and mind merely alleviates Shu Chang'e's inner turmoil. Even though the spell renders him as pristine as if he had just emerged from a bath, his body subtly radiates a delicate fragrance. This is yet another attribute of the untainted celestial body, although Shu Chang'e muses that this might be more befitting for female cultivators. Unfortunately, it is he, a male cultivator, who bears this fragrant aura. He can already imagine Wei Shang's reaction upon discovering this. Ha ha ha, Shu Chang'e. Did you ever envision a day when you would find yourself in such a predicament? Believe me, those most exquisite female cultivators would feel utterly embarrassed in comparison. Shaking his head to dispel Wei Shang's infuriating laughter from his mind, Shu Chang'e redirects his attention elsewhere, momentarily suppressing the urge to dash back to his bamboo hut for a bath. Extending his hand, he gently clenches his fist. The spiritual energy within him responds to his will, and even the simplest of movements conveys an inherent strength. With unwavering focus, Shu Chang'e brings his fist down upon the uneven stone surface, producing a resounding crash as stones scatter, leaving a shallow imprint where he struck. This is merely an attack powered by his physicality and the inherent spiritual energy within his meridians, were he to summon the full extent of his spiritual energy. The impact would be immeasurable. Experiencing the profound increase in his strength is exhilarating, a smile lingering at the corners of Shu Chang'e's mouth. Rising swiftly, he strides forward, yet inadvertently miscalculates his force, propelling himself into the air, quickening his heartbeat momentarily. Regaining composure, he clears his throat, the sound echoing in the quiet chamber. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Shu Chang'e hurries through the cavern, cautiously controlling his strength. To ensure his physical conditioning is adequately refined, he resorts to practicing martial arts that he has long neglected, traversing back and forth until he manages to maintain his bodily control at a normal level. The magnitude of enhancement accompanying each breakthrough is substantial. Every cultivator, given the opportunity, would dedicate time to acclimate to their newfound prowess. Unbeknownst to them, whether intentionally or inadvertently, Lonley has failed to impart this crucial information. Shu Chang'e was uncertain whether the other party was testing them or merely finding amusement in the antics of these new disciples. After a moment of idle contemplation, he shook his head, discarding his scattered thoughts, and gently stepped out of the cave. The barrier sensed his presence and swiftly dissipated, revealing the external scenery clearly before him. Shu Chang'e let out a long sigh of relief. Upon reaching Lonley, he came to a halt and greeted his senior brother. A fleeting glance at Wei Shang, who was engrossed in his cultivation, confirmed that he appeared to be untroubled, prompting Shu Chang'e to retract his gaze. Lonley, noticing his actions, found it amusing. After assessing the other's cultivation level and confirming his excellent condition and successful foundation establishment, he felt reassured. Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully establishing your foundation. Your progress is quite impressive, The other junior brother is still in the quiet room. Shu Chang'e glanced up at the sky, yet found herself unable to discern how much time had elapsed. Brother Lan, may I inquire how long I have spent? Lan Li raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. Your pace is among the swiftest I have witnessed. It has only taken you a day and a half. Have you persevered in the practice of cleansing the tendons and marrow? Shu Chang'e nodded, determined to persist until the conclusion of the bone cleansing and marrow washing. Your physique is indeed remarkable. Only those from prestigious families who have been bathed in spiritual herbs since childhood possess such swiftness. Although Lan Li may not fully comprehend, Shu Chang'e is aware that this is undoubtedly due to the purity of his celestial body. While this constitution may pose potential threats to his life, as long as he remains vigilant to avoid such situations, it serves as his secret weapon for triumph. As the topic drew to a close, Shu Chang'e glanced at the quiet chamber belonging to Lan Yin high above and inquired softly, Brother Lan, how much longer do you think Lan Yin will take? Having long understood the bond among the three, Lan Li blinked before responding, perhaps another half a day, or maybe a full day? You must understand that the duration of the bone cleansing and marrow washing varies from person to person. Some progress quickly, while others do not. It is difficult to predict. I recall a practitioner who took an astonishing 5 days to complete this process. He hailed from a background of poverty and was quite advanced in age, which made his cultivation exceedingly challenging. Many believed he would not endure, yet he surprisingly persevered. Upon hearing Lan Li's explanation, Shu Chang'e nodded in understanding. Reminiscing about his own experience during the bone cleansing and marrow washing, which was not particularly unbearable, and silently attributed it to his pure celestial body. Brother Lan, what precisely is the essence of qi? Shu Chang'e elucidated the dissimilarities in the energy manifestations within him and Lan Yin. Lan Li found no surprise in this. After all, the energy flow is unique to each individual, with varying paths of comprehension and manifestations that are inherently unpredictable. This is a natural occurrence. Understanding this, Shu Chang'e realized that since the energy flow is entirely uncontrollable, it mattered little whether he articulated it or not. Even if the elders wished to impart their wisdom, there was little to share, and he was more concerned about the potential for interference. Brother Lan, might the energy flow provide insights into the foundation-building method? He recalled an inexplicable experience of entering a space and witnessing the foundation-building process firsthand, which had greatly aided him during his own foundational journey. With this prior knowledge, Shu Chang'e could proceed methodically. However, Lan Li's unexpected response suggested he had surmised something, scrutinizing him with an unusual gaze. I have never heard of such a thing, he remarked, clearly harboring some suspicions, yet respecting Shu Chang'e's wishes not to delve deeper, opting instead for a light-hearted explanation. Shu Chang'e was left pondering whether he should feel delighted or hesitant about the answer he received. Lan Li's demeanor, however, significantly enhanced his fondness for him. Indeed, those who could attain the status of senior brother within the Floating Sky sect possessed broad-mindedness and a capacity to embrace the secrets and concealments of others. Both Lan Li and Yin Ziyu exemplified this trait, which deepened Shu Chang'e's sense of belonging to the sect. During their exchange, Wei Shang, who had been deeply engrossed in meditation, awoke and leapt forward upon spotting Shu Chang'e. Ah, Chang'e, you've established your foundation? So soon. Wonderful. Let me see. The wood is still not sorted out. Oh well. With a feigned sigh, Wei Shang affected an air of profound mystery, gazing at him. Chang'e, can you discern any changes in me? Having just missed the opportunity to notice earlier, Shu Chang'e was somewhat astonished to sense Wei Shang's energy flow. Have you comprehended the energy flow? Indeed. Wei Gongzi, I am unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, I have achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement and grasped the energy flow. Isn't that impressive? That wasn't merely a blink. It has been a day and a half, Wei Zishidi. Lan Li, who had been overlooked by Wei Shang, interjected softly from behind, startling Wei Shang, who peered out sheepishly from behind Shu Chang'e. Oh, Brother Lan, my apologies. I didn't notice you there. After scratching his head in confusion, he added, has it really been that long? I thought I was just extraordinarily gifted. While he fancied himself a prodigy, it turned out he had simply performed at a typical level. Shu Chang'e, having taken a few steps forward, seemed to perceive his thoughts. However, your speed is indeed significantly faster than mine and Lan Yan's. Wei Shang was not overly disappointed. Upon hearing his friend's consolation, he regained his enthusiasm. Stepping out from behind Shu Chang'e to observe the towering stone mountain and the solitary quiet room that had raised a barrier. Brother Lan, May I also commence my foundation building? Eager to begin, he envisioned the three of them stepping out together, perfectly synchronized, an impressive sight indeed. Lan Li nodded affirmatively and conveyed the foundation-building incantation to Wei Shang's consciousness as he had previously. It is done. Go forth, Xiaoshidi, and do your best. Wei Shang, filled with ambition, clenched his fist in agreement and turned to Shu Chang'e, insisting, when the wood is ready, you must wait for me. If I emerge and find you both gone, I will be quite upset, furious, in fact. Initially intending to return for a bath, Shu Chang'e hesitated. Seeing Wei Shang's eagerness to rush back, he could only frown and nod in agreement. Hurry and begin your foundation. If he delayed any longer, Shu Chang'e contemplated tossing him into the quiet room, for now that he had established his foundation, Wei Shang would be utterly defenseless against him. As the barrier of the quiet room chosen by Wei Shang rose, tranquility returned to the foot of the mountain. After conferring with Lan Li, Shu Chang'e simply closed his eyes, mirroring Wei Shang's actions, and commenced his own cultivation. Without immersing himself in cultivation, Shu Chang'e felt an unbearable sensation of ants crawling all over him, an utterly terrifying experience. Chapter 29, Sect Trial, Part 1. It had been nearly a month and a half since Lan Yin and Wei Shang established their foundations. For reasons unknown, the three had become part of the earliest group of disciples to achieve this milestone. In the days following their success, disciples with superior spiritual roots began to establish their foundations in succession. After their foundational achievements, the trio often gathered in the small clearing in front of the bamboo houses to spar in the mornings, while afternoons were spent individually researching array formations and talismans within their respective bamboo dwellings, followed by personal cultivation in the evenings. In this brief span, their injuries accumulated daily, with significant improvements in their strength. While their cultivation speed was reasonable, their understanding and mastery of spiritual energy had greatly deepened. The cost of such advancement, naturally, manifested as persistent bruises on their bodies. Silent, Lan Yin touched a wound on his lower back, glancing occasionally at Wei Shang, whose grimace from clutching his abdomen was met with the former's resentful gaze. What are you staring at? You hit me quite painfully as well. Blades and swords are merciless. You cannot hold that against me. That S on my lower back, Lan Yin replied, emphasizing the last two words through clenched teeth. Wei Shang raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. And what of it? Shouldn't you expect your adversary to show mercy during a confrontation? In the realm of banter, not even 10 Lan Yans could match Wei Shang's eloquence, with only Shu Chang'e capable of tempering his exuberance. Quietly shifting his gaze towards Shu Chang'e, Lan Yan's eyes glimmered with a plea for assistance, his previously dark demeanor lightening considerably. At this moment, Shu Chang'e gently brushed his fingertips against the corner of his mouth, where a faint bruise lingered, a transient imperfection that might soon grow more pronounced. A continuous throb of pain emanated from the wound, causing Shu Chang'e's brow to furrow increasingly. Upon catching Lan Yan's imploring gaze, he twitched his lips, lifting his exquisitely crafted face to expose the injury to the sunlight, making it all the more conspicuous for Lan Yan to see. He absent-mindedly tapped the wound with his finger, remaining silent, yet conveying an unspoken understanding. With a sense of guilt weighing upon him, Lan Yin could only silently endure the discomfort, rubbing the tender spot. The trio continued to sit at the bamboo table in front of Wei Shang's abode, each with their wooden swords beside them. After their practice sessions, they typically gathered to collectively identify each other's shortcomings. In stark contrast to the leisurely and methodical pace of the three outside the bamboo house, one could frequently glimpse silhouettes brimming with excitement, trailing behind wooden puppets. Surely, these individuals were headed to undergo foundation building. Wei Shang, emerging from the room with a tea set, glanced around and casually inquired. Shu Chang'e glanced at the unfamiliar tea set, responding casually, as the final assessment approaches. Such an attitude is quite natural. He divided the 3 cups of tea among the other 2. Wei Shang lifted his cup, letting out a contented sigh. Such leisurely moments were indeed rare. Every day, he was relentlessly drawn into the rigors of cultivation, but now he radiated joy, his mind wandering freely with delightful musings. Once the assessment concludes, we can determine our paths based on our results. I wonder whether it will be apprenticeship or becoming inner disciples. I hope we won't be too far apart. Lan Yin was staring blankly at his cup when he suddenly looked up, bewildered by the question, "Your grandfather. Won't you be apprenticed?" Wei Shang's lips twitched, rolling his eyes at the remark. "You should speak more, or you might find yourself in trouble with your words later." As for whether he would apprentice with his grandfather, that depended on the sect's arrangements. If he were to fail in any aspect of the assessment, even his grandfather would be unable to take him as a disciple. The Floating Sky Immortal sect was notoriously strict and fair regarding regulations. Those who dared to exploit their authority would find themselves facing the law enforcement hall. Regarding this type of assessment, the criteria were one matter, but the evaluation of observation had no set standards. Upon hearing Shu Chang's words, Wei Shang rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before shaking his head uncertainly. The grading system of the Floating Sky Immortal sect was rather peculiar. Being virtuous did not necessarily guarantee a high score, nor did wrongdoing always result in a low one. Even his grandfather, the esteemed master of the Inquiry Peak, refused to divulge the secrets behind it. Since even your grandfather has revealed nothing, it seems the decision-makers are not merely the peak masters. Shu Chang'e paused, collecting his thoughts and looking at the other two. It appeared that Wei Shang had never contemplated such matters. Although he was aware of many things, they had never coalesced in his mind. Now, hearing Shu Chang'e's insights, he felt a sudden clarity, yet his expression remained dazed. Could it be that this lineage is so unoccupied? Wei Shang hesitated, recalling their swordsmanship instructor. Silently swallowing the words he had almost spoken. It was merely a conjecture. Perhaps there truly existed a grading standard or dedicated cultivators responsible for assessments. Although they did not voice it, all three understood which conjecture held the most weight. As the conversation drew to a close and their relaxation time ended, the trio once again immersed themselves in their rigorous training. While walking towards the bamboo hut, Shu Chang'e's mind was unexpectedly flooded with the image of Yin Ziyu, the peerless chief of their sect, the future heir of the Floating Sky Immortal sect, renowned for his formidable prowess in the realm of cultivation. He stood out among his generation as a brilliant prodigy, with countless accolades to his name. Yin Ziyu, despite being enveloped in glory, had taken on the role of instructor for these lowly disciples, hinting at complexities beneath the surface. Shu Chang'e did not fully grasp the depths of this intricacy and had no intention of delving deeper into it. If it were not for the frequent guidance he received during normal discussions, he might not have even contemplated Yin Ziyu's existence. Nonetheless, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the mentorship he had received. Rather than overthinking, he resolved to focus on enhancing his strength in the realm of cultivation. Sheer power did not equate to invincibility, yet lacking strength rendered one as insignificant as an ant. Only through strength could one command authority. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. The group, deeply engrossed in their cultivation, had just concluded their meditation when the long-awaited sound of bells echoed through the air. Some disciples, still immersed in their practices, were abruptly interrupted by the tolling. Uncertain of what had transpired, they emerged from the bamboo huts, exchanging bewildered glances. "Look, so many empty beasts," a voice exclaimed. "Is it the day of the assessment?" There were gasps from various corners, and some quick-witted individuals had already deduced what was about to unfold, gathering in small groups to discuss fervently. At the entrance, Shu Chang'e and several others gazed upward in unison at the soaring and playful aerial beasts. The sight of so many of these creatures occupying the vast expanse of the sky was unprecedented for them. In the heavens where the sun and moon hung high, the aerial beasts flitted through the golden formations of the protective mountain array, seemingly having flown beyond its confines, yet it was merely an illusion. Among them, two larger beasts with more resplendent plumage led the group, each accompanied by a figure. From a distance, it was unmistakably their most familiar two individuals. One was the inner sect's senior brother, Lon Li, and the other, despite a period of absence, was unforgettable to all present, the sect's foremost disciple. Even from afar, one could sense the ever-dominant aura of Yin Ziyu high above. Shu Chang'e withdrew his assessing gaze, aware that he was not the only disciple who sought Yin Ziyu's guidance when questions arose, but he undoubtedly was the most frequent. Esteemed disciples, the time has come for the final assessment of the Floating Sky Immortal sect's entrance trial. This examination will be overseen solely by myself and senior brother, Lon Li announced, knowing that Yin Ziyu preferred to remain silent. At a nod from Yin Ziyu, he urged his aerial beast to ascend further into the sky, standing out prominently. Although we are but two examiners, do not underestimate the breadth of awareness possessed by two nascent soul cultivators. Should we catch any disciple engaging in misconduct or deception, they will find themselves summoned to the law enforcement hall for an explanation, Lon Li cautioned. Given the stakes involved in determining one's future within the Floating Sky Immortal sect, no one dared to relax. each disciple attentively absorbing Lan Li's explanation of the assessment's content and rules. This time, our esteemed senior brother has secured for you the utmost autonomy. Lan Li continued, surveying the focused crowd. The assessment will take place in a newly discovered small secret realm, where all high-level dangers have been mitigated, and the difficulty has been adjusted to suit most of your capabilities. You are permitted to form teams of up to 5 individuals, or you may choose to act independently. Shortly, each of you will receive a jade slip containing your respective tasks. The tasks may differ for each individual. The more you accomplish, the higher your score. You may refer to the slips for specific scoring details. Generally, the difficulty of tasks is comparable, with solo adventurers assigned more challenging tasks that yield greater points, while group tasks will vary in scoring based on the number of participants. Please examine this carefully. Having conveyed the entire assessment outline, Lan Li lightly tapped his finger, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to ripple. Hundreds of jade slips emerged from the center of the ripples and, under his guidance, flew towards the assembled disciples. The jade slips felt warm to the touch, a unique sensation that practitioners prized for inscribing text. In the realm of cultivation, such slips, though commonplace, were revered in the mortal world as treasured artifacts. Clutching the polished jade slip in their palms, the Foundation Establishment disciples could now slightly extend their consciousness. Upon contact, their awareness was drawn into the slip, revealing the intricate details of their assigned tasks. What shall we do? Shu Chang'e tilted her head, casting a glance at the 2 companions who were still engrossed in deciphering the jade slips. Wei Shang regained his focus, stowing away the jade slip, his right hand forming a fist pressed against his chin, deep in contemplation. I believe we ought to part ways, he mused, frustration creeping into his tone. I just observed that the disparity in scores between team and solo endeavors is staggering. A trio's combined score is nearly 3-fold less. As he spoke, his indignation flared, and he struck his palm with his fist, his expression a portrait of vexation. Shu Chang'e refrained from expressing an opinion, turning to the still silent Lan Yin and inquiring, Lan Yin, what do you think? Regrettably, the latter merely shook his head in silence, indicating indifference. It's up to you, he replied. All right. The decision now rests with you, Chang'e. Wei Shang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed at him. Noticing this peculiar demeanor, Shu Chang'e wondered aloud. Do you truly wish to act alone? In the past, Wei Shang had often relied on his 2 companions to carry him along and secure victories. His newfound eagerness was rather unusual. At some point, Wei Shang, who had left such an impression, narrowed his eyes, his smile fading. Chang'e, are you pondering something dismal? Let me assure you, I, Wei Shang, have diligently trained for many days, and today I shall showcase my prowess, delivering a punch to each adversary. Aspiring to be the foremost among the new generation of disciples in the celestial sect. With lofty ambitions, Wei Shang bounced about as he spoke, and both Shu Chang'e and Lan Yin could see that he had succumbed to a delightful daydream. Given this, we shall proceed separately. Having made his decision, Shu Chang'e raised an eyebrow and offered a light smile to Wei Shang. Becoming the first is not so simple. I, too, shall compete against you, Lan Yin murmured, joining Shu Chang'e and issuing a challenge to Wei Shang. In a state akin to one intoxicated by the frenzy of competition, Wei Shang paid no heed to their declaration, eagerly scanning the surroundings for his preferred aerial beast. During their earlier discussion, the aerial beasts had already gracefully descended at Yan Ziyu's command, their long necks held high. Even when allowing passengers to ride, their pride remained intact. Choose quickly. I adore this one. It's truly stunning. With determination, Wei Shang's eyes lit up as he dashed towards one of the beasts grooming its fur, which cast him a sideways glance, showing no sign of dissent. Overjoyed, Wei Shang leapt onto its back, and as a foundation-building cultivator, such a height posed no challenge for him. Finding a comfortable position atop the aerial beast, Wei Shang leaned forward, extending his hand to greet the other 2, while urging them, Hurry, hurry. If you dawdle, this beautiful and obedient beast will be gone. The temperaments of aerial beasts are indeed varied. Some possess irritable natures and might inadvertently deliver a kick. Though the harm is minor, it can be rather humiliating. Thus, many prefer to select the more docile ones. Shu Chang'e felt little resonance with this, for no matter where he wandered, those empty beasts gazed down upon him with their heads held high, remaining utterly still, neither expressing affection nor aversion. Shu Chang'e chose not to ponder deeply and casually selected a beast that caught his eye, considering his choice made. In stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of the other 2, Lan Yin faced a different scenario, where beasts seemed to retreat at the sight of one another. Regardless of which beast he chose, they appeared decidedly unwilling, some even responding with a kick in irritation. The hem of Lan Yan's robe bore the imprint of a large beast's paw, and his expression darkened further as he fixed his brooding gaze upon the audacious creature. Under his intense scrutiny, the beast fluffed up, doubling in size. "Would you care to try?" A hoarse voice echoed in the beast's ears. As it watched the individual radiating an aura that seemed to repel creatures silently draw forth a menacing wooden sword. Shaking slightly, the beast ultimately decided to grant the little cultivator a semblance of respect. No, it was certainly not fear. Observing the beast quiet down, Lan Yin swiftly mounted, sighing in relief within. Had intimidation failed, he would have been at a loss for what to do next. To truly strike a beast would likely result in his immediate apprehension and reprimand by the celestial sect. Chapter 30, Sect Trial, Part 2, The Ethereal Beast Sword. Its feathers a gentle hue, as the group riding on its back felt the brisk winds of the high skies and beheld the magnificent sight of the floating heaven sect. The misty, nebulous lake enveloped the small, unseen mountain, which had accompanied them for nearly a year, finally revealing itself on this day. However, Shu Chang's gaze did not linger on the unseen mountain. Instead, he squinted and turned his head to glance at the sword trial square. A fleeting image etched in his mind upon entering the sect, most vividly remembered for the long, dark sword ensnared by 4 thick iron chains. As the scenery flashed past, their destination seemed to be the rear of the unseen mountain, a location Shu Chang'e recalled only as an endless, nebulous lake. Amidst the shifting vistas, the group, having flown an indeterminate distance, encountered a vortex of moderate size in the vast lake, where water was drawn away, leaving a dark void at its center. Upon seeing the vortex, Shu Chang'e understood why this area seldom saw the playful presence of nebulous beasts. The vortex, though not large, could effortlessly engulf dozens of individuals. Lan Li and Yan Xiu each flew atop beams of sword light to hover above the vortex, inspiring a mix of curiosity and trepidation among the onlookers. "All right, fellow disciples. We have successfully arrived at the location for this entrance examination. I hope everyone will exert their utmost effort to fulfill their task objectives," Lan Li said amiably, though his words did little to uplift spirits. Yan Xiu, arms crossed and with a frosty demeanor, was displeased to witness any signs of fear among certain disciples. His piercing gaze swept across the group, instilling a tremor in their hearts. "The assessment begins now. I trust that none of you will bring shame to the sect." This rather mundane statement elicited little reaction from the crowd, until Yan Xiu produced a pristine white bone flute, raising it to his lips and gently blowing a haunting melody. The indescribable notes emanating from the small flute summoned countless ethereal beasts to cry out in unison, subsequently transforming into a cascade of lake water that sparkled under the sunlight. Crystal clear and beautiful. In stark contrast, hundreds of unfortunate disciples, having lost their footing, floundered into the water one after another, each caught off guard by the sudden onset of weightlessness. In a bewildered tumble, Shu Chang'e fell into the water, his brow furrowed in protest against the lake's embrace. Suppressing the innate agitation and repulsion of his pure celestial body towards the water, he focused his spiritual energy into his feet, quickly sensing the buoyancy beneath him. Unfortunately, it proved futile. The vortex's pull left those without a firm grip at a loss, particularly for disciples at the foundation building and chi refinement stages. Wiping his face with one hand while clutching the wooden sword tightly with the other, no other weapons had been provided by the sect, and this wooden sword would serve its purpose well. He struggled to turn his head and survey his surroundings. In the chaotic scene, he could not spot Lan Yin or Wei Shang, but he reassured himself that this was merely an entrance assessment and would not endanger any disciple's life. At least at this juncture, under the control of Yan Xiu and Lan Li, he felt confident they would not face any peril. Whether these senior brothers would extend their aid if a life were to be lost due to the task remained uncertain. Unable to control his body, Shu Chang'e resolved to withdraw his spiritual energy and closed his eyes, attempting to relax and float, allowing the overwhelming force of the vortex to toss him about. Many others followed suit in a similar manner. Though this experience may sound lengthy, it transpired in mere moments. The vortex spun them into a dizzying whirl, obscuring their surroundings, leaving them only to sense the occasional collision with unknown individuals or creatures. For a brief instant, Silence enveloped them, but soon the cacophony returned. Shu Chang'e felt an oscillation of heaviness and lightness as he was propelled high into the air. Reacting swiftly, he adjusted his posture, distributing his spiritual energy to protect the more vulnerable parts of his body. At the opportune moment, he executed a deft somersault, landing steadily on the ground. Despite the protective barrier of spiritual energy around his legs, he could still feel a tingling sensation coursing through them. With a stoic expression, Shu Chang'e cast a purification charm, which rapidly dried his drenched clothes and hair under the gentle flow of spiritual energy. Only then did he steady himself and take a careful look around. Upon landing, he immediately surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no immediate danger lurked before he could confidently compose himself. The swirling currents of the ethereal lake had swept away their group, yet they were not gathered in the same location. At least in Shu Chang'e's vicinity, he had yet to catch sight of any other individuals. In a picturesque valley, there exists a serene pond of crystalline waters. It is from this very pond that he was cast away, yet the depths remain shrouded in mystery, devoid of any discernible openings, and the vigorous force that had propelled him does not seem to emanate from this tranquil body of water. The pond is immaculate, its bed adorned with vibrant stones, yet devoid of any living creatures. A gentle stream cascades from the mountain top, gradually converging into the pond without ever overflowing. Upon raising his gaze to the sky, he perceives a solitary sun, leaving him uncertain if he still resides within the ethereal realm of floating heavens. Besides the pond, the valley is embraced by a plethora of flora and verdant bamboo. As the wind whispers through the leaves, a soothing rustle brings a sense of tranquility, evoking a desire to linger in this haven indefinitely. Suddenly aware of an unexpected thought stirring within, Shu Chang'e's dulled senses sharpened slightly, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. The grip on his wooden sword tightens, turning his knuckles pale, for this dull pain offers a semblance of clarity. After confirming that no other beings lurk nearby, he cautiously strides toward the valley's sole narrow passage, his calves brushing against the kaleidoscopic blossoms. A fleeting glimpse of a small wildflower strikes a chord of familiarity within him. As he continues on, memories of where he had encountered such a plant begin to surface, leading him to a halt in surprise. The dreaming grass, with its delicate purple leaves exuding a subtle fragrance, it evokes a sense of disillusionment. Retrieving his jade slip, Shu Chang'e swiftly searches for information until he identifies the dreaming grass required for his task. After observing it closely and confirming it to be the very specimen he sought, a wave of relief washes over him. Channeling his spiritual energy into the wooden sword, he deftly slices a slender bamboo branch in silence. With the bamboo in hand, he gently excavates the dreaming grass while casting a purification spell. To his delight, as he plants his feet, he discovers another objective of his quest. He wraps the dreaming grass in broad leaves, effortlessly carrying it as he departs the valley without encountering any hindrances. Unbeknownst to him, a mere quarter of an hour after his departure, the valley's erstwhile sovereign, a crimson-eyed hawk, descends from the skies. With its grand wings unfurled, it circles the valley, returning from a hunt only to find that the tranquil essence it once relished is dissipating. Enraged yet unable to discern the thief of its treasure, the hawk unleashes a furious cry, its wrath manifesting in a flurry of feathered blades that strike the mountainside and litter the ground, leaving chaos in their wake. Despite its rampage, the hawk's fury remains unquenched. Ultimately, it retreats, leaving the valley in a state of desolation, eerily quiet once more. Although Shu Chang'e was unaware of what had transpired, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from the valley behind him, which filled him with a sense of caution. The earlier lightheartedness evaporated under the weight of this menacing presence, and Shu Chang'e's expression turned grave as he summoned more of his spiritual energy, quickening his pace significantly. Initially intending to explore the vicinity in search of potential mission targets, he now abandoned this notion entirely. He was uncertain about the type of beast guarding the dream grass in the valley, but he knew it was beyond his capability to confront. With hurried steps, he distanced himself from the valley until the sense of threat dissipated, at which point he slowed down. Despite his spiritual energy, his body was beginning to feel the strain after such a relentless dash. He found himself standing on a stony shore, facing a wide river with murky, roaring waters that appeared formidable and not easily traversable. Just as he intended to rest for a moment, he was taken aback to encounter another person here. Are you Shu Chang'e?" The individual emerging from behind a massive rock by the river exclaimed excitedly as they approached him. only to halt in their tracks at the sight of the sword raised by Shu Chang'e. I mean no harm. I just wish to find someone to form a team. Shu Chang'e furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the timid figure before him. Just moments ago, he had been utterly oblivious to the presence of another. Despite the benign expression on the stranger's face, Shu Chang'e remained vigilant, instinctively sensing that he could not afford to let his guard down. He had encountered this person before, albeit from a distance. His superior memory had merely allowed him to recognize a familiar face without any deeper knowledge. I have no interest. I suggest you seek another, he declared, sheathing his wooden sword and stepping back a couple of paces before turning to leave, all the while casting sidelong glances at the stranger, his body tense and poised for immediate defense should the need arise. In this unknown trial ground, lacking the theoretical and practical experience of those from noble families, he would not underestimate any being, be they human, demon, or mystical plant. As Shu Chang'e turned his back without a trace of mercy, the timid individual's expression shifted dramatically. His mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, and with hands morphing into claws, he stealthily approached the seemingly unaware Shu Chang'e. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With his prey now within arm's reach, the figure bared his teeth in a wicked smile and lunged forward, expecting to sink his teeth into warm flesh, only to find himself grasping at thin air, his attack thwarted unexpectedly. Shu Chang'e, who had been on high alert, felt the rush of wind near his ear and had already gathered his spiritual energy, ready to evade. Even without perceiving the sound of the impending attack, the palpable malice emanating from his assailant was enough to confirm the stranger's sinister intentions. I never imagined you would harbor such trepidation toward a fellow disciple. How laughable, he thought to himself. Having created a safe distance, Shu Chang'e positioned his wooden sword defensively before him, calmly assessing the entity before him. Whether human or demon was uncertain. The creature's hands bore sharp, glimmering claws, and its mouth gaped unnaturally wide, producing a rasping, distorted sound that was torturous to the ears. Noticing Shu Chang'e's silence, the monster lost interest in taunting its prey and let out a shrill cry, charging forward with astonishing speed. Taken aback by the creature's swiftness, Shu Chang'e barely managed to raise his enchanted wooden sword in time to block the attack, the claws embedding themselves into the sword and leaving deep gashes. Realizing that the wooden sword was merely an ordinary piece of wood, the creature grinned triumphantly, gripping the sword with both hands and elongating its neck to bite down ferociously at Shu Chang'e. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Shu Chang'e gritted his teeth, relinquishing the trapped sword, and nimbly leaped aside, his expression grave. Confronted by this unknown monstrosity and now weaponless, and lacking any offensive techniques at his disposal, Shu Chang'e found himself in an increasingly precarious situation. The creature, sensing his helplessness, shrieked, "Prepare to meet your end, human." As the wind rushed past, Shu Chang'e narrowly evaded, feeling the fabric of his clothing slice open. Witnessing this, the creature became emboldened, quickening its assault, forcing Shu Chang'e into a frantic dance of evasion, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Focus, he urged himself. The sect would never allow its disciples to face creatures far beyond their capabilities. There must be weaknesses to exploit. As he frantically analyzed the situation, he mobilized his spiritual energy to dodge while striving to maneuver the creature across the open stone beach. Just as the venomous serpent always has an antidote within 100 paces, there must be something nearby to counter this foe. He just needed to remain calm and observe carefully, gritting his teeth to evade yet another attack. Sweat beaded on Shu Chang'e's forehead as his peripheral vision caught sight of an exceptionally large rock. A thought sparked within him. Could it be worth trying? With newfound determination, he charged toward the stone, but the creature, showing no hesitation, howled and lunged after him. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he moved with remarkable speed, darting around the stone, nearly stepping on a ghastly skeleton. The remains were trapped beneath the boulder, with only the upper part of the shoulders exposed, long since decayed into brittle bones, leaving only 2 shallow blue crystals suspended eerily in the eye sockets. This is it. Realizing the tenuous connection between the skeleton and the monster behind him, Shu Chang'e's eyes brightened. He paused, but the creature's claws were already upon him. In a split second, he clenched his fist and struck the skull with all his might. With a resounding crack, the bones shattered into fragments, and the creature's assault abruptly ceased. Turning back while shaking his hand, he saw the monster's expression frozen in a sinister snarl, its body suddenly devoid of life, slowly disintegrating into ash with the slightest breeze. Exhaling deeply, a wave of exhaustion washed over Shu Chang'e as he staggered back several steps, finding a nearby spot to sit down. With the last remnants of his energy, he cast a purification spell and, utterly fatigued, settled into a meditative position. As tranquility reclaimed the riverbank, Chapter 31, Sect Trial, Part 3, unfolded. Unlike Shu Chang'e's tumultuous encounters, Wei Shang seemed to be riding a wave of fortuitous luck, encountering no formidable adversaries along his path. He had collected most of the materials required for his task, while enjoying the scenic landscape, inciting envy in others. Ah, how dull. I wonder how Chang'e and the others are faring, he pondered, casually performing a purification spell on his bloodied wooden sword while standing before a demon beast that had been mercilessly pierced through the heart. These two are so impressive. They must be at least my equal. I need to focus more. I did promise to compete for first place. Wei Shang was a man of his word, and with his consistent good fortune, he believed he might just seize the top spot this time around, which would surely delight him. With a heart full of beautiful thoughts, Wei Shang beamed with joy as he effortlessly severed the horn of the demon beast, wielding his wooden sword like a formidable cleaver. This display incited frustration among the many elders observing in secret, who clutched their chests in disbelief. He secured the massive horn along with a haphazard collection of other items on his back and nonchalantly chose a direction to embark upon. In contrast to his solitary journey, Lan Yin, whom he had been mindful of, encountered numerous fellow disciples upon landing. After a brief exchange, they dispersed to explore independently. Lan Yin, navigating through several harrowing encounters unscathed, successfully gathered all the materials listed on his task sheet from the demon beasts. Glancing up at the sky, he hoisted a large bag of materials with one hand and instinctively selected a path to continue his quest. The task assigned by the sect required the collection of materials that were relatively easy to find within the secret realm, alleviating concerns of fruitless searching. A diligent exploration would inevitably yield results. Moreover, the descriptions on the task sheet provided insights into the probable locations of the materials, significantly reducing the difficulty of the endeavor. Other disciples were also scattered throughout the small secret realm, each pursuing their quests at a brisk pace, particularly the foundation-building disciples who were the swiftest. Among them, it seemed that Shu Chang'e had the most meager progress on his task sheet. In the discussion hall, Yan Ziyu sat at the left side, flanked by several peak masters and elders of the sect. Lan Li, as the senior brother of the inner sect and one of the coordinators for this assessment, occupied a seat further down. The enormous water mirrors surrounding them faithfully displayed the images of the various disciples within the secret realm, capturing their actions for all to witness. After observing the performances of the disciples, the master of the rising sun stroked his beard in contemplation, puzzled by the presence of soul-bone monsters in this secret realm. He also noted the previously mentioned frenzy of a horned falcon, questioning whether such creatures could truly be confronted by those unarmed young disciples. The master of the Azure Pure, whose relationship with the rising sun master fluctuated, concurred. They were discussing the two challenges faced by Shu Chang'e. While he had not encountered the horned falcon, he had indeed grappled with the soul-bone monster and narrowly emerged victorious. Regardless of how one viewed it, the difficulty posed by these two creatures seemed somewhat excessive, especially since soul-bone monsters should not typically appear in initiation trials. Not only were the two masters curious, but the others also turned their inquisitive gazes toward Yan Ziyu, while several elders maintained their inscrutable demeanor in silence. Under the scrutiny of multiple seniors, Yan Ziyu remained unfazed, simply stating, "My master has given instructions." Ah, that explains it. It seems the sect leader intends to recruit disciples from the inner sect, which clarifies why this young individual's assessment is several times more challenging than that of his peers. The elders understood, recognizing that the peak master's expressions remained unchanged, indicating that these old-timers had likely received wind of this matter long ago. It was probable that they had attempted to recommend their own disciples as soon as they learned of the news. Unfortunately, the lineage of the sect leader, since the time of their ancestor, had always favored not only talent but also the background of the disciples. Those from noble families, regardless of their aptitude, would not be accepted into the leader's lineage. Isn't the sect leader supposed to be in seclusion for several hundred years? How could he possibly know of a disciple who meets his expectations? Question one elder, caught off guard. Yan Ziyu cleared his throat, responding, "My master's thoughts are dual in nature." Upon hearing this, The inquisitive elder realized that, in their usual dealings, they rarely encountered the sect leader directly. Over such a long duration, many had forgotten one of the leader's remarkable methods. In the blink of an eye, just over 200 years had passed, and both Ziyu and Yunsu had already attained the status of nascent soul masters, while Jingyao had begun to seek out disciples to take under his wing. Xu Rang, the master of Lihenge Peak, gazed at the water mirror, his handsome face a tapestry of mixed emotions, reflecting on the many sentiments within him. Observing his grandson maneuvering effortlessly, even reveling in the journey, Master Wenhao withdrew his gaze and turned to the ever-sentimental Xu Rang. Renowned in the realm of cultivation, the two should take joy in the prospect of the sect's future talent. Although they understood this sentiment, Xu Rang's disposition was inherently melancholic, yet fortunately, others were well aware of his nature. The ageless Master Wenhao, noticing Xu Rang's continued lamentations, chose to avert his gaze, pondering instead. Where had Yunsu wandered off to? Song Yunsu, the sect leader's second disciple, was known throughout Floating Sky sect, yet few had actually encountered this remarkable individual, who had joined the sect 50 years after Yanziyu. He was currently journeying through the world. Yanziyu spoke rather briefly and subtly. However, it was more than mere travel. It was an incessant source of trouble. With an air of arrogance, he adopted a false identity and openly behaved as a disciple of the Floating Heaven sect, stirring up chaos wherever he went. A prominent nascent soul practitioner, he consistently returned battered and bruised. As a senior brother, Yanziyu seldom interfered with the activities of his fellow disciples, as their master, the esteemed Jingyao, had granted them complete autonomy. Thus, he did not hinder Song Yunsuo from reveling in the outside world, especially since the latter remained honest and dutifully reported his whereabouts. The various leaders and peak masters were largely engrossed in their own cultivation, rendering them somewhat oblivious to the affairs of the outside world, particularly among those of lower realms. Meanwhile, Lon Li, seated below, had much to say on the matter but dared not interject in the presence of the esteemed true lords. Moreover, as the chief senior brother seemed uninterested in elaborating, Lon Li could only mutter to himself in silence. Song's flimsy alias had long been thoroughly exposed. In the contemporary realm of cultivation, anyone with even a modicum of awareness knew that the second true disciple of the Floating Heaven sect's lineage was traversing the world under the guise of Su Yun Song, boldly venturing into secret realms and inserting himself into every duel, all the while pursued by a multitude of enemies. Lon Li, well acquainted with the exploits of his senior brother, felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. Both the chief senior brother and Song were extraordinary prodigies, drawing throngs of admirers within the sect. As the topic drew to a close, the esteemed figures returned their focus to the water mirror, continuing their observations to select favored disciples. Unbeknownst to him, Shuchang-gu had completed his meditation, restoring his internal spiritual power to 80%, though the remaining energy would not be replenished in a short time. Rising to his feet, he cast a purification spell, finally affording himself the opportunity to examine the skeletal remains he had shattered earlier. The skeleton appeared to exist solely due to a shallow blue, unidentified crystalline substance within its eye sockets. Once Shuchang-gu manipulated his spiritual energy to extract it, the bones swiftly crumbled to dust. With the Nadanshu technique, he levitated the peculiar crystal before his eyes, observing it leisurely. Irregularly diamond-shaped, its surface shimmered with a soft blue luminescence, captivating the beholder. If fashioned into a piece of jewelry, it would undoubtedly enchant countless female cultivators at first glance. Regretting that he had encountered such a troublesome entity without discovering anything from his task list, Shuchang-gu collected his spoils and returned to the site of his battle to retrieve the fallen dreaming grass. Utilizing materials at hand, he attempted various methods to cross the vast river, ultimately abandoning the idea and instead choosing a visually appealing direction based on instinct. Along the way, he collected several materials required for his tasks, surprised by the ruthless nature of the sect, compelling their relatively weaker disciples to undertake such arduous assessments. No wonder the Floating Heaven sect stood as a formidable force among the top-tier powers. It truly lived up to its reputation. With a slight sigh, Shuchang-gu discarded the nearly broken branch he had been holding, having slain the beast guarding the spiritual herbs, rendering the branch unnecessary. With his wooden sword destroyed, he was left to improvise with whatever he could find, struggling to execute the Floating Heaven sword array's techniques against his foes. The initial stroke of luck felt like an illusion. To this day, Shu Changge had yet to experience a truly effortless battle. Each encounter with demonic beasts demanded utmost concentration and effort to overcome. Continuing on his journey, Shu Changge held the mission items in one hand while gathering a dark purple sphere of spiritual energy in the palm of the other. This technique had dawned upon him following his battle on the stone beach. Spiritual energy, inherently adaptable to the user's intent, could manifest various abilities. The lightning energy itself was particularly fierce, and being struck would not be a pleasant experience. It was this realization that prompted Shu Changge to attempt condensing his internal energy within his palm. The process was simple enough. Anyone with a modicum of control over their spiritual energy could achieve it. The challenge lay in compressing a significant amount of energy, ensuring it did not merely cluster together. While it might appear as a substantial mass, upon being thrown, it could easily dissipate into mere fragments. This was no trivial task. Shu Changge had to ensure that the speed of condensation was neither too slow, which would prolong the charging time to his detriment, nor too rapid, lest it explode in his hand before he could launch it at an opponent. Shu Changge, adept at multitasking, diligently searched for his mission target while simultaneously experimenting with his spiritual energy. The energy orb fluctuated in size and strength, yet he remained patient. After countless attempts, having completed nearly 70 to 80% of the task, he began to glean some insights. His mastery over the meticulous manipulation of spiritual energy had reached an impressive level. The once erratic energy orb now resembled a small purple crystal, gently pulsating in his palm, revealing within it the fierce and tumultuous arcs of lightning. With a mere thought, he propelled the energy orb towards a nearby colossal rhinoceros. Light as a feather, the orb seemed to pose no threat. The unsuspecting giant, oblivious to this minuscule anomaly, fixated its gaze menacingly upon Shu Changge. As the orb made contact with the unguarded rhinoceros, a resounding explosion ensued, leaving one of its eyes with a significant cavity, exposing the underlying bone. The excruciating pain ignited its fury, and with a deafening roar, the rhinoceros charged, digging into the ground with its sharp horn aimed directly at Shu Changge, causing the very earth to tremble beneath its formidable presence. Unfazed by the situation, Shu Changge once again formed a sphere of spiritual energy in his palm, ruthlessly striking it upon the gaping wound of the giant rhinoceros. The creature let out a mournful cry, feeling its life and strength ebb away, even as its loathed enemy stood nearby, devoid of any power to exact vengeance. Expressionless, he watched as the massive body of the giant rhinoceros collapsed, causing the ground to tremble and clouds of dust to rise. This giant rhinoceros was not the target of Shu Changge's mission. It merely happened to cross his path, and the unfortunate creature could hardly have anticipated its untimely demise. Upon confirming that this swamp bore none of the requisite materials for his task, Shu Changge promptly shifted his focus elsewhere. Yet, in this brief interlude, he sensed the approach of others. Ahead lay a winding path of small stones, conspicuously visible against the backdrop of the marsh. Not wishing to squander time on idle pleasantries with unfamiliar peers, Shu Changge deliberated for a moment before deciding to investigate. Utilizing the perception of his pure celestial body, he adeptly navigated around dangers he could not confront, regarding the previous monster as an exception, unaware of whether their chosen paths were correct. The individuals within the small secret realm unconsciously converged towards the center. What one perceived as a straightforward trajectory had subtly shifted, guiding them towards the destination desired by the organizers. While many remained oblivious to the oddity of the situation, a few perceptive individuals noted the increased frequency and speed of encounters with fellow disciples. Lacking a reference point, they could draw no definitive conclusions, only proceeding with caution. Their pace significantly slowed, yet successfully evading the increasingly menacing beasts and plants. Whether due to direction or the passage of time, the disciples within the secret realm began to feel the strain of confrontation. Many of the more insightful ones, facing life and death, unleashed their latent potential, intuitively mastering the technique to channel spiritual energy while executing the floating heaven sword formation, thereby enhancing its lethality. Chapter 32, Sect Trial, Part 4. Observing this spectacle through the water mirror. The peak master and the head elder recognized that the focus and conclusion of this assessment were drawing near. Having watched for some time, combined with their knowledge of the disciples' performance in regular evaluations, they possessed sufficient insight to discern which disciples were suitable for which peaks. The assessments and trials of disciples within the Floating Heaven sect had never solely hinged on cultivation or talent. While talent was undoubtedly significant, character and patience were equally paramount. Indeed, remarked the elder, stroking his beard with a sigh. However, it is always preferable to have more geniuses. Master Huaqing clapped his hands, noting how even ordinary prodigies seemed less remarkable upon entering the Floating Heaven sect. Would you agree, Ziyu? Yanxiu, without a doubt, was an existence surpassing mere genius. In the presence of Yanxiu, Songyin Su, Yuhua, and Oshu, several other talented individuals within the sect appeared diminished, leaving others to remember only these four unparalleled prodigies. Among the four, two were direct disciples of the sect leader. While Yuhua and Oshu held the titles of chief disciples of the Lihen Peak and the Wendao Peak, respectively, their statuses differing from that of Yanxiu, the sect's chief master brother. Strictly speaking, the four peaks, Wendao, Lihen, Fenyu, and Xingluo, each possessed 3 seats. Regardless of the number of disciples on a given peak, as long as one secured a top 3 position in their peaks competition, they would claim a seat, accompanied by enhanced cultivation resources from the peak master. Conversely, the Tianyin Peak, with its sparse population, did not engage in minor peak competitions, focusing solely on the sect's grand competition for the title of Celestial Prodigy. Within the Floating Heaven sect, the chief disciple was typically the strongest among peers and a candidate for future leadership, thus earning the title of sect's chief master brother. The authority of the sect's chief often surpassed that of ordinary elders, even those without real power. All disciples of the Floating Heaven sect, be they outer or inner disciples, direct or true disciples, were obliged to heed the chief's commands. In critical moments, the chief disciple could issue orders to elders and peak masters using their identity token, which the latter must obey if the commands were reasonable. Thus, Yanxiu, as the sect's chief and a celestial prodigy, could be seen, in a sense, as above all others. Most of the time, even the peak masters treated him with respect. The teased Yanxiu remained composed, unaffected by the jest. Master Huaqing worries too much. We merely fulfill our duty to embody the sect's ethos. The future will depend on the next generation of disciples. As a disciple who joined the Floating Heaven sect 2 centuries ago, Yanxiu stood 2 generations apart from Shu Chang'e and his contemporaries. While the generations sandwiched between them lacked particularly exceptional talents, the disciples of this intermediate generation, devoid of remarkable prodigies, felt their spirits wane, their inner sorrow akin to a stampede of ferocious beasts. They too were rare talents, yet upon arriving at the Floating Heaven sect, they realized that the most undervalued asset here was genius. Those who excelled in other sects were often merely considered promising prospects. Where, indeed, did so many prodigious talents come from? And how many had gathered under the banner of the Floating Heaven sect? The frustrations of Lan Li remained unrecognized by others, save for a few peers in similar predicaments who could empathize with one another. Occasionally, they would convene to share grievances about their inadequacies, lamenting the lack of utility of their talents, then return to their individual pursuits, diligently honing their skills within the sect. Shifting focus to another scene, the fortunate Wei Shang and the moderately fortunate Lan Yin encountered one another by a stream amidst the increasing throngs of fellow disciples. What on earth, Mutu? How did you get yourself into such a filthy state? Lan Yin's attire was somewhat disheveled. Who is it? A voice emerged from behind. Wei Shang, in surprise, exclaimed, Changgu, how come you, Mutu? Upon meeting Lan Yin's gaze, he suddenly realized, leaping 3 feet in astonishment, Lin Xianxiu, why have you come again? The chubby Lin Xianxiu smirked proudly. What of it? This land bears the illustrious name of Wei Gongzi, so I cannot visit? Irritated by the banter, Wei Shang averted his gaze, dismissing him with indifference. Say whatever you wish. I do not wish to engage with you now. Does it truly matter whether you acknowledge me? Wei Shang, I am hardly a pitiful creature seeking your favor. Lin Xianxiu produced an ornate folding fan from seemingly nowhere, elegantly flicking it open. This must be Taoist Lan Yin, correct? We briefly met earlier. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lin Xianxiu, having grown up alongside Wei Shang. Given our shared history, why not become acquainted as friends? Lan Yin's dark, brooding gaze shifted towards him, causing Lin Xianxiu to feel somewhat intimidated. Why does Wei Shang remain so unperturbed? Lan Yin said nothing, yet Wei Shang, who had previously shown disinterest, abruptly turned to glare at him. Lin Xianxiu, your audacity is indeed as thick as your physique. How can you utter such shameless words? Who has grown up alongside you? It is an outrageous jest. Unfazed by the exposure, Lin Qianxiu feigned innocence, attempting to inquire further. Do you not have another companion? I recall one named Shu Chang'e, is that right? Why is he not with you? Noticing the pair's silence, Lin Qianxiu chuckled to himself. He seems quite capable. Surely nothing could have happened to him. Perhaps the assessment was interrupted? Apologies, I am still amidst the assessment. Chapter 33, Sect Trial, Part 5. A cold voice resonated from behind, startling Lin Qianxiu, who had just frightened Wei Shang. Now he was sufficiently alarmed by the other presence, especially as he pondered the intentions of the individual. In stark contrast were Wei Shang's brightened eyes and Lan Yan's silent scrutiny. I am well, just slightly delayed, Lin Qianxiu replied, turning around. Momentarily taken aback by the other's exquisite features, nearly failing to respond. The previous encounter had not focused on their appearance, thus he had felt little impact. It is truly a relief that Taoist Shu is unharmed. Not just Wei Shang and Lan Yan, but I too was quite concerned for you. Shu Chang'e cast a fleeting glance at him, bypassed him, and placed the items she was holding aside. She casually tidied a small area before seating herself, feeling somewhat fatigued after the journey. How long has it been? She asked absently. Lin Qianxiu, momentarily bewildered, thought she was addressing him, his round face reflecting confusion. Wei Shang sat beside him with a cheerful demeanor, maintaining a slight distance, while Lan Yan stealthily approached, and the three were reunited once more. Wei Shang remarked, not long at all, just a few moments earlier than you. Lan Yan inquired, did something unexpected happen? Shu Chang'e shook his head, unable to conceal his fatigue. It was precisely this appearance that puzzled the other two. What had transpired to leave him in such a disheveled state? Among the many present, none appeared as travel-worn as he. With a demeanor that belied any signs of weariness, Shu Chang'e spoke softly. Noting that the demon beasts encountered along the way had proven quite troublesome, consuming a considerable amount of time. Wei was perplexed, questioning, troublesome? I found the battles to be remarkably effortless. That fellow Mu too has slain an untold number of demon beasts, leaving him in a state of exuberance. Unexpected, Lan Yan replied sullenly. Shu Chang'e furrowed her brow, as the formidable beast I encountered indeed proved to be quite a challenge. Moreover, there was this, a pale blue crystal extracted from a skull, which he levitated using his spiritual power, floating in front of the three of us. This is... Wei Shang widened his eyes, unsure whether it was truly what he thought, and leaned in for a closer inspection. Shu Chang'e and Lan Yan remained quietly, awaiting his words. Though Lan Yan hailed from a background of cultivation, his breadth of knowledge could not quite match that of Wei Shang, a scion of a prominent family. Shu Chang'e, eager to comprehend these matters, found herself momentarily at a loss due to her perceived inadequacy. This must be a soul stone. Lin Qianxiu, who had been overlooked for quite some time, suddenly leaned in, eyes wide with astonishment. By heavens, it truly is a soul stone. Where did you acquire this? Soul stone? Both Shu Chang'e and Lan Yan, unfamiliar with the term, instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Qianxiu. After a brief pause, they exchanged knowing glances and redirected their inquisitive eyes towards Wei Shang. Wei Shang, stroking his chin, disregarded Lin Qianxiu's lack of subtlety and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a soul stone, akin to the one in my possession, though mine is somewhat larger. Lin Qianxiu secretly rolled his eyes, anticipating such ostentation. Recognizing that Lan Yan and Shu Chang'e were unaware of its significance, Wei Shang patiently elucidated. As the name suggests, a soul stone has the ability to bestow a soul upon that which has passed, and it may manifest various abilities. Chang'e, you must have encountered this as well. Shu Chang'e nodded slightly, revealing a skeletal figure. Wei Shang widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, impressive, Chang'e, you are indeed correct in stating that they are quite formidable. The soul-infusing stone allows these entities to reanimate in an unconventional manner, while also enhancing their corporeal forms. With our current combat prowess, we would hardly withstand for long. Perhaps the stone is relatively small, which might account for its diminished strength. Lin Qianxiu, unwilling to remain silent, chimed in once more, only to be met with a swift kick from Wei Shang, who urged him to depart. If you are oblivious to the potency of the soul-infusing stone, cease your incessant chatter and leave before you become an eyesore. Honestly, Wei Shang, your treatment of a fellow disciple is rather undignified. The sect will surely take note of your behavior, muttered Lin Qianxiu as he retreated, sulking, even if your grandfather is the master of the main peak. It makes no difference. He spoke the last few words in a hushed tone, wary of attracting unwanted attention. With the annoying fly finally dispatched, Wei Shang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he settled down and exhaled deeply. Now, let us continue our discussion. The soul-infusing stone is indeed a valuable asset. Chang'e, you must safeguard it well. In the future, when you encounter a suitable skeleton, you can embed it within. A bit of refinement will transform it into a powerful ally, typically surpassing your own cultivation by an entire realm. The notion that one could casually refine a puppet with a cultivation level higher than their own is indeed astonishing, which explains why even Wei Shang acknowledges its merit. But what are the limitations? Shu Chang'e inquired. Such a useful item must have some limitations. Indeed, the limitations pertain to the soul stone, which can only enhance one's cultivation up to the nascent soul stage. Beyond that, it becomes ineffectual. Furthermore, once refined, it cannot be retrieved. If it remains unrefined, it can be utilized, but such soul-bound creatures, which we refer to as soul-bone monsters, will attack indiscriminately. It seems the monster he encountered earlier was indeed unrefined, aptly fitting the description of a soul-bone monster. However, Wei Shang felt perplexed. Such a precious item as the soul stone should not be found in a secret realm that had been thoroughly cleared by the sect, particularly not alongside soul-bone monsters, which hardly seems appropriate for an entry-level trial. Reflecting on the difficulty of his own trial, which Wei Shang claimed was significantly more challenging, Shu Chang'e felt a twinge of concern. The unknown, indeed, is the most unsettling of presences. Perhaps the sect has its own rationale. After much contemplation without resolution, the group decided to set this matter aside for the time being, hoping that upon exiting the secret realm and completing the trial, answers would reveal themselves. Since entering the realm of cultivation, Shu Chang'e had noticed an increasing number of uncertainties beyond his control, intensifying his eagerness to advance in his training. With the topic concluded, the trio gathered to exchange their newfound insights and experiences. Each had made progress, and after a period of rest, their spiritual energy had largely recovered, alleviating much of their fatigue. The eerie stillness that prevented them from leaving was peculiar. Many realized there was little worth exploring here. Just as they contemplated searching elsewhere, they discovered they could not escape. Regardless of the direction taken, whether burdened or marking their path, they ultimately found themselves circling back helplessly. Some skeptical souls persisted in their attempts, but eventually resigned, clustering together in murmured conversation. This peculiar stillness, allowing them to regain their strength while hindering their departure, suggested that something formidable might soon emerge. Where did this fog come from? A keen observer noted the white mist drifting about and exclaimed, "The fog is approaching, everyone. Stay close. Be cautious and shield your mouth and nose with spiritual energy. We cannot ascertain if it's toxic." I knew this trial would not be straightforward. This sect is indeed no easy challenge. Hey, who stepped on me? Can you be more careful? The cacophony of voices rose and fell, blending into a collective clamor. After nearly a year of cultivation and the trials within this secret realm, the individuals exhibited a newfound calmness, with some vigilant enough to alert others. This mist is clearly abnormal. Quickly, let us huddle together. Wei Shang, gripping one person with his left hand and another with his right, remained watchful as the fog spread with increasing speed, tension coursing through his body, ready to spring into action. Having not seen each other for some time, Wei Shang, who had witnessed the blood of demonic beasts, appeared more composed and perceptive than before. As for Lan Yan, who had a penchant for slaying demonic beasts at every turn, he exuded an air of menace. Displeased with the proximity and feeling the tug on his sleeve, Shu Chang'e shifted his arm, merely wishing for Wei Shang to loosen his grip, but the latter held firm, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Chapter 34. Peach Blossom Miasma. The white mist descended with alarming swiftness and strangeness. The group barely managed to draw near to one another before being enveloped in the dense fog. As they surveyed their surroundings, all that met their eyes was a blanket of white. Despite having noticed other figures nearby moments ago, they now sensed no presence, and the area felt eerily silent. Just as they braced themselves for imminent danger within the mist, it abruptly dissipated. Its arrival was mysterious, and its departure equally so. As if it had merely been a fleeting distraction, the previously vanished figures re-emerged, and it seemed as though nothing had changed, rendering the recent events almost illusory. The scenery transformed. As Shu Chang'e regained his sight, he softly remarked, freeing his sleeve from Wei Shang's grip and casting a cleansing spell. They had been situated in a flat expanse, with a clear view and a babbling brook flowing before them. Without exception, Upon being silently guided to this location by the secret realm, they found themselves unable to depart, forced to rest there. The openness of the area, devoid of towering trees or other obstructions, allowed them to recuperate comfortably. However, following the bizarre white mist, the surroundings had dramatically altered. The grassy meadow had transformed into a pebble-strewn shore, the brook had swelled into a mighty river, and a colossal stone loomed prominently by the riverbank. Recognizing the familiar landscape, Shu Chang'e furrowed his brow. This was the site where he encountered the soul bone monster. Wei Xiang's expression turned serious as he surveyed the area. We must exercise caution. While the likelihood of encountering a soul bone monster is low, there will undoubtedly be other formidable entities lurking. Lan Yin tightened his grip on his wooden sword. Are there any other concerns? Shu Chang'e, filled with perplexity, extended his hand and pointed towards the opposite bank of the river. There, the scenery appeared transformed. Although he had not paid particular attention, he distinctly remembered that the far side of the river should have been an unseen stony beach, rather than the vibrant display before him now. Vast expanses of mountain peach blossoms were in full bloom across the river, and despite his enhanced vision from cultivation, he could not discern the true extent of the cascading floral sea. Clusters of peach blossoms in shades of pink and white vied for attention, and even the distant peaks, barely visible beyond the floral expanse, were tinged with a soft blush. The vividness of the blossoms was captivating, and the sheer multitude rendered it impossible to look away. From such a distance, one could almost catch a whiff of the drifting fragrance of the peach blossoms. This scenery was utterly enchanting. Shu Chang'e's words rendered Wei Xiang's perception of the peach blossom grove increasingly enigmatic, particularly as the objective of the secret realm was evidently to lure them there. And it was clear that their presence was not intended merely for the enjoyment of the flowers. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the crowd, and the trio turned towards the source of the noise, only to discover that from the depths of the river, a long suspension bridge, intricately woven from vibrant green vines, had mysteriously risen from the yellowing waters. It remained uncertain whether this design was the handiwork of the masters Yin Ziyu and Lan Li. In any case, a small wooden sign had been thoughtfully placed in the clearing before the bridge, adorned with an arrow indicating the way forward. The crowd hesitated, uncertain of what awaited them ahead. A palpable tension ensued. I shall take the lead. If you wish to follow, do so behind me, a voice suddenly announced. As a figure boldly stepped forward, his companions attempted to restrain him, but their efforts proved futile. Are you certain? If something goes awry, we may not be able to rescue you in time. A voice of concern echoed among them. The individual, already half upon the vine bridge, turned back and thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, if you trust me, follow closely. Should any trouble arise, do not concern yourselves with me, just flee. From a distance, Shu Chang'e regarded the individual with surprise, swiftly averting his gaze before being noticed. This daring figure was none other than Li Chang'e, whom he had encountered aboard the agile flying boat. During the period of their mountain training, the latter had yet to abandon his distinctly rustic manner of self-reference. Regardless of Li Chang'e's usual demeanor, his current bravado was enough to endear him to many. With a brave soul leading the charge, the remaining individuals shed their doubts. Hesitation was futile, and they could not remain stagnant any longer. Consequently, several people soon followed closely behind Li Chang'e. Most were followers by nature, and witnessing a few brave souls standing unscathed upon the vine bridge compelled many uncertain onlookers to join in as well. Shu Chang'e and the two companions silently blended into the throng, a multitude traversing the river with an effortless grace. It was only upon entering the peach blossom grove that they truly recognized the breathtaking splendor of the numerous peach trees, where the air was infused with a delicate fragrance that enchanted the senses. As petals fell like rain, Shu Chang'e brushed away the blossoms that had settled upon them, and a thought struck her, prompting her to speak unexpectedly. Is there a notion of the peach blossom mist in the realm of cultivation? Shu Chang'e's voice was not particularly loud, yet the tranquility of the peach blossom grove allowed his utterance to resonate with those nearby. Individuals like Wei Xiang, who hailed from families steeped in the cultivation of immortality, may not have anticipated this revelation, but Shu Chang'e's words served as a poignant reminder. It appeared that this place indeed held the potential to be the peach blossom miasma. Responses arose, yet dissent was also present. Breaking the peach blossom miasma is not particularly challenging, especially now that we are aware of its possibility. It is rather exaggerated to think it could confound us, someone remarked. Wei Xiang, observing from the sidelines, interjected thoughtfully. What if it is a form of peach blossom miasma that you are aware of yet remains difficult to resolve? The speaker faltered, their expression darkening as furrows formed on their brow. Are you implying that it has become sentient? Upon hearing this, those who understood the gravity of the situation grew solemn, while others continued to inquire, oblivious. Generally, the peach blossom miasma incites rampant desires and sways one's resolve. Yet cultivators with a solid foundation or profound cultivation are unlikely to waver. Therefore, one can typically escape the miasma after a period of perseverance or by forcefully severing its source. However, if the miasma has gained sentience, the scenario shifts dramatically. It then constitutes a sentient being in the strictest sense. The method to dispel it is neither overly complex nor straightforward. One must locate the essence of the miasma amidst the myriad illusions and destroy it to escape. A frown appeared on someone's face, harboring a glimmer of hope. Surely, our sect would not resort to such brutality. If it truly is a peach blossom spirit, we stand no chance. Others derided as cowardice. Come now. You are a disciple of the immortal sect. With so many of us gathered, are we too timid to fight? Perhaps you should just retreat. In a reckless display, one individual brandished a wooden sword and lunged at the nearby peach tree, moving so swiftly that onlookers barely had time to react. Whether it is the miasma or the spirit, as long as the peach tree is gone, we should be fine. With that declaration, he raised his wooden sword high, channeling spiritual energy into it, an incantation most disciples had mastered. Then let us strike it down. Wait, do not strike the grass. The warning was not yet complete when the individual had already thrust forward. At the moment the wooden sword penetrated, the entire grove froze, and the falling petals hung, suspended in midair. A stunning revelation. The one who had sought to finish the warning stood in awe, watching as crimson blood flowed from the wounded peach tree, a wave of fear washing over him, overlooking the recklessness of the other. The observers instinctively drew closer together in the face of this bizarre scene. Even those timid souls who had slipped into the central safe zone were unable to divert their attention. As the quietude returned with their movements, none dared dismiss it as mere illusion. Pink mist began to seep from the tree trunk, and the miasma generated by countless peach trees obscured everything, leading Wei Shang to urgently call out. We must discern which are illusions within the miasma. As we shatter the illusions, we must also seek the peach blossom spirit, otherwise, we may find ourselves trapped within the miasma. It was uncertain how many heeded his words, but he felt he had fulfilled his duty. Any ensuing troubles would not concern him, for his primary concern lay with Shu Chang'e and Lan Yan. The miasma spread rapidly, and Wei Shang watched helplessly as the figures around him gradually faded, until he was left alone. The rapidly expanding pink mist enveloped him, and he closed his eyes, offering no resistance. In the face of the miasma, they had no effective means of resistance, and could only attempt to break through from within. One day, when I grow stronger, I shall seek out the peach blossom spirit's miasma to play, Wei Shang vowed with resentment. Chapter 35. The little peach blossom monster. The delicate pink mist swirled through the peach blossom grove, accentuating the resplendent flowers with an ethereal beauty. However, upon opening his eyes, Shu Chang'e found no inclination to appreciate such splendor. His spiritual energy was coalescing, poised for action, as he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. The grove was eerily silent, devoid of any sounds save for his own. Even the fluttering petals fell in hushed stillness. He, come play, he. A high-pitched, fragmented voice echoed from all directions, resonating throughout the tranquil space. Even the silent peach trees began to writhe, their branches lunging towards Shu Chang'e. The drifting petals transforming into blades slicing through the air, aimed directly at him. Taken aback by the sudden intensity of the assault, Shu Chang'e's expression tightened as he unleashed a spell upon the nearest branches, producing a resounding crash as they snapped, yet the mocking laughter that followed was tinged with pain. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The branches continued to multiply, and despite the powerful strike of his thunderous energy sphere creating a momentary gap, it was quickly filled once more. Come on, he, you cannot defeat me, he. The irritating voice echoed incessantly in his ears, but Shu Chang'e remained unfazed, deftly evading the flower blades. After several prior encounters, his reaction time had sharpened. Even so, his garments bore the scars of several cuts, and with the prior damages, his attire was nearly in tatters. Retreating swiftly to avoid a branch aimed at his face, he kicked a fallen branch into the air, sending it flying before catching it deftly in hand. Utilizing the peach branch as he would a wooden sword, Shu Changa's initial movements were somewhat clumsy, but his prior experience with bamboo branches lent him the necessary skill to adapt quickly. The branch danced in his hands, creating fleeting shadows as the floating sky sword formation enveloped him, creating a tight defense. For a moment, both sides remained stalemated, neither gaining the upper hand. With focused intensity, Shu Changa held the peach branch in one hand, defending fiercely while launching counterattacks, his other hand hanging by his side, deftly concealed by the fluttering fabric that masked the flow of his spiritual energy. The twisting branches ensnared him like a cage, and with the relentless assaults of the flower blades, discerning any weaknesses became a formidable challenge. Shu Changa remained unhurried, allowing the sharp, piercing voice beside him to grow increasingly fervent and agitated. Though he could not ascertain whether the source was a peach blossom spirit or merely an illusion, he understood that the more intense the opponent's emotional fluctuations, the greater his chances of success. The peach blossom branch in his hand was of far superior quality compared to the wooden sword he had wielded previously. Although he found himself searching for a new branch intermittently, the owner of that vexing voice seemed increasingly incensed by his actions, launching a barrage of attacks with escalating ferocity. How infuriating! Die, die, die! The tempestuous onslaught momentarily unsettled Shu Changa, who had only just begun to adapt to the rhythm of the attacks. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Hiss! Despite his rapid reflexes, a delicate cut marred his wrist, a minor injury, yet it elicited a distinct cry of pain from him, momentarily slowing his movements before he swiftly concealed the setback. He, you can't escape, you can't escape. I will kill you, I will kill you. The voice, reveling in its perceived advantage over Shu Changa, unabashedly expressed its delight. The peach trees surrounding Shu Changa were uprooted one by one, their roots writhing as they swayed their branches, encircling him. The violent tugging of their roots sent tremors through the ground, and with keen eyes, Shu Changa spotted a petite tree hidden behind the larger peach trees, its flowering branches swaying delicately. This one, suppressing a moment of exhilaration, he memorized the direction of the small tree and withdrew the peach blossom branch, seemingly surrendering to the encroaching trees. He chuckled, thinking, it's done, boom. Before the joyous sound could fully escape, a deafening explosion erupted, even louder than the previous magical disturbances, creating a breach among the densely clustered peach trees. Purple lightning danced along the branches, accompanied by billowing smoke. Just as the source of the noise sensed something amiss and attempted to command the other trees to shield itself, a figure suddenly burst from the smoky gap. It was Shu Changa. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he accelerated to his utmost speed, taking advantage of the unguarded small peach tree. He fervently channeled a significant portion of his spiritual energy into the peach blossom branch in his hand. The branch, now pulsating with murderous intent, crackled with purple arcs of lightning as it struck violently against the trunk of the small peach tree, unleashing a torrent of explosive spiritual power. Shu Changa felt only a slight resistance before effortlessly severing the young peach tree in half. With a resounding thud, the tree toppled to the ground, causing the frenzied surge of ordinary peach trees to come to an abrupt halt, swiftly withering away to ashes. He casually discarded the shattered flower branch onto the remains of the small peach tree, while his hand, which had been resting behind his back, gracefully released a spirit power orb the size of an egg. Upon collision with the tree's remnants, the orb erupted violently, utterly annihilating it. To his surprise, the little peach tree, which still retained a flicker of vitality, emitted a piercing scream before falling silent once more, marking the true end of the battle. Before this, Shu Changa had been attempting an unprecedented level of spirit power compression, catching his opponent off guard by exploiting their weaknesses with an array of techniques. He had feared that a single strike might not suffice, continuously manipulating his spirit root to absorb more spiritual energy, converting it into spirit power orbs. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. Had he not prepared a contingency plan, this peach blossom creature might have launched a desperate ambush against him. As tranquility returned, the vast expanse of land, now bereft of numerous peach trees, lay in disarray. It seemed to Shu Changa, perhaps due to an illusion, that the peach blossom miasma had significantly diminished. The sparse remnants were hardly comparable to the more concentrated areas nearby. After waiting for a while, he observed no signs of the miasma from other directions encroaching upon this area, leading him to speculate. Could the annihilation of the previous creature have lessened the potency of the peach blossom miasma? With this hypothesis in mind, Shu Changa resolved to seek out more of these small peach blossom creatures to eliminate, aiming to weaken the opponent's strength before the peach blossom spirit intervened. Although he was uncertain why the peach blossom spirit did not personally address the issue, he surmised it might be hindered or that the sect had imposed certain restrictions to ensure the disciples faced challenges without making victory overly simple. Meanwhile, others scattered across the area gradually noticed this change, collaborating in unison to tackle the small peach blossom creatures and other sporadic illusions that emerged. Had Shu Chang'e been able to witness the actions of the others, he would likely have been filled with perplexity. Unlike him, who fought alone, the others had companions. Wei Shang and Lan Yan, though not together, each had fellow disciples, even if those companions were not necessarily of assistance. Unbeknownst to him, Shu Chang'e, isolated and subjected to trials, was exploring other regions of the peach blossom forest. Regardless of whether he encountered small creatures, he first gathered strength from a distance to form an enhanced spirit power orb and then hurled it forth, causing soil to fly and branches to shatter in the ensuing explosion. Shu Chang'e stood at a considerable distance, untouched by any trace of soil or debris. Observing the miasma diminish as desired, he turned away without a hint of mercy, proceeding to other areas to continue his destruction of trees. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed through the expanse, leaving behind a landscape strewn with dismembered limbs and pockmarked ground where Shu Chang'e had traversed. It seemed there was still room for enhancement. With his fair fingers, he grasped a sphere of spiritual energy, the size of an egg. Watching the densely packed arcs of lightning within, a subtle awareness alerted him that this particular peach orchard was somewhat peculiar. Narrowing his eyes, he hurled the energy sphere, obliterating yet another section of the peach grove. Casually, he seized a branch imbued with spiritual energy and directed it toward a specific point. A shriek pierced the air. Yet unperturbed, Shu Chang'e struck again until he was certain the little peach blossom creature had vanished completely. Only then did he relax, discarding the floral branch and casting a cleansing spell upon himself. With a buoyant spirit, he gazed at the ever-thinning miasma, feeling considerably lighter. It appeared that his fellow disciples had also discovered this method of alleviation, diligently striving to dispel the peach blossom miasma throughout various locales. Could this be considered a collaborative endeavor in task completion? Shu Chang'e idly contemplated as the sphere of spiritual energy in his palm morphed into an array of peculiar shapes. He endeavored to reshape the energy into more aesthetically pleasing forms. Chapter 36. Team formation. Deep within the peach blossoms, a myriad of petals blanketed the ground, obscuring its original hue. The sky and earth were enveloped in a picturesque tableau reminiscent of a peach blossom spring. Majestic and robust peach trees stood guard on the mountainside, and from a distance, the entire mountain appeared to be painted in shades of pink, only to reveal that it was merely the branches of a colossal, sun-blocking peach tree upon closer inspection. The roots of this ancient tree twisted and intertwined, towering majestically, with branches adorned with blossoms that resembled a vast, pink cloud stretching for miles. Yet, despite the immense size of this venerable peach tree, for slender golden swords were positioned at each cardinal point, encircling the tree's trunk, which was too substantial for several individuals to embrace. Upon closer examination, it became evident that these swords were not tangible, they were merely manifestations of sword energy. The 4 golden swords were angled sharply, their emanating sword energy coiling around the peach tree like ropes, constraining it tightly. It appeared as if a living entity was struggling against the bindings, restless yet powerless beneath the oppressive force of the sword energy. As time elapsed, the vast expanse of peach forest at the foot of the mountain was gradually ravaged by Shu Chang'e and his companions, watching helplessly as their source of power diminished incrementally, while the great peach tree writhed in increasingly frantic desperation. Alas, these seemingly delicate swords bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, rendering any attempts at escape futile. Cursed be the cultivators. The great peach tree emitted a silent wail, shedding a cascade of petals. His hands were fair and well-proportioned, reminiscent of a finely crafted sculpture. In the palm rested a small, deep purple bud, crystalline and translucent. Upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a peach blossom. Shu Chang'e meticulously observed the perfect spiritual creation he had successfully condensed for the first time. Within the naturally formed purple peach blossom bud, a radiant aura swirled, revealing arcs of lightning energy arranged according to specific patterns. Compared to the previous energy spheres, these arcs appeared much more gentle. Yet, this was merely an illusion. Shu Chang'e estimated that the destructive power of this petite peach blossom could rival that of 5 or 6 enhanced energy spheres. Such a potent little spell was brought to fruition thanks to the trials faced in this secret realm and the myriad peach blossoms that adorned the surroundings. The condensation of spiritual energy into form required a familiarity with its structure. Through a series of experiments over time, Shu Chang'e drew this conclusion. He had initially aspired to condense spiritual energy into the form of a phoenix, yet he had met with failure, unable to produce even a single feather. Despite this lack of success, he harbored a strong intuition that if he could indeed manifest the phoenix from his spiritual energy, this serendipitously acquired spell would undoubtedly yield surprising results. Setting that thought aside, after considerable effort, the group had ravaged the vast peach orchard at the foot of the mountain, leaving only a few scattered trees, all of which appeared forlorn and on the brink of withering. What a sight! This does not seem difficult at all. As the team that had disrupted the peach forest's maze gathered at the mountain's base, Shu Chang'e heard someone cheerfully exclaim while searching for Wei Shanglan and Yan. "Hey, Chang'e! Over here!" Wei Shang, bouncing and waving, drew numerous gazes yet remained unfazed. The upcoming battle would undoubtedly be arduous. The trio, having successfully reunited, collectively gazed at the expansive cloud of pink blossoms halfway up the mountain, prompting Wei Shang to reflect. From their vantage point, they could not discern that it was merely a single peach tree, its branches weighed down by the profusion of blossoms obscuring its trunk. Esteemed friends, I am Xia Yin from the Xia family of the Floating Sky Domain. After a period of fighting alongside one another, I believe we have developed a certain level of cooperation. I have a proposal and hope you will consider it. Someone leaped atop a large rock and proclaimed with a resonant voice. Wei Shang recognized this individual, who was a distant relative of the Xia family, but had been designated to the main branch from a young age. As a member of a prominent cultivation family, many who had grown up in such circles had heard of his name. Even those who had not were aware of the Xia family's reputation. Thus, when he spoke, many were inclined to grant him due respect. Let us hear what you have to say, and see what insights young Master Xia might offer. Lin Qianxiu remarked with a sardonic tone, fanning himself while offering a token applause. Xia Yin frowned slightly before smiling, stating, "While my insights may not be profound, I wish to convey that we are likely to encounter formidable challenges ahead. Although we number many, if we fight individually, our strength will undoubtedly be squandered. Therefore, I propose that we divide into several teams, each selecting a leader. By doing so, our strength can be unified, and I believe even the peach blossom spirits will be manageable. How should we divide into teams? What criteria will we use to select leaders?" "A leader who cannot gain the respect of the group is no leader at all," someone interjected, raising a valid concern. Coincidentally, this individual was Bai Yang, a familiar face to Shu Chang'e, hailing from the same holy Zhao kingdom. Bai Yang, who was typically not one to voice his opinions in large gatherings, stood alongside Yan Lian and Yan Su, revealing that even those of royal descent were unwilling to forfeit their claim to influence. Xia Yin's proposal had evidently been well considered, and he nodded confidently, reassuring the assembly. "As for this matter, you may pair up and form your own teams, selecting leaders whom you respect. I have no intention of commanding anyone. I merely wish for our assessments to conclude swiftly, so please rest assured." His suggestion was indeed quite reasonable. Forming teams independently meant that any difficulties arising from poor choices would be the responsibility of the individuals involved. Furthermore, such teams would likely possess a degree of familiarity with one another. While the overall strength might vary, as long as a few teams served as the main force, the others could provide support, avoiding chaos. This was undoubtedly a pragmatic and sensible suggestion, and the majority of individuals present were rational and capable, many hailing from distinguished backgrounds, leaving little reason to oppose it. As for the small minority who were oblivious or slow to comprehend, their dissenting voices were easily drowned out by the majority's consensus. Wei Daoyu and Lan Daoyu, may we join your team?" A timid voice interrupted the trio's discussion on whether to form a small group of 3 or seek additional companions. Shu Chang'e raised an eyebrow as he regarded the 5 individuals who approached, 3 men and 2 women, all at the 10th level of qi refinement. Merely a step away from complete mastery. This level of cultivation, to be frank, was somewhat sluggish, akin to the tail end of a procession. Wei Shang was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated their return. He looked at Shu Chang'e and explained, "Previously, while I was with that lumbering fellow in the peach grove, we encountered these individuals and brought them along." The implication was clear. Although these individuals were not skilled in combat, their characters were commendable. They would not cause trouble and were willing to follow orders. Otherwise, Wei Shang would have surely abandoned them midway under some pretext. As long as they did not forsake their fellow disciples in times of peril, the sect could not hold them accountable for disregarding the lives of their brethren in vain. Thus, whether or not to include them would bear little consequence. They were likely to hang back and seek opportunities to strike from the shadows, posing minimal risk. Consequently, Shu Chang'e nonchalantly nodded, "As you wish." Wei Shang shrugged and addressed the newcomers. "Since Chang'e has no objections, you may join us. Just manage yourselves as before, for should issues arise, we may not be able to assist you." "Very well, we will. We shan't be a burden, rest assured," Daoist Shu. The 5 individuals, having observed the interaction, understood that the opinions of the 3 among them could determine their fate, prompting them to adopt a more courteous demeanor without being overly eager to ingratiate themselves, simply trailing a respectful distance behind. "Since you 5 are willing, why not let us join you as well, young Master Shu?" Chapter 37. Indifference. What had just been the tale brought by Wei Shang and Lan Yin unexpectedly transformed into the little tale of Shu Chang'e in the next moment. Shu Chang'e disregarded Wei Shang's suggestive gestures and cast a cold glance at the dozen or so individuals approaching, among whom were the siblings Yin Lian and Yin Su, along with the awkwardly smiling Bai Yang. Shu Chang'e cast a glance at Bai Yang, who was sandwiched between the Yin siblings, and then turned his attention to Yin Lian, the one who had spoken. Meeting his gaze, Yin Lian slightly nodded. "It has been quite some time, young Master Shu, since entering the immortal sect. It has become rather challenging for us mere mortals to catch a glimpse of you." Among the Yin siblings, it was the younger brother Yin Su who was more affable and smooth-tongued, while Yin Lian exhibited a more fiery temperament, as could be discerned from his words. After Yin Lian finished speaking, Yin Su chimed in with a beaming smile. "Young Master Shu, I trust all is well. What are your thoughts on our proposal?" Shu Chang'e's demeanor remained unperturbed, revealing neither joy nor anger, seemingly disinterested. Wei Shang, having long perceived Shu Chang'e's skepticism towards the proposal, folded his arms and smiled at them. "Why not inquire about our opinion? Mu Tu and I are Chang'e's companions. Whether to join your team requires our consent as well." Yin Lian furrowed her delicate brows, casting a glance at Bai Yang. Noticing his continued silence, she reluctantly spoke up. "What do Daoist Wei and Daoist Lan think?" Yin Su added, "Having more individuals enhances our combat capability. Moreover, this is not mandated by the tasks in our jade slips. There is no need to worry about excessive numbers leading to inflated scores. I believe this is a commendable suggestion." Wei Shang yawned lazily, neither affirming nor denying his words. "Combat strength or not, I have no interest. After all, our trio exceeds you 3 in power." He then turned his gaze to the group behind them, meticulously observing their expressions. "Furthermore, the opinions of your teammates hold equal significance. I doubt that your disparate ideas can yield any formidable combat effectiveness." Yin Su understood that most of those trailing them were commoners from the mortal realm, naturally inclined to defer to the royal offspring, unlike the scions of other noble families who maintained their independence. Consequently, their limited experience and perspective constrained their vision. To them, these 3 individuals might appear dispensable. Even if they were of higher caliber, it did not seem to present any evident distinction at present. Their understanding of Shu Chang'e was superficial, merely having heard rumors, perceiving him as a pampered, arrogant young noble. However, Yin Su held a different view. Being at the same foundational stage, he sensed that the prowess and aura of Shu Chang'e and his companions were significantly superior to that of other foundational disciples. This revelation startled him, prompting his desire to form a team. Unfortunately, the outcome was not as he had hoped. He sighed, gazing at Shu Chang'e. "Is the second young master truly disinterested?" Came the reply. "In that case, I shall not impose further. I hope we may have an opportunity for collaboration in the future." Yin Su refrained from prolonging the matter, halting the agitated Yin Lian, and nodded at them before leading his sizable entourage away. Bai Yang exhaled softly, relieved. He had been reluctant to confront Shu Chang'e again, as the encounter always dredged up memories of his past embarrassments. Yet, these 2 royal figures continued to behave like commoners, wielding power while insisting on using him as a pawn and a figurehead. "I shall discuss this with my father. I have no desire to endure their schemes any longer." Bai Yang thought to himself, pondering how he had come to this predicament, had it not been for the royal family's past kindness towards his family. Once this group departed, Wei Shang brushed off his sleeves, prepared to speak, but was preempted by the rarely vocal Lan Yin. "Those 2 are unsuitable." Wei Shang looked at Lan Yin in astonishment, exclaiming, "Impressive, Mu Tu, you noticed that?" Lan Yin dismissed him with indifference. He was no fool and could discern such matters. Shu Chang'e gently nodded, while Yin Lian and Yin Su, both hailing from my realm's royal lineage, stood by. Wei Shang remarked, "No wonder you evoke the same aura as those from noble families." "You, a noble," he continued. "Ah, but I am quite distinct. My family does not belong to the aristocracy. We are merely subordinates of the floating sky immortal sect, prioritizing the interests of the sect above all else. Mu too, you must not conflate me with them. Shu Chang'e remarked that their demeanor would likely persist for some time, but perhaps a change would ensue once the sovereign comprehended the situation. Wei Shang understood, indicating that the mindset of these two had yet to evolve. It appeared that your sovereign was indeed a person of discernment. Shu Chang'e, who preferred not to dwell on the matter, cast a glance at Xia Yin, who had once again ascended the great stone. Very well, everyone, military expediency is of paramount importance. I believe it is time for us to embark. As for those who have yet to form their teams, I kindly urge you to resolve your matters independently. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Procrastination may invite unforeseen changes. Agreed. Our team is already prepared. Let us depart, came the response. Let us go. Let us hasten to conclude this assessment. I am utterly exhausted. With a unified consensus and a fervent spirit of combat, it was indeed the most opportune moment. The path from the foot of the mountain to its midsection was replete with options, and each captain of the selected squads exhibited remarkable prowess, leading their members in a swift ascent. Shall we proceed? As Shu Chang'e spoke, Wei Shang and Lan Yin expressed no dissent, instinctively opting for the untraveled path. The three harnessed their spiritual energy, ascending the mountain with remarkable swiftness, their figures rising and falling gracefully. The five trailing behind them remained silent, striving to keep pace while casting envious glances at the trio's agile silhouettes. They raced upward, deftly navigating the jagged, monstrous rocks beneath their feet. As they approached the mountainside, a sense of trepidation grew stronger. The enormous canopy, the robust and towering peach trees, dominated the entire peak, flourishing in their solitary splendor. Had they not been afforded the opportunity to weaken the peach blossom spirit, they might have faltered at the first encounter. Goodness! This peach blossom spirit must possess the strength of the golden core stage, judging by its formidable appearance. While hurrying along, Wei Shang marveled at their surroundings. Their small team had entirely entered a realm cloaked by peach branches, with sunlight above completely obscured. The area beneath the canopy was shrouded in profound darkness, the light nearly non-existent. Shu Chang'e, golden core stage? Wei Shang nodded. Plants and trees that gain sentience are different. Some cultivate through orthodox methods, while others resort to unorthodox paths. Regardless of their path, before reaching the golden core stage, their true forms remain bound to their birthplace. Only after profound cultivation can their essence be condensed and carried by their manifested forms. Ah, I see. The interior was oppressively dark. With a snap of his fingers, Wei Shang conjured a fist-sized flame at his fingertips, its crimson glow illuminating a wide expanse. With light to guide them, the group no longer feared unseen obstacles, and their pace quickened. The five trailing behind struggled to keep up, yet none voiced surrender. Pressing forward at full speed, they finally neared the heart of the domain. In the distance, the colossal trunk of the tree loomed, along with four gleaming golden swords embedded around it. Chapter 38, The Peach Blossom Spirit This is. The group halted, gazing in awe at the unimaginably massive peach tree before them. It seemed these four swords were the very seals suppressing the spirit's true form, preventing it from confronting them directly and leaving it powerless as they destroyed the vast manifestation of its essence, the peach blossom grove at the mountain's base. The four golden swords stood unwavering, thrust diagonally into the earth like radiant petals binding the thick trunk in an unyielding embrace. Within the restraints formed by their sword energy, something writhed ceaselessly. This aura. Is it Instructor Yin? Wei Shang hesitated, glancing at Shu Chang'e, whose perception was the keenest among them. The latter gave a slight nod. Every cultivator's spiritual energy bore a unique signature. Even those of the same attribute, practicing identical techniques at the same realm, would differ, just as no two leaves in the world were exactly alike. Even twins, without external aid, could not perfectly replicate each other's aura. Thus, in the cultivation world, concealing one's spiritual energy left only two options: abstaining from its use entirely or employing rare, esoteric methods to alter it, methods that were seldom encountered. Moreover, spiritual signatures were the foundation of many communication spells. Without knowledge of the recipient's aura, such spells would fail to deliver their messages. So all the arrangements in this trial realm were orchestrated by Instructor Yin. Recalling the formidable adversaries Shu Chang'e had faced, Wei Shang's expression turned peculiar. Chang'e, did you offend him? Lan Yin interjected. Instructor Yin is not that sort of person. Wei Shang pouted. Fine. Just a passing thought. clearly impossible. The disparity in their status was too vast. Someone of Instructor Yan's standing and temperament would hardly go out of his way to torment an ordinary junior disciple, though Shu Chang's talent was anything but ordinary. Perhaps he singled you out for a special trial precisely because your cultivation is the highest. What do you think, Chang'e? Shu Chang'e ignored him, her spiritual energy swirling in her hands as if she were contemplating something profound. Wei Shang was about to approach her for a closer observation and perhaps inquire further when he noticed that members of other teams had also arrived. Your speed is truly impressive. Have you made any discoveries? Xia Yin, who had come from a different direction, looked at them with surprise, not expecting that his side was not the fastest. It seemed that these three individuals possessed remarkable strength, especially since they were accompanied by 5 Qi refinement phase companions. Xia Yin, who had initially intended to remain less proactive, found himself compelled to approach due to the glaring brilliance of Wei Shang's flame, which was impossible to overlook. He thus brought his group closer and asked about their findings. Wei Shang shrugged and pointed towards the seal, suggesting they observe for themselves. Nothing of significance has been discovered. For the moment, there is no activity, just the sight of Master Yan's sword, he reported. After meticulously probing the area, Xia Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it bore Master Yan's aura, indicating that everything lay under his control. Since there is no immediate danger, let us take this opportunity to meditate and restore our spiritual energy, he proposed. Following this, he busily organized his disciples to find a quiet spot for meditation, signaling to Shu Chang'e and her companions before settling down to close his eyes in cultivation. This fellow proved to be a competent team leader, Wei Shang mused, wondering why he had never noticed this person's genuine and earnest nature before. After waiting for approximately a quarter of an hour, other teams gradually arrived, their diverse flames illuminating the darkness. Upon seeing the seal, the later teams expressed their astonishment, quickly following Xia Yin's example to sit cross-legged in meditation, seemingly with an instinctive understanding, treating Shu Chang'e and her companions as protectors. Shu Chang'e turned her head to glance back at the 5 individuals behind her. You may meditate now. The 5, displaying remarkable awareness, promptly cleared a space and closed their eyes, entering a state of cultivation as soon as her words fell. For a moment, only Shu Chang'e and her 2 companions stood out like cranes among chickens, their attention somewhat distractedly focused on the seal. Meanwhile, the furious peach blossom spirit, unable to act against those who had intruded, stomped its feet in rage within the peach tree. Yet, the manifestation of its fury merely resulted in the petals from the large tree outside falling more rapidly and abundantly. Was it displeased? Catching a falling peach petal that resembled a stray hair, Wei Shang pondered empathetically and chuckled, finding joy in the enemy's discontent. His 2 companions paid no heed to his trivial musings, and Wei Shang, undeterred, continued to chatter to himself, deftly manipulating the petals to swirl around Lan Yin and himself. After mastering the Naden technique, the trio had refined this small spell to an art, their subtle control over spiritual energy far surpassing that of their peers at the same level. As they reveled in their playful antics, Wei Shang suddenly sensed something above him. Instinctively glancing up, he beheld a wreath of petals hovering above his head, resembling a delicate pink crown. More significantly, those who had been meditating were now gradually rising, many drawn by the commotion on their side, casting curious glances in their direction. Wei Shang was momentarily taken aback, but then elated, urging Shu Chang'e, "Hurry, let them adorn my head. I know you can do it." He lamented, "Why didn't I think of this earlier? I adore crowns." Surprised by Wei Shang's reaction, Shu Chang'e paused, her fingertip twitching, but unfazed by his request, she withdrew her spiritual energy. With her other hand, she continued to channel her power, seemingly intent on something unclear. "How cruel you are," Wei Shang remarked, clicking his tongue at the unreasonable demand, shifting his gaze to Lan Yin. The latter met his eyes briefly before closing them again, choosing to ignore the scene. Frustrated, Wei Shang's fingers danced as he crafted 3 large, pale pink crowns, one for each of them. Delighted, he cradled his face, adopting a self-pitying demeanor, repeatedly inquiring, "Do I look handsome like this? Can I captivate countless female and male cultivators?" His incessant chatter drilled into their consciousness. Unfazed by the crown adorning his head, Shu Chang'e remained composed, her expression tranquil. Yet, under the orange glow of the firelight, the contours of the youth's jade-like face were exquisitely defined. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as some realized for the first time that possessing keen eyesight could be a flaw, for it led them to be entranced by a handsome figure of the same gender. Initially intrigued by their unique manipulation of spiritual energy and eager to inquire further, many found themselves captivated by the enchanting beauty of the youth beneath the light. Meanwhile, Wei Shang, also wearing a crown yet overshadowed by Shu Chang'a's beauty, gazed with a pained expression, his face a portrait of grievance. Chang'e, you are too much. Shu Chang'e had been entirely engrossed in the continuous attempts to consolidate his spiritual power, leaving only a fragment of his attention on the peach tree's seal, rendering him almost oblivious to other matters. When he heard Wei Shang's nonsensical remark, he assumed the latter was merely rambling in a fit of madness. At that moment, Shu Chang'e sensed the stirring of 4 golden slender swords, along with the increasingly palpable aura of an otherworldly entity. Prepare yourselves, he commanded, and his companions soon became aware of the disturbances. A resonant hum filled the air as the slender swords vibrated, their blades trembling slightly, while the sword chi emanating from them gradually narrowed, seemingly ensnaring the peach blossom spirit with an almost imperceptible binding force. With a clang, the 4 swords soared from the earth, converging in midair to form a singular, exquisite beam of sword light, reminiscent of the blade often seen resting on Yan Ziyu's lap. The sword light circled the trunk of the tree majestically, consuming the binding sword chi entirely. You despicable and contemptible cultivators! Upon the dissipation of the sword chi, the great peach tree let out a piercing scream, releasing vast clouds of pink miasma that enveloped the group like a looming storm, cutting off their escape routes. Descending from the tree was the peach blossom spirit, taking the form of a lithe young man with a faint blush at the corners of his eyes, wood-like patterns adorning his cheeks, dressed in an eccentric ensemble of pink and white, revealing his wooden shins. A swarm of ants, prepared to meet your demise. The peach blossom spirit, now filled with rage, conjured countless illusions from the miasma that obscured their vision. In an instant, a flurry of peach petals transformed into razor-sharp blades, hurtling towards the group. To make matters worse, the great peach tree itself joined the fray, swinging down its massive, hardened vines as weapons. As a golden core stage demon plant, it was an affront to be sealed by a mere nascent soul human in an instant, especially when it was said that humans were typically powerless against demon plants of similar cultivation levels. Why was this encounter so drastically different? The adversary's cultivation was only 1 tier higher, and as a demon plant that had matured over millennia, it should not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. Were the nascent soul cultivators among humanity truly this formidable? The peach blossom spirit, unaware of Yan Ziyu's illustrious reputation as the chief disciple of a celestial sect renowned across 4 continents, grew increasingly incensed, venting his frustration upon the lesser cultivators. Did they expect him to serve as their sparring partner? How naive. Watch as I obliterate your future. The tempestuous onslaught caught the group off guard, instinctively causing them to unleash their spiritual powers in defense. The scene quickly devolved into chaos, as the spells and energies collided with the spirit's attacks, leaving the group to discern whether they faced illusions or allies while simultaneously dodging the peach blossom spirit strikes and avoiding their comrades' spells, inevitably leading to mutual obstruction. This won't do. Someone must devise a strategy. Lin Qianxiu, his plump form surprisingly agile, maneuvered deftly, igniting a significant portion of the surrounding petals and vines. The previously established plan had become utterly irrelevant. Their current situation resembled a chaotic free-for-all. Think of a plan, think of a plan. It's not that simple. Xia Yin exclaimed in exasperation, executing his sword techniques to fend off the illusions while rescuing a fellow cultivator nearly impaled by a vine, all while raising his voice to admonish the group. Everyone, prioritize your survival. Those lacking precision, cease your spells to avoid further chaos. A swift female cultivator urged. Many complied, and the tumultuous situation improved slightly, though it remained far from ideal. The distractions were no longer as disorienting as before. At this rate, we shall surely falter, Wei Shang declared, wielding his wooden sword with vigor, occasionally casting flames of spiritual energy to assist the 5 newcomers in incinerating the more fire-sensitive petals and vines, alleviating some of their burdens. Lan Yan's dark flames were far more ferocious than Wei Shang's spiritual fire, causing the miasma to retreat and the petals to wither, while the vines crumbled into decay. Thus, the trio's primary source of offensive power became Lan Yan, while Shu Chang'e clumsily wielded a vine whip, having lost his wooden sword, and lamenting the absence of even a mere branch in this environment, the overhead limbs being far too high to reach. Just a little longer. Shu Chang'e, with succinct precision, wielded his vine whip to counter the ambushes launched against Lan Yan. The hand that had been accumulating spiritual energy now coalesced into an array of shimmering, ethereal purple peach blossoms. The relentless strain of high-intensity spiritual power compression took a toll on his visage, rendering it pale. Through a tenuous connection, the peach blossom spirit, having experienced the potency of this technique, noticed Shu Changa's actions. Its face contorted in fury as its fingers elongated grotesquely, lunging forward with a terrifying shriek. "It is you, wretched insect, who has obliterated the majority of my essence. Die?" Despite being severely weakened and having lost a substantial portion of its original power, the peach blossom spirit still retained the strength of a golden core cultivator, far beyond what these foundation establishment practitioners could withstand. "Chang'e, be cautious." Wei Xiong and Lan Yin swiftly maneuvered to shield Shu Chang'e, determined to protect him even if they could not prevail. Other cultivators, though hesitant for a fleeting moment, soon rallied to his side. Shu Chang'e coughed once, staggering momentarily, a hint of helplessness in her demeanor. "How did you manage to come here? It is of no avail to have you all here," she lamented. "Yet, I cannot simply stand by and watch you be beaten to a pulp. You regain your spiritual energy." Shu Chang'e, with a subtle smile gracing her lips, cast her gaze upon the ethereal space above, where the tip of her sword faintly pointed downward, directing its glow towards the peach blossom spirit. Composedly, she began to channel her spiritual roots to absorb the surrounding energy, simultaneously conjuring blossoms of spiritual power. The aggressive peach blossom spirit flickered in and out of sight, each movement covering a significant distance, seemingly on the verge of tearing apart this detestable cultivator. Merely requiring another instant teleportation, just one more with a sudden clap, the peach blossom spirit collided violently against the transparent barrier. Contorting in agony as her form was thrust against it by sheer inertia, gradually sliding down its surface. The barrier remained unscathed, not even a ripple disturbing its surface. Only the occasional golden shimmer hinted at its presence. Although the situation was far from favorable, the comical spectacle elicited laughter from many onlookers, who quickly found themselves fleeing as an onslaught of attacks ensued. The peach blossom spirit, having risen from the ground, was bereft of reason, akin to the peach blossom monsters previously encountered by Shu Chang'e, reduced to instinctual control. "You bastard! Die, die, die!" The shrill scream pierced through the air, causing a sharp pain to reverberate in the ears of those present. Some, lacking sufficient cultivation and unable to shield their ears in time, fell momentarily deaf, blood seeping from their ears. Even those who managed to protect themselves were not entirely spared, their minds buzzing with annoyance, exacerbated by the incessant shrieks of the peach blossom spirit, causing their temples to throb. Chapter 39. The final chapter. Despite being trapped within the barrier, the peach blossom spirit continued to wield countless peach blossoms and vines in a frenzied assault, rendering the situation perilous and challenging for all present. Each person struggling to cope with the escalating chaos. Shu Chang'e is being particularly protected, with the hatred of the peach blossom spirit firmly affixed to him, an inescapable burden. The 5 individuals who merely served as numbers had long been pushed away by Shu Chang'e's spiritual force, leaving only Wei Xiong and Lan Yin to guard him within a 3-foot radius. The relentless onslaught fell upon the trio like a torrential downpour, leaving them in a state of disarray. Lan Yin let out a muffled groan as a vine unexpectedly pierced his left arm, creating a significant wound from which blood flowed profusely, soaking a large portion of his garment. Wei Xiong fared little better, his body marred by numerous cuts inflicted by the floral blades, yet he managed to find humor in their dire circumstances. "How could I have imagined that we, the 3 strongest, would find ourselves in such a predicament? This trial from the sect is utterly brutal, it's inhumane." Silence, cough, cough, no need for jest. The most severely affected, Shu Chang'e, stifled a few coughs, and despite the assistance of his companions, the distraction caused him to falter in his concentration while attempting to conjure a spell, resulting in a heavy blow from a massive vine. A metallic taste filled his throat. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and a searing pain coursed through his back. Even breathing became a torturous endeavor, and his legs weakened, threatening to collapse beneath him. "Are you all right, Chang'e?" Wei Xiong supported him, while Lan Yin intercepted the attacks from Wei Xiong's side, momentarily unable to divert his attention. A fleeting glance at Shu Chang'e revealed blood continuously seeping from the latter's mouth. Cough, cough. "I'm fine." Suppressing the agony in his chest, Shu Chang'e took a moment to gather his strength, finally managing to rise with Wei Xiong's aid. Fortune favors the diligent. After their efforts to stall for time, Shu Chang's ultimate move was finally prepared. One hand pressed against his aching chest. He opened the other, revealing countless tiny purple peach blossom crystals intricately woven together, merging into a large cluster resembling an unknown flowering crystal. The palm-sized blossom twirled captivatingly in Shu Chang's hand, and merely by observing, Wei Shang could sense the astonishing power it contained, sending shivers down his spine. His throat constricted as he struggled to voice his thoughts. Chang'e, just how much spiritual force have you compressed into this? The act of compressing spiritual energy was a technique they had only recently mastered. Yet the sheer audacity of condensing it to such an extent posed an immense risk. Should the energy erupt uncontrollably, escape would be futile, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. Shu Changgong shook his head, coughing a few times, unable to recall the details. It mattered not, for he possessed confidence. He truly could not remember how much spiritual energy he had compressed, only halting when he sensed that the extent of his efforts was sufficient to inflict grave injury upon his adversary. By then, the meridians within him throbbed painfully. Very well, this is indeed rather alarming. Wei Shang was at a loss for words. He could not match the fervor of Shu Changgong and Lan Yan, who perpetually pushed the boundaries of their limits. You two are truly a source of endless concern. Lan Yan implored. Wei Shang, assistance. Faced with an onslaught akin to a torrential downpour, Lan Yan struggled to utter a few words. Wei Shang's expression grew serious, coming right up. Changgong, perhaps it would be wise for you to take a moment and gather your thoughts before proceeding. Do take care not to put your life at risk. Shu Chang'e took a deep breath, gently nodding as he endured the pain coursing through his meridians, gradually absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to restore his strength. Unlike in the past, the flow of spiritual energy brought no sense of relief. Instead, it tormented him with anguish. Yet it did help to recover some of his vitality and mend his injuries. When you hear me say go, you must swiftly evacuate with me, Shu Chang'e instructed softly. Seeing the two nod in agreement, he smiled. Then I entrust this to you. After coughing several times, he summoned his spiritual energy, his clear yet frail voice resonating throughout the small, sealed space. Everyone, retreat outward, protect your own spiritual essence, and then follow my commands, if you please. It was this group that diverted part of the Tao Hua Jing's attention, allowing Shu Chang'e to condense the spiritual energy he held. Their subsequent actions would also serve to draw the Tao Hua Jing's focus. Well, we have no other choice. We'll follow your lead, came a response. The earlier speaker, a female cultivator, added, that Tao Hua Jing just now sought to eliminate you. The animosity is palpable. You must have been the one to destroy its source the most. Cough, cough. I will heed your commands. It seemed that upon hearing certain keywords, the Tao Hua Jing's attack was instantly redirected towards the group of the female cultivator. Xia Yin, gravely injured, gasped for breath, stuttering, We will listen to you. Let us end this, quickly. I can barely, hold on. His team had the largest number of members, which only compounded his pressure, as there were always teammates requiring his assistance, leading to his utter exhaustion. Indeed, one should not overexert oneself when lacking the necessary ability. Xia Yin bitterly recalled the teachings of his family, his mouth twisting in distress. Lin Chinxiu, panting heavily, was drenched in sweat, having discarded his tattered folding fan on the ground. No more idle chatter. Hurry up, we are just waiting for whoever will take the lead. The others echoed his urgency. There was no choice but to fight now, for soon they would deplete their spiritual energy and become mere targets. It was better to take a chance now while they still had strength, for even if something went awry, they could still flee. The frenzied instincts of the deranged Tao Hua Jing remained intact, sensing that something unsettling was about to occur, but unable to pinpoint its source. It grew even more frantic in its assault. The group fought and retreated simultaneously, sustaining injuries yet striving to withdraw several more steps. At such a cost of trading wounds for ground, their line had significantly receded, now facing the noxious miasma of the peach blossom, leaving them with no further retreat. The three who remained stationary exchanged glances, their demeanor shifting as they summoned all their internal spiritual energy, ready to flee at Shu Chang'e's command. Shu Chang'e suppressed the itch in his throat, extending a hand to cradle the flower-like crystal of spiritual energy, while with his other hand, he controlled the sparse petals that had not been seized by the peach blossom spirit, concealing the spiritual crystal as it soared towards the spirit. The peach blossom spirit, which had been clamoring with danger, momentarily regained its senses. The instinct for survival compelled it to abandon its assault on others. wrapping its entire form with tendrils that layered upon each other, hastily returning to the safety of its original form, the great peach tree, attempting to shield itself with the sturdy peach wood. The petals, converging with a lethal intent, emanated a formidable sense of threat. Just as they were about to breach the outermost layer of tendrils, Shuchanga swiftly severed the connection between himself and the crystal. Uttering a succinct command, "Run." At the sound of his voice, Lan Yin and Wei Shang, already sensing the urgency, each took a side to assist him in retreating rapidly. Boom! The resounding crash of purple lightning erupted, obliterating the canopy that had long obscured the sky. A thunderous explosion resonated from deep within, and the three fleeing figures felt a tremendous force strike their backs, propelling them violently into the air, blood spewing from their mouths. The quick-witted Xia Yin and the others braced against the shockwave, catching the three, before joining their main force in a chaotic sprint to escape. Wei Shang, who was being carried and feeling nauseated, weakly lifted his head, his gaze reflecting the awe-inspiring purple tempest before him, a breathtaking destruction that left him speechless. Which foundational cultivator could conjure such a spectacle? Thud! Thud! The incessant sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed behind them, interspersed with the crackle of thunder. The once pink peach tree, now shrouded in purple light, was unrecognizable, revealing only the flickering arcs of lightning, wild and unchecked. The fleeing group, bloodied and desperate, rushed forward, only stopping after emerging from the tree's canopy, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. As they lifted their heads, they beheld the tumultuous, deep purple lightning energy that eclipsed even the collapse of the great peach tree, casting wary glances at the figure who sat up slowly, coughing incessantly. Such a terrifying attack was unfathomable for a foundational cultivator, let alone one who had yet to learn any spells. In that moment, all eyes turned to the disheveled Shuchanga, who appeared towering and inscrutable. After this battle, those who had not recognized him nor heard his name now indelibly remembered Shuchanga. Their disbelief was mirrored by the esteemed leaders observing the disciples' performance through the water mirror. I previously thought the trial was too arduous for you, Ziyu. Yet it seems there are even newly established disciples capable of such feats. Real Master Hua Qing, seated with an expression of astonishment, glanced at Li Hunfeng's master. Real Master and Ming. We cannot overlook such a gifted disciple at Li Hanfeng. Real Master and Ming, a boisterous and robust figure, leaned back casually, tapping his fingers on his knee, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. Indeed, Hua Qing, you mentioned this lad has a natural talent for swordsmanship, yes? He must join us at Li Hanfeng. Sitting opposite him, Real Master Wan Hao remained composed, subtly reminding, this young one has a close relationship with my grandson. Young people naturally prefer to cultivate alongside their friends. The observing Real Master Nan Shui, seated beside the master of Funyu Peak, could hardly contain his thoughts. Have the two masters forgotten? This disciple belongs to Tianyan Peak. What are they doing snatching him away? The selection is not finalized yet, and whether he wishes to take the master as his teacher is another matter entirely. The master of Funyu Peak, adorned in colorful robes, expressed mild interest in Shuchanga, yet her preference leaned towards female disciples, noting a promising one among them. Beset by the betrayal of his own master, Real Master Nan Shui facepalmed. If such a performance cannot even secure a place in Tianyan Peak, then the threshold of our floating sky immortal sect is exceedingly high. Besides, didn't you, Master, wish to refrain from taking on disciples? Real Master Funyu supported her chin and raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly replying, what was true in the past is irrelevant now. If I find someone worth taking, I shall do so, regardless of the initial intent. Let us compete for this young fellow. Xing Luo, do not mislead the youth, should this young friend thrive. The grand event of heaven and earth questioning swords will undoubtedly place our floating sky immortal sect at the forefront. Real Master Funyu yawned lazily. Have our previous sect accomplishments not been commendable? Our sect does not solely rely on disciples for its strength. Real Master and Ming chuckled heartily. Funyu has a point. Xing Luo, you worry too much. Our sect's existence is not solely dependent on disciples. Should anyone dare to challenge our authority, they will face the consequences. All right. It's merely a trial for disciples entering the sect. Why make such a fuss? We're all seasoned folk here. Let us not act foolishly. Real Master Wan Hao's words made the bloodthirsty Real Master and Ming roll his eyes in disinterest, opting to bond with his beloved spirit sword, leaving behind a final remark. I hold high hopes for this disciple. When the time comes, pass me the jade slip, and I shall leave a message for the young one." Before the other masters could voice their disapproval of his actions against sect protocols, Real Master and Ming closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in his spirit sword, leaving the others choking on their words, feeling utterly vexed. As the scene quieted, the two esteemed leaders of Tianyan Peak, Tianyang and Yuing, seated beside Yin Ziyu, surveyed the heavily injured group of disciples in the water mirror. After some contemplation, they spoke. "Ayu, will you not arrange for someone to look after these disciples?" The two masters, having witnessed Yin Ziyu grow up, shared a mentor-student bond, often referring to him affectionately as Ayu. Indeed, these young ones appeared rather pitiful, especially the one favored by the sect master. Real Master Yu concurred. The other peak masters and esteemed leaders nodded in agreement. This batch of disciples had endured greatly. They wondered what their sect's chief thought of such rigorous training. Yin Ziyu's gaze swept across the water mirror, momentarily lingering on the disheveled group. "No need. I have made arrangements." Despite sensing the thoughts swirling in the expressions of the esteemed leaders, Yin Ziyu remained unfazed. Taking the blame for his master had become a habit for him. Many might not realize that the private nature of Real Master Jing Yao was quite mischievous. During Yin Ziyu's childhood, he often directed him to partake in amusing antics. Much like this time, although Yin Ziyu held high hopes for Shu Chang'e, he did not intend to increase the difficulty of the trials. However, Real Master Jing Yao insisted on him arranging some challenges beyond the norm for him. "You don't understand," as the sect master's close disciple. "If this young friend Shu does not exhibit exceptional talent, how will he endure the mockery and backbiting from others in the sect later on?" This was what Yin Ziyu expressed when he initially disagreed. Yet the counter-argument made seemed reasonable at first glance, but unraveled upon deeper reflection. "Master, rest assured, Ayu, your junior disciple will not perish. Go ahead and arrange it. In time, you will come to understand my master's intentions." With no words left to express, Yin Ziyu ultimately arranged a series of trials for Shu Chang'e, standing on the bare minimum. The peach tree deliberately suppressed and weakened its strength. This item shall serve as an apology. After casting the soul infusion stone into the secret realm to replace one of the troublesome creatures, Yin Ziyu felt a slight sense of relief. Chapter 40. The spirit reigned. The meridians throbbed painfully, and blood surged uncontrollably from his throat. The excessive loss of blood causing dizziness and a chilling sensation in his limbs that severely disrupted Shu Chang'e's perception. It seemed as though voices were echoing around him. Yet he could not discern the words, his ears filled with a deafening hum. His injuries were not solely the result of the recent explosion and the overexertion of spiritual energy. Although these injuries had stabilized, he was unprepared for the backlash from his own move. Mastering a technique beyond his cultivation level easily inflicted harm upon himself. What to do? Why Haven T? The sect members arrived. "Chang'e, hold on, just a little longer." Wei Shang's voice amplified in his ears, and Shu Chang'e struggled to open his eyes. His breath faint. "Please, be quiet." His voice was barely audible, yet Wei Shang quickly caught the words. His eyes lighting up as he crouched beside him, eager to say something but hesitant to disturb him. A subtle chill spread from the base of his spiritual root. Shu Chang'e had never encountered such an unfamiliar power, yet he felt no inclination to guard against it, only a profound sense of closeness and joy. The unknown force radiated outward, gradually soothing his pain-racked body, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, making him feel as though he were floating lightly in the air, swaying with the breeze. Truly, the immaculate celestial body. As Shu Chang'e's corporeal form slowly healed, his thoughts were somewhat sluggish. Yet he managed to suppress his cough, no longer racked with the agonizing spasms that had once threatened his life. "Ah, Chang'e, are you all right? This is wonderful. We were so worried." Seeing his complexion restore to a healthier hue, no longer coughing, and breathing steadily, Wei Shang could hardly contain his joy, bouncing on the spot. Xia Yin and the others exchanged surprised glances. In such a short span, Shu Chang'e's condition had improved remarkably, indeed extraordinary, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Cough, cough. I'm fine." Supporting himself with his hand on the ground, Shu Chang'e suddenly noticed the blood he had coughed up staining Lan Yan's clothing. "I'm sorry." He began to form a spell to utilize a cleansing incantation, but before he could complete the gesture, Wei Shang slapped his hand away. "Enough. You're still half incapacitated. Have you forgotten how close you were to death just moments ago?" Wei Shang scolded, trying to assert his authority. while simultaneously performing the cleansing spell for both Shu Chang'e and Lan Yin. "There's no need for that," Lan Yin replied in a muffled tone, extending a hand for Shu Chang'e to lean on as he rose to his feet. Cough, cough. With his injuries temporarily subdued, Shu Chang'e gazed towards the battlefield, which was nearing its conclusion, the commotion beginning to dissipate. He wondered how the situation fared there. Lin Qianxiu sidled up to him, grinning as he attempted to pat his shoulder, but Shu Chang'e staggered away. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. The sudden commotion triggered an uncontrollable tickle in his throat, and a series of coughs startled Lin Qianxiu into stillness. Wei Shang rushed forward to support the doubled-over Shu Chang'e. Seeing Lan Yin silently standing guard before him and Shu Chang'e, Lin Qianxiu awkwardly chuckled, waving his hands frantically. "I didn't mean it. I truly didn't expect this to happen. Lin Qianxiu, mind your manners. Otherwise, I swear I'll beat you to a pulp." Wei Shang threatened fiercely from behind, still patting Shu Chang'e's back. "Cough, I'm fine. Go check over there. Cough, cough. Don't let anything else happen." Shu Chang'e gasped, his voice hoarse as he straightened up, his gaze shifting to Xia Yin and the female cultivator named Su Liuxia. Both understood the importance of eliminating threats thoroughly. Their strength was sufficient to ensure their safety, making them well suited for this task. "How are your injuries?" Shu Chang'e asked hoarsely, pressing a hand to his chest. Time was of the essence. Most of the attacks had been absorbed by Lan Yin and Wei Shang, leaving no opportunity to inquire about their conditions amidst the chaos. "I'm all right, but the wooden block is faring worse. He has got a gaping hole." Wei Shang waved his hand nonchalantly, his tattered clothes flapping in the wind, almost reduced to mere rags by the onslaught of blades. "Shu Chang'e, do not overexert yourself. I am perfectly fine now. Ahem. You may sit in meditation to recuperate from your injuries." Seeing that he would indeed not encounter any further mishaps, Wei Shang's previously relaxed expression faltered, and he groaned in pain repeatedly before weakly settling down to meditate in a corner. Shu Chang'e observed him entering his cultivation and then turned to glance silently at Lan Yin. Clearing his throat and suppressing a cough, Shu Chang'e lifted his gaze, noticing the extensive bloodstains on Lan Yin's left arm. First, he needed to apply a bandage, then he would hasten to meditate. Lan Yin nodded silently and sat down on the ground. Shu Chang'e used a relatively clean white handkerchief, along with the Mingchun powder contributed by Lin Qianxiu from their alchemy class, to staunch Lan Yin's bleeding. With slightly trembling hands, he managed to tie a haphazard knot. A departure from his usual meticulous style, but in his current dire state, he lacked the energy to dwell on such details. Coughing, Shu Chang'e collapsed onto a nearby stone. Feeling frustrated at his own filthy appearance, yet he could only endure for the time being. "TSK, do you not trust me, fellow Taoist Shu? After all, we are both disciples of the same sect and have shared life and death bonds. You could simply rest and allow me to tend to Taoist lawn," Lin Qianxiu thought to himself. Casting a resentful glance at Shu Chang'e, clearly dissatisfied with the actions of both Shu and Lan, Shu Chang'e regained his composure and glanced at his companion, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Lin Daoyu seemed overly confident in his bandaging skills. Just because he appeared half-dead now did not mean he had overlooked Lin Qianxiu's previous attempt to assist someone with their wounds, which had resulted in that individual suffering a significant hemorrhage. If Lan Yin were entrusted to him, it was likely that when Wei Shang awoke, he would only see two severely injured companions. "Well, it's not like I lack experience," Lin Qianxiu mumbled, nervously rubbing his nose and glancing around to see if the two who had gone to check on the peach blossom spirit had returned. As fate would have it, the figures of Xia Yin and Su Liuxiao emerged just in time. Lin Qianxiu excitedly waved his hand and called out, "So, did you take care of it?" Xia Yin and Su Liuxiao approached with relaxed expressions, confirming, "Yes, it's completely dealt with. Nothing left at all." Hearing this, Lin Qianxiu clenched his fist in exhilaration and dashed into the crowd to share his feelings about how their group of foundation establishment and Qi refinement cultivators managed to vanquish a golden core peach blossom spirit. Wasn't he that worthy of boasting? Su Liuxiao, a striking young girl with a neat ponytail, noticed the slight furrow in Shu Chang'e's brow and, sensing his lingering tension, asked, "Shu Daoyu, is something wrong?" Not believing that his previous strike could have left no trace, Shu Chang'e suppressed his inquiry and replied in a calm tone, "No, it's nothing." Choosing not to engage further, Shu Chang'e redirected his attention to Wei Shang and Lan Yin, who were quietly meditating, and recalled the golden slender sword that belonged to Yin Ziyu. which he had previously overlooked. His mind, a tangled mess of thoughts, was abruptly interrupted when he looked up and froze. A pristine white cloud, seemingly unnatural and fluffy as cotton, had appeared above them, enveloping the injured individuals beneath it. The sunlight still managed to pierce through the cloud, preventing anyone from noticing anything amiss. "Everyone, look up!" Upon noticing Shu Chang's motion, Xiaoyin followed suit and was equally taken aback, quickly calling out to those around them. The weary crowd took a moment to comprehend Xiaoyin's warning. "What is above us?" They mechanically looked up, only to be startled by the imposing cloud, their fatigue momentarily forgotten as they stood up, anxiety etched on their faces. "Seriously, not again. I can't handle another wave. I'm counting on you. Hey, try to be more reliable." The group voiced their grievances while remaining vigilant. Just as they braced for another battle, a golden slender sword pierced through the cloud, its blade swaying gently. Recognizing the aura belonging to Yin Ziyu, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them, their faces lighting up with joy. The golden sword energy swayed a few times to draw attention before it abruptly plunged back into the cloud. The onlookers then saw a golden shadow darting through the cloud, which seemed to grow increasingly fluffy. Clang! The sound of metal striking echoed as the sword energy burst forth, distorting the cloud with its vigorous movements, causing it to bounce playfully. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The raindrops, initially small, began to swell as they seeped from the cloud, falling heavily upon the crowd. Strangely, these droplets, possibly influenced by the golden sword energy, took on an amber-like appearance. "This rain can heal our wounds and contains spiritual energy," someone exclaimed, and upon realizing its benefits, the crowd eagerly stretched out their bodies to catch the falling droplets. Some even shamelessly lay on the ground, fully bathing in the rain, occasionally flipping onto their backs for a more thorough soak. Shu Chang'e, holding his chest, could feel the rain seeping into his skin, aiding his recovery. The wounds exposed to the elements healed rapidly, but the internal injuries remained less responsive, at least in his case. Observing Wei Xiong and Lan Yin rising to their feet, Shu Chang'e thought, "Are you feeling better?" Lan Yin, "I'm almost recovered." Wei Xiong, following him, nodded slightly. "I didn't expect to recover this quickly. This rain has greatly improved my condition, so I wanted to see what was happening. The effects are quite remarkable." "Yes." Wei Xiong was taken aback to see the lack of improvement on Shu Chang'e's face. "Chang'e, was your injury this severe? Is the healing rain unable to restore you?" Shu Chang'e felt the injuries within his body and hesitated, shaking his head slightly, acknowledging the limited efficacy of the Qi Ling ring. Wei Xiong looked at him with concern and nodded in response, affirming, "Indeed, this is the Qi Ling ring. I witnessed its application in my childhood, and it left a profound impression on me. This particular spell, as legend has it, can only be wielded by those possessing a heart filled with compassion for the world. It has the remarkable ability to harness spiritual energy to nourish all living things on a grand scale, making it an exceptionally practical healing technique, albeit one that demands an immense expenditure of spiritual energy." After explaining, Wei Xiong, along with Lan Yin, began to manipulate the surrounding raindrops, directing them towards Shu Chang'e. Only then realizing he should inquire which sect member had performed this spell, as he had not seen anyone present. Shu Chang'e paused momentarily before speaking. "It is the sword energy of senior brother Yin." Wei Xiong, filled with confusion, looked at Shu Chang'e with a furrowed brow, then glanced upwards at the clouds, where indeed he beheld the tip of a golden slender sword protruding. Could it be that the rumors were false? Doubting his own recollection, Wei Xiong sought to gauge Lan Yan's reaction to find some solace for his troubled mind. Lan Yan, equally bewildered, wore an expression of incomprehension, which undoubtedly reassured Wei Xiong. Shu Chang'e also found the spell oddly incongruous with Yin Ziyu's demeanor, yet his primary concern lay with the injuries within his body. Inside him, the flowing energy of the pure immortal body vehemently resisted the encroaching raindrops, initially disregarding their minimal presence. However, as the intrusion increased, he was taken aback by their persistence. In a fit of frustration, that cool, formless power erupted, engulfing all the raindrops. For every drop of spiritual rain that Wei Xiong and Lan Yin managed to summon, the power of the pure immortal body consumed it. Acknowledging the restorative effects of this power on his injuries, Shu Chang'e refrained from halting their actions. As time quietly passed, the clouds, which had been releasing the spiritual rain for the duration of half a tea's worth, seemed to dissipate into wisps of smoke. Following this occurrence, The group regained their optimal condition, as if returning to the peak of their strength upon entering the secret realm, even surpassing their previous capabilities. Naturally, it was expected that after numerous battles and trials, some improvement would ensue. Despite recognizing this as a natural progression, the group remained exhilarated, with many members eagerly experimenting with their sword techniques nearby. Have all the junior brothers and sisters recovered? Be sure to express your gratitude to our esteemed senior brother. Came the voice of Lon Li from above. As his words resonated, those within the secret realm noticed golden streams of light rapidly tracing intricate, familiar yet unrecognized patterns beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, a colossal golden array took shape, and with a flash of golden light, the figures of the group vanished from the realm, leaving behind the initial tranquility. Momentarily blinded by the golden radiance, Shu Chang'e instinctively closed his eyes. Upon finally reopening them, he realized they had arrived in an entirely unfamiliar location. The sudden change of environment stirred a sense of restlessness among the group, with hushed whispers and rustling sounds breaking the serene atmosphere. This is the sacred ground where the predecessors of our sect once paused, a place of divine descent. Everyone, please maintain silence, echoed a voice in the tranquil expanse. Chapter 41. The Tower of Ancestors. In the present location of Shuchinj and his companions lies a vast, circular internal space, seemingly within the confines of a grand edifice. The pristine ground is paved with bluish stone bricks, inscribed with peculiar patterns and characters, while 8 ebony pillars of unknown origin stand tall at each cardinal point, adorned with intricate bas-reliefs depicting various exotic flora and fauna. The gazes of these reliefs seem to intentionally or unintentionally observe the group. The height of the ebony pillars is indiscernible, as even when one gazes upwards, the view is obscured by a haze of luminous halos. This place serves as the hallowed ground where the predecessors of the sect once descended. Thus, I implore everyone to maintain silence. The sudden voice silences the murmurs, prompting the assembly to quickly huddle together, wary of any unforeseen occurrences. Before them, the air ripples as silhouettes emerge from the fabric of space, emanating an intangible pressure far exceeding anything the crowd has previously encountered. The atmosphere quakes, rendering the onlookers breathless and burdened with an overwhelming weight upon their shoulders. The formidable figures stand like mountains, their mere presence instilling a deep-seated fear in the hearts of those present. It is only when the final figure, a strikingly handsome youth clad in a flowing white robe, appears that the disciples behold a glimmer of hope, their eager eyes shining brightly in his direction. Yan Ziyu's gaze sweeps across the assembly, and with a slight inclination of his head towards the figures beside him, he respectfully addresses them. Esteemed seniors, I kindly request your leniency. The faces of the various sect leaders, including Zhuri, Nanshui, Fenyu, and Xing Luo, soften as they retract their imposing auras, allowing the crowd to breathe once more. Within this enclosed and unknown realm, confronted by such a formidable gathering of influential cultivators from their sect, the younger disciples feel a surge of admiration upon seeing the familiar figure of Yan Ziyu. It is evident that many have now become ardent supporters of their senior brother, inspired by the recent events. Esteemed disciples, as the year draws to a close, I urge you to diligently pursue your cultivation, remaining steadfast in your efforts. Regardless of your achievements thus far, your perseverance has honored the teachings of the immortal sect, rendering you worthy of induction as disciples of our esteemed lineage. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Yan Ziyu's expression is solemn as he addresses the gathered disciples, with the silent, meditative figures of the sect's ancestors behind him. Today, in my capacity as the master of the Tianyan Peak of the Floating Heavens sect, I stand before the venerable ancestors to proclaim that, under the witness of the esteemed seniors from the peaks of Lihen, Fenyu, and Xing Luo, I hereby acknowledge your entry into our immortal sect, marking you as the 563rd generation disciples of the Floating Heavens sect. His clear voice resonates in the ears of the assembly, and after enduring numerous trials, the moment they have awaited has finally arrived, causing many to clench their hands in excitement, trembling with anticipation. The once stern expressions of the various sect leaders now soften, beaming with pride at the promising new generation of their sect. Esteemed disciples, seldom do we witness Yan Ziyu's gentle demeanor. The elders observe as the disciples prepare to pay their respects to the ancestors. Confusion spreads among them as they search for any representations of the revered ancestors. Finding none in sight, Wei Shang nudges Shuchinj and Lanyan, signaling them to look at Yin Ziyu. Without needing prompting, they notice the exquisite token of authority in his grasp. The palm-sized token emits a gentle white light, soaring from Yin Ziyu's hand into the air. As the nebulous halo envelopes the token, it melts away like snow, revealing its true form. What had been concealed is a weathered wooden tower, 9 stories tall, each level soaring high yet devoid of any adornments. This is the Tower of Ancestors, the resting place of the founding master and the first generation of ascendants. Yin Ziyu narrates the illustrious history of the Floating Heaven sect, and as he speaks, figures of varying demeanor, some graceful, some austere, materialize above the tower. These are the predecessors who successfully ascended or significantly contributed to the sect's legacy. To honor the formidable protection offered by these ancestors, the second generation of disciples erected this tower in the very spot where their predecessors once lingered before their ascensions. In truth, this edifice is more than just a tower. It embodies the remnants of semi-divine consciousness, meticulously constructed according to the standards of artifact refinement. This dedication led to the tower's completion being met with celestial retribution, which, after the storm, transformed it into a semi-divine artifact. The disciples gasp in astonishment. Having never encountered such knowledge in their studies, their surprise palpable. The significance of the Floating Heaven sect, embodied by the term immortal, is ineffable. In the future, I encourage you all to frequent the library, Yin Ziyu suggests, implying their current literary pursuits may be lacking, cautioning against tarnishing the sect's reputation. As he continues his discourse, the token's radius of influence reaches its zenith. With a gentle tremor, the entire interior of the tower morphs into a cosmic expanse. In an instant, the assembly finds themselves suspended in an ethereal realm, surrounded by twinkling morning stars, as if countless eyes peer down upon them from the celestial bodies. The founding master, revered as Floating Heaven, awaits your homage. Follow my lead in paying respects, Yin Ziyu instructs, turning to the disciples while smoothing out the creases of his robe. The group, once enveloped in familiar gazes, exchanges glances of uncertainty, then attempts to tidy their garments, sighing in relief when he diverts his attention. It would be rather unfortunate to have been summoned right after practice, appearing disheveled before the revered ancestors, they think, though they dutifully follow Yin Ziyu's lead, each movement synchronized with his. Let us pay our respects. We, the 563rd generation disciples, bow before the revered Floating Heaven and the esteemed ancestors. As the words leave their lips, an invisible wave emanates from the stars, carrying a gentle, youthful voice that transcends the barriers of space. Another decade has passed. Floating Heaven muses, seemingly oblivious to the astonished expressions of the peak masters and leaders, continuing to speak to himself. Indeed, fortune flourishes and talents abound. Young one, cultivate diligently. I shall await you in the immortal realm. Confusion reigns among the assembly, their minds racing with questions about whom he speaks. It appears the next generation of the sect holds great promise. I feel reassured, he continues, inadvertently revealing too much. Children, allow me to bestow upon you a small gift. As Floating Heaven's laughter echoes, the twinkling stars disintegrate, showering each disciple with luminous particles. Yin Ziyu and the other peak leaders also receive this gift. The rare occasion of the ancestral presence during the initiation of new disciples accompanied by such commendation indicating the potential of this new generation. In that moment, the leaders, stirred by emotions, display flickers of uncertainty in their expressions. Regardless of the decisions they may ultimately reach, the warmth emanating from them towards the disciples is unmistakable. Once the divine consciousness of Floating Heaven dissipates, the Tower of Ancestors resumes its unremarkable exterior, yet no one dares to act recklessly in its presence any longer. Yin Ziyu, I now entrust the next matters to you, he states, addressing Master Wenhao, who is also Wei Shang's grandfather. Wenhao waves his hand dismissively. It is but a trivial matter. It is my duty to serve the sect. One cannot help but admire the esteemed lineage of Wei Shang, as both grandfather and grandson seize every opportunity to express their heartfelt devotion to the Floating Heaven sect, articulating their sentiments at every turn. The venerable Master Wenhao effortlessly waved his voluminous sleeves, and the onlookers felt as though one of the cuffs was magnifying before their very eyes, ultimately drawing them in. Before panic could take hold, the voice of Master Wenhao resonated from beyond, urging them to compose themselves, for within his sleeves lay a universe of wonder. In accordance with sect tradition, he would grant them passage. The initially tumultuous crowd gradually settled, instinctively gravitating towards a certain direction, unaware that in the face of the unknown, they had subconsciously chosen to place their trust in another. Beside them, the enigmatic Lan Yin gazed silently at the encroaching space around the trio, casting a slight upward glance to meet the friendly, smiling faces surrounding him. Enclosed within the fabric of his mystical sleeves, they felt no turbulence and remained blissfully ignorant of the outside world as they clustered together in small groups, quietly conversing and envisioning the bright future that awaited them in their quest for mentorship. Shu Chang'e remained unusually silent throughout the journey, his expression faint and contemplative. Wei Shang, noticing his pensive demeanor, refrained from disturbing him and instead darted through the crowd, seeking information. Meanwhile, Lan Yin quietly closed his eyes to meditate. The absence of spiritual energy rendered cultivation impossible here. Chapter 42. The Shadow of the Divine Ashong. I have reviewed your scores in both aspects. Your performance is commendable. Remember to acknowledge me as your master. Do not forget. The venerable master Wenhao discreetly conveyed this through a voice transmission to Wei Shang. This old man was once again exploiting his authority for personal gain. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before someone reported him to the enforcement hall. Wei Shang rolled his eyes in silent derision. He was indifferent about whom he would take as a master. What he truly wished for was to be under the same esteemed mentor as Shu Chang'e and Lan Yin, preferably being the first to pay his respects. He eagerly anticipated the sight of these two reluctantly addressing him as senior brother. Very well, we have arrived. Master Wenhao's voice echoed from outside, and the individuals within the sleeves experienced a sudden disorientation, as if the world was spinning, before being unceremoniously cast out, landing in disarray. Paying homage to the sect's ancestors was merely the first step. Next, esteemed candidates, you shall review the scores from the year-long examination and assessment. As they groggily stood up, Yan Ziyu's words struck them like a bolt from the blue. Those who felt they had performed poorly began to grow anxious, while those who were confident wore expressions of eager anticipation. Shu Chang'e raised his head to gaze at the imposing black sword suspended high above him. Only by standing beneath its shadow could one truly appreciate the overwhelming sense of pressure it exerted, as if it were challenging the heavens themselves. For reasons unknown, Shu Chang'e felt that this colossal sword appeared different from the fleeting glimpse he had caught earlier, though he could not articulate precisely how. The sudden arrival of a group of individuals in the sword-testing square did not astonish the disciples of the Floating Sky Immortal sect, for such gatherings occurred every decade. However, this occasion bore a greater significance, as the new disciples were to receive guidance from esteemed figures, which was rather extraordinary. How infuriating! The prowess of this generation's disciples was such that they had the honor of being taught by the revered sect leader and the admired inner-sect senior brother. Envy and jealousy surged within the hearts of the onlookers. None among them had experienced such privileges in their time, particularly during the public scoring and apprenticeship announcements. In the past, most had never even glimpsed the peak masters and elders, as only a select few chosen as direct disciples were afforded that opportunity. Truly, the heavens seemed unjust, and their plight felt so undeserved. The crowd observing remained oblivious to the thoughts of their senior brothers and sisters, simply perceiving the intensity of their gazes, which sparked murmurs of surprise. So, the seniors of the Floating Sky Immortal sect were such warm and approachable figures, radiating an unexpected warmth. Regardless of whether they were new disciples or seasoned members of the sect, their thoughts did not intrude upon anyone else. The law enforcement team, expressionless and vigilant, encircled the area, ensuring order was maintained. Though no one dared to act out of line in front of the sect leaders and chief brother, the enforcement team dutifully assigned numerous members to uphold decorum. It was an age-old tradition for the sect to observe the performance of new disciples, and every decade, this spectacle was filled with excitement. As the scores would be publicly displayed, there was no need for the use of divine senses. Merely focusing one's gaze on the shadowy screen would reveal the assessment criteria for each disciple. Indeed, it was time for the shadow screen to make its appearance once more, albeit this version was a more costly and advanced artifact, not intended for mass production. Setting aside the lackluster nomenclature of its creator, as Yan Ziyu launched the shadow screen into the air, an atmosphere of anticipation enveloped the gathering. Observers wondered whether this generation would unveil any exceptional prodigies and who among them would become direct disciples. Meanwhile, those directly involved felt a mix of excitement and trepidation regarding their own outcomes. The shadow screen unfurled silently, its pristine white surface occupying a vast expanse, while a flurry of gray names rapidly materialized upon it. Among the 563rd generation of disciples, 5 were to be recognized as direct disciples. With a proclamation from Yen Ziyu, 5 names emerged, enlarged and adorned with a faint golden hue, beneath which lay 2 contrasting numbers, 1 black, 1 white. The former represented the scores from the sect's assessments, while the latter indicated the scores derived from a year of observation. As Yen Ziyu elucidated, all present could see the 5 names shimmering in gold corresponding to their respective protagonists, along with their performance and scores over the past year. The names of Lan Yin and Wei Shang prominently featured among them, while the remaining 3 names were both surprising and, upon reflection, unsurprising: Xia Yin, Su Liuxia, and the notably reticent Sun Ruo, who, like Shu Chang'e, hailed from the Holy Zhao Kingdom. Wei Shang and Lan Yin furrowed their brows, finding no joy in their status as direct disciples. Wei Shang glanced at Shu Chang'e, frustration bubbling within him. It seemed unjust. Our scores are nearly identical, and we were all part of the same shadow. Why is your name omitted, Chang'e? How infuriating. Had I known, I would have consulted my grandfather. In his exasperation, Wei Shang even forgot the nickname he typically bestowed upon Lan Yin. Lan Yin silently scrutinized the shadow screen, turning away with a dark expression, feeling a sense of injustice from the sect. Shu Chang'e, upon realizing his name was absent from the list of direct disciples, momentarily lost his focus, his mind already wandering amidst the uncertainty of the journey, and he never anticipated such a shocking revelation. Shu Chang'e remained silent, her gaze sweeping indifferently over the figure ahead, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Even if not personally chosen, nothing would deter my path to cultivation. Regaining her composure, Shu Chang'e extended her hand to gently grasp that which belongs to me. I shall acquire it through my own merit. Moreover, the gift bestowed by Senior Floating Sky was indeed a splendid boon, perfectly suited for her. Wei Shang and Lan Yin exchanged glances, observing that Shu Chang'e exhibited little disappointment, alleviating their concerns somewhat, though they remained puzzled about the sect's intentions. Chang'e is truly formidable. Were I in her position, Wei Shang mused, I would likely harbor resentment for an extended period, perhaps allowing emotions to sway my path. Yet, she managed to adjust her mindset with remarkable swiftness, earning my admiration. Lan Yin shared this sentiment, though the absence of personal selection dampened their excitement. As the crowd looked on, some elated, others disheartened, at the ethereal figures in the sky, 5 jade slips materialized before the 5 candidates for personal discipleship. These slips, carved from verdant jade, contained the intentions of the true masters wishing to take them as apprentices. Their specialties detailed within, worthy of meticulous contemplation. At an unknown moment, Yen Ziyu, having opened her eyes, regarded the 5 individuals and spoke softly. Her gaze lingered momentarily on Shu Chang'e before she nodded slightly in her direction, an almost imperceptible gesture. A thought, once hesitant and unconfirmed, surged from within Shu Chang'e, causing her heart to race for a brief moment, yet tranquility soon returned. Following the recent fluctuations in her state of mind, she no longer placed great significance on the matter of apprenticeship. A master may guide one to the threshold, yet the journey of cultivation lies solely within oneself. No matter how skilled a master, they cannot sculpt rotting wood or prop up crumbling clay. She believed that with her innate talent and the resources provided by the sect, even if she fell short of the personal disciples, she would not lag too far behind others. After contemplating the gains and losses, Shu Chang'e felt a profound clarity. An invisible perspective had suddenly elevated, granting her a fresh outlook on many matters. Having dispelled the shadows within her heart, she crossed her arms and turned to observe Wei Shang and Lan Yin. What do you think? Chapter 43. The sect leader Wei Shang, having hastily perused the contents, tossed the jade slip up and down with disinterest. My grandfather wishes for me to take him as my master. No other true master is more fitting for me, so I shall acquiesce to my elder's wishes. Suddenly recalling something, he excitedly leaned closer to Lan Yin, peering inquisitively with his consciousness towards his jade slip. Wooden as you are, I suspect that many true masters wish to take you as an apprentice. Would you care to join me? Lan Yin pushed Wei Shang away and shook his head, extending the jade slip in his hand towards Shu Chang'e. As Shu Chang'e gracefully received the talisman, the shimmering light of the purification charm emanated from his hands, provoking a significant eye roll from Wei Shang. Lan Yin spoke concisely, and Ming, the esteemed master. Oh, the master of Lihen Peak? That indeed suits you. It seems we are destined to part ways in our quest for a mentor. As he spoke, Wei Shang appeared somewhat dejected, as it was rare to find someone who resonated with him so well. Both Lan Yin and Shu Chang'e remained indifferent to his mood, which shifted quicker than a mirage in a mirror or the reflection of the moon on water, and he lacked the emotional sensitivity to dwell on it. Indeed, there was no need for consolation. Wei Shang swiftly regained his composure, glancing around to seek out the three others who were also qualified for direct discipleship. Curious about where they might take their vows, he pondered the origins of the individual named Sun Ruo, intrigued by his sudden emergence. It struck him that, given Xu Daoyu's talent and insight, his performance should not be so lacking. Xia Yin approached, holding a jade slip, his expression complex, accompanied by Lin Qianxiu and Su Liuxia, who also seemed puzzled by this sudden camaraderie among the trio. Indeed, we owe our passage through the trial to Xu Daoyu. I noticed your name on the divine shadow screen, yet curiously, it was the only one that appeared blank. Su Liuxia gazed up, perplexed, at the unremarkable three characters of Shu Chang'e amidst hundreds of names. Lin Qianxiu fanned himself, pondering whether his distinctiveness might be the result of a different arrangement. Regardless, with Xu Daoyu's capabilities, the sect would surely not overlook him. Wei Shang, astonished, remarked, I never expected you, Lin Qianxiu, to utter such words. This is truly surprising. Lin Qianxiu smirked, speechless, wondering how Wei Shang, as Xu Daoyu's companion, could still find time to provoke him amid such circumstances. Wei Shang crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow, questioning the situation. Is it not acceptable for Chang'e to become a direct disciple? I believe in his abilities, yet you seem to sow discord, you little rascal. Wei Shang, I've told you not to call me that. Lin Qianxiu erupted, his temper flaring, abandoning his fan to express his frustration. While the commotion ensued, the conversation between Shu Chang'e and his companions remained harmonious. However, confronted by the taciturn and grim-faced Lan Yin, as well as the quietly composed Shu Chang'e, Xia Yin and Su Liuxiao found themselves scrambling for topics to discuss. Xia Yin, I inadvertently overheard that Wei Daoyu intends to study under Master Wen Hao, while Lan Daoyu is under Master En Ming, correct? Indeed. Su Liuxiao, I plan to seek the guidance of Master Fenyu. Xia Daoyu and Lan Daoyu are on the same main peak. Indeed. Huh. This will afford me the opportunity to spar more frequently with Lan Daoyu and assess the proficiency of my skills. Gazing down at the dark purple flower crystal in his palm, Shu Chang'e responded with vague affirmations, preoccupied with perfecting his technique. Xia Yin and Su Liuxia exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Continuing such dialogue seemed unnecessary. They had anticipated a closer bond among comrades who had faced life and death together. But Xu Daoyu proved to be as elusive as the rumors suggested. Moreover, it appeared he was experimenting with some perilous incantations. It was better to maintain a safe distance. Seeing the exquisite flower essence in Shu Chang'e's hand, Xia Yin and Su Liuxia felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively recalling the thunderous explosion during the trial. The atmosphere surrounding Xu Daoyu appeared excessively perilous. Perhaps it would be prudent to conclude the discussion and take one's leave. Lan Yin, Wei Shang, Sun Ruo, Su Liuxia, and Xia Yin stepped forward. Yan Ziyu's voice interrupted the conversation among the group, drawing a considerable amount of attention towards these 5 individuals. All of them were accustomed to grand occasions, and they accepted the situation with composure, swiftly advancing. It was only upon standing close to Yan Ziyu that one could discern the significant height disparity among them, as they were all still in their youth. Shu Chang'e gazed intently at the figure that stood slightly apart from the other 4. After a long absence, the young beggar named Sun Ruo had transformed from a mere nobody into a person of resilience and quiet strength. Yan Ziyu's calm and unwavering gaze always exerted immense pressure on others. The esteemed masters awaited your answer. Indeed, each master with the intention of accepting a disciple would leave a mark in the jade tablet, and the disciple holding the tablet merely needed to touch the corresponding mark to signify their choice. Each of the 5 selected from the jade tablet, revealing invisible marks in their palms, each distinct in essence. Although unseen, their presence was palpable. Good lad, the delighted En Ming exclaimed upon seeing his mark, striding forward with vigor and cheerfully patting Lan Yan's shoulder, causing the latter to cough several times from the force. Excellent, excellent. En Ming was even more pleased to see that Lan Yan was not toppled by his exuberant gesture. This was the kind of spirit he desired in his sword practitioners. Unlike previous occasions when a rare talent would be fiercely contested among the masters, this generation boasted over a dozen exceptional disciples. Though only these 5 met the immediate standards for personal discipleship, this was a substantial improvement from the usual 2 or 3. The masters with a strong desire to take on disciples were all satisfied with their selections, while the new disciples, who had diligently trained for a year, found suitable mentors. Joy abounded as the bonds between masters and disciples began to form. For now, they merely recognized each other as faces, with the formal initiation rites to follow upon their return to their respective peaks. The names of the inner disciples, numbering around 60 or 70, floated forth, shimmering with hints of silver. The outer disciples, several hundred in number, were listed below with unchanging script. Those assigned to the inner sect were filled with joy, while reactions among the outer disciples varied, some elated, others discontented. Regardless of their sentiments, the decisions of the sect were irrevocable, and those wishing to ascend further would have to rely on their prowess in the upcoming sect competition. Is there still a name left? The onlookers curiously observed the solitary 3 characters on the screen. Shuchanga? Which junior brother or sister is that? Surely the eldest senior brother wouldn't make such an error? Could it be that the screen is malfunctioning? I think so. The screen does need periodic maintenance, and it's only natural for it to break down. Hey, which peak are you from? How do you know the sect hasn't maintained the screen? One disciple unwittingly provoked a student from the Wanxiang courtyard, who was then besieged by a chorus of complaints until the law enforcement disciples intervened to restore order. As this unfolded, the onlookers turned their attention to the name that had been left behind, genuinely curious about the sect's intentions. Was this a case of severe wrongdoing, with the individual being chastised before officially joining the sect? Disciples who had long imprinted Shu Changa's enigmatic persona in their minds were utterly bewildered. As the names of the inner and outer disciples gradually faded, only Shu Changa's name remained prominently displayed on the screen, asserting its presence to all in attendance from every conceivable angle. Equally perplexed, Shu Changa maintained his composure, dispersing the flower crystal that had once held the power of the secret realm, patiently awaiting the ensuing developments. Yan Ziyu's gaze skimmed over him before drifting towards the northern sky, as if anticipating something. The several masters who had foreseen Shu Changa's placement were somewhat taken aback, exchanging meaningful glances, each harboring their own speculations. They had not anticipated the master's profound regard for a secluded disciple. This was truly remarkable. They had an inkling of the forthcoming events, yet the rest remained oblivious. Yan Ziyu's presence had drawn the attention of many disciples, and he made no effort to conceal it. After a brief moment of silence, he raised his hand in greeting, prompting the disciples to bow in respect to their master. Master? Wasn't that the title for the sect leader? The disciples fell into a stunned silence, the vast sword-testing plaza enveloped in an unusual quiet. Silently, ripples of energy manifested, and Jing Yao stepped forth, his white robe adorned with golden edges undisturbed, a warm smile gracing his features. "Are you, please rise." His gaze then settled on Shu Changa. "You have kept me waiting." Shu Changa, taken aback by the remark, pressed his lips together, maintaining a calm demeanor as he executed a proper bow, addressing the sect leader as his master. His words jolted the dazed crowd back to reality, and the disciples hurriedly bowed in unison. It must be said that the initial etiquette training at the Floating Heaven sect had proven to be exceedingly effective. Even amidst unexpected circumstances, every disciple exhibited impeccable manners, leaving no room for error. Jing Yao's demeanor was notably gentle, and many disciples, having only witnessed the sect leader from a distance, were experiencing such close proximity for the first time. So, the master is such an affable person, thought the unsuspecting disciples. Standing silently behind Jing Yao, Yan Ziyu finally comprehended why the master had chosen to wait until the end to make his entrance. "Are you? Were you thinking ill of me?" Jing Yao's voice echoed in his mind, and Yan Ziyu, unfazed, promptly denied it. "Master, you worry too much." "Huh." The exchange between master and disciple went unnoticed by the others, as Jing Yao playfully engaged with his eldest disciple before smoothly stepping in front of Shu Changa. "Changa, do you wish to enter my Tianyan Peak and take me as your master?" Jing Yao's proposition struck the gathered crowd like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily stunned. Join Tianyan Peak? Become the sect leader's disciple? That would make him an esteemed direct disciple. And not just any direct disciple, but the sect leader's exclusive disciple. What merits did this Shu Changa possess? Was it merely his striking appearance? The disciples, still reeling from the astonishing revelation, found their emotions to be a complex mix. Although they understood that even if they were in his shoes, such an opportunity might elude them. The vacant position of the direct disciple naturally drew many to strive for it. Who would have thought? Setting aside their individual thoughts, Wei Shang and Lan Yin were genuinely pleased for each other after the initial shock. So, this is what you were waiting for. Wei Shang tugged on the sleeve of the composed Wen Hao, glaring at him. Did you know about this all along? Why didn't you tell me? Wen Hao calmly retrieved his sleeve, brushing it off nonchalantly. What use is it to inform you? This is the sect leader's decision. I am but a humble peak master, focused only on my own survival. Wei Shang's lips twitched. Grandpa, that remark is rather disheartening. Regardless of the banter between the grandfather and grandson, Shu Chang'e, facing Jing Yao's inquiry, remained exceptionally composed. Is there truly no other choice? Hiss. Some disciples found it difficult to comprehend Shu Chang'e's actions. If such a splendid opportunity were presented before them, they would undoubtedly accept it without hesitation. Indeed, they were merely novice disciples, utterly oblivious to the weight carried by true disciples. While some harbored feelings of envy, many elders and fellow disciples held a favorable view of his performance. Even numerous idle elders concealed themselves, quietly observing, a rare spectacle within the floating sky, immortal sect. Zhengyao Zhenren did not regard his words with disdain. Recognizing that weighing pros and cons is an essential part of learning, he chuckled warmly. Indeed, the masters of the various peaks are quite satisfied with your performance. I believe they would all be eager to take you as their disciple. Ah, indeed. Would you also consider taking me as your master? Look, your friends are all here with me. Wouldn't it be mutually beneficial to cultivate together? Aming Zhenren, who had been secretly contemplating Shu Chang'e, was the first to voice this thought, while Wenhao Zhenren also expressed his welcome under Wei Shang's incessant nudging. Fenyue Zhenren beamed, extending his arms. How about joining my Fenyue sect? My disciples are all charming female cultivators, and you, young lad, are quite impressive yourself. It would indeed be a delightful affair if you were to become a Dao partner with one of them. Initially, Shu Chang'e had been merely observing the actions of the masters with a neutral gaze, but upon hearing these words, his eyes flickered away as if he had encountered some grave trouble. Master, this little junior brother is quite heartless. Several young maidens, who had unknowingly gathered around Fenyue Zhenren, teased while covering their mouths. Fenyue Zhenren smiled affectionately, perhaps feeling shy. After all, he was still a young lad. The playful banter among the direct disciples of Fenyue Peak created a realm of their own. Noticing Shu Chang'e sincerely observing the other master candidates, Zhengyao Zhenren felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed that Yu's favorable impression had not been adequately cultivated. Zhengyao Zhenren mused inwardly. How about it? Is not Tianyan Peak the most suitable for you? He leaned slightly forward, subtly persuading, while recalling his second disciple, a child who could quickly befriend anyone. If a Su were present, this child could smoothly join his fold. Unbeknownst to Shu Chang'e, who was currently arranging various possibilities in his mind to select the most advantageous and fitting choice, he inadvertently caught sight of Yan Ziyu standing distantly. The familiar golden slender sword beside him brushed affectionately against Yan Ziyu. With a decision forming in his heart, Shu Chang'e felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if a heavy stone had been lifted. He softly called out, Master. Yes, little Chang'e, from now on, you shall be my gatekeeping disciple. Do not let your position lead you to arrogance. Indeed, Master. Hearing the playful tone in his words, Shu Chang'e nodded slightly in response. Is this Master, the Lord of the Immortal Sect, truly so amiable? Zhengyao Zhenren straightened up, visibly satisfied. You. Come, let us follow through with the process. Under his direction, Yan Ziyu calmly spoke. Shu Chang'e, true disciple. As before with the direct disciples, the name, now resplendent in gold, firmly captured the attention of all present, revealing glimpses of the accolades Shu Chang'e had earned. Whether it was his excellent theoretical results, the innate talents displayed in alchemy, formations, and talismans, or the commendable performance during the secret realm trials, countless achievements, many of which Shu Chang'e himself could barely recall, had unexpectedly been noted. The sect truly observes every detail. Leaving no room for privacy, many remarked as they gazed at the scenes depicted on the ethereal screen. The image vividly showcased Shu Chang'e's meticulousness, with his proficiency in the purification spell evoking feelings of embarrassment among his older peers. It was no wonder he had caught the Master's eye. As the ethereal screen revealed these facts, Many who had initially struggled to understand how such a young disciple could attain the status of a true disciple began to slowly accept it. Reflecting inwardly, they questioned whether they could have achieved such feats at his level of cultivation. Gazing at the grand purple thunderstorm captured on the ethereal screen, a number of individuals experienced significant introspection, leading to notable improvements in their states of mind. Zhengyao Zhenren shifted his gaze from Shu Chang'e to those whose mindsets had elevated, smiling with satisfaction. Indeed, as disciples of the immortal sect, we must always engage in self-reflection and maintain a tranquil heart. Thus, the path shall remain smooth. With a flick of his finger, he continued, since you all have shown such promise, I shall bestow upon you some small gifts. The few individuals fortunate enough to receive the Master's guidance responded joyfully, while onlookers felt both envy and regret, pondering why they had not performed better before the Master. Meanwhile, on the ethereal screen, Shu Chang'e's name gradually faded, returning to Yan Ziyu's hands, where it was securely placed. Your destinies are now determined. I urge all fellow disciples to focus on cultivation, remain steadfast in your Tao hearts, and uphold the honor of the immortal sect. Yes, we shall heed the elder brother's teachings. Chapter 44. The Island Command. After a year-long assessment of cultivation, today, everyone finally concluded this phase of their training, being assigned to various locations to officially begin their lives as cultivators in the realm of immortality. Shu Chang'e stood atop the blazing sword light wielded by the esteemed Master Jingyao, casting his gaze down upon the sword test plaza. Wei Shang and Lan Yin were taken away by their respective masters, while the inner and outer disciples followed the stewards responsible for their divisions towards the Burning Moon Peak and the Starry Spiral Peak. With everything settled, within such a vast sect, it would be difficult to encounter one another again without a deliberate effort to connect. The direct disciples, both true and personal, enjoyed distinctive privileges. Beside him, Yan Ziyu spoke up. Shu Chang'e withdrew her gaze, patiently awaiting the continuation. The unique Yuling of the Floating Sky Immortal Sect serves to unlock the floating isles and to accommodate personal belongings. Standing ahead, the serene Master Jingyao wielded his sword light in silence, allowing space for the two disciples to share their sentiments. Yan Ziyu gradually elucidated matters pertaining to this segment, which had not been learned in the unseen mountains. Both true disciples and direct disciples are bestowed with the Yuling by the sect, a token forged through alchemical craftsmanship, encompassing a floating isle and two personal sanctums. One larger sanctum is meticulously tailored for the floating isle, while the smaller one allows the Yuling's owner to avoid the hardships of the outside world while traveling. The crafting of such tokens is no simple endeavor, and the sect limits their distribution to a select few, with a small portion occasionally auctioned at the sect's designated auction houses. The Yuling is highly coveted in the external realm, serving as a significant pillar of the Floating Sky Immortal Sect's industry. Shortly, a steward will present you with all necessary matters. After speaking, Yan Ziyu surveyed the surrounding scenery and continued. Master is currently en route to the location for retrieving the Yuling. Can you guess where it might be? Shu Chang'e glanced at him, uncertain whether the question was casual or a sudden test. After some thought, he affirmed, the Verdant Flame Hall. Yan Ziyu nodded. Correct. He paused, then added, it wasn't a test, it was my oversight. Having once instructed new disciples, he often unconsciously adopted a mentor-esque demeanor when facing Shu Chang'e. Jingyao Zhenren, who had been observing the scene, finally spoke. Very well, we've arrived at the Verdant Flame Hall. Au, take Xiao Chang'e inside. It's not appropriate for me to enter. In truth, Yan Ziyu's status also made his presence here somewhat unsuitable. The Verdant Flame Hall, responsible for managing the sect's logistics, was frequented primarily by stewards, those who handled administrative affairs on behalf of the sect. Stewardly, do you still have business here? Why have you returned? A senior brother, buried in ledgers and jade slips, asked without looking up. The hall housed only 5 or 6 individuals, each surrounded by hovering account books and jade slips neatly suspended from ropes overhead. Receiving no response, the puzzled senior brother scratched his head and lifted his gaze, still preoccupied with discrepancies in the records. Only upon spotting a familiar figure did he jolt upright from his seat. Greetings, eldest senior brother. His exclamation startled the other harried disciples, who looked up in bewilderment. Seeing that further formalities would waste time, Yan Ziyu raised a hand to stop them. No need. I brought my junior brother to select a dwelling token. Dwelling token? Ah, yes, of course. Junior brother, your name is... Still dazed, The senior brother acted on instinct, his words sluggish. Shu Chang'e. Very well. Just a moment, junior brother. The senior brother flipped rapidly through a register, a minor artifact specifically designed to record disciples' identities, cultivation levels, and other details. As he worked, the others, spared from bowing by Yen Ziyu's intervention, pretended to busy themselves while exchanging fervent whispers through secret transmissions. Assigned to duty in the Verdant Flame Hall today, they had yet to hear of the events at the Trial Sword Plaza and thus remained unaware that the sect had gained another prodigious true disciple. All right, Shu Chang'e, affiliated with the Tianyan Peak, status, true disciple? The senior brother blinked at the freshly updated register, doubting his own eyes. The others, eavesdropping via secret transmission, gaped in astonishment before erupting into silent, excited debate. Meeting the senior brother's questioning gaze, Shu Chang'e hesitated briefly before inclining his head slightly. All right, confirming eligibility. Stuttering, the senior brother retrieved an enormous chest from beneath his desk and placed it before them. The most recently acquired dwelling tokens are all here. However, they require a true disciple's identity token to unlock. He chuckled awkwardly. I assume junior brother hasn't received his yet? Indeed lacking one. Shu Chang'e turned to Yen Ziyu, who removed his own true disciple token and handed it over. Your assistance is appreciated. That's no trouble at all. The senior brother grinned, accepting the token and pressing it against the dark wooden chest. Intricate patterns shimmered to life as hidden formations activated, and the chest clicked open. Junior brother, make your selection. Inside lay several vibrant green sprouts, each bearing 2 dewdrop-tipped leaves, meticulously arranged atop luxurious tianshui silk. The dwelling tokens, brimming with vitality, bore no resemblance to crafted artifacts. These are our sect's dwelling tokens. Each contains 2 portable abodes, each with unique features. Junior brother, you may examine them closely. Shu Chang'e meticulously examined the random piece of yuling he had selected. Were it not for the explanation provided by the other party, he would never have imagined that this vividly lifelike sprout was, in fact, a form of spiritual artifact. The direct reward of such a practical, yet aesthetically pleasing spiritual tool to both direct disciples and inner disciples elucidated why countless individuals within the sect were so fervently drawn to these 2 statuses. Shu Chang'e delved into 2 droplets of dew, and within her mind's eye, intricate edifices adorned with exquisite beams and painted rafters vividly materialized. Every eave and tile was crafted with meticulous attention to detail, embodying a sense of thoroughness. How splendid it is! The sect's yuling is indeed highly esteemed. The master craftsman behind its design is renowned in the realm of cultivation for his exquisite skills, and the artifacts he forges are both delicate and visually captivating. Even trinkets that may seem trivial to others are fervently sought after by countless female cultivators. It is therefore no surprise that the sect's yuling was fashioned to be so beautifully alluring. Shu Chang'e focused on the tender sprout she held between her fingers, her gaze silently inquiring. Ahem, that esteemed master is quite particular about his creations. He disapproves of any alterations. Thus the design of the yuling remains immutable. The senior brother, familiar with such expressions, quickly responded, grinning sheepishly while scratching his head. Indeed, he was correct. Yen Ziyu retrieved his own yuling from his storage space to showcase to Shu Chang'e, revealing a similar sprout, though entirely gilded. Speaking of this senior brother, whether in sword energy or spiritual power, his manifestations were purely golden, perhaps indicative of a cultivator with a golden spiritual root. The lingering aura of spiritual energy alters its form. Indeed, the senior brother assisted Yen Ziyu in completing the remainder, just as with the senior brother's yuling. The differing attributes of spiritual energy would induce a change in color, albeit merely superficial, without any concerns regarding quality. Each yuling bears the same exterior, yet the internal sanctum varies, showcasing an array of distinct styles. Shu Chang'e decisively chose the very first item he had observed. All right, master brother, and you too, junior brother. Take care on your way. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek my assistance. As he stepped outside, the enthusiastic voice of his senior brother echoed in his ears, leaving one to ponder whether it was directed at Yen Ziyu or merely a reflection of Shu Chang'e's status as a true disciple. Ayu, and little Chang'e, you seem a bit slow. I've been waiting for a while, remarked Jingyao Jinren, who had been meditating in mid-air beneath a tree, unnoticed by the bustling crowd. Even the conversation between Shu Chang'e and Yen Ziyu failed to attract any attention. Master, I apologize for the wait. they said in unison. Enough of that. Take the Yuling and let us depart. I shall accompany little Chang'e to explore the wonders of this artifact. Without further ado, Jingyao Jinren led them atop a beam of sword light, shielded from the fierce winds, and in an instant, they traversed vast distances, arriving before Tianyan Peak in the blink of an eye. This is Tianyan Peak. Your master brother and second master brother have chosen a spot above the ethereal lake nearby to place the Yuling. What are your thoughts, little Chang'e? Jingyao Jinren inquired. The three now faced the summit of Tianyan Peak, where Shu Chang'e beheld the majestic Tianyan Hall, resplendent under the sun. Following his gaze, Jingyao Jinren raised an eyebrow and smiled. The Tianyan Hall serves as the residence of the sect leader. Would you like to accompany your master there, little Chang'e? In the presence of the newly appointed master, Shu Chang'e often felt a sense of powerlessness. Grateful for the master's attention, he remarked that he could manage alone. Ah well, it just so happens that I have noticed several exquisite locations for you to choose from, the master replied. At the behest of Jingyao, Shu Chang'e and Yan Ziyu were led to various places, aided by the swift art of sword flight, making the journey rather effortless. This will suffice, thank you, master. Jingyao waved his hand dismissively. Little Chang'e, the bond between master and disciple resembles that of father and son. There is no need for such formality with me. I have no fondness for empty gestures. Shu Chang'e, harboring some skepticism toward this statement, quietly acquiesced. Watching this familiar scene unfold, Yan Ziyu felt a complex mix of emotions, as he was reminded of his own past, always feeling drained in the presence of his master. Now, the same scenario replayed, merely with different individuals. Chapter 45. Determination. The method of using the Yuling was straightforward. One merely needed to infuse a trace of their spiritual energy, allowing it to swirl until it bore their unique signature. The green leaf bud in Shu Chang'e's palm had transformed into a deep shade of purple, with arcs of lightning dancing upon it, creating a subtle connection between him and the Yuling. For reasons unknown, his spiritual energy seemed distinct from others, with the arcs of lightning within it remaining incomprehensible to even him. Indeed, the transformation of spiritual roots is remarkable. Little Chang'e, your level of spiritual transformation is likely extraordinary, Jingyao observed, surprised by the aggressive energy emanating from the arcs in his young disciple's hands. Level? The transformation of spiritual roots is a broad term. Within it lies a subdivision of transformation levels. You may wish to peruse the library at your leisure, Yan Ziyu replied, catching Jingyao's gaze. The master was not inclined to answer all of his disciples' inquiries. He believed that knowledge accessible through reading was not worth his time to impart, as his disciples needed to learn to think independently. Nonetheless, he was always willing to address issues that required verbal or practical teaching or those pertaining to cultivation. Under Jingyao's guidance, the Yuling was placed in midair, above a playful group of Meng beasts. As the Yuling descended, connected by a delicate thread of energy, Shu Chang'e felt a shift within him, and the Yuling rapidly grew, blossoming into a lush tree. The tree, entirely purple and adorned with flickering arcs of lightning, resembled an exquisite crystal sculpture to the untrained eye. True to its status as a spiritual artifact, upon halting its growth, it had transformed the previously barren ground into a rich expanse of dark soil, dotted with large and small stones. The earth extended wildly, and as Shu Chang'e was elevated by Jingyao's sword light, he bore witness to this miraculous transformation. In mere moments, a sizable floating isle appeared before the trio, though it remained barren and scattered with uneven stones. Look again, Yan Ziyu's voice urged from beside him, prompting Shu Chang'e to glance down. He saw the majestic tree shake gently, releasing a cascade of purple leaves that swirled down like snowflakes, blanketing the entire isle. As the leaves settled into the earth, vibrant life surged forth, with vitality rising from the soil. Tiny green sprouts ignited like stars, rapidly transforming from scattered blooms into a verdant expanse, interspersed with clusters of flowers. Unfazed by the recent shedding of countless leaves, the tree trembled once more, and minuscule dewdrops, barely visible, fell to the lush ground below, vanishing as if they had never existed. Soon after, an exquisitely ornate pavilion emerged, seemingly materializing from thin air. Thus, the placement of the Yuling was complete, and the spiritual energy within the floating heaven secret realm began to converge within the pavilion's gathering formation. Consequently, a haven rich in spiritual energy, comfortable in environment, and safeguarded by formations was established. Little Chang'e, you are yet a novice. This space appears somewhat empty. Allow me to furnish it for you, Jingyao said, waving his sleeve. Countless flecks of light cascaded down, arranging themselves according to an incomprehensible pattern to Shu Chang'e. Within moments, the once barren isle was adorned with a plethora of lush spiritual plants, among which Shu Chang'e recognized several rare herbs from his alchemy lessons, specifically designated by Jingyao in a corner of his residence. I currently lack suitable spiritual soil, but I shall have someone deliver some to you in due course. Areas rich in spiritual herbs are beneficial for cultivation, so do keep an eye on them, little Chang'e. To others, this act might seem extravagant, yet to Jingyao, it was merely ornamental. With a gentle flick of his finger, a red jade hairpin in the shape of a green bird materialized before Shu Chang'e. Jingyao had long grown accustomed to his young disciple catching it with a cleansing charm. Those with the pure immortal body often exhibited such behaviors. Under the influence of their immortal essence, they instinctively repelled any object that lacked their spiritual energy, requiring their belongings to be imbued with their essence. This resemblance to the canine behavior of the mortal realm briefly crossed Jingyao's mind, but he dispelled such thoughts, addressing Shu Chang'e with a warm tone. This is a spiritual artifact I acquired in my youth. It may not hold great power, but is perfectly suited for a novice disciple. It can aid in focus, dispel malevolence, and also serves as a storage device. It is fortuitous that it is of use to you. I have placed several items within it for you to examine. Keep what you find useful and discard the rest. Feeling the warm jade pin in his palm, Shu Chang'e nodded slightly and expressed his gratitude softly. The steady and reliable senior brother, Yin, placed 2 items before him with the same gesture. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy, Shu Chang'e's brow twitched. The master had gifted him a spiritual artifact, and now his senior brother presented him with both a spiritual artifact and a rare treasure, a string of black jade beads and a radiant purple crystal. Shu Chang'e was able to sense a familiar spiritual energy emanating from the crystal, alongside a jubilant vitality that invigorated the organs. This was the Linglong heart, where each exquisite black jade bead served as a compartment for storage. Yan Ziyu pointed towards the string of beads, then directed her fingertip towards the crystal. This was the essence of the earth thunder, which nourished the grains and was particularly beneficial for cultivators with thunder roots. As she spoke, the spiritual energy stirred, and she placed the earth thunder essence into the Linglong heart. Instantly, one of the black jade beads radiated with starlight, reminiscent of a night sky. Yan Ziyu remarked, "The essence of earth thunder is one of the 5 thunders of heaven and earth. Should you encounter the remaining 4 by chance, junior brother, strive to subdue them, for they will be of great benefit to you." Shu Chang'e, very well. Witnessing the gifts bestowed by his eldest disciple, which far surpassed his own as a master, the smile on Jingyao Zhenren's face nearly faltered. He carefully retrieved a long jade box, crafted from the rarest spirit jade, from an inconspicuous storage space on his person. "I had initially intended to present this to you after the formal apprenticeship ceremony," he mused, stroking the jade box with a sense of nostalgia. He then extended it towards him. "When your 2 senior brothers entered the fold, I gifted them each a fragment of the Qianling sword spirit. Today, little Chang'e, as my closing disciple, this final piece I bestow upon you. Cherish it well." Shu Chang'e gracefully accepted the jade box with both hands, pausing momentarily before placing it within his delicate heart. He then lifted his garments and knelt upright before the esteemed Master Jingyao, performing a swift bow to pay his respects. Disciple Shu Chang'e pays homage to Master. A gentle force lifted him from the brilliance of the sword light, as Master Jingyao gazed upon him with kind and joyful eyes. "Excellent, young Chang'e. As you enter my tutelage, I shall be your most steadfast pillar of support. I am aware of your extraordinary nature and your immaculate celestial body. However, Chang'e, you must remember that while being exceptional and possessing an untainted form are advantageous on your path to immortality, they should not lead to arrogance or complacency. They do not wholly constitute your strength. Do you comprehend?" Master Jingyao's earnest teachings resonated in his ears like the resounding notes of a grand bell. Shu Chang'e's expression grew serious, and he responded decisively, "I comprehend. Thank you for your guidance, Master." His voice resonated with conviction, embodying a belief he had held steadfastly. "Thus, Chang'e, remember your words today, and do not let your teacher down. Yes, the path of immortality is long, and it is filled with enchanting distractions. What Shu Chang'e sought was simply the power to wield his own destiny amidst the cosmos. He yearned to witness the myriad affairs of the world within the realm of cultivation, traversing the expanse of heaven and earth. This endeavor is fraught with difficulty, yet he is prepared to devote himself entirely to it. Chapter 46. Ice Soul and Pure Spirit. After performing the customary apprenticeship rites and receiving a plethora of treasures, Shu Chang'e was escorted to Floating Isle by the esteemed Master Jingyao. After imparting some parting advice and transmitting several cultivation techniques, he hurriedly departed with Yin Ziyu, as it seemed urgent matters awaited them within the sect. With the departure of Master Jingyao and Yin Ziyu, the Floating Isle returned to its serene tranquility. Shu Chang'e gazed up at the vast golden array enveloping the sky, reminiscent of his initial encounter upon entering. Although his status and identity now stood in stark contrast to his former self, the Floating Sky sect remained largely unchanged, merely boasting a few hundred new disciples. Hardly making a ripple, collecting his thoughts, he turned to the massive stone beside him, contemplating for a moment before grasping the Chinque red jade hairpin in his hand. With a surge of spiritual energy, the hairpin elongated dramatically, transforming into a scarlet jade sword, with the Chinque serving as the hilt and the wings forming the guard. With the sword in hand, Shu Chang'e, familiar with its weight, raised it and elegantly inscribed the characters Luo Jiutian in a flourish reminiscent of a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing. Henceforth, the Floating Isle belonging to Shu Chang'e would be renamed Luo Jiutian. After returning the Chinque red jade hairpin to his Linglong heart, he strolled from the edge of the isle toward the pavilion, pondering his forthcoming plans. Mastery of the sword control technique was essential, and it was time to return to the mortal realm to organize various matters alongside his cultivation. Lost in thought as he meticulously arranged his tasks, Shu Chang'e unwittingly entered the pavilion, only to regain his awareness upon sitting in the corridor facing the courtyard, chuckling softly at his own behavior. The blank plaque of the pavilion now bore the 3 characters Chinque Pavilion, mirroring the name of his dwelling at home. This pavilion not only featured a spirit-gathering array but also a dust-cleansing formation, a spatial version of the cleansing spell, in addition to a formidable extermination array. With spiritual energy enhancing his vision, he marveled at the 9 resplendent array symbols adorning the formation. It was no wonder that the outside world revered the sect's protective formations for true disciples, beginning at the profound level. The cave pavilion comprised 3 formations, and the Floating Isle was no exception, housing a spirit resonance array that, while not particularly lethal, would relay anyone stepping onto the isle back to the center of the formation, precisely where the pavilion's coverage lay. With everything impeccable, Shu Chang'e settled comfortably into a meditative posture, finally affording himself the opportunity to reflect upon his recent gains. Slowly closing his eyes, his consciousness swiftly delved inward. Upon opening them, he meticulously inspected the injuries within his body, noticing that under the healing powers of the pure immortal body, the damage to his meridians had completely healed, requiring only a gentle nurturing of spiritual energy. The source of that mysterious force, however, had seemingly vanished, but with a newfound understanding, Shu Chang'e remained unperturbed. Confirming that his injuries posed no further threat, he redirected his focus to his mind. At that moment, the sea of consciousness was bustling with activity, filled with projections of various techniques in a myriad of colors occupying his vision. Shu Chang'e's purpose was unequivocal. He remained indifferent to the other surging projections of martial arts. He plunged his consciousness into a singular projection that emanated a chilling white light. Cold. A wave of icy chill enveloped Shu Chang'e's consciousness, causing him to shudder involuntarily, as if his very thoughts were on the verge of freezing. Shu Chang'e withdrew his consciousness, pausing momentarily before venturing forth again. After several attempts, he finally acclimated to the chilling essence of the technique's projection. Enduring the cold, he utilized his consciousness to survey the pristine, snow-laden expanse around him. The realm in which his consciousness resided was akin to a frigid, elevated mountain range, desolate yet adorned with clusters of ice crystals that resembled blooming flowers, encircling a central orb of white ice emanating a piercing chill. The immaculate celestial body, born of ethereal essence, remained concealed within, eluding the understanding of those in the mortal realm who merely grasped its surface while failing to penetrate its depths, a truly laughable predicament. An enigmatic voice resonated through this realm, imparting the cultivation methods of the immaculate celestial body, teachings transmitted from the revered Master Fengtian into his mind. Unlike the rudimentary comprehension of the immaculate celestial body found in the realm of cultivation, The celestial realm possessed a far more intricate understanding, even knowing how to unlock the full potential of the immaculate celestial body. Yet, perhaps by the design of the heavenly laws, no immaculate celestial body had ever emerged within the celestial realm. The study of this divine form only commenced following the ascension of one who had successfully traversed from the realm of cultivation. That ascendant was the very individual whose success was recorded in the jade slip bestowed upon him by Yin Ziyu, a revelation he had not anticipated to hear again, this time emanating from the celestial realm. The formless power of purity would manifest in an environment rich with spiritual energy, appearing to aid the possessor of the celestial body when faced with life-threatening injuries. This referred to the force that had emerged when Shu Chang'e experienced backlash during the trial in the secret realm. The immaculate celestial body thrives on purity. By employing pure spiritual substances as a catalyst, one could unify with the power of purity, thereby maximizing the might of the celestial body. The nameless voice continued to elucidate, and Shu Chang'e found himself enlightened, gaining a lucid understanding of the cultivation of the immaculate celestial body. It was not immutable. Rather, impurities from the lack of spiritual energy could diminish its potency significantly. Should the possessor of the immaculate celestial body wish to practice the method of the ice soul and pure spirit, they must first nurture the power of purity before advancing further. As the reverberating voice gradually faded, Shu Chang'e realized that the energy of this mental imprint had nearly been exhausted, and the method of cultivating the ice soul and pure spirit had been indelibly etched into his mind. "Thank you, esteemed predecessor," he expressed sincerely. Despite being unaware of the source from which Master Fengtian had acquired the cultivation methods or the identity of the enigmatic figure, he bowed respectfully in gratitude. Subsequently, Shu Chang'e directed his consciousness closer to the chilling white ice orb. The information relayed to him revealed that this was a pure spiritual substance named Yuyin Dianxue, smuggled from the celestial realm by Fengtian, unbeknownst to the realm's consciousness. The current appearance of the white ice orb did not reflect the true form of this spiritual entity. Since its inception, the icy mantle had enveloped the Dianxue, ensuring its purity remained intact. Shu Chang'e's spiritual energy, harnessed through the connection of divine consciousness, gradually enveloped the white ice pearl, drawing it back into his own being. The portion of divine awareness that came into contact with the ice pearl was nearly extinguished under Shu Chang'e's command, prompting him to hasten his movements in alarm. The white ice pearl was securely transported to his dantian, where it floated atop a mysterious violet vortex. Shu Chang'e could perceive the once fluent whirlpool of spiritual energy growing sluggish under the chilling essence seeping from Yu Yun's snowflakes. Even the tail of the energy vortex began to be adorned with delicate frost. Shu Chang'e, wary and cautious, devoted himself to the cultivation principles of the ice soul and pure spirit, channeling the floating sky immortal technique to its utmost limits, an endeavor he had never before attempted. The process of spiritual energy absorption traditionally emphasizes gradual progression. To consume it in such a ravenous manner would typically lead to self-destruction and the damaging of meridians unless one is on the brink of a breakthrough. Yet, what the ice soul and pure spirit required was precisely the influx of spiritual energy accompanied by a multitude of impurities. The languid spiritual energy from the surroundings was irresistibly drawn to him, swirling and coiling around Shu Chang'e's form. To an observer utilizing spiritual sight, it would be apparent that not only was there the essence of thunderous energy enveloping him, but also lang of other elemental energies. The kaleidoscopic array of spiritual energies cloaked Shu Chang'e completely, resembling a peculiar orb of rainbow-like energy at first glance. However, the foreign spiritual energies, which did not belong to the thunder essence, overwhelmed him with discomfort, akin to having one's most detested substance forcibly thrust into their mouth when already satiated. This sensation made him nauseous. The recently healed meridians were now provoked by the influx of diverse energies, causing a dull ache. The tremendous flow of spiritual power from the thunder root surged violently within him, shattering the previously orderly cycle of energy within his body. The sudden surge of pain compelled Shu Chang'e to emit a cry of distress, his finely crafted brows knitting tightly. His internal state was a chaotic turmoil. The flow of spiritual energy was stagnated, the spirals of energy teetered on the brink of collapse, and his meridians throbbed painfully, with his spiritual root flickering ominously, all of which was truly disconcerting. just as Shu Chang'e began to doubt the validity of this technique and contemplated ceasing his efforts. The previously dormant power of purity, which had been quietly expelling impurities, finally stirred to life. It seemed to have just recognized the tumultuous mass of chaotic energies within him. The formless power of purity, imbued with a refreshing chill, emanated from the base of his spiritual root. In that moment, Shu Chang'e, fully immersed in concentration, realized that this elusive, pure, immortal body, which had long caused him countless tribulations in the mortal realm, was indeed a concealed sanctuary. To his astonishment, he discovered that the spiritual root could coexist harmoniously with the essence of the pure, immortal body. The circulating power of purity unfurled into countless delicate threads, intricately entwining around his meridians. Each tremor of these threads could induce a ripple through the chaotic energies within him, gradually expelling the myriad of impurities that were a mix of gray and black. While the power of purity diligently performed its task, Shu Chang'e intended to disrupt it. However, the unperturbed force of purity, which had never acknowledged him before, remained indifferent to his mental nudges, fixated solely on the tumultuous mass of mixed energies. As Shu Chang'e's spirit stirred, he exerted all his energy to manipulate the swirling vortex of spiritual power imbued with glimmering frost. Under the influence of his cultivation technique, the frost was swiftly dissolved by the thunderous spiritual energy, and the vortex returned to a state resonant with Shu Chang'e's will. The technique continued to operate, the vortex pulling the thunderous energy into the dark abyss at its center, subsequently releasing dense wisps of spiritual mist. The other elemental energies, initially resistant to Shu Chang'e's control, found themselves irresistibly drawn into the vortex, coalescing into a substantial mass of spiritual power under the enthusiastic embrace of the thunderous energy and the white ice orbs. Shu Chang'e persevered, employing the power of Lei Ling to gradually drive the solitary and wandering foreign spiritual forces into the grand energy mass residing in the Dantian. The pure force, dedicated to eliminating impurities, sensed that the detestable impurities, which had once permeated throughout its body, had somehow shifted to another location, causing its trembling motions to cease. Shu Chang'e could perceive the pristine power as one of its thicker strands loosened from the meridians, hesitantly swaying about, akin to a creature extending its antennae to sense the world. Observing this scene with a stoic expression, Shu Chang'e had not anticipated that the manifestation of the pristine power would take such a form. Within the vast sphere of spiritual energy, numerous impurities lingered, and the conglomeration of gas resembled a colossal luminous pearl, drawing the pristine power towards it. The tightly entwined strands swiftly fell away, and the formidable pristine power appeared slender, scarcely the thickness of a finger. According to the Ice Soul's essence, the pristine power contained within an untainted celestial body should embody an immense force, vast enough to reside within every inch of the flesh and blood of its master. In contrast, the minuscule mass of pristine power, now merely a small cluster nestled at the root of Shu Chang'e's spirit, was pitiably weak. It was no wonder that, apart from the superior perception bestowed by the celestial body itself, Shu Chang'e could no longer experience the might of the pristine celestial form. Even during the purification process of absorbing spiritual energy, Shu Chang'e noticed no significant difference in speed compared to others. It was only as the alluring pristine power approached the Dantian that it sensed something peculiar, hesitatingly lingering between the white ice pearl and the sphere of spiritual energy. Evidently intrigued by both, Shu Chang'e gazed quietly, noting that the method of cultivating the ice soul and pure spirit was not elaborated upon at this stage. He could only rely on his observations to ascertain the appropriate course of action. Ultimately, it was the most palpable aura of disdain that prompted the pure force to make a decision. The transparent pure force, within Shu Chang'e's perception, penetrated the chaotic mass of spiritual energy, and as it trembled and quivered, countless impurities were expelled to the surface of his body, transforming the once dim spiritual energy into a radiant and pure form, joyfully undulating atop the vortex. Sensing a significant enhancement in his mastery over this peculiar spiritual energy, Shu Chang'e focused his thoughts, urging the mass of energy to descend and engage with the vortex. There was only a slight resistance, yet the non-thunder attribute energies were swiftly absorbed by the vortex. Surprised by this scene, Shu Chang'e observed that the vortex seemed unaffected by the assimilation of the other energies, continuing to exhale a dense purple mist as ever. The spiritual mist exuded during the foundational stage differed from that at the pinnacle of qi refinement. It did not obstruct his internal vision. Within the thick, almost tangible spiritual mist, Shu Chang'e was still able to discern the condition within his body with clarity. After addressing the suddenly emerging impurities, the pure force did not vanish as it had during the healing process. Instead, it began to meander gradually towards the nearby white ice pearl, curiously drawing near to perceive its essence. Shu Chang'e, having withdrawn from her introspective state, opened her eyes, finding herself at a loss for words. With a slight twitch of her lips, she rose to cast several purification spells upon her soiled self. Subsequently, she circled around the hot spring, inspecting it thoroughly to ensure it was impeccably clean, devoid of any trace of filth. Before she felt at ease to disrobe and immerse herself in the water, as she submerged in the warm, ethereal waters of the spirit pool, Shu Chang'e felt every pore of her being open wide, greedily absorbing the soothing embrace of the liquefied spiritual energy that enveloped her. Closing her eyes, she delved once more into her inner vision. The scene before her mirrored the previous one, yet the pure force she had tentatively approached was drawn irresistibly towards the inner essence of Yuyin Dianjin. It incessantly entwined and rubbed against the outer layer of the white ice beads, attempting to pry away this bothersome entity. After observing for a while and confirming that this pure force had indeed been captivated by Yuyin Dianjin, Shu Chang'e felt a sense of relief wash over her. The torment she had just endured was not in vain. She had successfully navigated one of the most challenging phases of the Ice Soul's essence. Now, all that remained was to forge a mental imprint of the heart and spirit. Shu Chang'e silently recited, steadying her mind. As she followed the binding method imparted by the Ice Soul and pure spirit, her consciousness merged with her spiritual power, casting intricate seals. These profound seals seemed to embody the ultimate truths of the universe, granting Shu Chang'e a sense of enlightenment. It was only when her mind grew weary that the numerous seals were initially completed. Taking a moment to recuperate, Shu Chang'e swiftly allocated a small fragment of her consciousness to encompass the imprint of her spirit. Subsequently, she deftly avoided the pristine force that tightly ensnared Yuyin Dianjue, cautiously allowing her consciousness to seep delicately into the frigid depths of the Yuyin Dianjue. This Yuyin Dianjue was a shade of white so pure that it appeared as a singular, flawless snowflake, its edges imperceptible. Despite her instinctive recognition that this was undeniably a snowflake, Shu Chang'e could not afford to dwell on such notions. Before her consciousness could freeze, she ignited that small fragment of awareness with a flash of purple light, embedding a complex mark into the Yuyin Dianjue, from which a faint connection began to resonate. Upon witnessing the scene, Shu Chang'e felt a surge of joy, her brows and eyes relaxing. The icy soul and pure spirit had successfully cultivated. Chapter 47. The Wind Rises, Qingke Pavilion. Shu Chang'e's half-body was concealed beneath the ethereal waters of the spirit pool, remaining utterly still as his consciousness delved into the transformations occurring within him. The silent imprint forged by the ice soul and pure spirit remained unnoticed by the pristine force that was engrossed in dissolving the white ice orbs. The diligence of the latter stirred a twinge of discomfort in Shu Chang'e's heart, for during the preceding decade, he had not felt the slightest assistance from the pristine force. Instead, this constitution had brought forth a plethora of troubles. It was only in the years spent at the unseen mountain that he came to learn of the existence of the pure, immortal body. After a prolonged observation and confirming that the pristine force would not abandon the Yuyin Point Snow to return to the spiritual route in the short term, Shu Chang'e felt a sense of relief wash over him. He opened his eyes and rose to don his garments. The shell of Yuyin Point Snow served as a medium through which the pristine force intertwined. As long as the pristine force sought to draw near to Yuyin Point Snow, it would incessantly dissolve the white ice orbs encasing it. Before long, Shu Chang'e would be able to capture the pristine force infused within Yuyin Point Snow. With the imprint engraved upon it, he could formally commence his cultivation of the ice soul and pure spirit technique, aiding the pristine force in augmenting its foundational strength, thereby restoring the pure immortal body to its original, untainted state. As Shu Chang'e adjusted his robe, he paused, tilting his head towards a certain direction outside the Qingke Pavilion. Upon stepping out of the meditation chamber, he discovered that the formation of the cave dwelling had autonomously activated during his cultivation, barring any intruders from entry. "Thank you for your efforts." He gazed at the spirit puppet standing at the entrance, lost in thought. It was far more exquisite in craftsmanship than the wooden puppets he had encountered at Unseen Mountain. He had not expected the sect to employ spirit puppets for errands, as the crafting of such puppets demanded significantly more resources than their wooden counterparts. They could comprehend numerous commands and possess the strength of a 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Without further ado, I am Shu Chang'e, a direct disciple. The year's cultivation resources and other matters pertaining to the sect have been delivered. Please accept them. The wooden voice emanating from the spirit puppet's line-drawn mouth left Shu Chang'e speechless as he controlled several storage bags with his spiritual energy, utterly perplexed by how the spirit puppet was able to produce sound. Receipt confirmed. Task completed. The spirit puppet, engrossed in its own task, blinked its dark stone-like eyes slowly. Subsequently, to Shu Chang'e's bemusement, several unknown materials sprouted as leaves from its head, and with a flutter of these leaves, the light form of the puppet soared off in a certain direction. Retrieving his gaze from the departing figure, Shu Chang'e turned back into his abode. To be honest, he was somewhat intrigued about which master craftsman within the sect had created this spirit puppet. Arranging the storage bags before him, Shu Chang'e recalled that he needed to check the contents of his own storage space. The spiritual artifacts gifted to him by Master Jingyao and Yin Ziyu also possessed storage functionalities, which he had yet to examine. The Linglong heart adorned his wrist, currently holding only 2 black jade orbs filled with items, one of which contained the essence of land mines. Even within the confines of the Linglong heart, Shu Chang'e could still draw upon the vitality of the land mine essence. The other black jade orb contained various highly practical items gifted by Yin Ziyu, such as an array of superior elixirs, tens of thousands of spirit stones, thousands of spirit crystals, and various spiritual herbs housed within jade boxes. He could not fathom what intentions lay behind these gifts. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array of items, Shu Chang'e decided to peruse them all swiftly, resolving to revisit them when needed. From the Linglong heart, he extracted 5 resplendent talismans, pursing his lips thoughtfully. These talismans were not mere symbols from the realms of alchemy or talisman crafting. Rather, they were sealed with formidable offensive techniques, founded upon the spirit-gathering talisman. In Shu Chang'e's hand lay 5 ink talismans, each imbued with the familiar sword aura of Yin Ziyu. These talismans contained the full force strikes of a nascent soul cultivator, amplified by the inherent might of a sword cultivator. Shu Chang'e estimated that even other nascent soul experts would find it difficult to withstand their power. Silently, he etched this gesture of goodwill into his heart, deeply moved. One must understand that crafting such ink talismans is not only exorbitantly expensive, but also painstakingly difficult. The process of sealing such formidable power within them is fraught with the risk of failure. The 5 talismans in his grasp undoubtedly represented countless hours of Yin Ziyu's painstaking effort. Exhaling slowly, Shu Chang'e carefully stored the talismans away. Within the confines of his Linglong heart, these were likely the most valuable treasures he possessed, second only to the essence of earth thunder. Having steadied his emotions, Shu Chang'e removed the green sparrow ruby hairpin from his hair. This spiritual artifact, now used to secure his locks, served to calm his mind and focus his spirit. The hairpin, as an artifact, exuded an understated yet opulent elegance, precisely the aesthetic favored by the venerable Jingyao Zhenren. As Shu Chang'e extended his divine sense into the ruby hairpin, he was momentarily dazzled. Squinting, he gradually discerned the scene within this spatial realm. Jingyao Zhenren had mentioned storing quite a few things inside, but quite a few was an understatement. The 1,000-square-meter space was chaotically crammed with an assortment of objects, a stark contrast to the meticulously organized Linglong heart. Here, disorder reigned supreme. It was evident that Jingyao Zhenren had haphazardly tossed in anything he found intriguing or amusing, likely to the point where even he himself had no clear recollection of what lay within. Shu Chang'e's consciousness disdainfully withdrew from the interior of the jade hairpin, repulsed by the disarray within. He found the state of the hairpin so unsatisfactory that he hesitated to keep it adorning his head. With a stoic expression, he sought a clear space outside to meticulously extract and categorize the items stored within the hairpin, placing them into the exquisite heart. Given that this hairpin was intended for hairstyling, he resolved to forego its use as a storage device. Calmly, he channeled his thunderous spiritual energy, unleashing arcs of lightning that obliterated a gaudy handkerchief of no practical use. As he continued his organization, he had already disposed of various inconsequential items, including but not limited to an inexplicable handkerchief, the desiccated remains of magical beasts, and an assortment of ordinary stones. Ultimately, he salvaged several intriguing magical artifacts and treasures, along with a considerable cache of spirit crystals, likely placed there by the esteemed Jingyao Jinren specifically for him, as they were arranged in an exceptionally neat and conspicuous manner. Additionally, he discovered a small pouch containing seeds of indeterminate spiritual plants, around 10 types of rare materials used for refining, a chest filled with mundane gold, silver, and jewels, alongside other miscellaneous items that he chose to set aside for the moment. What remained were several storage bags recently delivered by the spirit puppet, which contained a bountiful supply of spirit stones, various medicinal pills with distinct effects, and the finely crafted gold and iron swords provided by the sect to each disciple. These standardized long swords, constructed from decent materials and bearing the emblem of the Floating Heaven sect, were elegantly forged and classified as treasures, perfectly befitting the identity of a sect disciple. Many new disciples often wielded these gold and iron swords until they discovered more suitable weapons for themselves. Shu Chang'e cast a glance at the object before setting it aside, for he had other, far superior choices. Another storage bag belonged to his true disciple's attire, consisting of a white robe adorned with silver embroidery at the cuffs and chest, while the hem and belt featured mystical insignias. It bore a striking similarity to the attire worn by Yan Ziyu, albeit lacking the latter's golden trimmings. The disciples of the Floating Heaven sect donned garments inscribed with runic formations, providing a degree of defensive capability, alongside Shu Chang'e's preferred attributes of being impervious to dust and immune to the elements. Once the pure power of the ice soul and pure spirit was nurtured, even without relying on the enchanted robe, he would remain untouched by the world. Contemplating the pure power within him and the presence of Yu Yun Dianzhu, Shu Chang'e felt a surge of elation. The physical affliction that had long troubled him was finally on the verge of resolution and promised to greatly enhance his strength. How could he not be overjoyed? After dedicating some time to meticulously categorizing and organizing his belongings within his mind, Shu Chang'e exhaled a sigh of relief. It was the perfect moment for cultivation. The spirals of spiritual energy within him devoured a substantial influx of power, and coupled with the previously expanded meridians through foreign spiritual forces, he could sense that the threshold of the mid-foundation stage was tantalizingly close. Master, what has transpired? Yan Ziyu, who had been taken away by the esteemed Jingyao Jinren, stood a half-step back and inquired. The sword light flickered across the distance, moving with such speed that it appeared as mere fleeting glimmers. Jingyao Jinren stood with his hands clasped behind his back, raising an eyebrow at the question, his smile undiminished and seemingly untroubled, merely indicating that some petty individuals harbored ill intentions. Yan Ziyu remained composed. Has the sect investigated? Jingyao Jinren shook his head. Not yet. He seemed somewhat indifferent. Our Floating Heaven sect has enjoyed tranquility for too long. Many have likely forgotten the overwhelming might of the immortal sect. This incident serves as a reminder, a demonstration of blood to those who lurk in the shadows. After speaking, Jingyao Jinren turned to gaze at Yan Ziyu, and after a pause, broke into a radiant smile. Yiyu, what do you think of entrusting this matter to you? I see you are nearing the out-of-body stage. This is a perfect opportunity for you to test your skills and refine your resolve. Unperturbed, Yan Ziyu contemplated for a moment before acquiescing to the request. Master, should I call that rascal ASU back for assistance? It's outrageous that he hasn't returned to check in. Master. Alas, as the little ones grow, they gain their freedom and wander about. You are the most thoughtful. Chapter 48. The empty sound pool. The Floating Heaven sect, suffused with ethereal energy, flourished in peace, its disciples bustling about with vigor. Among the most bustling areas of the sect were the Wanxiang Courtyard, the Sunluo Courtyard, and the Sword Testing Plaza, where activity thrived in the air. Swift streams of light brushed perilously close to Shu Chang'e, prompting him to furrow his brow and carefully regulate the speed and direction of his sword light, wary of any lapse in focus. Bang! You scoundrel! Which practitioner of swordsmanship has failed to master their craft and is now causing trouble? A senior sister's furious roar echoed from the misty lake below, her voice resonating through the skies. Shu Chang'e was already accustomed to the commotion. He leisurely stepped on his sword light, evading the oncoming figure, pondering that by the time he reached his destination, his swordsmanship would likely see considerable improvement. How curious! Sensing the presence of those who wielded sword techniques with little proficiency and whose auras barely reached the foundation stage, Shu Chang'e mused. Logically, The Floating Heaven sect accepted new disciples every decade, and according to the sect's selection criteria, there should not be so many foundation stage disciples within this 10-year span. Moreover, these individuals were not among those he had trained with at the Weijin Mountain. Thus, where did they come from? This too posed an intriguing question. Suppressing his queries, Shu Chang'e silently channeled more spiritual energy, hastening the speed of his sword light, which traced a gentle violet hue across the air. After a brief retreat, he swiftly broke through to the mid-foundation stage, his cultivation flowing effortlessly without encountering any hindrance. In an excellent state, Shu Chang'e decisively immersed himself in the teachings left by Jingyao Zhenren and the comprehensive Floating Heaven Immortal Scripture, spending a day in contemplation and gaining some insights. Following this period of cultivation, even his newly attained mid-foundation stage was firmly established, with a long-lasting spiritual aura. At the transmission peak, after confirming several times, Shu Chang'e withdrew his spiritual energy, dispersing the sword light as he gracefully descended, landing as lightly as a feather, stirring not a speck of dust. This was a form of movement within the Floating Heaven Immortal Scripture known as flowing light and mist, which initially allowed one to move with agility akin to a fluttering feather. But only after achieving a certain level of mastery could one truly cultivate into the essence of flowing light and mist, embodying its namesake, swift as light and ethereal as smoke. Its hallmarks included incredible speed, elusiveness, and a graceful beauty in movement, constituting a renowned characteristic of the Floating Heaven sect. Upon landing on the transmission peak, a place steeped in scholarly atmosphere, Shu Chang'e discreetly observed his surroundings. Jagged rocks were scattered about, and beneath the massive steps lay an immense pool, vast and seemingly boundless. Yet, it was not filled with flowing water, but rather a dense mist. The white fog coalesced like clouds from the heavens. Touching it elicited an extraordinarily peculiar sensation, both present and elusive, indescribable in nature. This wondrous white mist pool was not devoid of life. Shu Chang'e occasionally spied an unknown creature resembling a fish. Entirely black, but with golden characters swirling within, gliding through the misty waters, occasionally leaping above the surface as if it were a fish in a stream. Shu Chang'e's feet found purchase upon the jade bridge arching over the misty pool, his mind intent on deciphering the meaning behind the inscriptions upon the peculiar fish. Yet, despite gazing intently for a considerable time, he could not ascertain their nature. Tears and ink were shed for the sake of writing, conveying sentiments across vast distances. The missive departed, taking along a fragment of the soul, leaving behind a hollow vessel. Suddenly, a voice emerged from his side. Shu Chang'e remained motionless, merely lifting his gaze to regard the newcomer. The individual was exceptionally tall, nearly matching Yin Ziyu in stature, and clad in attire akin to Shu Chang'e's own. However, the white garment was adorned not with silver trim, but with the distinctive crimson chain motifs of Liheng Peak. A dark blue jade identity token hung at his waist, upon which the characters for Liheng were entwined by chains of the same deep blue hue. For reasons unknown, the chains on the identity token differed in color from those on the disciple's attire. "Greetings, senior brother." Shu Chang'e acknowledged the newcomer with a bow, his demeanor remaining composed. Even though the other's presence resonated deeply within his perception, akin to a fathomless abyss, it bore a resemblance to the aura exuded by Yin Ziyu. The newcomer's expression was gentle, and his aura was well contained. Upon noticing Shu Chang'e's salute, he shook his head lightly, using his spiritual power to halt Shu Chang'e's motion. "There is no need for such formality among fellow disciples, especially since I share a good rapport with Ziyu. And you also seem to have befriended my newly arrived junior brother." He chuckled amiably, introducing himself. "I am Yu Huai from Liheng Peak, and this is my junior brother, Wan Yen." Shu Chang'e, recognizing from the other's attire and token that he was a direct disciple, was not surprised, though he had not anticipated that the individual would be Lan Yan's senior brother. "Tianyan Peak, Shu Chang'e," he replied. Yu Huai slightly bowed his head, observing this favored disciple of the sect leader, the most gifted of his generation, with curiosity barely concealed in his eyes. Hearing the self-introduction, he couldn't help but smile faintly. A rather aloof fellow, much like Ziyu. Does Tianyan Peak truly harbor such a distinctive character as Tsangyan Su? Shu Chang'e could sense the scrutiny in the other's gaze, yet he paid it no mind, for his behavior mirrored that of his counterpart. Yu Huai extended his hand to gently touch the railing atop the jade bridge, his voice flowing like a gentle breeze. The earlier verse served as the most fitting description of this picturesque scene. In the days of yore, the second-generation patriarchs of the Floating Heavens sect, namely the illustrious figures of Wenjun and the martial generals of their era, gathered together in a splendid display of talent, their extraordinary gifts shining brightly. Countless gifted sages, endowed with both charismatic personalities and formidable prowess, contributed to the flourishing of the Floating Heavens sect. Among them was a sage who called himself Wu Mo, humbly deeming himself a mere martial man devoid of literary knowledge, relying solely on his martial strength to serve the sect. Yet, it was this very Wu Mo who, in a moment of reflection as he approached the end of his ascension, realized that his journey had reached its conclusion. Soon he would bid farewell to his loved ones and return to the cosmos, his emotions overwhelming him as he wept upon the path of Transmission Peak. Thus, the empty sound pool emerged, and only after his demise did his fellow disciples and friends discover an abundance of techniques and insights within his cave dwelling, the origins of which remain a mystery. Yu Huai sighed, acknowledging that the teachings left behind by Wu Mo still predominantly resided within the library, greatly aiding the sect's myriad doctrines. Shu Chang'e gazed down at the empty Wenxi, silently absorbing Yu Huai's narration of this long-buried history. In his eyes, the obscure characters seemed to reflect the struggle and acceptance of a soul at the end of a forsaken path. The journey of cultivation is indeed long, fraught with challenges that seem insurmountable. Countless prodigies, dazzling the world with their brilliance, have perished in the sands of time, leaving their spirits to wander with the cosmos. Yet, with a deeper understanding of the road ahead, Shu Chang'e did not succumb to despair. Rather, he emerged more resolute. The path of enlightenment is arduous, and should he exhaust all his efforts and still fail, he would harbor no regrets. Shu Shidi, are you planning to select a cultivation method at the library? Noticing a fleeting shift in Shu Chang'e's emotions, which soon settled, the youth's youthful naivete gradually faded, revealing a growing composure. With remarkable insight, exceptional talent, and a commendable character, Ziyu truly has an extraordinary junior. Yu Huai marveled at this, yet he recognized that his own junior was no less impressive, explaining the bond the two shared. Indeed, Shu Chang'e raised his head, gazing toward the library pavilion. The library pavilion of the Floating Heavens sect was not a tangible edifice, but rather an imposing portal. This grand entrance, constructed from the ethereal spirit stone, exuded an air of antiquity, its surface bearing the marks of time that rendered it a testament to countless storms weathered. The inscriptions upon it remained an enigma to Shu Chang'e. The entrance formed a colossal tome, its pages occasionally turning of their own accord, the cover resembling some form of bark, revealing blank leaves within. This tome served as the spirit of the library, which cherished such a form, prompting the sect to specially forge this immense stone door for it. Yu Huai stood beside him, softly offering an introduction. The spirit would select the most suitable cultivation techniques for each disciple, and should one feel uncertain, they could consider the spirit's choices as guidance. Senior brother Xieyu advised. Yu Huai sighed. It is said there is no need for formality. Very well, you may enter. I shall seek your senior brother, should you have any inquiries. Feel free to come and find me. Shu Chang'e paused, not wanting to trouble brother Yu. Yu Huai, unperturbed, nodded amiably in response, and then departed, gliding away on a beam of sword light. The library. Shu Chang'e gazed intently at the three characters, her feet moving forward. Chapter 49, The Library. As she watched Yu Huai disappear into the distance, Shu Chang'e turned and approached the vast blank pages, transformed from the essence of the book's spirit. In the realm of cultivation, techniques and mental methods are uniformly classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, while high-tier techniques are profoundly enigmatic. This does not imply that a higher tier equates to superiority. Likewise, as mental methods and techniques ascend in rank, their potency increases, yet their intricacies deepen, rendering them difficult for those lacking sufficient talent to comprehend. They might require hundreds or even thousands of years to grasp, but mere fragments of wisdom. Just as Shu Chang'e and her companions practiced the simplified floating heaven technique, derived from the more complex floating heaven immortal technique, the intent was not only to prevent the sect's mental methods from spreading, but more importantly, to facilitate the disciples' understanding of the profound principles. It is only upon officially becoming disciples of the immortal sect that they would be instructed in the floating heaven immortal technique. Shu Chang'e's prior training aimed at modifying her mental methods, while simultaneously honing the intricate minor spells within. Revisiting a familiar mental method is not overly challenging. It simply involves retracing the steps already taken. As a true disciple, Shu Chang'e was imparted with the complete floating heaven immortal technique by Master Jingyao, thus sparing her from the necessity of seeking inheritance at the library after each breakthrough, unlike the outer and inner disciples. However, when her cultivation was insufficient, she could not access the content of the floating heaven immortal technique beyond the sea-breaking stage. Only upon her advancement to this stage would Master Jingyao's seal be lifted. The floating heaven immortal technique does not fall within the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Within the sect, it is commonly regarded as a mundane, non-ranked mental method, and whether others believe this is not their concern. In the floating heaven immortal sect, yellow tier techniques can be exchanged freely with sufficient merit points. Xian tier techniques have certain requirements regarding accumulated merit points and may occasionally be awarded to disciples. D tier techniques can only be obtained through sect rewards or by spending vast amounts of merit points after receiving a satisfactory evaluation from the sect, or through significant contributions that lead to direct commendation from the sect. Tian tier techniques are even more elusive. Inner disciples may aspire to them, while outer disciples dare not even dream. Naturally, this unspoken rule is unknown to the outer disciples. The outer and inner disciples of the floating heaven immortal sect appear to enjoy similar treatment. However, the difficulty of obtaining the same techniques is comparatively greater for outer disciples. Yet it does not deter them entirely. In reality, the techniques of D tier and above provided to outer disciples tend to be more commonplace and ordinary. This is simply because those allocated to the outer disciples often possess significant character flaws, making the sect's caution quite reasonable. As Shu Chang'e stood lost in thought, echoes of her conversation with Yan Ziyu resurfaced in her mind, while Master Jingyao silently observed them from behind, tacitly endorsing Yan Ziyu's actions. After a year of training on Wujin Mountain, the sect's evaluations and observations were laid bare before them, yet the latter aspect had never ceased. The floating heaven, an eternal beacon, signifies not merely the immortality and grandeur of the sect, but also its omniscient gaze upon all beings, surveying myriad phenomena. The sect's grasp on each disciple exceeds our imagination. The lamentations of the Wushuang prison have never reached the ears of the disciples. The weight of Yan Ziyu's words, like a tempest bearing down, threatened to suffocate Shu Chang'e. Even now, recalling it sends shivers down her spine. The floating heaven immortal sect, steadfast and enduring above countless beings in the realm of cultivation, relies not solely on a tranquil demeanor. Wushuang prison. The phrase lingered on her lips as Shu Chang'e regained her composure. She removed the red jade token from her person, allowing it to touch the blank page of the book's spirit, where ink-black characters began to stream forth from the point of contact, enveloping her in a cascade of knowledge. Countless images flashed before her eyes, and before she could scrutinize them, she found herself within the library contained in the essence of the book's spirit. Upon entering, she was greeted by towering, imposing bookshelves, meticulously lined with innumerable tomes. The dimly lit space was shrouded in a gray haze. Yet those within were not hindered by the lack of light, able to discern every minute detail on the shelves with clarity. Yellow tier. A casual glance sufficed for Shu Chang'e to retract her gaze. Such techniques, in the eyes of true and direct disciples of the floating heaven immortal sect, were primarily regarded as references to the myriad methods of the world. Only outer disciples would express interest in these, as inner disciples did not place much value on them. Xian tier techniques, positioned above the yellow tier, were where Shu Chang'e found herself as she ascended the fragmented, reversed wooden stairs. Her vision distorted and spun until she arrived at the realm of Xian tier techniques. This level surpassed the yellow tier significantly, evident from the superior materials of the bookshelves. As a true disciple, she was free to observe any techniques below the D tier within the library, and upon becoming a true disciple, she would gain the privilege to choose a D tier technique for cultivation. With each major breakthrough, she could select a new technique, without the need for the arduous accumulation of merit points as required by outer and inner disciples. This explains why she seldom encountered others upon her arrival at the teaching peak. Avid bibliophiles lingered within, reluctant to emerge, while those indifferent typically only visited when they were eligible to select techniques, with her primary objective not being the techniques. Shu Chang'e raised her head and noticed that the next level housed the D-tier techniques. Furrowing her brow in curiosity, she realized she sought the library's book tower. not the technique tower. Just as her thoughts wavered, a blinding light flashed before her, and a wave of dizziness washed over her, supporting her forehead to regain her composure. She squinted, and there appeared the book tower she had been searching for, a repository for extraordinary tales and peculiar insights. Many of the furnishings in the book tower resembled those of the technique tower's yellow tier, causing Shu Chang'e to feel somewhat dizzy with excitement. The texts on the cultivation realms spanning tens of thousands of years, discussions of bloody conflicts among the two gates, two palaces, and for major sects, as well as miscellaneous essays and strange accounts, piqued her considerable interest. Yet, the urgency of her mission ultimately anchored her steps, and with a hint of regret, she withdrew her gaze, meticulously searching for the tomes she required for her journey. The library is vast and abundant. Reflecting on this, Shu Chang'e halted her steps, extending her hand to retrieve a book titled The Theory of Heaven and Earth Roots. A fleeting glimmer of the cleansing charm lit up her palm. Producing a cushion from her linglong heart, Shu Chang'e sat cross-legged and began to delve into the pages. The books in the tower were composed of fragile paper and ink, and one could not rely on spiritual consciousness to cheat. It required patience to read word by word. Fortunately, for Shu Chang'e, this posed no difficulty. In fact, she preferred this method of reading. The Theory of Heaven and Earth Roots was authored by a prominent figure from the Nonli medicine sect who had ascended. Known for its mastery of alchemy and spiritual plants, the sect's research on cultivators undoubtedly adds to its credibility. Many theories presented in this book are still recognized as truths in the realm of cultivation today, underscoring its reliability. Spiritual roots are gifts from the heavens and are materialized from an unseen substance capable of generating spiritual energy. Thus, spiritual roots are particularly sensitive to spiritual energy and assist mortals in absorbing it, paving the way for their cultivation journey. This enigmatic and uncertain substance, whose existence remains a matter of speculation, is posited by this esteemed predecessor as the fundamental essence from which the cosmos and the quintessence of the five elements are born. He refers to it as chaos. He contends that chaos itself possesses no inherent attributes. However, the spiritual energy that emanates from it is distinctly characterized by various properties. Consequently, even among those who share a chaos-derived spiritual root, the attributes may differ from individual to individual. The qualifications for possessing a spiritual root and the criteria for delineating a person's elemental attributes pose numerous unresolved inquiries, which this predecessor meticulously documented, awaiting elucidation from future generations. In the world, all things adhere to their own laws, yet occasionally a resonance occurs, giving rise to extraordinary spiritual roots, such as the anomalous spiritual roots. The exact varieties of these anomalous roots remain an enigma. What has been observed thus far is merely a reflection of those that have manifested in the realm of cultivation. Even the infernal fire spiritual root is merely one type of these anomalies. The full spectrum of unnoticed anomalous spiritual roots is still a mystery. The distinction between anomalous spiritual roots and elemental spiritual roots is minimal, as both exhibit remarkable affinity with their corresponding natural entities. For instance, the fire spiritual root resonates with the exotic flames of the world, the wood spiritual root aligns with the flora, the ice spiritual root harmonizes with eternal frost, and the thunder spiritual root connects with the extraordinary thunders of nature. In the eyes of this predecessor, the true extraordinary nature of a spiritual root lies in its transformation into a bone-rooted spirit. A bone-rooted spirit is born from the fusion of the spiritual root, bestowed by the heavens as a foundation for cultivation, and the spiritual essence, ultimately giving rise to a highly sentient spiritual root. This root's sentience can be categorized by degree. The higher the sentience, the greater the understanding one can glean from the mystical abilities of the celestial beasts that once roamed the earth, thus enhancing one's innate talents. As previously discussed by Shu Chang'e and Wei Shang, the ethereal essences of the celestial beasts, dispersed throughout the cosmos, carry with them the instinct for survival, merging with the spiritual roots to preserve their final vestiges of sentience through an alternative form. The potential for transformation. Shu Chang'e gazed thoughtfully at these four characters, reminiscing about the resplendent phoenix etched in her mind, speculating on what kind of innate talents she might comprehend in the future. Unlike human bodies, celestial beasts are born and nurtured by the heavens, cultivating their abilities in accordance with their natural instincts. They too must undergo the baptism of thunder tribulations, Yet each layer of this purification awakens the vitality of their bloodlines, allowing them to grasp and master more profound and potent innate spells. The innate spells of celestial beasts are formidable, rivaling the very laws of nature. And while mortals can only envy their prowess, they cannot cultivate such abilities, for they lack the superior physique and the powerful bloodlines that flow within the celestial beings. However, the transformation of the bone into spirit transcends the limitations of the celestial beasts' bodies and bloodlines, enabling the innate gifts of these creatures to manifest in those who have undergone this metamorphosis. The higher the spiritual essence, the greater the strength of the innate spells wielded. Once, I beheld a blue phoenix spirit master, whose level of transformation was remarkably advanced. This esteemed individual could even partially transform into a blue phoenix while retaining a mortal form, exhibiting extraordinary physical prowess and seemingly heightened musical talents that evoked admiration. The reverence for this elder seems to resonate through the ink and paper, reaching the hearts and eyes of readers. In the resonant strokes of the brush, Shuchinj perceived the figure of the ethereal Qingwan, an exquisitely graceful female cultivator clad in azure robes, her back adorned with a long zither. Yet, upon closer inspection, she discerned delicate azure feathers gracing her arms and cheeks, while her slender fingers bore elongated claws akin to those of a beast, glimmering with a cold light. The gaze of the female cultivator seemed to pierce through the veil of distance, her emerald-green pupils constricting as if to issue a warning to those who dared to watch. Shuchinj, inexplicably ensnared within a mirage, awakened to find the previous line of text fading into obscurity. No matter how intently he focused, it remained unresponsive. Though somewhat numb to the peculiarities of his own condition, Shuchinj chose to suppress this query once more, recognizing that some truths were not yet meant for him to grasp. When the time was ripe, clarity would emerge. If not, he would rely on his own strength to uncover the truth. Redirecting his attention back to the text, Shuchinj diligently continued his study. The esteemed elder of the Nanli medicine sect, upon concluding the description of the Qingwan spirit he had encountered, penned a cautionary note. The transformation of one's bone structure into spirit allows the practitioner to wield the innate magical abilities of spirit beasts. While this is undoubtedly beneficial, the essence of spirit that dissipates may invoke a primal longing for human vessels. He warned that, without complete assurance in suppressing the spirit's intent, one should refrain from employing these innate talents. Those lacking the foundational cultivation of the golden core must banish any frivolous thoughts and focus on diligent practice before pursuing other matters. Otherwise, they risk falling under the control of the spirit, becoming mere puppets, and losing all they had worked for, regretting it too late. The instinct for survival drives spirit beasts to leave behind fragments of their essence, wandering in the world, even transforming into the very spiritual roots of those they most despise, human cultivators. With such an obsession, who can guarantee that when a transformation reaches a certain threshold, the being standing before you, articulating words, is indeed human and not merely that lingering essence? Shuchinj, feeling a tumult within, closed the book and exhaled slowly. He now fully understood how to assess the degree of spiritual transformation and grasp the innate abilities of spirit beasts. Yet, a gravity settled over him as he recalled the text's assertion. During the assessment of bone transformation, the clearer the true form of the spirit beast. Even to the minutest detail or the glimpse of its innate abilities, the higher the innate transformation level. The fragment of spirit intertwined with the spiritual roots must have originated from a being of formidable strength and life, leaving behind a more potent source of power, thus accounting for Shuchinj's elevated level of transformation. Is this the essence of bone transformation? Gazing at the flickering arcs of lightning within his palm, Shuchinj fell into contemplation. Regardless of his perception, he could not discern the nature of the spirit's obsession or consciousness hidden therein. Even his thunderous spiritual root yielded only a sense of joyous proximity, devoid of any instinct for survival. Initially believing that a visit to the library would resolve many of his inquiries, Shuchinj found himself with even more questions. He calmly rose, tidied his cushions, placed the book away, and turned his gaze to other intriguing tomes. 3 days. He granted himself 3 days to indulge his preferences and thoroughly explore this repository of knowledge. Chapter 50. Closed-door retreat time flowed like a torrent, never to return. In just a few days, the newly initiated disciples adapted swiftly to the life within the celestial sect, altering their cultivation methods. Unlike their initial days, they now had the opportunity to practice many long-desired techniques, including sword control, leading many disciples to abandon other pursuits and eagerly flock to the sword trial square after morning lessons to practice their sword techniques. Consequently, the airspace above the floating sky sect buzzed with an unprecedented liveliness. Passers-by instinctively navigated around this bustling area, while some idly observed the new disciples as they practiced their sword techniques. Strictly speaking, sword control was not solely about manipulating a sword, depending on the caster's intent. One could direct books, whips, knives, or even humans, an array of possibilities. Regardless of what was wielded, the principles remained largely the same. Most practitioners favored sword control due to the swiftness of sword light, which proved exceptionally convenient for travel and exuded a certain elegance. The splashes of water echoed continuously as many disciples struggled with their heights or lacked sufficient spiritual energy, resulting in comical mishaps. Each one akin to dumplings tossed into boiling water, splattering everywhere. Curious spirit beasts, undeterred, wagged their tails and joined the fray, treating the occasional falling disciples as a game, nimbly dodging with delight, much to the amusement of the observing senior brothers and sisters. Come on, junior brothers. This vast expanse of the misty lake was expanded by our sect to ensure you wouldn't suffer too greatly while practicing sword control, one senior brother shouted. As for the absence of senior sisters, many female cultivators preferred to conceal their less than graceful appearances from public view, opting instead for quieter spaces to hone their skills until they achieved tangible results in sword control. After all, with the ever-convenient misty beasts, daily lessons and training would not impede their journeys. Why rush to master sword control? High above the trial square, scattered jade-green lotus platforms floated like stars around a colossal sword, now radiating an imposing aura, its sharpness palpable, penetrating deep into the very essence of those nearby. Even though the sword's intent was somewhat diminished by the concealed formations within the trial square, what remained was still enough to require considerable time for the new disciples to acclimate. This piercing sword intent was precisely what Shuchinj had sensed on the day he sought to take on a master. Few were qualified to cultivate on the Qinglian platform, and currently, most of those with such qualifications were absent from the sect, leaving it feeling desolate. Yan Ziyu and Yu Huai, whom Shuchinj had previously encountered, stood together on the same platform, overlooking the lively scene below while engaged in conversation. The sect leader entrusted this matter to you? Indeed, Yu Huai replied with understanding, his tone gentle. If there is any way I can assist, do not hesitate to ask. Yan Ziyu maintained an impassive expression, his aura unwavering, merely stating, they are of little concern, trifling matters at best. Ah, truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. It has been a while since I encountered such audacious naivety, Yu Huai remarked, astonished. What folly leads them to believe that setting up a formation in the wild woods could jeopardize the sect's entrance? Yan Ziyu remained silent, appearing unconcerned. It was evident that he did not regard the matter with particular seriousness. The task assigned to him by the master was merely to oversee how it was managed, allowing others to witness the demeanor of the future successor of the Floating Sky sect. Those junior disciples must be preparing to return home soon, right? The affairs in the wild woods shouldn't affect them? Yu Huai inquired, having gained some insight into the new disciple's initiation after acquiring a new junior brother. Upon noticing Yan Ziyu's unperturbed countenance, he understood that the matter had already been addressed satisfactorily. Truly, our Floating Sky's reliable chief senior brother is indeed worthy of trust. Are you feeling bored? Yan Ziyu lifted his gaze, his handsome face marked by an air of indifference. Yu Huai nodded slightly, his smile warm and amiable. Indeed, it is somewhat dull. Ziyu, I encountered your junior brother at the transmission peak. Your Tianyan peak has gained another remarkable talent, he added. Yu Huai felt a sense of wonder at the remarkable feng shui of Tianyan Peak, where the three disciples of the sect leader were all exceptional prodigies, blessed with outstanding temperament, comprehension, and talent. Upon hearing this, Yan Ziyu slightly furrowed her brow, inquiring, what mischief have you been up to? Yu Huai pondered for a moment before responding with a light chuckle. Oh, it's nothing much, merely recounting an ancient tale to junior brother Shu. Understanding his temperament, Yan Ziyu subtly warned him to curb his mischievous tendencies. All right, Yu Huai acquiesced. I wouldn't dare to approach your dear little junior brother again. Ignoring Yu Huai's cheerful laughter, Yan Ziyu vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving Yu Huai alone atop the Qinglian platform. Ah, still so heartless, he mused. yet maintained a gentle demeanor. After spending several days in the library, Shu Chang'e finally emerged from the repository of knowledge, having comprehensively grasped the content he deemed lacking. His mind was imprinted with a level-graded technique, carefully selected by the book's spirit, which he found quite satisfactory. With all matters concluded, and even some unexpected gains, Shu Chang'e stood beneath the towering steps of the book's spirit's grand entrance, the world around him illuminated. Today, the preaching peak was bustling with more people than when he had arrived, many of whom appeared familiar, likely fellow practitioners he had trained alongside on the unseen mountain. Dressed as a true disciple, Shu Chang'e instantly drew countless gazes upon his arrival. Feeling the weight of the myriad complex stares upon him, he coolly summoned a blade of light. The purple sword radiated arcs of lightning, its latent power compelling many to avert their eyes. Shu Chang'e, stepping upon the shimmering light of his sword, unleashed his full power, vanishing in an instant at the Taoist peak. Regardless of the opinions of others regarding his actions, he remained utterly indifferent. The ethereal violet sword light surged forth as Shu Chang'e, having escaped the tumultuous sea of intense emotions aimed solely at him, sensed the piercing sword intent that lingered from his passage through the sword trial square. It dawned upon him that the tranquility and harmlessness of that day, when he became a disciple, was perhaps the sect's concealed benevolence towards its new initiates. His gaze skimmed over the lively corner of the square without pausing, and under the impetus of his full exertion, within the span of merely a short while, he beheld the serene presence of Luo Jutian suspended in the air. The formation, hidden beneath the lush spiritual herbs and trees of the floating isle, silently guarded the island until its master's return. As Shu Chang'e seamlessly traversed the spirit breath array, he arrived within the Qingke pavilion, where the sword light dissipated, revealing two resplendent golden butterflies adorned with glimmering ink-like patterns that had appeared by his side unbeknownst to him. This was one of the many minor spells of the floating sky immortal technique, specifically the Lioma golden butterfly, a highly representative spell of the floating sky sect. It was a transmission spell that required merely an awareness of the target's spiritual energy and a shared foundation in their mental cultivation, allowing for communication across vast distances. In Shu Chang'e, the two gilded butterflies presumably originate from Lanyan and Weishang. After a period of seclusion and cultivation, they emerge once more. Lanyan's transmission is succinct, merely articulating a few key words regarding his forthcoming plans. In contrast, Weishang's transmission resembles his presence in person, a torrent of chatter that leaves Shu Chang'e with a furrowed brow. Chang'e, where have you been? I sought you out only to find the spiritual array fully operational, only to realize you were not at home. Surely, Chang'e, have you gone off to cultivate something again? You're quite diligent. Oh, by the way, you must be preparing to return to the mortal realm soon. I had intended to accompany you to observe, but alas, the old man is insisting I enter seclusion. Sigh, when you return, I should be finishing my own seclusion, and I hope your cultivation hasn't surpassed mine. With a decisive flick of his fingers, Shu Chang'e shattered the gilded butterfly, and the incessant mutterings of Weishang faded into shimmering golden light, dissipating into the ether. It is no wonder that Weishang's gilded butterfly is twice the size of Lanyan's. So much chatter must have filled it, leaving one to wonder how he has mastered this newly learned spell so flawlessly. Upon receiving the transmissions from both, Shu Chang'e also discovered the spiritual soil previously mentioned by Master Jing Yao, delivered in an opulent dark blue storage ring. Casting a glance inside, Shu Chang'e's expression remained unperturbed as he retrieved a palm-sized crimson sword, placing it solemnly into his Linglong heart, alongside the 5 ink talismans gifted by Yen Ziyu. This crimson sword serves as a sword talisman, requiring the cultivation of the god transformation stage to forge, akin to the ink talismans. Albeit the former relies on the spirit gathering talisman, while the latter depends purely on control over spiritual energy. The sword talisman left by Master Jing Yao encapsulates the full might of a great ascension cultivator's strike, having been sealed and transformed into the crimson sword for Shu Chang'e's use. Thus, should he encounter perilous situations, he can unleash the sword talisman to vanquish adversaries or buy time until Master Jing Yao, alerted by the activation of the sword talisman, swiftly arrives. Little Chang'e, I recall you are due to return to the mortal realm shortly. Carry this sword talisman with care, and do not act rashly in danger. Seeking your master or your senior brother is always an option. Additionally, Ayu has prepared a vessel for traversing the mirror flower water moon, which is also within. If you prefer solitude over traveling with your fellow disciples, you may go alone. Since your senior brother has provided one, I have saved a vessel. In any case, exercise utmost caution. After absorbing Master Jing Yao's thoughtful transmission, Shu Changgu was taken aback by the meticulous care his master had taken in providing him with a formidable safeguard, and he had not anticipated Yin Ziyu's attentiveness in arranging a vessel for him. Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brother. With tightly pressed lips, Shu Changgu meticulously crafted 2 exquisite gilded butterflies, inscribing his somewhat meager expressions of gratitude within. He then watched as the 2 butterflies soared off in divergent directions. In sincerity, I shall repay with sincerity. The genuine regard and unreserved support he received from his master and senior brother moved him deeply. To claim he felt no emotion would be disingenuous. Yet, he recognizes that he is not yet equipped to reciprocate their kindness. He resolves to diligently cultivate and achieve breakthroughs swiftly. Once again engrossed in seclusion and cultivation, Shu Changgu remains oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. As the tranquility of the floating sky immortal gate masks the undercurrents of unrest, the floating sky immortal gate continues its serene existence, seldom experiencing events that disturb the stability of its secret realm. However, some individuals, unable to grasp the reality of the situation, persist in employing various subterfuges to probe further. At the entrance of the floating sky secret realm, beneath the colossal, counterclockwise rotating golden formation previously witnessed by Shu Changgu and his companions, lies a vast expanse of mountains and dense forests, rife with demonic beasts. This untamed forest, belonging to the floating sky immortal gate, has never been considered for development, and is rich in resources, from rare spiritual herbs to scarce demonic beasts favored by weaponsmiths. It offers a plethora of treasures. Those who have never encountered such bounteous cultivation resources feel envy and desire, wishing to claim it all for themselves. Shadows flit furtively through the forest, their figures obscured by black robes, rendering their height and gender indistinguishable. Even the cultivation level they exude barely registers as early foundation establishment. Yet, standing before them are several golden core cultivators, and even 2 nascent soul cultivators who dare not act arrogantly, instead responding with respectful smiles. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Please rest assured. Indeed, hasten your pace. Delays may lead to unforeseen complications. The figure in black robes casually tossed out a pitch-black, unmarked storage ring containing materials. Handing it over to them, one of the nascent soul cultivators pounded his chest in assurance. Rest assured, we will handle this matter with utmost care. Very well. The figure in black replied and vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of their presence, while the 2 nascent soul cultivators were left in shock, none the wiser to the underlying truth. After dismissing the golden core cultivators, the 2 nascent soul cultivators sought refuge in a secluded spot within the forest, where the cacophony of beastly roars echoed around them, falling into a long silence. What shall we do? One inquired. What do you think we should do? TCH. This individual is lurking in the shadows, expecting us to take the lead. What can we do? The floating sky immortal gate. Just the thought of those 4 words instills awe in their hearts. They are but a minor cultivation sect, not even worthy of being affiliated with the immortal gate, reliant instead on lesser sects that serve as subordinates. The 2 nascent soul cultivators represent the pinnacle of their sect's strength. Yet such prowess pales in comparison to the high-ranking cultivators who can easily manipulate the elements. I do not believe we will succeed. That individual surely understands this as well. They merely wish to use us to gauge the floating sky immortal gate's response. I know. That figure in black does not expect their plans to remain concealed. But it matters not. They do not require our utmost dedication, merely the allure of wealth and the exchange of interests to motivate us. Since we cannot resolve this matter ourselves, we must seek out those who can. Are you suggesting? Given that the shadowy figure's surveillance is not particularly stringent, we might just manage to navigate this covertly. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, recognizing the validity of the point made. At the very least, their sect must not fall apart due to their inadequacies. After speaking, he felt a sense of melancholy. The celestial realm. Beneath the celestial realm, one survives like an ant. Chapter 51. Returning home, the scene was one of harmonious blue and white at the Water Sky Pavilion. The surroundings were filled with lakes and marshes, starkly contrasting the spiritual root attributes of Yin Ziyu. In Yu Huai's eyes, Yin Ziyu's floating island was perhaps the most peculiar among all the direct disciples and true disciples. Despite being endowed with a golden spiritual root, the abode was constructed in a place abundant with water's spiritual energy. As the spiritual wind blew, the days at the floating sky sect remained as tranquil as ever. The endless expanse of water sky swayed gently, with the golden patterned genuine flowers dancing gracefully in the breeze, their large petals exuding an air of opulence. Amidst the sea of golden genuine flowers, Yin Ziyu closed his eyes in meditation, the fluctuations of spiritual energy drawing his attention, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. A gilded butterfly, dusted with golden powder, fluttered toward him, delicately landing on his fingertip. The voice of Shu Chang'e resonated in his mind. "Senior brethren, I shall return home, and I will be back in 10 days. Thank you for gifting me the spiritual boat. I am immensely grateful." The speaker's tone was unremarkable, lacking emotional fluctuations even in gratitude, yet Yin Ziyu could discern the underlying sincerity. As he watched the gilded butterfly dissipate after delivering its message, Yin Ziyu maintained a composed expression and once again closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. Shu Chang'e, having bid farewell to his master and senior brother, had now arrived at the mountain gate beneath the intersection of the Wufeng sword and the Zufel sword. He respectfully saluted the two elder masters, who seemed unchanged through the ages, before retrieving his identity token and stepping out of the floating sky sect for the first time. As he emerged from the vortex of the formation, Shu Chang'e squinted against the brightness, feeling somewhat disoriented. The spiritual energy in the realm of cultivation was far less rich and pure than that of the floating sky secret realm. Casting a casual glance at the towering mountains below, filled with the roars of fierce beasts, Shu Chang'e paid little heed. This area, known as the Monglin, existed solely to accommodate the secret entrance of the floating sky sect. Otherwise, it would have long been developed into a trial ground for the disciples of the sect. With a flick of his fingers, Shu Chang'e summoned the flying boat gifted by Yin Ziyu from his exquisite heart, channeling spiritual energy to launch it into the air. The modest vessel, though small, was elegantly designed, a stark contrast to the aesthetic of the esteemed Jing Yao. Once aboard the cloud-soaring shuttle, Shu Chang'e placed several spiritual stones in position, allowing the shuttle to navigate without his constant input of spiritual energy. He only needed to occasionally guide its direction, which proved exceedingly convenient. The cloud-soaring shuttle was a flying magical artifact of spiritual instrument rank. Although it appeared diminutive, its interior housed a Shumi array, vastly expanding its space. The arrangement within was exquisitely crafted, leaving no room for criticism. More importantly, the shuttle was renowned for its exceptional speed, with negligible offensive capability but remarkable defense and rapidity. The thoughtful gesture of gifting such a vessel to Shu Chang'e was evident in its design. Fully aware of the many favors bestowed upon him by both the esteemed Jing Yao and Yin Ziyu, Shu Chang'e held these sentiments close to his heart, steadfastly advancing towards his cultivation goals. As Shu Chang'e meditated on the shuttle, he sensed something amiss and opened his eyes, extending his spiritual awareness. The shuttle happened to pass over a lively area, a commotion erupting below, though he could not discern the cause. The cloud-soaring shuttle flew at a low altitude, allowing Shu Chang'e to catch fleeting glimpses of other flying magical artifacts whizzing past, seemingly perplexed at someone piloting the cloud-soaring shuttle at such a leisurely pace. Noticing the familiar display of bullying behavior below, Shu Chang'e coldly withdrew his spiritual awareness, disinterested, and closed his eyes once more to resume his meditation. The speed of the cloud-soaring shuttle was indeed extraordinary. Once Shu Chang'e completed his meditation and fully activated it, the vessel soared faster than any light shuttle he had previously encountered, the surrounding scenery becoming a blur even to his foundation establishment-level perception. After nearly a day's travel, Shu Chang'e arrived once again at the water moon, where the distorted, colossal moon still quietly reflected upon the water, unchanged. A vague sense of foreboding compelled Shu Chang'e to avert his gaze from the moon. For some reason, with his current cultivation, he instinctively felt danger in the presence of this peculiar moon. "Water moon," he whispered the words, feeling an acute discomfort enveloping him, as if his entire being resisted approaching this place, a reaction he had never experienced before. Understanding that this perception stemmed from his pure celestial body, Shu Chang'e decided not to linger. With a decisive maneuver, he plunged the shuttle into the water moon, descending deeper and deeper. The underwater realm beneath the moonlight remained wondrous and dreamlike, with serene aquatic creatures blissfully unaware of troubles, drifting along with the moonlit waves. As the cloud-soaring shuttle descended, Shu Chang'e found himself surrounded by the immense moon above and below. To prevent any unforeseen accidents, he deftly retrieved several spiritual crystals, replacing the previous spiritual stones. The purer spiritual energy provided by the crystals surpassed that of the stones, and in an instant, the shuttle's speed surged, creating a powerful current at its tail that claimed the lives of unsuspecting aquatic creatures. Yet Shu Chang'e felt no remorse. The shuttle traversed through the mirror flower, swiftly breaking the surface and ascending into the sky. Upon reaching the mirror flower, Shu Chang'e could sense, even without the aid of his spiritual awareness or eyes, that he had entered the realm of mortals, where the spiritual energy was almost negligible. The thin spiritual environment seemed to awaken the dormant purity within him. And under Shu Chang'e's spiritual perception, this force became unusually restless, yearning to escape back to its roots, yet hesitating due to the lingering influence of the Yuyuan dots now. Shu Chang'e could not possibly conceal the pristine power within. With resolute determination, she extracted the essence of the thunder mind, originally nestled within the Linglong heart, and wrapped it around her wrist with threads of heavenly water. The purest essence of thunderous spiritual energy emanated from the point of contact on her wrist, swiftly calming the innate purity within her, allowing her to remain entranced by Yuyuan Dianshui. Shu Chang'e felt the deepening bond between the two. Raising her wrist adorned with the thunder mind essence, she observed the wild tempests raging in the nameless sea, each storm giving rise to faint, violet spiritual glimmers, which were subsequently absorbed by the essence. Although the thunder mind essence could nourish vitality even when placed within the Linglong heart, Shu Chang'e chose not to wear it closely. However, should she wish to draw upon its thunderous spiritual energy, she would be compelled to wear it against her skin. The discovery of the thunderous long song was indeed serendipitous. The essence of the earth thunder can ceaselessly supply the energy of thunder, thereby circumventing the drawbacks of the immaculate celestial body manifesting in places devoid of spiritual essence. Moreover, even in regions with scarce spiritual energy, the essence of the earth thunder possesses the remarkable ability to transmute objects of the thunder attribute into spiritual energy. This has proven to be exceedingly beneficial. Shu Chang'e murmured softly. Even after cultivating the ice soul and pure spirit, with the presence of the immaculate power, he could harness the spiritual energies of other attributes. Yet, that sensation was indeed far from commendable. Now, if he could resolve the troubles of the spiritless lands, it would be nothing short of splendid. In the holy Zhao Kingdom, in the celestial city of Dinghua, lies the Duke's manor. Upon returning home, Shu Changsong first went to pay his respects to his father and mother, only to find that in their courtyard, there was but a solitary figure, Dinghua Ho, sipping tea in a state of melancholy. "Father, how fare you today?" Upon seeing his accomplished eldest son return, Shu Huawen cheerfully poured him a cup of tea. "Come, sit with me for a while. Were there any noteworthy happenings in court today?" Shu Changsong lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip, shaking his head slightly. All was well, nothing had transpired. "Ah." Shu Huawen exhaled a sigh, his gaze lingering on the undulating tea stems drifting in the amber liquid, his spirits subdued. "Many disciples of celestial fate have returned in recent days, yet." His words trailed off, unfinished, but Shu Changsong understood his father's unspoken thoughts. "Perhaps he has been delayed by some matter," he reassured gently. "Have we not already inquired?" Chang'e is held in the highest regard within the floating heaven immortal sect, his status unparalleled. Shu Huawen had entrusted many to inquire about Shu Chang'e's whereabouts within the realm of immortals, and each response he received filled him with immense pride. Yet, after such a prolonged absence, how could he not be consumed with worry for his child? "I understand that it is merely your mother who..." Sigh. Shu Huawen felt a tinge of despair. Generally, things were manageable, but in recent days, as he observed more and more disciples of celestial destiny returning home, the silence surrounding Chang'e weighed heavily on him. His mother was undoubtedly anxious. Shu Changsong remained silent, acutely aware of his mother's delicate and sensitive nature. She often found herself melancholic over trivial matters, and now that her youngest child was not by her side, her sorrow was all the more inevitable. He was at a loss as to how to console her, merely yearning for Chang'e's swift return. Meanwhile, Shu Chang'e, who was being dearly missed, furrowed his brow as he regarded the figure blocking his path, exuding an icy and piercing aura. Before him knelt a robust young man, whose garments, albeit patched in several places, were impeccably clean, offering a refreshing sight. This individual seemed undeterred by Shu Chang's silence, lifting his chin with hopeful eyes that sparkled more brilliantly than the scorching sun above. I recognize you. You are the son of the Duke of Dinghua. During the fateful encounter, you were the one with the most exceptional talent. Shu Chang'e observed coldly, allowing the individual before him to kneel and pour forth his heartfelt confessions. Recently returned disciples from the successful encounter with the celestial beings spoke highly of him, declaring that he held the highest status and was the most esteemed by the Floating Heaven sect. If it were in your power, would you be inclined to recommend me? The man, brimming with excitement, crawled closer to Shu Chang'e, yet was halted in place by the latter's ethereal energy. Upon sensing this extraordinary spell, the man's eyes sparkled with fervor, a mixture of plea and anticipation. Regardless of the outcome, I shall be eternally grateful. Even if it requires sacrificing my life to serve you, I am willing. As long as you grant me entry into the sect. Shu Chang'e withdrew his gaze, his form subtly shifting as he circumvented the other and continued towards the direction of the Dinghua Marquise. However, to his surprise, the individual behind him broke free from his spiritual energy and swiftly reappeared before him, an expression of unwavering determination etched upon his face. Shu Chang'e was somewhat taken aback. Despite his efforts to avoid harming the fragile mortal by not earnestly wielding his spiritual power to deter him, he had not anticipated that the other party would so effortlessly break free. Could you not take me along, young Master Shu? If the celestial sect forbids it, you may leave me in the realm of cultivation, and I shall find my own way to the Floating Heaven sect to seek a master. Regardless of life or death, I shall never harbor resentment towards you. The light in that person's eyes flickered like a wavering candle flame as he whispered his plea. Shu Chang'e lightly furrows her brow, pondering the reason behind it. What? Why are you so fixated on the immortal gate? And why do you seek my assistance? As you have stated, others could also help. The young man, feeling somewhat despondent, sinks to the ground and quietly utters, My name is Huang Liang, and I am 20 years old this year. He sorrowfully raises his gaze to Shu Chang'e, asking, Do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that at the time of the immortal encounter, I was merely 19, just barely disqualified for registration. In the previous immortal encounter, I was unfortunately only 9, still ineligible. Why must the immortal gate impose such stringent age restrictions on those seeking the immortal encounter? Do they not wish to grant us even a single opportunity to try? Shu Chang'e, calm and composed, stood before the Floating Heaven immortal sect, aware that other sects existed beyond it. His gaze fell lightly upon Huang Liang, acknowledging that the Floating Heaven immortal sect was not the sole option. Had it not been for the latter's previous act of breaking free from the constraints of spiritual energy, which piqued his interest, he would not have given it a thought. Indeed, the concept of celestial fate emphasizes the significance of connections. If one's celestial affinity is insufficient, yet the desire to embark on the path of cultivation is fervent, why not seek initiation under another sect? A voice echoed from behind, suggesting perhaps one lacked the requisite talent. Huang Liang, momentarily taken aback, was surprised to find another presence. It seemed he had stumbled upon the legendary second young master Shu quite by chance, reflecting on why such an esteemed gentleman would traverse these obscure paths. It appeared that those of exceptional caliber had rather peculiar preferences. Shu Chang'e was not taken aback by the newcomer, not even slightly shifting his gaze. It remained unclear whether the individual had sensed their presence long before, or if their rare expressions concealed their true intentions, leading to the Yin siblings' vexation. Second young Master Shu. We meet again. Yin Lian greeted him with a smile, her demeanor markedly different from her earlier impatience. Shu Chang'e could genuinely perceive her enthusiasm, albeit tinged with numerous unspoken sentiments. Indeed, he replied noncommittally, as was his custom, his eyes sweeping over the two before settling on Huang Liang. Having witnessed the former's heart-stirring techniques and recognizing the shift in his status, the siblings adopted a more courteous demeanor towards Shu Chang'e. Are you interested in this individual, second young master? Huang Liang sensed the gaze of the speaker, lofty and somewhat indifferent, starkly contrasting with that of Shu Chang'e. He contemplated, head bowed. Although Lord Shu possesses a demeanor of tranquility, he perceives individuals without bias or distinction. His gaze, seemingly akin to that which one might cast upon flowers or grass, is met with an unwavering intensity from the other party, as if he and the couple before him were indistinguishable. Huang Liang paused momentarily, gradually lifting his head. his eyes steadfastly fixed upon Shu Chang'e, his expression resolute. I possess a spiritual root. My innate talent is ample enough to merit entry into the floating sky immortal sect. To dismiss me solely due to my age would be excessively hasty. I refuse to accept such a judgment without contest. If I were truly fated to be estranged from the immortal realm, how could I have encountered you, young Master Shu? You reside in this remote corner, a place I seldom visit, yet I find myself here today. Is this not a manifestation of celestial destiny? As Huang Liang's fervor escalated, his voice resonated with conviction, surprising the Yin siblings and prompting a shift in their perception of him. Shu Chang'e had not anticipated that her desire for discretion, avoiding ostentatious displays of power such as soaring through the skies or brandishing a sword within the Marquis' estate, would lead her to an encounter with unforeseen circumstances. As her gaze fell upon the exquisite bracelet adorning her wrist, a sudden realization dawned upon her. Gentlemen, I take my leave. Her voice broke the silence, calm and unassuming, as if she were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the day. When the others turned to look, they discovered that her figure had already vanished. Yin Su, can you accomplish this? Yin Lian inquired quietly, her eyes scanning the now empty ground. Yin Su shook his head, arms crossed. It is beyond my capabilities, indeed. I doubt any of the other 5 direct disciples could achieve what he has. Talent, it seemed, was an insurmountable chasm. A sense of melancholy washed over Yin Lian as she sighed softly. Yin Su felt similarly, their fleeting interest in the matter dissipating as they ceased to regard the absent figure, even as he quietly slipped away. Chapter 52. Reunion before the grand crimson gates of the Dinghua Marquis' residence. The entrance stood resolutely closed. This majestic abode seldom entertained visitors, particularly since the young master of the Dinghua Marquis had joined the floating sky immortal sect, resulting in a marked withdrawal from the outside world. For reasons unknown, the relatively youthful Dinghua Marquis had early retired from court, passing the mantle to his heir, Shu Changsong, who now assumed the title. Standing solitary before the vermilion gates, Shu Chang'e hesitated, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Though merely a year had elapsed, his rigorous training had left little room for contemplation, and the passage of time felt surprisingly swift. Yet, reflecting on the year, he realized that he had indeed harbored thoughts of his family, and the time had not passed as quickly as he had presumed. The heavy door knocker echoed under his spiritual influence, producing a resonant sound. The doorkeeper peered out, recognizing the striking youth clad in white. Young master, you have returned. How splendid. The master, madam, and elder brother have all been thinking of you. The doorkeeper called to the others, urging them to hasten. Quickly, open the gates. Inform the master, madam, and elder brother at once. Amidst the commotion, the imposing crimson gates began to creak open, a laborious task requiring considerable time. Before the door could fully open, Shu Chang'e gracefully stepped through the partially opened entrance, moving with such swiftness that the servants scarcely had time to react. Young master, shall I escort you? A servant stammered, staring at him from a distance. No need. But, you do not know where the master and madam are. The servant hesitated, then noticed Shu Chang'e purposefully heading in a particular direction, recalling that it led to where the master and elder brother were currently located. The servants exchanged bewildered glances as they watched Shu Chang'e's figure disappear. The reach of foundational cultivation's spiritual awareness was limited, unable to encompass the entirety of the Marquis' estate. However, the perception granted by the pure immortal body allowed Shu Chang'e to sense the familiar auras that he cherished. Shu Wenhua and Shu Changsong remained seated opposite each other. Their cups of tea refilled time and again until the teapot ran dry. One might ponder why Chang'e has not hastened home to check on his family. Could it be that he has forgotten his kin? As Shu Wenhua witnessed his wife's ceaseless worries, his anger grew. What began as concern for his youngest son had transformed into a torrent of resentment. As he stepped into the courtyard, he overheard these words, causing Shu Chang'e to pause in his tracks and raise his gaze. To his father, it seemed that Chang'e had forsaken his duties as a son. The boy's voice had undergone significant transformation over the past year, imbued with vitality, and merely standing there, gazing from afar, he appeared otherworldly. Upon recognizing him, Shu Wenhua and Shu Changsong were momentarily taken aback, but their faces soon illuminated with unmasked delight and joy. Despite the noticeable changes in his voice and stature, the two swiftly identified their son. The father and elder brother had barely risen from their stone bench, yet in the blink of an eye, they realized that Shu Chang'e had mysteriously closed the distance that once spanned several paces. "Father, elder brother, I hope you are both well," Shu Chang'e said, bowing respectfully after returning from a long journey. "And where is mother?" "Ah, rise, rise. Why such a grand display?" Shu Wenhua exclaimed, attempting to reach out to assist his son, only to recall that his youngest had an aversion to close proximity with others, and thus he withdrew his hand, standing there with a bemused expression. "Your mother is well. In fact, she will be even better now that you have returned. Do not fret." Shu Changsong gazed at him with gentle eyes, her expression radiating joy. "It is good to have you back. I shall have the servants prepare a welcome feast for you." With that, she raised her hand to halt Shu Chang'e's attempt to speak. "I am aware that you do not fancy such customs, yet they endure for a reason. The welcome feast serves to bring joy to our household as well." Noticing that Shu Chang'e still wore a frown, Shu Changsong chuckled softly. "Very well, I understand your preferences. Rest assured, it is merely a family gathering over a meal, allowing the servants to create some merriment, not a grand banquet for guests." Shu Chang'e finally relaxed her tightly furrowed brows, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Thank you for your trouble, dear brother." Her gentle laughter resembled the moon veiled by clouds, possessing an ethereal beauty. Both Shu Changsong and Shu Wenhua were somewhat taken aback, with Shu Wenhua bursting into hearty laughter, clapping Shu Chang'e on the shoulder. Well, sending you to cultivate immortality was indeed the right choice. Just look at you, my boy. One can now see a smile gracing your face." Shu Changsong, feeling helpless, acknowledged that his father, Shu Chang'e, was not devoid of laughter in the past, though such moments were infrequent. As warmth radiated from his shoulder, Shu Chang'e's eyes reflected tranquility, his demeanor unrepellent. The innate power of his pure essence now languished within the mesmerizing dance of snowflakes, and the purity that defined the immortal body was suppressed to its bare minimum. The lingering discomfort he felt was merely a remnant of his long-standing habits. Delighted by the noticeable change in his brother, particularly the alleviation of the obsessive cleanliness that once jeopardized his health, Shu Changsong was about to speak when he noticed his brother's gaze directed towards the moonlit archway. Both Shu Changsong and Shu Wenhua, following his lead, peered in that direction but failed to discern anything remarkable, prompting Shu Changsong to inquire, "What is it?" Shu Chang'e shifted his footsteps slightly, allowing Shu Wenhua's hand, which had been gripping him tightly, to slip away from his shoulder, and responded, "Mother has arrived." The two, Shu Changsong and Shu Wenhua, who had yet to catch a glimpse of her figure, exchanged a tacit glance, each able to perceive the other's unspoken sentiments. Indeed, those who have embarked on the path of immortality are distinctly different. It seemed to him that after his younger brother ventured into the realm of the divine, he had become increasingly enigmatic. Although Shu Chang'e was not fully aware of their thoughts, he could sense that their emotions were at least not negative, and thus chose not to intervene further. Shu Chang'e moved with the grace of a flying swallow and the elegance of a wandering dragon. Shu Wenhua and Shu Changsong were momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the other had already come to a halt at the moon gate. Soon after, hurried and delicate footsteps echoed from beyond the moon gate. "Chang'e, Chang'e, my dear little Chang'e." Madame Shu, lifting her skirts, approached with a composure and grace unlike her usual self, taking small, hurried steps that sent her accompanying attendants scattering. The jingling of her hairpiece was particularly chaotic and urgent. Upon seeing Shu Chang'e, her eyes brimmed with tears, and it struck Shu Chang'e that her mother, as the esteemed countess, had noticeably withered and grown frail over the course of just 1 year. Shu Chang'e's footsteps seemed to stir momentarily, yet he ultimately remained rooted in place, gazing at Madame Shu as she hurried towards him. However, upon nearing, she suddenly stopped, clutching her handkerchief as she looked at him, her expression a blend of joy and anxious concern. "Mother, you have lost weight." Accompanying this statement was Shu Chang'e's slightly outstretched arms towards Madame Ho, offering a gentle embrace that, though not tightly bound, was sufficiently intimate. Oh, after a prolonged period of yearning, her youngest son had unexpectedly returned, transformed into someone who could share closeness with his family. The weight of her suppressed emotions finally crumbled, and Madame Shu's hands continuously caressed Shu Chang'e's face and hair as she bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, Shu Chang'e had grown just a tad taller than Madame Shu. He cast a cold, discerning glance at the group of anxious servants, who could only hear his extremely indifferent command to withdraw. The second young master had not uttered a word, yet his thoughts resonated in their minds. Could this be the means of the celestial beings? The servants, both startled and elated, bowed and withdrew, relinquishing the space to the esteemed members of the Ho family. Mother, Shu Chang'e, who was not adept at offering comfort, felt somewhat at a loss. He took a few steps back, striving to ignore the discomfort caused by the dampness on his shoulder, and retrieved a delicate white handkerchief from his pocket, carefully dabbing away the tears on Madame Shu's face. Emotions can harm the body. Please take care of yourself, dear mother. All right. Whatever Chang'e says, mother agrees. Madame Shu, her voice choked with emotion yet adorned with a smile, stood tall and gently wiped away the dampness from his garments. Though her child's demeanor was not overtly expressive, how could she fail to perceive the depths of his true feelings? Chang'e had grown up and learned to endure. Madame Shu felt a bittersweet pang of joy at her child's development, coupled with sorrow for not having been part of this journey. She couldn't help but wonder what hardships Chang'e had endured in the celestial realm that had led to such remarkable transformation. Unaware of the affection Madame Shu harbored for him, Shu Chang'e assisted her in settling onto a stone bench, while Shu Wenhui and Shu Changsong approached, softly offering their words of comfort. Finally reunited as a family, Madame Shu managed to gather her emotions, yet she still grasped Shu Chang'e's sleeve, inquiring about his experiences over the past year. Understanding that his mother's incessant questioning was driven by a desire for reassurance, Shu Chang'e exhibited remarkable patience, providing meticulous answers to each query. Shu Changsong and Shu Wenhui occasionally chimed in with their own questions. As the group endeavored to piece together the solitary moments Shu Chang'e had endured, the celestial realm is wonderful. The cultivation is not arduous. It merely involves sword practice and attending lessons. My master and senior brother are both exceptionally kind. Indeed, they are true disciples. During this hour, Shu Chang'e was unaware of how many questions he had answered. Although his words were few, he could not withstand the barrage of inquiries from his family. After gaining some understanding, the few who confirmed Shu Chang'e's esteemed status within the celestial realm felt a sense of relief, their worries alleviated. They then noticed the exquisite teacup that had mysteriously appeared on the table. What an intriguing object! Shu Wenhui, who had always cherished delicate artifacts, gently lifted the teacup, turning it to admire its intricate design. Shu Chang'e casually swept her gaze across the room, never lingering, her attention fixated on a particular artifact that seemed to possess little significance. It was merely an instrument for preservation, lacking any substantial utility. Yet, the moment something bore even a hint of value, its efficacy rendered utterly futile, particularly insipid. Observing Shu Chang'e's apparent indifference, Shu Wenhui did not delve deeper. For the artifact's purpose indeed sounded rather unimpressive. Its interior was quite spacious, and I had added some beneficial substances for mortals. Father, mother, and my elder brother, remember to drink a cup daily. Rarely had Shu Wenhui heard her speak so extensively, leaving her momentarily taken aback, still leisurely swirling her teacup until it dawned on her what had been said. You added something inside, she exclaimed. Indeed. Madame Shu gazed at Shu Chang'e and inquired, what have you added? Treasures of great value should be preserved for oneself. Here, we are all well. There is no need to hold on to them. It would be wiser for you to keep them for yourself, Chang'e. Shu Chang'e shook his head, declaring that he had embarked upon the path where this object held no utility. It was far more beneficial for mortals to partake. This teacup was discovered by Shu Chang'e from the treasures of Qingke and the red jade hairpin. After thoroughly cleansing it multiple times and performing the purifying incantation over a dozen times, he was finally at ease. It contained elixirs procured from his sect's merit hall. Although this elixir holds little efficacy for cultivators, it proves remarkably effective for ordinary individuals, enhancing physical strength and beauty while its side effects dissipate through mortal perspiration, rendering it almost entirely advantageous. This is a storage pouch that even mortals can utilize. Shu Chang'e placed an exquisite storage pouch into Shu Wenhui's hands, within which bore my insignia. After my departure, elder brother shall follow the instructions therein. Since Shu Changsong assumed leadership of the Ho residence, most matters have been entrusted to his capable hands. Shu Changsong did not rush to examine the storage bag. Instead, he posed a question to him. When do you intend to depart? This inquiry drew sharp glares from both Madame Shu and Shu Wenhui, who then turned their earnest gazes towards Shu Chang'e. After a moment of silence, he replied, in 9 days. The three of them, initially disheartened as they had anticipated he would remain for at least 10 or 15 days, soon regained their spirits and sought to console Shu Chang'e. This duration is indeed sufficient. After all, your cultivation is of paramount importance. Given your esteemed status in the immortal sect, it would be detrimental for your progress to lag behind. Shu Chang'e gazed at them and said, "If you are willing, you may also venture into the realm of cultivation. The celestial gates govern innumerable mortal cities within this domain. Even among the elders of the sect, many of their kin are mere mortals. Therefore, the Floating Heaven sect permits its disciples to settle their relatives and families here." A few individuals from the Shengzhou kingdom, having never heard of such a thing, were momentarily taken aback. Shu Wenhua furrowed his brow, stroking his beard, and inquired, "What are the conditions for this, Chang'e? Surely it cannot be an open invitation to all." "Shu Chang'e, the disciples are required to attain the realm of the sea-breaking stage. In truth, several millennia ago, the celestial sect established the threshold at the golden core stage. However, it became apparent that, in comparison to the prolonged lifespans of cultivators, the lifespan of mortals is woefully brief. Many exceptionally talented disciples who managed to break through to the golden core stage required nearly a century to do so. And how many mortals can afford to wait a century? While there are numerous elixirs that extend life, such treasures are exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced within the realm of cultivation. How many possess the wealth to expend on such expenses? Ultimately, the celestial sect decided to lower the cultivation threshold to the sea-breaking stage, which is not overly challenging for many of its disciples. Indeed, in their eagerness to reunite with their families, numerous disciples of modest talent have made remarkable progress, advancing at an astonishing pace. Recognizing this benefit, the celestial sect eventually formalized this regulation, which has been passed down through the ages. Although the specifics of the sea-breaking stage remain unclear, this does not hinder the trust that the Ho family places in Shu Chang'e. The very proposal suggests that he possesses the capability to realize it. This is indeed a commendable notion. Shu Changsong's fingers tapped rhythmically upon the stone table, indifferent to the formidable power held by the marquis to my left and right. Madame Shu, with no attachments beyond her husband and children, felt unburdened by the world. Her close friends, one by one, had met untimely fates, leading her to wholeheartedly endorse the proposal. Moreover, your elder brother remains unmarried, free from familial encumbrances. Thus we can all pursue the realm of cultivation without any lingering concerns. Both the lady and her eldest son were in agreement, and Shu Wenhua would naturally not oppose either. Therefore, Chang'e, when will you be able to transcend to the so-called sea-splitting stage? In response to his father's inquiry, Shu Chang'e pondered internally before providing a conservative estimate. At most, 3 years. 3 years, after all, is not an extensive period. We have only recently waited for you for a year, remarked Shu Changsong with a smile. Departing from one's homeland is regarded as a momentous event by the world, yet for Shu Chang'e and her companions, it was merely a matter to be decided with a few words. The bonds of family surpassed the sentiment of leaving one's native land. Furthermore, the realm of cultivation, a place revered by mortals as the dwelling of immortals, is a realm that countless ordinary individuals yearn for. Chapter 53. The Clue for the Kingdom of Shengzhou. The once-in-a-decade encounter with celestial beings is a significant occasion, a grand affair. The year when the disciples of celestial lineage return home is equally a cause for national celebration and attention. However, the celestial sect has decreed that disciples must not display their cultivation prowess or magical abilities in the mortal realm to prevent igniting misguided aspirations among ordinary people. In comparison to the realm of cultivation, the spiritual energy in the mortal realm is painfully scarce. Unless one relies on spirit stones or spirit crystals for restoration, the spiritual power within a cultivator diminishes with each use, leading to a deficit. Unlike others, Shu Chang'e and her companions were arranged into groups of 10, seeking permission from the celestial sect before receiving a flying vessel to aid their return home. The control of the flying vessel across the ephemeral illusions consumes a considerable amount of spiritual energy, and even the groups of 10 barely suffice to meet the journey's energy demands. Given these circumstances, no one with any sense would recklessly showcase their abilities in the mortal realm. Even if there were such individuals, their activities would likely be conducted discreetly, with minimal impact. It is fortunate that such actions go unnoticed. Should they be discovered and reported by others, the regulations of the celestial sect would show no mercy. Only those like Shu Chang'e, possessing substantial resources,